After traveling to this strange world, I became the ninth prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. It sounds glorious, but in fact it is a difficult position. I looked at the Imperial edict in my hand and sighed. Granting marriage and becoming a vassal in Beijun, my father's order completely kicked me out of the game of imperial power. Just as I was thinking, a familiar figure walked in. She was wearing a long green dress and looked graceful. It was Chu Yuqin, whom I had called Aunt Chu since I was a child. She was once my mother's personal maid, but to me, she has long surpassed the status of a servant. Chen'er, the north is not that scary. Maybe it's a good thing to stay away from the capital. She comforted me in a gentle voice, blowing across my heart like a spring breeze. I looked up at her, and the haze that had been weighing on my heart dissipated a lot. Aunt Chu has been by my side since my mother passed away when I was 10 years old. After traveling through time, I recovered my memories of my past life, but these memories did not bring much help. I don't have a golden finger. I don't have superhuman wisdom. I have even forgotten all my poems and songs. I'm not even as good as the ordinary scholars in this world. So I have always avoided getting involved in struggles for imperial power, especially those involving the fight for the throne. My mother is from the Chu family in Jiangnan. If I really want to compete for the throne, I have no shortage of supporters, and there are always people whispering in my ear. But I know my own worth, and living a stable life is the right way. It's just a pity that this peaceful life is about to be broken. Maybe it's because I was too incompetent. My father allowed me to marry Mu Zixuan and order me to go to Beijun. Mu Zixuan, once the most talented woman in the capital, has now become someone that everyone avoids. Because her family had been implicated in the rebellion, although the family business was saved, its status was no longer the same as before. Marrying her would mean automatically withdrawing from the fight for the crown prince. I didn't care about the position of crown prince, but I was still worried. Would marrying Mu Zixuan make my already ordinary life more difficult? But the imperial edict was before me, and I had no choice. I forced a smile and said, Aunt Chu, if I go to Beijun and you stay in the capital alone, won't you feel lonely? Aunt Chu is not only a member of the Chu family, but also a ninth-rank master. In the entire Great Xia Dynasty, there are only a handful of such strong people. When I become a leisurely prince, the Chu family will naturally not keep her by my side anymore. She smiled and shook her head. Wherever you go, I will go. I promised your mother that I would protect you for the rest of my life. I was stunned for a moment. Are you serious? She smiled gently. Why? Now that you have a princess, you don't want Aunt Chu anymore. I quickly shook my head. How could that be? If you don't go with me, I won't be able to sleep at night. Ich glänzte her. She was already 28, but still stunningly beautiful. Her slender curves were accentuated by her green dress. Her face was flawless. Her eyes were clear and lively, and the green hairpin in her hair sparkled. Her gentleness and calmness made me want to look at her more. After all, my feelings for her were more than just closeness. If she really leaves, I will really not be able to bear it. Stop talking nonsense. She patted me, her tone doting. Hurry up and prepare for the wedding. A few days later, the Northern Prince's palace was decorated with lanterns and filled with guests. Almost all the ministers in the court came, regardless of whether they had good or bad relations. After the wedding banquet, I couldn't wait to return to the bridal chamber. I've figured it out these days. Mu Zixuan's matter is a foregone conclusion. Since she has married me, she is my legitimate princess. If I dwell on the past, I will only cause trouble. The moment I lifted the wedding veil, my heart was shocked. Mu Zixuan was too beautiful to be immortal. Her face was slightly red, and she whispered, Husband, you should drink. My heart was filled with warmth, and I couldn't suppress my emotions any longer, so I pounced on him. The two maids wanted to remind us to drink the wedding wine, but seeing how impatient I was, they could only stand aside and serve quietly. I don't know how long it took, but I hugged Mu Zixuan and completely relaxed. Maybe this is the life I want. At this moment, an abrupt voice sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having his first wife, activating the system of having many children and many blessings. The newcomer gift package has been distributed. Do you want to receive it? When I saw the blue interface suddenly pop up in front of me, I was stunned, just like I was stunned when I first saw Mu Zixuan's face. I even began to wonder if I had just exercised too vigorously. My brain was deprived of oxygen, and I began to hallucinate. But the interface was just hanging in front of my eyes, so clear. I raised my hand and tentatively nodded yes. The next second, that cold female voice sounded again. Newcomer gift pack has been received. Then, a series of rewards appeared on the interface. Dragon Tiger Pill times 1, Breakthrough Pill times 1, Desert Eagle times 1, Bullets times 500, Grenade times 50, Dragon and Phoenix Tree Seed times 1. I was stunned for a moment. This is too outrageous, right? There are guns and grenades? Muzi Xuan had already fallen asleep. I looked at her carefully and saw that she was sleeping soundly. So I ordered the Dragon Tiger Pill with peace of mind. Dragon Tiger Pill can significantly improve the host's combat effectiveness and enhance fertility. The next second, a white porcelain bottle appeared in my hand, cold to the touch. My heart was shocked. It was real. I immediately thought about it and put the porcelain bottle back into the system interface. Then I checked the other rewards one by one. Breakthrough Pill. After taking it, one can directly break through to the first grade warrior, Desert Eagle, a high-powered thermal weapon that can effectively protect the host. Dragon and Phoenix Tree Seeds. Cultivated with the host blood, they can be used to make tea after maturity to enhance the relationship between the host and the female and improve the quality of offspring. My heartbeat quickened as I read these messages. I was ready to be a leisurely prince and live a peaceful life, but this system suddenly appeared. I couldn't help but try to ask in my mind, system, as long as a woman gives birth to a child for me, there will be a reward? The premise is that the woman's score must reach 90 points or above. I immediately looked at Muzi Xuan, who was sleeping beside me, and a recognition box popped up. Muzi Xuan rating, 93 favorability, 60. She was very satisfied with my performance today. I raised my eyebrows. Well, she is worthy of the legendary first talented woman in the capital. I glanced at the two maids who were standing aside and had not left yet, thinking that they were not bad looking and might be able to meet the standards as well. Zhou Xiao rating, 90 favorability, 50. Zhou Yiyu rating, 91 favorability, 80. She fell in love with you at first sight. When I saw these two names, I was stunned. They were actually Zhou Wongqian's daughters, the rebellious person who implicated the Mu family. The Mu family actually pulled them out of the music bureau and sent them to the Northern Prince's palace as dowry maids. Are they deliberately pushing me in a fire pit? Even if the procedure is legal, they're the daughters of guilty officials after all. If someone catches them, I will be buried with them. But their scores actually met the system standards. I coughed lightly and was about to speak when the two maids shrank back with obvious uneasiness in their eyes. I know that they must have seen everything that happened just now. In this world, for people of their status, being favored by their master is a turning point in their fate. You guys go and rest. I said calmly. Yes, your majesty. They said in unison, bowed, and then walked towards the main room. Looking at their graceful figures, I couldn't help but sigh. The ancient rules are really... But to be honest, I have gradually adapted to it. After they left, I took out the realm-breaking pill and swallowed it without hesitation. A warm current instantly flowed through my body, and I felt indescribably relaxed and full. The blue interface pops up again. Host, Lu Chun. Realm, first grade. Skills, none. Magic powers, none. Weapon, Desert Eagle. Offspring, none. I glanced at it and closed the interface. This kind of martial arts power that I had never possessed before made me feel a little agitated. I really wanted to go out and try my hand at fighting. But when I turned around and saw Mu Zixuan sleeping beside me, I suppressed my impulse. Forget it. Let's talk about it tomorrow. The next morning, Aunt Chu came. She stood outside the gate of my courtyard and asked the guard at the gate, "Is Chen'er still awake?" The soldier hesitantly replied, "The prince has woken up, but is still, busy." Before he finished speaking, there was a noise in the room. Aunt Chu had sharp ears and probably heard something. I rolled over in the room and couldn't help laughing. This system came at a really bad time. Aunt Chu is a 9th rank warrior who commands the guards of the Northern Palace. She has a high status, but after I got married, she came to the courtyard to wake me up, which made the soldier at the door a little embarrassed. After all, there's a princess now. If there is an awkward scene, how will it end? What's more, at this moment, although the courtyard gate and the divorce room are some distance away, some sounds can still be heard faintly. Aunt Chu frowned. Her eyes were subtle, and she muttered softly, "This little rascal is restless so early in the morning." Then she glanced at the embarrassed soldier and said calmly, "You can go down. Let the female guard the door instead." "Yes, Madam Chu." The soldier almost trotted away as if he had been pardoned. After the communication was over, I hugged Mu Zixuan, stroked her soft hair, and couldn't help asking her, "My wife, are you satisfied with me as your husband?" Her face flushed, and she nodded slightly, too embarrassed to look at me. I could feel her relaxing. Before she came in, she must have had some concerns about me, perhaps worried that I was a hopeless case. But now, she should be relieved. She may not know that I also had concerns in my heart, but now it seems that our combination is not bad. I also know something about her family situation. After the Mu family was implicated, she was able to marry into the northern prince's mansion, which was not a bad outcome for her. Compared to the complicated struggles of the crown princess of the Eastern Palace, a smart person like her would naturally prefer to choose a man who can allow her to live a stable life. "We'll leave for North County tomorrow," I said, "and I'll go with you to meet my father-in-law today." She nodded in agreement. While she was washing up, two beautiful maids who came with her dowry served her closely. Although they are just slaves, each of them looks more exquisite than a noble lady, and the Mu family is really willing to spend money to give them away. I walked out of the courtyard and saw Aunt Chu standing at the door from a distance. I immediately scanned her with the system. Chu Yuqin rating, 97 favorability, 98. I was stunned when I saw her information. It said that she was my mother, Chu Yu's adopted sister, the spokesperson of the Chu family, the commander of the guards of the Northern Palace, and even one item that made me full of question marks, Wang Han's wife. Who is this Wang Han? I only know that she was born in the Chu family, served my mother since she was a child, and has been taking care of me ever since. As for the first love, or something like that, I admit that I was quite envious of her, but this system is too messy. I walked closer and joked with a smile. "Aunt Chu, why are you eavesdropping so early in the morning?" Her face turned slightly red, and she spat at me. "You little rascal, you are so dishonest so early in the morning. Continuing the family line is important, but you should also take it easy and don't really ruin your health." I laughed. "Don't worry, Aunt Chu. I'm strong and can withstand any damage." She rolled her eyes at me and said sternly, "After breakfast, go meet your father-in-law. Although he was implicated in an old incident, he still has a great influence in the army. When you go to Beijun, I'm afraid you will have to rely on him for help." I asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to be a vassal? Do you still need to take care of things? You don't really think everything will go smoothly, do you?" Aunt Chu looked at me, her tone indifferent, but every word was a reminder. Even if you don't want to compete for the throne, those people may not really think of you as a useless person. I immediately understood. No matter how much I pretended to have no ambitions, I couldn't hide the natural threat brought by my identity. Your mother is from the Chu family, and the Chu family has an extraordinary status in the court. If you don't fight, they won't let you live. As long as you exist, it means that the Chu family may have a backer. I nodded silently. I might have been afraid yesterday, but now that I have a system, I am more confident. "Aunt Chu, I understand." At this time, Mu Zixuan was helped out of the room by the two sisters, and her steps were still a little unsteady. I was just about to open my mouth to tease her when Aunt Chu's eyes fell on me first. "Mrs. Chu." Mu Zixuan was very polite. Although she was the princess, and Aunt Chu should have paid her respects first, she obviously knew Aunt Chu's actual status in the mansion. Aunt Chu nodded gently. "Zixuan, Chen'er will be handed over to you from now on." "Don't worry, Madam Chu. I will take good care of the prince." Aunt Chu said nothing more and turned to leave the yard. After dinner, Mu Zixuan and I went to Duke Mu's mansion. Mu Chantian was dressed in military uniform, standing straight, as tall as an iron tower. When he saw me, he immediately saluted, "Meet the King of the North." I quickly returned the greeting. "Father-in-law, there is no need to be polite." Under his guidance, I entered the main hall. After he sat down, he asked me, "What are the plans of the Northern King for his enfeoffment in the Northern County?" This was a serious question, but I knew in my heart that he probably didn't expect me to really give him a method. After all, he must have heard about what kind of person I was in the past. I smiled and replied, "Govern Beijun well and live a peaceful life with Zixuan." Mu Chantian looked at me with a subtle look, and I guess he was regretting asking this question. But I know my own worth, so it is safest to not brag. I thought about it and added, "I heard that my father-in-law has great prestige in the army. When I go to Beijun this time, I will have to rely on his help." Mu Chantian smiled and didn't respond. I know it doesn't matter whether he says it or not. I will help if I can, and will still look at what I need to see. But judging from the fact that he didn't refuse, at least the start is not too bad. Although Mu Chantian didn't explicitly say that he would help me, his words, "Beijun will surely be smooth sailing," have already explained it all. He would arrange for someone to protect me, and would also make arrangements with the military in advance. Although I'm a political idiot, I still understand this kind of talk. I nodded and said, "Thank you, father-in-law." He glanced at the servants in the hall and said, "You go down first. I have something to talk to the king of the north alone." After everyone left, I couldn't help but feel curious. What does my father-in-law want? Mu Chantian looked at me, his tone a little more serious than before. "Northern King, even if you successfully reach Northern County, you may not always be safe and sound." I frowned. Why? He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Your mother is from the Chu family, so the Chu family is naturally your faction. Even if you don't appear to be competitive, you're still a potential threat in the eyes of other princes. As long as you're still alive, the Chu family may continue to support you, even if it is just a symbol. But if you—" He didn't finish, but I understood. These words were exactly the same as what Aunt Chu said this morning, but with a little more sense of reality. I'm not stupid. I remember how the Chu family took care of me when I was little, and how Aunt Chu protected me. Even if I really don't fight now, others won't let me go. If I die, the Chu family will completely abandon me. Then other princes can take the opportunity to win over the Chu family. In the final analysis, I am just an eyesore. This is really troublesome. When I traveled to this world, I never thought about fighting for the throne. I just wanted to eat and wait for death. But who knew that my birth alone would drag me into the quagmire? I thought a lot. If I want to survive, I only have two choices. First, break up with the Chu family and let everyone in the world believe that I have nothing to do with the Chu family anymore. Second, I might as well follow the path of the emperor and trample to death those who want to harm me one by one. But the first one is simply unrealistic. Grandpa, Aunt Chu, and those childhood memories, I can't really cut off ties with the Chu family. And even if we cut it, who would believe it? People would just think we were playing a double game. If you want to survive, you have to become stronger. Fortunately, I have a system. As long as I take in more concubines and have more children, my cultivation and abilities will continue to improve. So, that position may not be really out of reach. I nodded to Mu Chanten. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, father-in-law." Coming out of the Mu mansion and getting in the carriage, Mu Zishuan leaned next to me and asked tentatively, "My lord, what did Daddy tell you?" I smiled and hugged her, saying in a relaxed tone, "It's nothing. He asked me to treat you well." She seemed to be hesitant to speak, as if she wanted to say something. I knew she was probably thinking about the Zhou sisters. I bent down and kissed the top of her head. "My beloved, when you get to Beijun, you must give birth to more children for me." Her whole face turned red all of a sudden, and she responded softly without saying anything else. Seeing her shy look, I really wanted to bully her again, but when I thought about how she had been tormented by me last night and this morning, I gave up the idea. At the same time, in the Imperial garden of the Imperial Palace in the capital, Emperor Xia stood by the pond, looking at the koi swimming in the water with a calm expression. A dark armored guard appeared behind him and reported, "Your Majesty, the Northern King went to the Mu Mansion today." Mu Chantian had a private conversation with him for a while. A meaningful smile appeared in Emperor Xia's eyes. "Mu Chantian, you really think highly of Xiaojiu." He turned around and asked Eunuch Lu, who was standing beside him, "Do you think that the Chu family will give up on Xiaojiu after he leaves Beijing?" Eunuch Lu bowed his head and said, "Your Majesty, I dare not speak nonsense. Just say it if I tell you to." Emperor Xia was displeased. "Yes." Eunuch Lu shuddered and quickly knelt down. "I think the Chu family will most likely turn to support the 8th prince." Emperor Xia chuckled and said, "Support Xiaoba? Then Xiao Jiu's journey will not be peaceful." The black-armored secret guard asked in a low voice, "Should we send someone to secretly protect the king of the north?" "No need," Emperor Xia said coldly. "Someone will protect him. If he really dies on the way, we can only blame his bad luck." In the evening, I actually wanted to have another deep exchange with my beloved wife, but considering that she had been really troubled by me in the past 2 days, I gave up. But she probably saw through my forbearance and suddenly came over and said, "My lord, how about you taking Yu and Xiao Xiao?" My eyes lit up. I didn't expect that she would actually bring this up. I said with a wicked smile, "Are you willing to push me to someone else?" Mu Zishuan blushed and rolled her eyes at me. "Your Highness, I haven't forgotten the way you stared at them this morning. They were originally dowry maids, so it's their duty to serve you." I hugged her and said with emotion, "With a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for?" She called out softly to the door, Yu Xiao Xiao, come here." The candlelight flickered in the room, and the aroma floated in the air. This night was destined to be sleepless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting another wife or concubine. I will give you the Qi refining technique as a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting another wife or concubine. I will give you the rejuvenation hand as a reward. Ding! The host and his wife and concubine are in telepathy, and they have obtained a Barrett and 20 bullets. I was still immersed in the afterglow of the eroticism when I was suddenly brought back to my senses by a series of system prompts. My eyes lit up. Barrett? Rejuvenation technique? Qi refining technique? This reward is too generous. Could it be that every communication in the future will have so many benefits? As soon as I had a little idea, the system popped up a new prompt as if it could read my mind. The reward is most generous when the host communicates with his wife and concubine for the first time. Well, I knew it wasn't that simple, but it was enough to surprise me. I immediately checked the reward information. Qi refining technique. A legendary method to become an immortal. You can practice it by exchanging emotions with your wives and concubines. Rejuvenation hand. Healing with spiritual energy. If you practice it to perfection, you can save the dying, also practice through emotional exchanges. I was a little confused. Is this the Zhongwu world? I ended up getting a set of Xinxia system. If I could really become an immortal, not to mention Beijun, even the throne of the emperor would be just a side job. I happily hugged the three beauties and said with a smile, "You three are really my lucky stars." The Zhou sisters' eyes lit up with joy, and Mu Zixuan leaned in my arms with a slightly blushing face, looking docile. But the next moment, I suddenly calmed down, looked at Mu Zixuan, and whispered, "My beloved, I always feel like you are hiding something from me." She shuddered noticeably. "You are already my wife," I said in a gentle but serious tone. "I don't like my woman to have secrets." I didn't wait for her to speak. I patted the slender waist of the two concubines in my arms and said with a smile, "Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao Xiao, are you two the daughters of Zhou Wongtian?" The three of them suddenly changed their expressions. The two sisters quickly knelt down from my arms and kowtowed, saying in panic, "Your Majesty, please forgive us. We didn't mean to lie. We only ask for your forgiveness. Don't blame the princess." Mu Zixuan hesitated to speak, but finally remained silent. I looked at the three women in front of me, and the corners of my mouth rose slightly. "You did something wrong. You actually hid such a big thing from me." But I pretended to be silent, then smiled and said, "There is still a chance to redeem myself for meritorious service." Mu Zixuan immediately asked, "What does the prince want us to do?" I looked at the kneeling sisters and said, "It's simple. Give me more children." After the words fell, the Zhou sisters blushed, but said in unison, "Thank you, Your Highness, for taking us in. We will definitely give birth to many children for Your Highness." "Okay, go and have a rest first. When we get to Beijun, I will officially take you as my concubines." "Yes, Your Highness." The two of them limped out of the room. I watched them leave and sighed in my heart. Life was really not easy for women in ancient times. Mu Zixuan then asked me softly, "Prince, do you really want to accept them?" I hugged her, pressed her soft body against my chest, and chuckled. I already know their identities. If they really minded, do you think I would still touch them? She was stunned for a moment, then understood instantly. It turned out that I had known this for a long time, but I still had no barriers towards them. "My dear," I looked in her eyes, "I hope this will be the first and last time." She nodded quickly. "Yes, husband, I will not hide anything anymore." I kissed her forehead. "This is my good wife." By the way, I stroked her hair and whispered, "You are the mistress. You don't have to be so cautious. Don't call me prince anymore. Call me husband." She blushed and replied softly, "Yes, husband." I smiled and hugged her tighter. "Okay, go to bed early. We have to leave tomorrow." The next morning, while it was still light, the entire Beiwang mansion began to get busy. I usually don't get up early, but today is the day I leave Beijing after all, so I have to get up no matter how sleepy I am. Standing in front of the palace gate, I looked at the palace where I grew up, and a faint melancholy rose in my heart. The memories of my childhood here emerged in my mind one by one. I might not be able to come back for a long time after this trip to Beijing. I made a silent promise in my heart. If I come back one day, I will rule the world. At this time, the sound of horse hooves came from afar, and a guard team in neatly armored uniforms lined up outside the mansion. The leader dismounted, knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and said, "General Li Feng, I have been ordered to escort the prince to Beijun and protect the safety of the prince and his family." I looked at him, my eyes flickered, and a message bar appeared in my mind. Li Feng, identity, general of the Tiger Guards, current leader of the Northern King's Guard, strength, rank 7, loyalty, 50. My eyelids jumped. The system could actually display men's information? This was crucial. Knowing the degree of loyalty of others to me, this ability is no worse than the qi refining technique. And this Li Feng, his loyalty is only 50, which means he is not reliable. I knew what was going on, so I kept a straight face and nodded with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, General Li. I'll need you to take care of the road to Beijun. I dare not do so. I will protect the prince until my death. I nodded with a smile, and in my heart, I had already begun to think about how to win over reliable people as soon as possible. From today on, I am not just the king of the north. I am a man who wants to survive and reach the top. I am quite satisfied with Mu Changtian's arrangement. Although Li Feng is only a 7th rank warrior, in this world, a 7th rank warrior could be considered a 100-man enemy, which means he is at least a 1,000-man commander in the army. What's more, the soldiers he brought were almost all 2nd and 3rd rank soldiers. None of them were cannon fodder. All of them were elite. With this kind of lineup, it wouldn't be a problem to protect me all the way to Beijun safely. I nodded and said, "Generally, get up. I believe in your strength." "Thank you, Your Highness." He stood up and lowered his voice to my ear. "Your Highness, Duke Mu asked me to tell you that the 8th Prince's men have already left for Beijun in advance." My eyebrows twitched, and a name immediately popped up in my mind. Lu Shuyan. What did he send someone to Beijun for? Could it be to send me a welcome drink? The answer is obviously, kill me. Lu Shuyan's mother is also from a Jiangnan family. If he wants to compete for the throne, he needs the support of the Chu family the most. And if I don't deal with the position I hold in the Chu family's hearts clearly, it will become a variable for him. Chu Yuqin is going to follow me to Beijun, which means that the Chu family has no intention of giving up on me. Lu Shuyan naturally sees this more clearly than anyone else. I nodded calmly. I understand. Then I got on my horse and said in a deep voice, "Everyone is here. Let's go. We will reach Beijun as soon as possible." At this moment, I no longer wanted to drag myself around in Beijing. I just wanted to get to Beijun as soon as possible, settle down there, and practice the qi refining art and rejuvenation hand. These skills require cultivating relationships with my wives and concubines before they can be practiced. Being on the road is not the right time. I need a stable place. As for assassination, I sneered. Below the Grandmaster, we are all mortals. Can mortals block bullets? Desert Eagle and Barrett are already lying safely in my system space. We left the city in a grand procession, but the process was somewhat deserted. When we got married, there were many people coming and going, but now that we were leaving the capital, not a single court official showed up. Not even my father-in-law, Mu Changtian, showed up. There were only some people on both sides of the street watching the excitement. But I don't care. It doesn't matter whether I am sent there or not. What matters is whether I can come back alive. When the horse team passed a restaurant, I subconsciously looked up. On the 2nd floor, a figure in green was standing by the window, looking down at me. "Are you ready?" he asked. "Don't worry, Your Highness. The Blood Moon Tower has accepted the mission and sent a 9th rank warrior and 2 8th rank warriors. As long as they leave the city, we will start immediately." If Chu Yuqin hadn't gone with him, I wouldn't have bothered to do this. The man in green smiled as he watched me leave. "What a pity, my little brother. Rest in peace." I didn't know that the eyes on the upper floors of the restaurant had already been staring at me. But even if I knew, I wouldn't be scared. As soon as I left the city gate, Aunt Chu rode up to me on horseback, frowning slightly. "Sure, stop riding and go back to the carriage." I looked up and smiled. "Don't worry, Aunt Chu. Even if someone wants to take action, it won't be so fast. Don't be careless." Her tone became serious. "We are about to leave the city's jurisdiction. For safety reasons, you must stay in the carriage." Li Feng also came up and said, "Your Highness, the carriage prepared by Duke Mu is reinforced and can withstand most arrows." Seeing what they all said, I stopped being stubborn. I'm only a first-class warrior now. If someone really shoots me with an arrow from a distance, I won't be able to react in time, and I won't know how I died. Okay, I'll leave it to you. If anything happens, notify me immediately. I got into the car, and it was indeed, well, soundproofed and spacious. Mu Zixuan and the others were in another car, so if there was an emergency, at least they could be saved. The carriage moved slowly, and I looked out the small window. The farther we got from Beijing, the more desolate the surroundings became. A dense forest gradually appeared in front of us. The sun could not penetrate the treetops, and the light became noticeably darker. Everyone, be alert. Don't leave the car. Li Feng and Aunt Chu gave orders one after another, and alarm bells immediately rang in my heart. I quickly took out the Desert Eagle from the system space and started loading it. 500 rounds of bullets, is that enough? Anyway, I don't plan to waste them on small fry. I'll save them for my final use. Sure enough, not long after the team entered the forest, they heard a rapid sound of breaking through the air. Swish, swish, swish dash. I subconsciously lowered my head, and the next moment, countless arrows rained down. Enemy attack. Li Feng roared loudly. I could hear the clang-clang sound of arrows hitting the carriage, which showed that this carriage was indeed strong enough. At least for a short period of time, I was safe. As soon as the first wave of arrows fell, a group of men in black emerged from the forest. They were masked and holding knives, and their movements were agile. It was obvious that they were all ruthless people who had been trained. Li Feng immediately led his men out, and the two sides engaged in close combat in the forest. I didn't move. The guards beside the carriage remained where they were. They were not going to fight. Their mission was, I must not die. Aunt Chu didn't move either. She stood not far outside my carriage, her hand on the hilt of the sword, her eyes like an eagle. She knew very well that these third and fourth rank warriors were not the key. The real killer move had not yet appeared. The next moment, a gust of wind blew, and the leaves in the forest flew everywhere. The falling leaves were cut in half by an invisible force in midair and fell to the ground silently. Chu Yuqin's eyes turned cold, and she exerted a little force on the hand holding the sword and said slowly, "The real enemy is coming." As soon as I sat down in the carriage, my alertness suddenly reached its peak. There was a burst of sword energy outside, and I knew that Aunt Chu had taken action. As expected, the enemy took action. I held the Desert Eagle. My palms were sweaty. Yes, I had a gun, but this was an assassination. The target was me, and once I was in front of the car, who could stop me? A voice came from outside, clearly falling into my ears. "Mrs. Chu, you are worthy of being the female swordsman of the Chu family. Your reaction is fast enough." The voice was cold and firm. "This aura is definitely ninth grade." I frowned and gripped the gun tightly. As expected, the enemy's main force arrived. Then I heard Aunt Chu speak in a cold voice. "Blood Moon Tower? Do you know what you are doing? The person in the carriage is the king of the north. If His Majesty knew..." Mrs. Chu is really good at joking. A man named Lu Tong laughed. "If Emperor Xia really wanted to suppress us, he would have done it long ago." Another person, named by Hong, also spoke up. "Mrs. Chu, as long as you get out of the way, we have no intention of becoming your enemy." None of them wore masks, which meant that they were either confident they could get away with it today, or their faces were fake. But I couldn't care less about these. Aunt Chu didn't give in. I could hear the coldness in her voice. "If you dare to touch the king of the north, you will be an enemy of the Chu family." Then there was the sound of fierce fighting. It was Aunt Chu's sword, with her usual sharpness and decisiveness. Then, something unexpected happened. "Elderby, I'll go and deal with that useless prince." Hearing this, my heart suddenly rose to my throat. Aunt Chu tried to stop him, but Bai Hong clung to her. "It's over." I heard Aunt Chu's anxious roar, and also heard the screams of the guards outside falling to the ground. They couldn't stop that man at all. Lu Tong, a true ninth grade expert. Every time he struck, someone died. I knew he was approaching me. Li Feng also wanted to rush over to save me, but was blocked by an 8th rank. I held the gun tightly, calmly pushed the bullet into the chamber, and pointed the gun at the car door. "Chen'er!" Aunt Chu's desperate cry came from a distance. At this moment, I saw the car door suddenly smashed open, broken wooden boards flying everywhere, and dust filled the air. A tall figure appeared at the door with a wild smile on his face. "Huh, I'm so lucky. I found you in the first car." He saw me, but didn't take action immediately. Instead, he was stunned for a moment. Perhaps he didn't expect that I would sit there calmly in this situation. "What are you laughing at?" He frowned. I raised the gun and smiled softly. "Do you know what modern weapons are?" Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the recoil of the Desert Eagle hit my arm hard. I could even feel the whole car shake. The man's body shook. A bloody hole exploded in his chest, and the expression on his face froze: shock, unwillingness, and disbelief. Lu Tong was dead, and I sat in the carriage steadily. Not even a hair was out of place. The sound of fighting outside seemed to be interrupted by the gunshot. Silence was overwhelming. Everyone looked in my direction, even Aunt Chu, who was stunned. I saw her through the car window, and her eyes were full of disbelief. I could guess what she was thinking. She definitely didn't expect that I, a useless prince, would actually kill a ninth-rank warrior. And it was a one-shot kill. I slowly took back the Desert Eagle in my hand, reloaded, and raised the corners of my mouth slightly. First shot hit. The moment I shot Lu Tong to hell, time seemed to stand still around me. Aunt Chu, Li Feng, the people who were fighting, and even the assassins on the opposite side were all stunned. Even Aunt Chu was still in a daze for a long time. But I could feel that the murderous intent suddenly rose in her at that moment. Lu Tong was dead, and she would never let the remaining one go. I could tell from her eyes that she was not shocked by my weapon, but was evaluating. If this thing that could kill a ninth-grade strongman with one blow were to get out, the order of the entire world would change. The still surviving ninth-rank warrior, Bai Hong, was also obviously stunned at this moment, with empty eyes, as if he could not accept that Lu Tong died so quickly and so easily. But Aunt Chu didn't intend to let him recover. The next moment, a drizzle fell. It wasn't rain. It was a shadow, a flower petal, an illusion condensed by the sword's will. Aunt Chu spoke in a low voice. Her voice was like the language of flowers in the wind, but it was filled with cold, murderous intent. 9 sword flowers fall like rain. With a swoosh sound, sword shadows like flowers scattered by a fairy fell along with raindrops. Before Bai Hong could react, he was enveloped by white light, and several sword energies directly penetrated his body. His eyes were full of reluctance, and his body stiffened and slowly fell to the ground. I didn't even see how she attacked, and I saw a ninth-rank warrior fall to the ground. Strong, really strong. That kind of effortless control made me suddenly realize what I relied on to kill Lu Tong tools. Not my strength. If we really have to fight head-on, I don't even have the qualifications to fight him now. I laughed at myself. At this moment, the people in the Blood Moon Tower panicked. Both elders are dead. Retreat quickly. The 8th-rank assassin who was still fighting, with Li Feng in the distance, let out a roar and ran towards the woods. Aunt Chu ordered in a cold voice, "Don't leave anyone alive. Kill them all." Upon hearing the order, Li Feng and the remaining guards immediately turned from defense to offense and began a full-scale encirclement and suppression. Although the other side had many 3rd and 4th-rank warriors, without their backbone, they had lost their fighting spirit and only wanted to escape. I noticed that the fleeing 8th-grade warrior was very fast and was about to rush into the dense forest in a few breaths. So, I got off the train and summoned the Barret. This was a new weapon awarded by the system, and I hadn't tried it yet. Aunt Chu originally planned to chase after him herself, but when she saw the black metal stick in my hand, she paused, and her eyes became complicated. I lay down, aimed, and locked. Bang! A deep, heavy, explosive roar was heard. The next second, the escaped 8th grade head exploded like a watermelon, and the body fell to the ground with a thud. Aunt Chu was stunned again, and I even saw her eyes twitch. She watched me grow up and knew that I had never practiced martial arts. But now she watched me kill 9th grade and 8th grade warriors one after another like killing chickens. Her eyes fell on the gun in my hand, and for the first time, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Yes, fear. She knew too much. She understood that once this kind of weapon appeared in large numbers, the entire martial arts world would be completely overturned. No matter how much talent or how much training you have, you can't resist a single shot from me. There's no longer a warrior in this world who has the capital to look down on everything. But I know she won't tell anyone. She just wants me to live well and live in peace. After a while, she came to her senses and joined the encirclement and suppression with her sword. Without the 9-rank guard, the assassins were like paper figures in front of her. She killed them one by one with her sword without any suspense. Soon, the forest became quiet. Corpses piled up and blood flowed like a river. Li Feng also paid a heavy price. Only about 100 guards he brought with him were left, and only 50 or 60 guards of the palace were left. I stood there, watching all this, without a single wave of emotion. I knew this was just the beginning. The road to becoming an emperor was destined to be a river of blood. I was lost in thought when a familiar figure appeared behind me. "Chen'er," Aunt Chu said with a hint of resentment. "Tell me the truth. Are you hiding something from me?" I was stunned for a moment. I didn't think so much when I tested the gun just now. Yes, this gun and this ability are not what a normal person should have. "Aunt Chu, what can I hide from you?" I smiled harmlessly. Of course she didn't buy it. "Who gave you those 2 weapons?" "What weapons?" I continued to play dumb. She rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "Do you think your aunt is blind?" I took out the Desert Eagle from my arms, removed the magazine, held it up, and shook it. "Are you talking about this?" I handed the Desert Eagle with the magazine, removed to Aunt Chu, and her hand was obviously a little stiff when she took it. Her fingers gently stroked the gun body, her eyes focused and complicated, as if she was trying to find out the secret of how this piece of metal could kill a ninth-grade cultivator in one blow. "Chen'er, this thing, where did you get it from?" Her voice sounded calm, but I could hear the depression and worry in her tone. Aunt Chu is, after all, a ninth-rank expert who has come into contact with countless weapons. She can tell at a glance that this thing is unusual. No matter its material or structure, it cannot be made in this world. She wasn't unhappy that I survived, but she was worried. She was worried that I would be contacted by unknown forces and that the price I would pay for getting this thing would lead to my downfall. I looked at her and smiled. If I said that I asked someone to make these parts and assemble them myself, would you believe me? "I'm not a fool, your aunt." She snorted unhappily. I spread my hands and said innocently, "Aunt Chu, I'm grown up now. As a man, I always have to have some little secrets." It was just a joke, but she suddenly fell silent. I was stunned, looking at her complicated eyes, and suddenly realized that she might have realized for the first time that I was no longer the child who cried in her arms when she was little. "Aunt Chu," I called her tentatively. She slowly returned the gun to me and smiled gently. "Chen'er, you are right. You have grown up and become a man, and shouldn't keep treating you like a child. But I still want to remind you, be careful. The person who can give you this kind of weapon is definitely not an ordinary person. No one will give you something that can change the world for no reason." She paused, then lowered her voice and said, "This weapon matter must not be known to outsiders. Otherwise, even if you arrive in Beijun, you won't have a moment of peace." I nodded. "I understand, don't worry, Aunt Chu. Well, you go see Zishuan and the others first." After she said that, she turned and left. I looked at her back and suddenly felt a heaviness I had never felt before. Aunt Chu went to Li Feng's place. When she walked over, Li Feng was leading people to clean up the bodies. When he saw her, he immediately put down his work and came to greet her. "Mrs. Chu, the prince, is he okay?" "He's fine," she responded indifferently. Then, she changed her tone and said, "Generally, I hope you and your soldiers can treat what happened today as if it never happened." Li Feng was slightly shocked. Of course, he understood what she was talking about. All the guards and bodyguards saw the scene where the Northern King killed the ninth rank in 1 second. They all thought that the Northern King was a waste. But now, that waste actually killed a ninth rank with 1 shot. Li Feng suddenly realized that they might have been fooled all along. The seemingly carefree prince actually had a secret that no one could imagine. That weapon alone is enough to crush most practitioners. Even if Bapin had spiritual energy in his body and could catch the flying arrows, the Bei Wang shot and Bapin's head exploded directly. This was no longer a weapon, but a killing outside the rules. Suddenly, an absurd and terrifying thought popped up in his mind. Would the king of the North kill to silence him? They were members of the Tiger Guards, and after protecting the vassal, they were going to return to the capital. Could the Northern King allow them to return with this secret? Li Feng felt a chill in his heart, and several trusted soldiers behind him also murmured uneasily, "General, we won't be silenced, right?" "Shut up." Li Feng glared at him, then lowered his voice to comfort him. "We are Duke Mu's men, the prince's father-in-law. Don't scare yourself." The soldiers' expressions eased a little after hearing this, and they nodded to each other. But Li Feng himself was not so relieved. He knew that even though the prince had married Duke Mu's daughter, it didn't mean that he absolutely trusted them, especially since they were still soldiers in the Imperial court, after all, unless the Northern King really just wants to live a peaceful life in Beijun. But would a prince who holds a weapon that can kill 9 rank people really just want to live a peaceful life? No one can tell. After dealing with the battlefield, our convoy set off again. No one spoke anymore, and the atmosphere was terribly depressing. After a few hours, we finally got out of the forest and continued along the official road. At the same time, in a restaurant in the capital, I don't know, someone upstairs is going crazy because of the fight just now. The 8th Prince Lu Shuyun sat by the window with a gloomy face. His secret agents lost contact one by one, and his men were slow to return. This was no longer a case of failure of the plan. This was a case of total annihilation. Finally, a man in gray stumbled into the room and fell to his knees. "Your Highness, something terrible has happened." "Speak." Lu Shuyun frowned and spoke in a low voice. Blood Moon Tower has failed. The man's voice trembled. None of the ninth-rank soldiers they sent out came back. They all died. Now the owner of Blood Moon Tower is furious, saying that we cheated them and demanded a huge amount of compensation from us. Hearing this, Lu Shuyun slammed his fist on the table, causing the wine glass to fall over and the tea to spill all over the floor. His face was expressionless, but his eyes seemed to set the whole room on fire. Failed. Both ninth-grade masters died. He finally realized that he had underestimated his younger brother, Lu Chun, whom he had always looked down upon. Chapter 10. The Chu family is not the Chu family's Chu family. After hearing his subordinate's words, Lu Shuyun's face instantly darkened. 2 ninth-grade warriors, 1 8th-grade warrior, and hundreds of warriors around the 3rd grade couldn't even kill a useless prince. Not only did the assassination fail, but all of them were left behind, and no one came back. The more Lu Shuyun thought about it, the angrier he became. He flew into a rage and slammed the table with his palm, and the bowls, pots, and other things on the table were instantly shattered. Waste, all waste. He couldn't understand how this could fail. They had already found out how many people the Northern King was bringing with him this time, and the only ones who were stronger were Chu Yuqin and Li Feng. Apart from the 2 of them, there were not even a few 5th-grade people in the team. As a result, the Blood Moon Tower failed. This can fail. What do the assassins of Blood Moon Tower eat? What use are they? There are 2 ninth-grade masters. Even if they can't do anything to Chu Yuqin, one of them can hold Chu Yuqin back, and the other can deal with the useless prince. But they just failed. Now, the Blood Moon Tower has the nerve to ask them for compensation. You can't even kill a useless prince, and you still want compensation? After he had almost let out his anger, Lu Shuyun calmed down a little. He asked expressionlessly, did the Blood Moon Tower find out why their operation failed this time? The man kneeling on the ground immediately replied, Your Highness, when the Blood Moon Tower sent people to investigate the situation, they found that the bodies of some members of the Blood Moon Tower had been burned. When Lu Chun and his men left, they buried all the bodies of their own people and piled up the bodies of some of the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower and burned them. Although it wasted some time, Chu Yuqin thought it was necessary, especially for the 2 people killed by Lu Chun. Warriors can judge how a person died by the wounds on the dead body. In order to prevent the people in the Blood Moon Tower from discovering how they died, Chu Yuqin adopted this method of directly destroying the body. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Lu Shuyun became even more angry. It was bad enough that the mission failed, but they didn't even know how their people died. At this time, the subordinate next to Lu Shuyun said, Your Highness, I suspect that there are masters of the Grandmaster level hidden in the Northern King's convoy. Hearing his subordinate's speculation, Lu Shuyun's brain was stunned for a moment, and then he fell silent, with the expression on his face constantly changing. After a while, Lu Shuyun's eyes flashed with hatred. If this is the case, then this piece of trash should disappear from this world. His subordinates said again, Don't worry, Your Highness. Our people have already arrived in Beijun. Even if he has a master-level expert protecting him, they will become lax over time. Lu Shuyun didn't say anything more. Now, he could only wait patiently. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. Lu Shuyun looked out the window and said to himself, My dear brother, I hope you will always be so lucky. At the same time, people of status and position in the capital basically knew about the failed assassination attempt at Blood Moon Tower, and no one knew who released the news. The Imperial Palace. Imperial Garden. Emperor Xia felt a little unbelievable when he saw the news sent back by the Shadow Guard. At this time, there was a white-haired old man sitting in front of Emperor Xia. Seeing Emperor Xia looking at the note in his hand with a surprised expression, the old man asked, Your Majesty, what happened? Emperor Xia came back to his senses and tore up the note in his hand. I didn't expect that there might be a master around Xiaojiao. The Chu family is really generous. Hearing this, the old man in front of Emperor Xia was stunned for a moment. Emperor Xia continued, National Master, do you think the Chu family really wants to support Xiaojiao, or are they deliberately diverting attention? The old man in front of Emperor Xia is Situ Su, the pillar of the Great Xia Dynasty. He is also the imperial teacher of the Great Xia Dynasty and often gives advice to Emperor Xia. In response to Emperor Xia's question, Situ Su pondered for a moment and then replied, I think this is Chu Xiong's personal behavior and does not represent the will of the entire Chu family. Emperor Xia smiled and said, Oh, why does the imperial master think so? Situ Su replied, Beijun is a bitter and cold place. Even if the king of Beijun arrived in Beijun, it would be difficult to develop Beijun, let alone recruit soldiers and accumulate strength. The Chu family is not the Chu family's Chu family. They can't possibly support a prince who has completely lost the qualification to succeed the throne under such circumstances. However, Chu Xiong is different. Chu Xiong is the grandfather of the northern king. There's still a blood relationship between them. So I think Chu Xiong sent people to protect the northern king because he was his grandson, not because of the interests of the Chu family. Hearing Situ Su's words, Emperor Xia stood up from the stone bench and laughed, saying, "What the imperial master said is quite interesting. The Chu family is not the Chu family's Chu family. Ha ha ha. This reminds me of myself. This Great Xia is also not my Great Xia. The Chu family is already tied to the Zhonghan forces, so it is impossible for the Chu family to blindly support a prince who has no hope of becoming the crown prince. If they insist on doing so, it will cause conflicts with those forces, and then the Chu family may fall apart. So the Chu family is not the Chu family of the Chu family." Emperor Xia also thought of himself because of Situ Su's words. The Chu family cannot do what they want, and the same goes for him as the emperor. Whatever he wants to do, he will also be restrained by various forces, especially the major families, including the Chu family. Duke Mu's mansion. Seeing the carrier pigeon letter in his hand, Mu Changtian's hands trembled slightly. This letter was sent back by Li Feng and described how they were ambushed by the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. When Mu Changtian saw the letter saying that the Blood Moon Tower had sent 2 9th-grade warriors and 1 8th-grade warrior, he thought that something really happened to the King of the North. However, at the end of the letter, Li Feng told him that a mysterious master appeared and eliminated the 2 9th-grade masters of the Blood Moon Tower. This made Mu Changtian a little curious. Mysterious master? Who was sent to protect the King of the North? Could it be that the mysterious master came from the palace? Thinking of this, Mu Changtian looked towards the direction of the Imperial Palace, but he quickly rejected the idea. Emperor Xia did not regard the King of the North as his child at all, and even thought that the King of the North was a stain on his life. How could he send someone to protect him? At the same time, Lu Chun and his group have already continued on their journey. In the following month, Lu Chun did not suffer any assassination attempts. This is mainly due to a rumor in the capital. Now people think that Lu Chun has a master protecting him. With a master around, those forces will not be so stupid as to send people to assassinate him. Of course, people did not think that the master would always be by Lu Chen's side to protect him. There are not many masters at the grandmaster level in the entire Xia kingdom. How could they possibly protect a useless prince all the time? In people's opinion, the grandmaster would at most protect the King of the North to Beijun and then leave. Chapter 11. Mu Zixuan is pregnant. After nearly 2 months of travel, Lu Chen's convoy finally arrived in Beijun. Along the way, when Lu Chun and his companions passed through various counties, the officials of each county received them well. When Lu Chun was on the road, he also communicated with his wives and concubines, but because they had to hurry, they basically didn't have any serious communication, and Lu Chun didn't practice the qi refining technique and rejuvenation hand much. After seeing the boundary line of Beijun, Lu Chen's 2 months of fatigue were swept away. There are no cement roads in this world, and riding in a horse-drawn carriage would be a shaky journey. Now that he has arrived in Beijun, his plan to have a baby can finally be implemented. Thinking of this, Lu Chun asked people to speed up and head to his new mansion. Soon, Lu Chun and his convoy arrived at Yinqing in Beijun. There are 13 cities in Beijun, the most prosperous of which is Yinqing, which will also serve as Lu Chen's royal capital in the future. When Lu Chen's convoy appeared in Yinqing, all the officials of Yinqing came out to greet them, and the people of Yinqing also stood on both sides of the road. At this time, many people in the crowd were whispering about the King of the North. Finally, our northern land has a vassal king. What's the use? The King of the North is only 16 years old. He's still a child. I heard that the northern king is an uneducated man, and that's why he was driven to the northern county. I don't know if the northern king will raise taxes as soon as he arrives. If he continues to raise taxes, we won't be able to survive. If the northern king keeps having fun in his palace and doesn't care about us, that's fine. I heard that after the establishment of vassal kings in some places, the lives of the people have become even more difficult. When Lu Chun entered the city, he looked at the people on both sides of the road. The clothes of the people in the north are obviously more tattered than those of the people in other counties. Compared with the people in other counties, they're almost like beggars. This is too poor. Yinqing is also the richest city in Beijun. Even the people in Yinqing are dressed so shabbily. One can imagine what the situation is like in other counties. His father was really cruel enough to let him come to such a place. I don't know how many women in Beijun can reach 90 points, and whether it will affect my chances of taking a concubine. Lu Chun kept using the system to search the crowd for women who could score 90 points, but after scanning for a long time, he didn't see any. Among the common people on both sides of the road, the highest score among women was no more than 80. Lu Chun felt a little disappointed. When the convoy arrived at the city gate, the officials of Beijun all bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Chun got off the carriage at this time. When the people saw Lu Chun coming out, they immediately became excited. The king of the north is so handsome. They say the northern king is only 16 years old, but he looks as mature as a 20-year-old. Judging from his facial features, the king of the north doesn't seem to be the kind of person who is uneducated and unskilled. At this time, a middle-aged man in a green robe came to Lu Chun and said, "I, Li Rue, pay my respects to the prince." Hearing this, Lu Chun looked at Li Rue. Name, Li Rue. Identity, temporary county magistrate of Beijun. Strength, 5th rank. Loyalty, 30. In his eyes, you are an unlearned and useless prince. Seeing that Li Rue's loyalty was so low, Lu Chun immediately looked at the loyalty of the officials in Beijun and found that the loyalty of almost all officials was the same as Li Rue's. This is not surprising. These people must have already found out about his situation in the capital. Lu Chun asked directly, "Li Taisho, I wonder how the construction of my mansion is going." Li Rue replied, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Your mansion has been completed and you can move in now." Lu Chun said with a smile, "Then lead the way." "Yes, Your Majesty." Afterwards, Li Rue and his team brought the convoy to the Northern Prince's palace. After entering the Northern Prince's mansion, Li Rue asked directly, "Your Majesty, I wonder when you will be free so that I can report to you about the situation in Northern County." Although Li Rue looked down on Lu Chun, the useless prince, Lu Chun was the king of the north after all, and now the highest authority in Beijun. The appointment and dismissal of officials in Beijun are all decided by the king of Bei. In this era, the princes had great power in their fiefdoms. They not only had administrative power and the power to appoint and dismiss officials, but also the power to mint coins and military power. Li Rue was only a temporary county governor appointed by the imperial court. After the northern king came, he might be transferred away, so Li Rue planned to show off his reputation in front of the northern king, make his presence felt, and let the northern king know that he was a capable official. Hearing Li Rue's words, Lu Chun smiled and patted Li Rue on the shoulder, then said, "Professional matters should be left to professionals. Governor Li, you managed Beijun in an orderly manner before I came. From now on, you will continue to govern Beijun for me." After hearing this, Li Rue half knelt down excitedly and said, "Thank you for your recognition, Your Majesty. I will do my best to assist Your Majesty and serve you until my death." After hearing what Li Rue said, Lu Chun was speechless. He just wanted to find someone to do the work. At this time, Lu Chun saw that Li Rue's loyalty instantly rose to 50. So he said, "Okay, Li Taisho, go and do your thing. If there is nothing important in the future, don't come to me. I'm going to get familiar with my mansion now." Having said that, Lu Chun walked toward his palace. Seeing Lu Chen's back, Li Rue felt a little complicated. It was obvious that the king of the north intended to be a hands-off boss and leave all the affairs of Bei County to him as the county magistrate. This is certainly a good thing for him. After all, who doesn't like power? However, Li Rue also knew that taking over too much of the power granted by the northern king would most likely lead to dissatisfaction from the court. There was a precedent for this in the Great Xia Dynasty. Once upon a time, a chief secretary of a fiefdom took over all the power of the prince. He was convicted by the court of stealing the power of the prince and imprisoning him. In the end, the chief secretary's property was confiscated and his clan was exterminated. After Lu Chun entered the palace, he determined the courtyard where he would live. Then he took out the dragon and phoenix tree seeds from the system space. He bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the dragon and phoenix tree seeds. Then he buried the seeds in the soil and told his servants to take good care of them. After the dragon and phoenix tree grows up, the tea made from its leaves can make women more dependent on him. This thing is very useful to Lu Chun. At this time, Mu Zixuan, who was wearing a red gauze dress, passed by the yard. When she saw Lu Chun biting his finger and squeezing blood into the soil, she hurried into the yard. "My lord, what's wrong with you?" Mu Zixuan thought that Lu Chun was bitten by a poisonous snake and was squeezing out the poison. Lu Chun glanced at the charming Mu Zixuan and said with a smile, "I'm fine. I'm using blood to cultivate the dragon and phoenix tree." Mu Zixuan asked doubtfully, "Dragon and phoenix tree, what is that?" Lu Chun hugged Mu Zixuan's waist and replied, "You will know from now on." At this point, Lu Chun's hand began to wander around Mu Zixuan's waist. "My beloved, how about we try the bed in the palace now?" Hearing this, a blush instantly appeared on Mu Zixuan's face. Then Lu Chun picked up Mu Zixuan by the waist and walked towards the room. "You have cultivated feelings with your wife and concubine once, and your Qi refining skill experience points have increased by 10. Congratulations on unlocking the Qi refining skill and successfully drawing Qi into your body. Congratulations on successfully getting Mu Zixuan pregnant and obtaining the soap-making method. The reward for pregnancy is an encouragement reward, so the reward is small. If the child is born successfully, you can get a richer reward." Chapter 12, You Are All Dead. After hearing the system broadcast, Lu Chun instantly felt his body become extremely refreshed, as if his skin could breathe. Lu Chun was extremely surprised. He had finally drawn the Qi into his body. After drawing the Qi into his body, he could be considered to have embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, right? Of course, another thing that surprised Lu Chun was that Mu Zixuan was finally pregnant. They had been on the road for the previous 2 months. Although they communicated and cultivated their relationships along the way, there was no sign of pregnancy in Mu Zixuan and the other two. Unexpectedly, just when everything had settled down, Mu Zixuan became pregnant. To reproduce, a stable environment is indeed needed. Lu Chun hugged Mu Zixuan, gently stroking her white and red skin, and said, "My beloved, I have a way to make money. Are you interested?" Lu Chun is now the vassal king of Beijun. The main source of income for the palace is taxes from the people. However, these taxes must also be used to pay salaries to lower-level officials, so there is probably not much left for the palace. If the royal family wanted to live a good life, they had to have their own industry. It just so happened that he got the method of making soap. Of course, the real money-making stuff is things like salt and iron, but Lu Chun has no plans to touch these two things for the time being. This kind of interest involves too many things. If he takes action as soon as he arrives in Beijun, there will probably be more people trying to assassinate him. After hearing Lu Chun's words, Mu Zixuan's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, "Prince, what method are you talking about?" Mu Zixuan also wanted to prove that her value was not just in bed. When she was in the capital, her father trained her to be the crown princess, so she was strong in all aspects. Lu Chun replied, "I have something that can clean clothes. I believe it will be favored by the people." Mu Zixuan asked doubtfully, "Is the prince talking about bath beans?" There's a kind of tree in this world. The fruit on the tree has the function of cleaning clothes. People call it bath bean. If it is bath beans, they are everywhere, and it is difficult to turn them into an industry. Lu Chun smiled and said, "Of course not. What I'm talking about has a stronger cleaning ability than bath beans. You'll understand when I have someone make it in a few days." Mu Zixuan said, "Well, I understand." At this time, the maid's voice came from outside the door. "My lord, Madame Chu is looking for you." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately said to Lu Chun, "Prince, you should go and see her quickly. Aunt Chu should have something important to talk to you about." They had just arrived in Beijun, so there must be a lot of things to do. Mu Zixuan didn't dare to pester Lu Chun. If people knew that she had pestered Lu Chun as soon as she arrived in Beijun, who knows how many people would scold her. "My dear, you have good rest. I will go out and check the situation." Lu Chun reluctantly got up from bed, put on his clothes, and left the room. When Lu Chun walked to the martial arts training ground of the palace, he saw Li Feng and Chu Yuqin talking about something. Seeing Lu Chun coming over, Li Feng quickly said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Chun looked at Chu Yuqin and said, "Aunt Chu, do you want to talk to me about something?" Chu Yuqin said, "It's not me who is looking for you. It's General Li who is looking for you." Lu Chun's gaze fell on Li Feng again. Li Feng quickly took out a letter from his arms and then said to Lu Chun, "Your Highness, this is what Duke Mu gave me when we set out. He asked me to give you this letter after arriving in Beijun." Lu Chun immediately took the letter from Li Feng, opened it, and read it carefully. At this time, Li Feng and the more than 100 soldiers behind him were staring at the letter in Lu Chen's hand. Li Feng, in particular, seemed very nervous. He didn't know what was said in the letter, and he was now afraid that the King of the North would kill them. After all, they were about to return to the capital, and the King of the North might not trust them. After reading the letter, Lu Chen glanced at Li Feng and others. Li Feng's loyalty has now risen to 87, making him completely usable. The loyalty of the soldiers in the escort team is also not low. Basically, no one is less than 60. Lu Chan said directly, "Duke Mu told me in this letter that you are all dead." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar. Li Feng and others couldn't help but think, is the King of the North really planning to silence us? No, it should be said that Duke Mu had no intention of letting them go back alive. After all, this letter was from Duke Mu to the King of the North. Seeing that Li Feng and the others seemed very nervous, Lu Chan continued, "Duke Mu asked me to tell you that he has sent people to send your family members to Yanqing. You have been removed from the Tiger Guards. From now on, you will follow me." Li Feng reacted instantly and realized that they had misunderstood Lu Chen's meaning. They're already dead, which means they've been expelled from the Great Xia Tiger Guards. It seems that Duke Mu didn't want them to return to the capital from the beginning and wanted them to follow the King of the North. Lu Chan showed a sly smile at this time. "Of course, if you don't want to follow me, I won't force you." Hearing this, Li Feng and the more than 100 soldiers half knelt down without hesitation. "We swear to follow the prince until death." What a joke. If they dare to say no now, they will never be able to leave Yanqing. They're not fools. And there is nothing wrong with following the King of the North. After learning that the King of the North has weapons that can kill 9th rank masters, they think that the King of the North has been hiding his abilities. When the Northern King returns to the capital and rules the world, these people will have served him well. No need to think too much about what to choose. Lu Chen said, "Okay, all of you get up." "Thank you, your majesty." Lu Chan took out a token from his arms, threw it to Li Feng, and said, "Generally, take my token and go take over the army of Beijun. The matter of training the army is left to you." Li Feng immediately clasped his fists and said, "I will definitely live up to the prince's expectations and reorganize the Beijun army as soon as possible and train them into a combat-ready army." Lu Chan said, "There's no need to be too anxious. If you act too aggressively, it will have a bad impact." Li Feng reacted instantly and said immediately, "Understood, I will be careful." Li Feng thought that the King of the North must be planning to continue hiding his abilities to avoid being discovered. "Okay, go do your own thing." Having said that, Lu Chen turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Chen's back and felt vaguely that something was wrong. For some reason, she always felt that there seemed to be a ball of gas on Lu Chen's body. In order to verify her guess, Chu Yuqin pushed hard with her toes and instantly came behind Lu Chen. After Lu Chen felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy behind him, he turned around suddenly and saw Chu Yuqin, and their eyes met. Chu Yuqin was less than 30 centimeters away from him. A faint fragrance drifted into Lu Chen's nostrils, making Lu Chen's body a little restless. "Aunt Chu, what are you doing?" Chu Yuqin smiled and then said, "Chen'er, I didn't expect that you would become a martial artist without telling your aunt. How come I have never seen you practice martial arts before? What kind of skills do you practice?" Forehead. Seeing that he was exposed, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, this is a man's little secret." Chu Yuqin said coquettishly, "Where do you get so many secrets?" Lu Chen chuckled. It's normal for a deep man to have a lot of secrets in his heart. Chu Yuqin glared at Lu Chen speechlessly, then said, "Forget it if you don't want to say anything. I'll go set up the defense." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin walked towards the gate of the palace. Looking at Chu Yuqin's graceful and elegant figure, Lu Chen felt the fire in his heart burning brighter and brighter. He quickly turned around and ran to find his 2 concubines to practice. Chapter 13, Reclaiming the Military Power of Beijun. Goose City. County Magistrate's Office. When they saw Li Rui coming back, the officials of Beijun all rushed forward. One of the officials asked, "Sir Li, did the prince say what he would do next?" Now, the officials of Beijun are very concerned about what kind of big moves the king of Bei will make after he comes to the north, and whether it will affect their jobs and interests. Li Rui smiled, raised his hand and stroked his beard, then replied calmly, "The prince told me not to go to him unless it's important. Everything in Beijun remains the same." Hearing this, the officials of Beijun instantly became extremely excited. If this is the case, Neither the power they hold nor their interests will be harmed. Although they didn't say it out loud at this time, their thoughts were basically, it's a good thing the court sent a useless prince to Beijun. However, at this moment, a soldier from the county magistrate's office ran in a panic. He came in front of Li Rue and whispered something. After hearing what the soldier said, Li Rue frowned and his face instantly darkened. Seeing Li Rue's grim expression, an official quickly asked, "Sir, what happened?" As soon as the official finished speaking, Li Feng walked into the county magistrate's mansion. Seeing that Li Rue and a group of officials were there, Li Feng smiled and said, "Lord Li, your mansion is really bustling today." Li Rue came back to his senses and quickly walked over and said, No. I wonder if General Li has something to convey to my residents." Li Feng directly took out the token of the Northern King and said, "The prince has ordered that from today on, all military affairs of the Northern County will be taken over by me." Hearing this, the officials in the yard suddenly panicked. The main reason why they dared to act so recklessly and did not take the King of the North seriously at all was because the army of Beijun was under the control of the prefect. The King of the North took over the military affairs of Beijun as soon as he arrived in Beijun. What is he going to do? The army is quite sensitive, and the princes who control the army will inevitably do something. Could it be that the King of the North is planning to take action against them? Li Rue said at this time, "General Li, the prince has just arrived in Beijun and is not familiar with Beijun. I wonder why he asked you to take over military affairs." Li Rue did not think that the King of the North was going to take action against the forces in Beijun, at least not in the short term. After all, he had just arrived in Beijun and had not yet established a firm foothold in Beijun. Besides, if the King of the North wants to maintain his rule in Beijun, he still needs officials like them and the major forces in Beijun. Even if the King of the North is ignorant, he should not do something that will destroy his foundation. Li Feng saw the worries in Li Rue and the others' hearts. So he said directly, "Master Li, I believe you must have heard the news that the prince was assassinated by the Blood Moon Tower on the way to the vassal state, right?" Li Rue said, "This is natural." Li Feng continued, "If that's the case, then you should understand why the prince wants to control the military power. The prince doesn't want his personal safety to be in the hands of others." After hearing what Li Feng said, Li Rue and others reacted instantly. Yes, the King of the North was assassinated on the way here. He was quite young and must have been frightened. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of death and worried that the Beijun army would harm him. So he took control of the military power. Li Feng continued, "Master Li, you don't want to hand over the military power, do you? The prince has handed over all the affairs of Beijun to you. If the military power is still in your hands, then are you the prince, or is the king of Beijun the prince?" When Li Rue heard Li Feng's words, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Indeed, if all the power in Beijun was in his hands and no one could restrict him, it would not be long before the Imperial court would send people to cause trouble for him. Li Rue thought about it and decided that since there weren't many soldiers in Beijun, he might as well just hand them over to avoid getting himself into trouble. Thinking of this, Li Rue immediately took out the tiger talisman from his arms. "General Li, this is the tiger talisman that controls all the troops in Beijun." Then Li Rue said to an armored soldier beside him, "Captain Wang, take General Li to the barracks to have a look." "Yes, sir." Then Li Feng followed the soldier to the barracks in Yanqing. After Li Feng left, the officials behind Li Rue surrounded him. "Sir, why did you give the tiger talisman to him?" "Yes, sir. If the prince has military power, what will happen if he messes up?" "Sir, what should we do now?" Hearing the officials' discussion, Li Rue said, "Don't worry. The military power should have been in the hands of the prince. It is normal for the prince to take back the military power." And you just heard what Li Feng said. "The prince has handed over all the affairs of Beijun to me. If I still control the military power, I am afraid that the prince can tolerate me, but the court cannot." After hearing what Li Rue said, some officials with quick thinking immediately understood what Li Rue meant. After all, there was once a case in the Great Xia Dynasty where a chief official of a royal palace monopolized power and imprisoned vassal kings. But they still have some concerns. Once the Northern King has military power, it is equivalent to having weapons in his hands. It will be easy to deal with them, and they will not dare to act recklessly like before. Li Rue continued, "Okay, each of you return to your respective jurisdictions. If the Northern King has any orders, I will inform you immediately." After hearing what Li Rue said, the officials had no choice but to leave the county magistrate's office one after another. A few days later, Northern Palace. Lu Chan was in the yard, watching the servants making soap according to the soap-making diagram. He picked up a piece and rubbed it on a dirty piece of clothing to try it out. Soon, the stains on the dirty clothes became clean after washing. Seeing this scene, everyone in the yard cried out in disbelief. Chu Yuqin asked curiously, "Chen'er, where did you find the method of making this soap? How can this soap be so useful?" Lu Chen smiled and replied while washing his hands, "Aunt Chu, if I say that this is what I thought of, would you believe it?" Chu Yuqin raised her beautiful eyes and said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, "Chen'er has really grown up. He has more and more secrets and hides everything from Annie." Seeing that the atmosphere seemed a little bad, Mu Zixuan quickly tried to smooth things over and said, "Aunt Chu, this is indeed the solution that the prince came up with." In fact, Chu Yuqin's tone was just a little bit gloomy. She was not angry at all in her heart. Chu Yuqin had no intention of exploring the secrets in Lu Chen's heart. But then again, when Chu Yuqin thought about how Lu Chen had told her everything in the past, but kept everything from her after they got married, she felt a little sour inside. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao changed the subject and said, "Your Majesty, how are you going to sell this soap?" Before making the soap, Lu Chen made it clear that he wanted to sell it. So Zhou Xiaoxiao was very curious about how the Soap King planned to price this soap with such a strong cleaning effect. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then said, "Just sell it for 3 to 10 cents apiece." Zhou Yuyu, who was standing next to Zhou Xiaoxiao, said in surprise, "So cheap?" Lu Chen said, "Small profits, but quick turnover. This product is originally used to replace bath beans, so it can't be too expensive. If it's too expensive, no one will buy it." Having said that, Lu Chen's gaze fell on Mu Zixuan. "My dear, the soap industry is now in your hands." Mu Zixuan said excitedly, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will manage the soap business well and fill the inner treasury of the palace as soon as possible." As soon as Mu Zixuan finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed and she began to retch. Seeing this, Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly came to her side and supported her. "Sister, what happened to you? Hurry, quickly call a doctor." Chapter 14. Hunters often appear as prey. Seeing Mu Zixuan retching, Lu Chen basically guessed what was going on. After all, he had received a prompt from the system a few days ago, and the method of making this soap was obtained because of Mu Zixuan's pregnancy. However, even if you know she is pregnant, you still need to see a doctor. He had not yet started practicing his rejuvenation skills, so he was unable to check Mu Zixuan's body. He could only ask the doctor to take a look at the condition. Mu Zixuan was then transferred back to the room. She lay on the bed, looked at Lu Chen beside the bed, and said, "Your Majesty, I'm fine." Lu Chen stroked Mu Zixuan's cheek and said with a smile, "Just lie down and wait for the doctor to come and see you." Soon, the doctor came to the room. After taking her pulse, he immediately stood up, bowed, and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The princess is pregnant." Hearing this, everyone in the room became excited. Zhou Xiaoxiao said beside Mu Zixuan, "Sister, that's great. You're pregnant. Our prince has an heir." Lu Chen also said happily, "Xiao Rou, take 2 taels of silver to give to the doctor." Hearing this, the doctor immediately said, "Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty." In this day and age, 2 taels of silver was not a small amount of money. Doctors didn't know how many patients they had to see to earn 2 taels of silver. After the doctor left, Lu Chen stroked Mu Zixuan's belly and said with a smile, "My beloved, it seems that all our hard work for so many days is worth it." Mu Zixuan's face turned slightly red. There were so many people watching here, and Lu Chen actually spoke so directly. Mu Zixuan said at this time, "My lord, I will not be able to serve you for a while." Lu Chen said, "It's okay, just take good care of the baby." Mu Zixuan asked at this time, "Prince, when you plan to let Xiao Xiao and Yu Yu in?" Although Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu are already Lu Chen's women, they haven't held a wedding banquet yet. After all, it was the prince taking a concubine, so a banquet had to be held. Lu Chen thought about it, then said, "It will be done in 2 days." Mu Zixuan asked with a smile, "Can this matter be handed over to me?" Lu Chen said, "If my beloved concubine is willing, then I will trouble you with this matter." Seeing the affection between Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan, Chu Yuqin always felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Then she turned around and quietly left the room. In the past, she was the one who accompanied Lu Chen, but now that Lu Chen has a princess, he seems to no longer need her as his aunt, which makes her feel very lost. A few days later, News spread from the northern prince's palace that the northern prince was going to take a concubine. After hearing the news, various forces in Beijun began to prepare gifts. Baiwa Tower. A woman in a red robe was sitting at the window, looking at the people coming and going in the distance. The woman's red robe was loose, revealing her fair collarbone and a patch of white. If someone saw it, they would easily be confused. There was nothing to fault about her absolutely beautiful face. Her delicate face was faintly blushed, and she looked charming and lovely. The woman's lips were slightly curved. Her peach blossom eyes seemed to hold a hint of spring, and she looked extremely charming. Her hair was tied up high in a bun with a phoenix hairpin. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and her curvaceous figure made her even more charming. At this moment, a masked woman entered the room and said from behind the curtain, "Saint, the pavilion master wants you to complete your mission as soon as possible and leave Beijun." Hearing this, the woman couldn't help but sneer. Her voice was very clear, like the singing of birds in the forest. "The northern king has been hiding in the mansion, and we can't confirm whether the grandmaster beside him has left. How can it be so easy to complete the task?" The woman outside the curtain said, "The pavilion master said that this was his highness's intention, and he couldn't do anything about it. If you need any help, please ask." Wongqini said calmly, "Forget it. You write back and tell him that I will find an opportunity to get close to the king of the north as soon as possible, and tell him not to rush." Wongqini was a little upset at this time. She came to Yinqing 2 months ago. In order to get close to the king of the north, she even made herself an oiran. However, after the king of the north arrived in Yinqing, he never came to Baiwa Tower once. It is said that the northern king is uneducated and lustful, and likes to sneak into brothels to listen to music. As a result, when the king of the north arrived in Beijun, he seemed like a different person. He stayed in his mansion and didn't go anywhere. Wongqini also tried to send people to the palace to gather intelligence, but there were many guards at the palace, and Chu Yuqin was personally in charge, so it was difficult for their people to sneak in. They don't know what the current situation in the palace is. At this time, a blue bird flew from the window to Wongqini. Wongqini immediately caught the bird and took the note off its leg. After reading the contents of the note, Wongqini smiled. It seemed that their intelligence was correct. The king of the north was indeed lustful. It has only been a few days since he came to Beijun, and he has already started taking in concubines. This is a good thing for her. She has to find a way to go to the palace. If she can attract the attention of the king of the north, that would be great. The beauty trap is the most useful for her, especially when it comes to assassinations. A few days later, Northern King's Palace. Today is the day that Lu Chun takes a concubine. The palace is decorated with lights, and people come to give gifts one after another. All matters concerning taking a concubine this time were handled by Mu Zixuan. Basically, all the major forces in Beijun had received invitations from the palace. Mu Zixuan also planned to use this opportunity to promote the soap, so she invited all the major forces in Beijun. While the gifts were being given, Lu Chun sat in the martial arts arena, listening to the people in the palace reporting on the gift-giving situations of the major forces, while scanning the women who came to attend the wedding banquet. In the Great Xia Dynasty, unmarried women generally would not go out to attend other people's wedding banquets. However, today many people brought unmarried girls from their families in order to attract the prince's attention and thus marry him. But after Lu Chun took a quick look, he didn't find any score over 90. Lu Chun sighed. Yinqing is indeed too small and too poor. There are so few women with a score over 90. Just when Lu Chun was about to give up, a woman in a purple dress entered Lu Chun's sight. Name, Wongqini. Identity, 9th rank warrior, adopted daughter of the Jiangnan Wang family, saintess of the Misty Rain Pavilion, temporary owner of the Baiwa Tower. In order to assassinate the North King, she came to the North King's wedding banquet on purpose, trying to attract the North King's attention and seduce him with a beauty trap. Rating 95. Favorability, 0. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that a 9th rank assassin would sneak in. Oh, that's not right. Others didn't sneak in, but walked in openly. Looking at Wongqini's charming figure, her smooth old shoulders, and that white patch, Lu Chun suddenly felt a little confused. I finally found a stunning character with a score of 95, but he turned out to be an assassin. How unlucky. It is not easy to find a woman with a score of 95. He must find a way to get this enchanting rose and let her give birth to a child for him. Thinking of this, Lu Chun fell into deep thought. It seems that the dragon and phoenix tree has grown out. He will test the effect of making tea with the leaves of the dragon and phoenix tree later. If the effect of dragon and phoenix tea is good, then his and Wongqini's identities will change. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. Sometimes the hunter often appears as the prey. Chapter 15. Tricking Chu Yuqin. At this time, Wongqini also noticed Lu Chen. After all, she came here for Lu Chen. Seeing that the king of the north was actually smiling at her, Wongqini was overjoyed. It seemed that her plan was half successful, and she really attracted the king of the north's attention. Next, just wait quietly. She believed that it would not be long before the king of the north would come looking for her, and Wongqini was very confident in her beauty. Then Wongqini also smiled at Lu Chen. After the wedding banquet, Lu Chen left directly, while Mu Zixuan chatted with the women who came to the wedding banquet. Lu Chen had already discussed their relationship with Zhou Xiaoxiao and the others, so he was not in a hurry at all about the bridal chamber. He now came to the main courtyard, which was the courtyard where he planted the dragon and phoenix trees. Less than half a month had passed since the dragon and phoenix tree was planted, but it had already grown to the height of Lu Chen's waist. However, the dragon and phoenix tree looks no different from ordinary trees. Lu Chen picked a few leaves from the dragon and phoenix tree, intending to make tea for Zhou Xiaoxiao and her two sisters to drink in the bridal chamber later. At this time, Chu Yuqin appeared in the yard. Seeing that Lu Chen did not go to receive the guests, nor did he go to find Zhou Xiaoxiao and the others, but came to this yard to look at the trees, Chu Yuqin asked curiously, "Chen'er, what are you doing? Why didn't you go to find the two sisters of the Zhou family?" Hearing Chu Yuqin's voice, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he turned his head to look at Chu Yuqin, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. At this time, Lu Chen asked the system in his heart, "System, is it true that after drinking dragon and phoenix tea, women will become dependent on me and cannot leave me?" "That's right. And after women drink the dragon and phoenix tea, they will not be able to harm you. When you touch their bodies, they will lose their strength. However, if the woman who drinks the dragon and phoenix tea has a crush on you, then the dragon and phoenix tea can improve their skills to a certain extent." Lu Chen was a little surprised to hear what the system said. He thought that dragon and phoenix tea could at most make women dependent on him, but he didn't expect it to have the effect of increasing his skills. Chu Yuqin has such a high liking for me, so if she drinks more dragon and phoenix tea, she will definitely be able to increase her skills. Thinking of this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's broad daylight now. Why should I go to them? Could it be that Aunt Chu wants me to do that in broad daylight?" Hearing this, Chu Yuqin rolled her eyes at Lu Chen and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I just asked you to go talk to the two sisters. After all, you're already married." At this time, Chu Yuqin looked at the dragon and phoenix tree leaves in Lu Chen's hand and asked curiously, "What are you doing with the leaves?" Lu Chen did not directly answer Chu Yuqin's question, but looked around and said cautiously, "Aunt Chu, come with me. I have a secret to tell you." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's eyes lit up and she instantly became interested. Recently, she discovered that Lu Chen had many secrets. Every time she asked Lu Chen about it, he was unwilling to tell her on the grounds that he had grown up. She once thought that Lu Chen no longer recognized her as his aunt. Since Lu Chen was willing to tell her the secret today, she would definitely want to listen. She wanted to know what kind of secret Lu Chen would tell her. At this time, Lu Chen walked towards his room, and Chu Yuqin hurriedly followed. After Lu Chen entered his room, he put a few leaves in his hand into the teapot on the table. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuqin became even more curious and wondered what Lu Chen was doing. After a while, Lu Chen poured the brewed dragon and phoenix tea into 2 purple clay cups. "Aunt Chu, please taste this tea." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment. Then she asked speechlessly, "Chen'er, is this the secret you mentioned?" Lu Chen said mysteriously, "Aunt Chu, if you drink it first, you will understand what the secret I'm talking about is." Having said that, Lu Chen picked up a purple clay cup on the table and drank the dragon and phoenix tea in the cup. Seeing that Lu Chen had drunk it, Chu Yuqin picked up the purple clay cup in front of her doubtfully, and then took a sip of the dragon and phoenix tea in the cup. As soon as she took a small sip, Chu Yuqin instantly felt a coolness rushing into her heart. The next moment, Chu Yuqin discovered that her internal strength was actually increasing slowly. Her realm had remained at the 9th level for many years, and she thought it would be difficult to improve her realm any further. Unexpectedly, after just drinking a sip of tea, the realm in her body actually began to loosen. Chu Yuqin immediately drank the dragon and phoenix tea in the cup, and then her beautiful eyes stared at Lu Chun. Chen'er, if I'm not mistaken, the leaves in your hand just now are from the tree in the middle of the yard, right? Chu Yuqin had long noticed that Lu Chun seemed to be particularly concerned about the tree in the middle of the yard. Chu Yuqin had always been curious as to why Lu Chun would water the tree himself every day after coming to Beijun. It turns out that the leaves of that tree can actually increase one's martial arts skills. This is really incredible. Lu Chun still did not answer Chu Yuqin's question, but asked, Aunt Chu, how do you feel now? Chu Yuqin closed her eyes slightly, and the next moment a stream of air spread out from Chu Yuqin's body. Chu Yuqin opened her eyes, somewhat unable to believe it. She actually broke through to the half-step grandmaster level. Although there is still a long way to go before becoming a master, this at least gives her hope. At this time, Lu Chun started to explain, Aunt Chu, the tree in the yard is called the Dragon and Phoenix tree. Drinking tea made from the leaves of that tree can help warriors improve their skills. Lu Chun only explained part of the content. As for the other uses of dragon and phoenix tea, Lu Chun had no plans to tell Chu Yuqin for the time being. Chu Yuqin has a soft personality, and Lu Chun has no intention of forcing her from the beginning. Chu Yuqin was very surprised when she heard Lu Chun's words. Although she had already experienced the benefits of dragon and phoenix tea, she felt even more incredible after hearing Lu Chun's explanation in person. Not only was Lu Chun able to come up with a weapon that could instantly kill a 9th grade warrior, but now he had unexpectedly found a plant that could increase his martial arts skills from somewhere. If this kind of thing were to be known by others, I'm afraid the entire martial arts world would be in chaos. By then, I wonder how many masters will come to the palace to snatch the tree. Not only the Grandmaster, but perhaps the Grandmaster would be interested in this tree. Chu Yuqin didn't plan to ask Lu Chun how he got here, because Lu Chun probably wouldn't tell her anyway. Chu Yuqin sighed at this time and asked worriedly, Chen'er, does anyone else know the function of this tree? Lu Chun shook his head and said, I only told you, Aunt Chu, about this matter. No one else knows. Chu Yuqin reminded, don't tell others the function of this tree. Otherwise, the Northern Palace will be in great trouble, and I won't be able to protect the Northern Palace at that time. Lu Chun said, don't worry, Aunt Chu, I know the pros and cons of this. Chu Yuqin said, okay, go to Xiao and Yu first. Lu Chun said, well, I'll go over first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chun turned and left. For some reason, Chu Yuqin suddenly felt a little uneasy when she saw Lu Chun's tall back leaving. Chapter 16, Thank You, Your Majesty, for your reward. After Lu Chun left the main courtyard, he was about to go to the courtyard of the two sisters of the Zhou family. At this time, he saw Mu Zixuan taking Wongqini to the backyard of the palace. Lu Chun was a little curious. Why did Mu Zixuan bring this woman here? He frowned, fearing that Wongqini wanted to get close to him. So he found some excuse to deceive Mu Zixuan. This won't work. If this woman was coming for me, then there would be no problem at all. But if Wongqini hurt Mu Zixuan in the process, it would be troublesome because Mu Zixuan is pregnant again. Thinking of this, Lu Chun hurriedly followed. When Lu Chun entered the backyard, the maid Xiao was about to make tea. Lu Chun immediately stopped her and said, Xiao, use these leaves to make tea later. Having said that, Lu Chun handed the leaves in his hand to Xiao. Xiao didn't think much about it. After all, she was just a maid. Yes, Your Majesty. After handing the leaves of the dragon and phoenix tree to Xiao, Lu Chun immediately entered the backyard. After seeing Lu Chun, Wongqini was suddenly very happy. He finally found an opportunity to get close to the king of the north. Of course, she had no intention of taking action against the king of the north right now. The main reason why she approached the king of the north this time was to show off in front of him, make him remember her, and deepen his impression of her. She was not sure whether the rumored master had left the northern king's palace. If she took action at this time, she might not be able to leave the northern king's palace. At this moment, Wongqini immediately stood up from the stone bench, bowed and said, I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Mu Zixuan looked at Lu Chun running here and asked curiously, Prince, why didn't you go to your sister's place? Although Lu Chun had already taken advantage of Xiao and Yu, today was the day of the wedding banquet after all, so he still had to go through the formalities. As a result, Lu Chun came here. Lu Chun smiled and said, Don't worry, let's talk about it in the evening. Having said that, Lu Chun looked at Wongqini in front of him. Wongqini exuded a charming fragrance all over her body. She was truly a vixen. Lu Chen then asked, "Who are you?" Wongqini immediately introduced herself. "Your Highness, I am the courtesan of Baiwa Tower." Mu Zixuan added at this time, "Your Majesty, after seeing the effect of soap, Miss Wong plans to order a batch of soap from us." Lu Chen said, "Oh, so that's how it is. Then you guys continue talking and don't bother me." Having said this, Lu Chen walked to the edge of the pavilion and sat down. At this time, Xiao entered the yard carrying the brewed dragon and phoenix tea. Xiao poured each of them a cup of dragon and phoenix tea. Wongqini then continued to say to Mu Zixuan, "Princess, our Bai Hualu has ordered a large quantity of soap. I wonder how long it will take for the palace to make it." Wongqini's attention was not on Mu Zixuan at all, but she didn't dare to go too far at this time, so she had to pretend to talk about something. Mu Zixuan asked, "How much do you need?" Wongqini replied, 1,000 yuan. Mu Zixuan was a little surprised. This was the first time that the palace had received such a large order. "So much." Wongqini smiled and then explained, "The girls in our Baiwa Tower have a lot of clothes, and they need to be washed every day. In order to wash these clothes, Baiwa Tower needs to go outside the city to buy a large amount of bath beans every day." Mu Zixuan thought about it and felt that there was some truth in it. After all, it is a place of prostitution, and the clothes worn by those prostitutes must be clean, so it is normal to consume soap. So, Bai Hualu will be able to become a big customer of the palace in the future. Just when Mu Zixuan was happy about the palace's first big order, she noticed that Lu Chen's eyes were scanning Wongqini's body not far from the pavilion. Mu Zixuan instantly understood why Lu Chen appeared here. It turned out that he came for Wongqini. However, Mu Zixuan didn't think there was anything wrong. It was well known that Lu Chen liked beautiful women. Wongqini is the most beautiful courtesan in Baiwa Tower. It is normal for Lu Chen to have feelings for her because she is so charming. At this time, Wongqini picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of tea. After drinking this, Wongqini suddenly felt a refreshing feeling surge in his heart, and Wongqini was stunned for a moment. Then he asked, "Princess, where does your palace's tea come from?" Mu Zixuan was a little confused when she heard this abrupt question. She never expected that Wongqini would suddenly change the topic to tea. Then Mu Zixuan curiously picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Mu Zixuan immediately understood why Wongqini suddenly asked about the tea. Mu Zixuan turned her head and looked at the maid beside her. "Xiao, what kind of tea did you make? Why have I never drunk this kind of tea?" Before Xiao could answer, Lu Chen, who was not far away, took the initiative to say, "My beloved, do you remember the tree I planted in the main courtyard?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan instantly remembered the tree that Lu Chen had taken good care of recently. She had always been curious about why Lu Chen cared so much about that tree. It turned out that it was a special tea tree. Mu Zixuan then asked, "Your Majesty, could it be that the tea leaves in this teapot are made from leaves picked from that tree?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yes." At this point, Lu Chen's eyes fell on Wongqini, and he asked with a smile, "Miss Wong, how about this tea?" Wongqini replied, "It's refreshing and sweet. I've never tasted such a magical tea before." Lu Chen said, "Since Miss Wong likes it, I will ask my servants to pick some fresh tea leaves for you to bring back." Wongqini thought to herself that it looked like the King of the North was planning to use this tea to please her. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the King of the North would become her lover, and her mission would be almost completed. Thinking of this, Wongqini showed a charming smile and said, "Thank you very much for your reward, Your Majesty." Lu Chen then said to Xiao, "Go pick 2 tails of fresh tea leaves from the tree I often water and bring them back to Miss Wong." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xiao then left the backyard and went to the main yard to pick tea leaves. Afterwards, Wongqini and Mu Zixuan continued to discuss the soap matter. After confirming the delivery date, Wongqini left the palace with the dragon and phoenix tree leaves that Xiao had just picked. Seeing that Lu Chen's eyes were fixed on Wongqini's back, Mu Zixuan walked over to Lu Chen's side, sat down and said, "My lord, if you like Miss Wong, I can have someone go to Baiwa Tower to buy her, and let her serve you. Miss Wong should still be a virgin." Mu Zixuan is relatively open-minded about women, and she doesn't have any jealous thoughts. Hearing this, Lu Chen came back to his senses. He put his big hands around Mu Zixuan's waist, then lifted her up and let her sit on his lap. Then Lu Chan whispered in Mu Zixuan's ear, "My beloved, you don't really think she is just an ordinary courtesan, do you?" Lu Chen planned to tell her Wang Qingxi's true identity directly. After all, this woman Wang Qingxi had other intentions towards him. If she were allowed to have too much contact with Mu Zixuan, it might be harmful to her. It would be better to tell Mu Zixuan her true identity so that she would be wary of her. Chapter 17. Grandmaster is no big deal. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan was slightly stunned. In her eyes, Wang Qingxi was indeed just an ordinary courtesan. Lu Chen continued, "She is a 9th rank warrior and the saint of the Misty Rain Pavilion." Mu Zixuan's brain froze. She didn't know what kind of force he knew Pavilion was. But for a 9th rank warrior to go to a place like Baihua Tower to be in courtesan, this was clearly some conspiracy. Mu Zixuan now understood why Wang Qingxi suddenly wanted to approach her. It seems that ordering soap was fake, and the real purpose was to take the opportunity to get close to the prince. Mu Zixuan said quickly, "Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. I didn't know her true identity and let the wolf into the house. I am willing to accept the punishment." Lu Chan raised his hand, scratched Mu Zixuan's nose, and said with a smile, "Ignorance is not a crime. I don't blame you." Mu Zixuan asked, "What does the prince plan to deal with her in Baihua Tower next?" Lu Chan did not answer directly, but looked at the teapot on the stone table and said, "My beloved, after drinking the dragon and phoenix tea just now, do you have any special feelings?" Mu Zixuan thought about it. Special feeling? After drinking dragon and phoenix tea, I feel refreshed. Lu Chan continued to ask, "Apart from that, for example, is your body agitated or something like that?" Having said that, Lu Chan put his hand on Mu Zixuan's belly and rubbed it. Mu Zixuan's face turned red instantly, and she immediately understood what Lu Chan wanted to ask. Just now, the scene of my wedding night with the prince suddenly came to my mind, and those images have been lingering in my mind. Lu Chan said, "This is the effect of dragon and phoenix tea. The dragon and phoenix tea cultivated with my blood can make women who drink it fall in love with me." Now Mu Zixuan's favorability towards him has reached 95, so there is no need to hide the matter of the dragon and phoenix tea from her. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan reacted immediately. She said that why she suddenly wanted to be intimate with Lu Chan just now, it turned out that she was affected by the dragon and phoenix tea. At this time, Mu Zixuan remembered that when Wang Qingxi was leaving, Lu Chan gave Wang Qingxi 2 tails of dragon and phoenix tea. Mu Zixuan then asked, "The prince gave the dragon and phoenix tea to Wang Qingxi. Is he trying to win her over?" Lu Chen replied, "Yinyu Pavilion gave me a 9th grade stunning beauty, so there is no reason for me not to accept it." Mu Zixuan said, "I congratulate the prince on conquering a 9th rank master." Lu Chen smiled slightly and said nothing more. After hugging Mu Zixuan in the pavilion for a while, Lu Chan felt a little restless, so he went to the north courtyard. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu were waiting quietly in the room. Although they had already been Lu Chen's women, they still very much looked forward to Lu Chen's visit to them. Unlike marrying a wife, the procedures for taking a concubine are not that complicated. After the banquet, you can get down to business. Lu Chen entered the room and found the 2 sisters sitting on the bed. So he took out dragon and phoenix tea, made a pot of tea, and said to them, "Xiao Xiao, Yuyu, come here and try the tea I made first." Zhou Xiaoxiao and the others didn't understand why Lu Chen wanted them to drink tea at this time, but Lu Chen was the prince, so they just needed to obey. The 2 sisters came to the table, picked up the teacups on the table, and took a sip of dragon and phoenix tea. After drinking the dragon and phoenix tea, Zhou Xiaoxiao asked in surprise, "Your Majesty, what kind of tea is this? It's so sweet." Lu Chen put his arm around Zhou Xiaoxiao's waist and replied with a smile, "This is dragon and phoenix tea. It will help us focus more later." The 2 sisters' faces turned red instantly. However, Lu Chen did not do anything at this time. He suddenly remembered that he still had a pill that he had not taken. There is a dragon tiger pill in his novice gift pack, and its function is very simple, mainly to enhance his combat effectiveness. He didn't take it because he didn't need it before. He was already a 1st grade warrior, and his physical fitness was several times better than that of ordinary people. It was basically no problem for him to deal with the 3 weak women, including Mu Zixuan. But this pill is just sitting there anyway, so why not just use it? The effect is permanent anyway. Thinking of this, Lu Chen took out the Dragon Tiger pill from his system space and threw it directly into his mouth. The taste of Dragon Tiger pill is nothing special, just like eating candy beans. After swallowing the Dragon Tiger pill, Lu Chen didn't feel anything. Lu Chen was a little confused. Could it be that this pill had expired? After all, it's a beginner's gift pack, bought 2 months ago. Just as Lu Chen was thinking this, the fragrance of the two sisters, Zhou, Xiao, drifted into Lu Chen's nose. The next moment, Lu Chen suddenly felt his blood rising and his body became unusually hot. Lu Chen frowned, thinking that he might have underestimated this thing. Next, Lu Chen had to ask the two sisters for help in solving his negative physical condition. Ding! The host and his wife and concubine develop feelings once. The Qi refining skill experience value increases by 10, breaks through to the first level, and the host realm breaks through to the 4th level. Ding! The host and his wife and concubine have cultivated feelings once, and the experience value of the rejuvenation hand is increased by 10. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the skill rejuvenation hand. Congratulations to the host for getting Zhou, Xiao pregnant and obtaining the method of making perfume. Pregnancy rewards are incentives. Please try your best to protect the child's safe birth. The rewards for obtaining offspring will be even richer. A series of system prompts made Lu Chen, who had originally calmed down, become very excited. At this time, he felt that his body became lighter and his physical strength became more abundant. If Zhou Xiao and her sister had not fallen asleep, he would still like to continue cultivating his relationship with them. Lu Chen opened his system panel at this time and checked his current situation. Host, Lu Chen. Realm, 4th level. Skills, Qi refining technique, level 1. Rejuvenation hand just unlocked. Magical powers, none. Weapons, Desert Eagle, Barrett Grenade. Offspring, none. Seeing the words 1 level behind the Qi refining art, Lu Chen couldn't help but think that just by breaking through to the 1st level of Qi refining art, his realm actually jumped directly from the 1st level to the 4th level. If he could break through to the 2nd level of Qi refining technique, wouldn't he be able to become a master? What if the Qi refining technique breaks through to the 10th level? Will he become an immortal directly? Just as Lu Chen was imagining the scene of becoming an immortal in the future, the system prompt sounded. Host, please keep your feet on the ground and don't fantasize too much. This world will not allow the birth of immortals. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, but he didn't care too much. It didn't matter even if he couldn't become an immortal, as long as he could still use the Qi refining technique. Relying on the Qi refining technique to improve your realm is much faster than relying on practicing martial arts. Improving 1 level of Qi refining art would allow him to reach the 4th level. By the time he reaches the 2nd level of Qi refining art, even if he hasn't reached the level of a grandmaster yet, he will be not far from that level. But then again, even if one becomes a master, in this world one is at most just stronger than most warriors. When Lu Chen thought about how he could instantly kill a 9th grade warrior with a Desert Eagle, he suddenly felt that becoming a master was no big deal. After all are equal in the face of guns. His own strength only enhanced his ability to protect himself, nothing more. Chapter 18: Lu Chen's attitude towards taking a concubine. Great Xia Dynasty, a restaurant in the capital. At this time, a veiled woman was kneeling behind Lu Yuqin. Lu Yuqin had his hands behind his back, looking at the attic in the distance. After a long while, Lu Yuqin finally spoke. It's been so long, and you, Yinyu Pavilion, haven't made any moves at all. I really don't understand. What's the point of me supporting you? Hearing this, the woman behind Lu Yuqin hurriedly said, Your Highness, the saint has contacted the Northern King. Once the saint confirms that the mysterious master has left the Northern King's palace, she will take action immediately. I believe that the saint will be able to complete the task soon. Lu Yuqin said coldly. Soon? What I need is a definite time. Hearing this, the woman fell silent and did not continue speaking. Just then, a man entered the room. Your Highness, the Blood Moon building has already agreed, but they asked for 5 times more money this time than last time, but they will send the deputy building owner. Hearing this, Lu Yuqin's anger subsided a little. Originally, he had no plans to continue looking for the Blood Moon Tower. After all, the last assassination attempt on the Blood Moon Tower had failed, and there were also people from the Misty Rain Pavilion that he supported in Beijun. At first, he planned to let the people from the Misty Rain Pavilion take action. However, the calls for a neutral crown prince have been growing louder recently, which has given Lu Shuyun a sense of urgency. He needs to get help from the Chu family as soon as possible. Once he obtains the help of the Chu family, he will basically have obtained the support of the Jiangnan family, and the possibility of him being made the crown prince will be greatly increased. Lu Shuyun had also recently sent people to contact the Chu family, but the Chu family didn't seem to be very interested in him, which made Lu Shuyun always feel that the Chu family had not given up on his useless brother. In his opinion, the mysterious master beside Lu Chun was sent by the Chu family. Since the Chu family sent a master to protect Lu Chun, how could they give up on him? So Lu Chun must be eliminated. Lu Shuyun asked at this time, "How strong is the deputy owner of the Blood Moon Tower?" Lu Shuyun's subordinates immediately replied, "Your Highness, it is said that his strength has reached the level of a half-step master." Lu Shuyun thought about it and felt that even if the Grand Master beside Lu Chun was still there, the deputy leader of the Blood Moon Tower should be able to hold him back. Then the other people in the Blood Moon Tower would have the opportunity to take advantage of the situation to get rid of Lu Chun. Moreover, Yinyu Pavilion also sent many experts to Beijun. Lu Chun only had one Grand Master and Chu Yuqin by his side at most. As for Li Feng, he is only a 7th grade cultivator and nothing to be feared. Lu Shuyun then said to the man in the room, "Go and tell the Blood Moon Tower that 5 times the price is 5 times the price, but I must see the head of the king of the north." "Yes, your highness." As soon as the man finished speaking, he left the room, leaving only the veiled woman in the room. Lu Shuyun then said to the woman, "Write a letter to Wongqini immediately and ask her to cooperate with the assassination operation of the Blood Moon Tower. If the Blood Moon Tower can lure away the Grand Master of the Northern Palace, the Misty Rain Pavilion will take action immediately." "Yes." After saying that, the woman also left the room. Lu Shuyun placed his hands on the windowsill, looking towards the direction of the palace, tapping the windowsill with his fingers, muttering, "My dear brother, it's almost time for you to go down." In the capital, the eldest prince's residence. Looking at the information in his hand, the eldest Prince Lu Yi smiled. Xiao Ba is really cruel and ruthless. Xiao Jiu has already gone to Beijun, but he still doesn't plan to let him go. At this time, a retainer in a gray robe next to Lu Yi said, "Your Highness, what are you going to do this time?" Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, "I originally thought that if I spread the rumor that Xiao Jiu was protected by a master, Xiao Ba would give up. It seems that this trick is useless. Xiao Jiu can't die. If he dies, how can I win over the Chu family?" Lu Yi and Lu Shuyun have different maternal clan identities and different positions, so what they have to do is also different. Lu Shuyun wanted to get rid of Lu Chun to leave the Chu family with no choice, because his mother was also from a Jiangnan family. Without Lu Chun, the Jiangnan family would have no choice but to support him with all their strength. However, Lu Yi believed that Lu Chun was the grandson of Chu Xiong, the head of the Chu family. Even if the Chu family had really given up on Lu Chun, Chu Xiong still had personal feelings for Lu Chun. Getting rid of Lu Chun would be equivalent to offending Chu Xiong. Even if the Chu family really had to support Lu Shuyun because of the interests of the Jiangnan family, this incident would leave a knot in Chu Xiong's heart. What Lu Yi had to do was very simple. He wanted to let the Chu family see his goodwill, so as to further divide the Chu family and other Jiangnan families. Therefore, Lu Yi's position is more inclined to protect Lu Chun. Moreover, in his opinion, Lu Chun was just an unlearned and useless prince. A prince like Lu Chun posed no threat to his position as the crown prince. In the future, when he inherits the throne, he can even support Lu Chun to become the new leader of the Jiangnan family. A useless prince who is uneducated and unskilled is much easier to control than those Jiangnan families. At this time, Lu Yi said to a guest beside him, "Emote Dongping, you will spread the news that the deputy owner of the Blood Moon Tower is going to Beijun later." The deputy leader of the Blood Moon Tower is going to Beijun, which makes Lu Yi worry whether Lu Chun is really going to die this time. Lu Yi thought to himself, "Xiao Jiu, I can only help you up to this point. From now on, it depends on whether you're lucky enough." At this time, Lu Chun still didn't know what happened in the capital. For the next period of time, he continued to stay in the Beiwang mansion, cultivating his relationship with Zhou Yuyu every day. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao are both pregnant, and now Zhou Yuyu is the only one left to take care of Lu Chun, which makes Zhou Yuyu feel miserable. Lu Chun is already a 4th-rank warrior, and he has also taken the Dragon Tiger pill, so the weak woman Zhou Yuyu is no match for him at all. North Courtyard. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao walk towards the yard while talking. According to the perfume drawings provided by Lu Chun, they have already made some perfumes. There are many flowers planted in the North Courtyard, and they plan to use these flowers in the North Courtyard to try to make new perfumes. However, just as they were about to enter the yard, they heard a faint female voice coming from the pavilion in the distance. The voice was sometimes low and sometimes high. At this time, the 2 maids who were responsible for Zhou Yuyu's food and daily life came to Mu Zixuan and the others with red faces. Meet the princess. Seeing the 2 little maids' red faces, they instantly understood what had happened. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao said tentatively, "Sister, now that I am pregnant, Yuyu is the only one left to serve the prince, and the prince seems to like doing that more and more recently. Yuyu can't handle it alone. Do you want to ask him if he is willing to take a concubine?" Zhou Xiaoxiao knew very well that she was just Lu Chen's concubine, so it was inappropriate for her to talk about taking a concubine. She could only let Mu Zixuan say it. She also didn't know whether Mu Zixuan was willing or not. After all, Mu Zixuan was the princess and the mistress of the Northern Prince's mansion. Hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's words, Mu Zixuan sighed. "Sister, I have actually already told the prince about taking a concubine. The prince said that his attitude towards taking a concubine is to rather have nothing than to have someone who is not good enough. He doesn't like ordinary women." Chapter 19 is time to take down Wongqini. Mu Zixuan has always been very open-minded about Lu Chun taking a concubine. She doesn't care about Lu Chun taking a concubine at all. However, Lu Chun himself had very high requirements for taking a concubine, and Mu Zixuan had no choice. After hearing what Mu Zixuan said, Zhou Xiaoxiao whispered in Mu Zixuan's ear, "Sister, isn't there a woman in our palace who meets the prince's vision?" Hearing this, Mu Zixuan was stunned for a moment, and then she instantly understood that Zhou Xiaoxiao was talking about that woman. Mu Zixuan said calmly, "Xiaoxiao, Aunt Chu's affairs are not something we can interfere with. This depends on the wishes of the prince and Aunt Chu." Almost everyone in the palace knows that the relationship between Chu Yuqin and Lu Chun is not simple. It can be seen from the way Lu Chun looks at Chu Yuqin that Lu Chun wishes to eat her up completely. However, Chu Yuqin's identity is rather special, and it is not an easy task for Lu Chun to take Chu Yuqin down. Chu Yuqin has been married before, and although her husband died shortly after she got married, and they didn't even have time for their wedding night, she was already considered a member of that family and could be said to be a widow now. If Chu Yuqin married into an ordinary family, it would be easy to deal with. After all, Lu Chun is the king of the north and has a certain status and position. He can force the other family to divorce his wife or cancel the engagement. However, Chu Yuqin married into the Wang family, which is the second most powerful family in Jiangnan after the Chu family. Moreover, the Wang family is the maternal family of the 8th prince Lu Shuyan. It is basically impossible for Lu Chun to use his identity as the king of the north to make the Wang family divorce Chu Yuqin. Of course, the biggest obstacle is still Chu Yuqin. People in the Northern Prince's mansion could also see that Chu Yuqin treated the Northern Prince as a child and her junior. In addition, she has a soft personality and is unlikely to accept Lu Chen's relationship. After hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Zhou Xiaoxiao curled her lips and stopped talking. Mu Zixuan thought of Wongqini from Baihua Tower at this time. If Lu Chun could subdue Wongqini as soon as possible, perhaps Zhou Yuyu would not have to work so hard. But this is also not something she can interfere with. Thinking of this, Mu Zixuan sighed slightly. After a while, when the noise from the pavilion had almost stopped, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao entered the yard. At this time, Zhou Yuyu's clothes were loose, her hair was messy, and she lay weakly in Lu Chen's arms. She fell in love with Lu Chun at first sight, so she was originally very happy that Lu Chun was developing feelings for her. But recently, without her sister and princess to share the firepower, and Lu Chun became so fierce for some unknown reason, Zhou Yuyu was a little overwhelmed. After seeing Mu Zixuan and the others enter the yard, Lu Chun guessed that they must have heard the noise just now, but he didn't care at all. The palace is divided into inner and outer courtyards. Now the inner courtyards are all guarded by female guards, and Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao are his concubines, so if she heard it, she heard it. It's no big deal. At this time, Mu Zixuan took the initiative to say, "Your Majesty, we have made the perfume according to the method you provided." As soon as Mu Zixuan finished speaking, the maid beside her walked into the pavilion, carrying a wooden box, and placed the box on the stone table in the pavilion. After hearing this, Lu Chun picked up Zhou Yuyu from his arms and let her sit on the bench in the pavilion. After seeing this scene, Zhou Yuyu's maid hurried over to support Zhou Yuyu. Lu Chun came to the stone table, took out a small porcelain bottle from the wooden box, then opened the stopper and smelled it. Influenced by the production method, the perfume of Wang Fu is very natural and will not choke your nose even if the fragrance is strong. Lu Chun said with satisfaction, "My beloved Xiao Xiao, you have worked hard." Zhou Xiao then asked, "Your Majesty, how are you going to sell this perfume?" Wang Fu's perfume is much better than ordinary sachets, and the fragrance lasts longer. When needed, just take out the bottle and drop a few drops. Lu Chun thought for a moment, then said, "Perfume is not a necessity like soap, so let's sell it at a higher price, 1 tael of silver per bottle." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiao were stunned. However, they soon realized that although Lu Chen's pricing was relatively high, as women, they knew very well that once the perfume was launched, it would definitely attract the attention of countless girls. At this time, Mu Zixuan asked curiously, "Prince, where did you get the method of making this perfume?" The perfume-making drawings that Lu Chun provided were very clear, with pictures showing each step so you could learn at a glance. When they were making the perfume, they didn't even let the servants do it. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiao made the perfume themselves. Hearing Mu Zixuan's question, Lu Chun smiled slightly and then replied cheekily, "I researched this when I had nothing to do." The girls were very surprised to hear Lu Chen's answer. People outside say that the king of the north is unlearned and unskillful, but he was able to research these 2 practical items. At this moment, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something, so she continued, "Your Majesty, I plan to invite Miss Wang from Baiwa Tower to the mansion and discuss with her about letting the girls from Baiwa Tower try out the perfume in advance. What do you think?" Mu Zixuan thought that it was not a good thing for Lu Chun to keep focusing his attention on Zhou Yuyu. Since Lu Chun had already set his sights on Wang Qingci, he should give Wang Qingci more opportunities to appear in front of Lu Chun. Moreover, letting the courtesans in Baihua Tower try out the perfume can quickly make the perfume famous. With the perfume, men who go to Baihualu in the future will definitely be covered with fragrance when they return home, and the fragrance will linger for a long time. By then, the female family members of those men might try to find out where the fragrance on them comes from. When Lu Chun heard Mu Zixuan mention Wang Qingci, that enchanting figure instantly appeared in his mind. For a moment, Lu Chun felt the blood in his body surging. After taking the dragon tiger pill, it became increasingly difficult for him to control himself. If he didn't look for Zhou Yuyu to cultivate their relationship every day, he couldn't sleep at night. Lu Chun was speechless. It was not a good idea to continue like this. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiao were both pregnant recently. Based on his current ability, Zhou Yuyu would probably be pregnant soon too. What would he do if they were both pregnant? I shouldn't have taken the dragon tiger pill earlier. This dragon tiger pill is really harmful. At this time, the system prompt sounded. "Host, please rest assured. The reason why the host cannot control the medicinal properties of the dragon tiger pill is because the host's realm is not high enough. Once the host breaks through to the 9th grade warrior, he will be able to easily suppress his desires." The corners of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. 9th grade? His method of cultivation was to cultivate relationships with his wives and concubines. But I'm afraid that before he reached the 9th level, Yuyu would become pregnant. There are so few women with a score of 90 in this damn place called Yinqing. When will he be able to break through to the 9th level? It seems that it is time to take down Wang Qingci. Wang Qingci herself is a 9th rank warrior, and her physical fitness is not comparable to that of an ordinary weak woman. After conquering her, his chi refining technique should be able to break through to the 2nd level soon. Chapter 20, I want to talk to you alone. Lu Chun felt helpless between having a child and improving his cultivation. His method of cultivation was to cultivate relationships with his wives and concubines, but the system told him that he could only obtain more generous rewards if he had children. But if his wives and concubines are all pregnant, who can he develop a relationship with? A woman who scores 90 points is not an easy sell. You can't find her just because you want to. How can his cultivation improve if there's no one to cultivate feelings with? Thinking of this, Lu Chun became more determined to take down Wang Qingci. The higher the realm of a warrior, the less likely it is for him to get pregnant. I will use her to practice in the future. Then Lu Chan said to Mu Zixuan, My beloved, please be sure to inform me and Aunt Chu before you invite Miss Wang to come. Wang Qingxi is a 9th rank warrior, so we still need to be on guard. Mu Zixuan said, I understand. At this time, Lu Chan glanced at Zhou Yuyu, who was still resting on the bench in the pavilion, and said with a smile, You, have a good rest. I'll come to see you in the evening. Hearing this, Zhou Yuyu was stunned. Coming again in the evening? Wu, please save the child. A few days later, Baiwa Tower. Wang Qingxi was half lying on the beauty couch, her cloud closed loose. At this time, she murmured, It's a pity to kill such a handsome man like this. Ever since Wang Qingxi came back from the palace, Lu Chen's figure always appeared in his mind. She didn't realize that she was affected by the dragon and phoenix tea. After all, Lu Chan was indeed handsome. Seeing the note in his hand, Wang Qingxi felt a little regretful. Soon, the deputy leader of the Blood Moon Tower will come to Beijun. At that time, regardless of whether the Grandmaster of the Northern Palace is still there or not, the Misty Rain Pavilion must take action to assassinate the Northern King. When Wang Qingxi thought of that handsome figure, he felt a little reluctant. Wang Qingxi's mouth curled up slightly at this time, and then he said to himself, Little Prince, don't blame your sister for being cruel and ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being born into the royal family. At this moment, a maid entered the room and said from behind the curtain, Master, someone from the Northern Palace has come to invite you over, saying that they have something important to discuss. Hearing this, Wang Qingxi asked, Is it the Northern King who is looking for me? The maid replied, It seems that it is not the King of the North who is looking for you, but the princess. Wang Qingxi wondered doubtfully, what did Mu Zixuan want to talk to him about? Was it because of the soap? But then again, no matter whether Mu Zixuan or King Bei is looking for her, she will definitely go. Since she had a legitimate reason to enter the Northern Prince's palace, why didn't she go? She can take this opportunity to find out whether the mysterious master is still in the Northern Prince's palace and seduce the Northern Prince at the same time. Thinking of the handsome face of the King of the North, Wang Qingxi felt a little restless. Wang Qingxi then stood up from the beauty couch and straightened her loose clothes. I'll go right away. As the time approached, Wang Qingxi went to the Northern Palace. When the servants of the Northern Prince's mansion brought Wang Qingxi into the backyard, Chu Yuqin was patrolling and happened to see Wang Qingxi. She frowned immediately and said, Wait a minute. When Wang Qingxi heard Chu Yuqin's voice, his heart tightened. Chu Yuqin is a 9th rank warrior, so it is easy to detect that she is also a warrior. If he reveals his identity as a warrior, it might arouse Chu Yuqin's suspicion. In order not to be exposed, Wang Qingxi stopped immediately. Chu Yuqin came to Wang Qingxi at this time and asked, Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? Wang Qingxi immediately bowed and replied, Madam Chu, I am the courtesan of Baiwa Tower. I came to the palace this time at the invitation of the princess. Chu Yuqin took a close look at Wang Qingxi and couldn't help thinking, this woman was quite charming. Could it be that Zi Xian was planning to let this woman serve Chen'er? Chu Yuqin naturally knew about what had happened in the inner courtyard recently. Zhou Yu had difficulty walking these days. If Lu Chan was not allowed to take a concubine, Zhou Yu was afraid that she would not be able to bear it. But Chu Yuqin looked at Wang Qingxi with some suspicion. She always felt that this woman was not simple. She seemed to feel that this woman had internal strength just now. But now it seems that this woman is no different from an ordinary person. After thinking for a while, Chu Yuqin finally said, Okay, you guys go in. Immediately afterwards, the servants of the palace took Wang Qingxi to the north courtyard. After entering the north courtyard, Wang Qingxi's sight fell on Lu Chan in the pavilion. For some reason, she couldn't help but want to look at Lu Chan. Wang Qingxi walked into the pavilion and immediately half-knelt to salute and said, I greet the prince and princess. Lu Chan smiled and said, Get up. Thank you, your majesty. Then Wang Qingxi looked at Lu Chan and asked, I wonder what the prince wants me to come to the palace for? Lu Chan replied, It's not the king who is looking for you. It's the king's beloved concubine who is looking for you. You guys can talk about things. I will just sit here and not disturb you. Mu Zixuan immediately took out some small porcelain bottles from the wooden box on the stone table. Miss Wang, come here. Seeing the small porcelain bottle on the stone table, Wang Qingxi walked to the stone table curiously. At this time, Mu Zixuan opened a porcelain bottle, and a floral fragrance instantly rushed into Wang Qingxi's nose. Mu Zixuan then said, "Miss Wang, this is the perfume made by our palace. The fragrance lasts for a very long time. We plan to let the girls from Baihualu try it for a while and help promote our palace." After hearing this, Wang Qingxi finally realized that he had something important to discuss with her. She thought that the king of the north wanted to talk to her about love. Wang Qingxi then took the porcelain bottle from Mu Zixuan's hand, leaned in, and smelled it. The floral scent was very strong, but not pungent. It was a very natural scent. Wang Qingxi then asked, "Princess, may I ask you a question? How long will the fragrance of this perfume last?" Mu Zixuan replied, "The smell of one drop of perfume can last about 3 hours. And this perfume is different from a sachet. You can take it out at any time and drop a drop on yourself to keep the fragrance all day long. And just one bottle can be used for a long time." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi's eyes lit up. Although she came here for the king of the north, this perfume attracted her more. "I didn't expect that there were such good things in the Beiwang mansion." Wang Qingxi then looked at the other porcelain bottles in the wooden box. "Princess, can I smell the fragrance of the other porcelain bottles?" "Of course, the perfumes in this wooden box are all the ones I plan to give to you at Baihualu for trial." Wang Qingxi immediately said, "Thank you for the reward, princess." After he finished speaking, Wang Qingxi opened the other porcelain bottles and smelled them. Each scent was different, but all of them were relatively natural, making people want to smell them again. At this time, Lu Chun used the system to identify Wang Qingxi's personal information. Name, Wang Qingxi. Identity, 9th rank warrior, adopted daughter of the Jiangnan Wang family, saintess of the Misty Rain Pavilion, temporary owner of the Baiwa Tower. She rushed here immediately after hearing that the Northern King's mansion was looking for her. Recently, the figure of the Northern King has always appeared in her mind. When she thought that the deputy owner of the Blood Moon Tower would come to assassinate the Northern King soon, she felt very sorry. Rating 95. Favorability 60. Continue to be affected by Dragon and Phoenix Tea. Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the Blood Moon Tower would dare to cause trouble for him. But now is not the time to think about this. Seeing that Wang Qingxi has a favorability of 60, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It is time to reap the rewards. Thinking of this, Lu Chun said to Wang Qingxi, who was trying out the perfume, "Miss Wang, I heard that your Baiwa Tower is the most lively place in the entire Beijun." Wang Qingxi then said, "Your Majesty, Baiwa Tower may not be the most lively place in the entire Beijun, but it is definitely the most lively place in Yinqing." Lu Chun continued, "Your Baiwa Tower is so lively, so you must know a lot of things that others don't know. I want to talk to you alone later and ask you about what happened in Beijun. I wonder if you are willing." Chapter 21. Wang Qingxi panicked. After hearing Lu Chun's words, Wang Qingxi was stunned, and the jade hand holding the perfume bottle stopped in midair. Didn't she come to the Northern Prince's mansion just to get close to the Northern Prince? I didn't expect that the King of the North would take the initiative to ask to talk to me alone. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she could win the heart of the Northern King, then she wouldn't be able to find out the whereabouts of the mysterious master in the Northern King's palace. Not only that, if she could win the heart of the Northern King, when the people from the Blood Moon Tower arrived, she could also find a way to lure the Northern King out, and then they would be able to complete the mission more easily. And maybe they can complete the task without waiting for the people from Blood Moon Tower to arrive. Thinking of this, Wang Qingxi immediately said to Lu Chun, "Of course, it is my honor." Lu Chun smiled and said, "In that case, let's go to another place to talk." At this point, Lu Chun looked at Mu Zixuan and said, "My beloved, I plan to have a private chat with Miss Wang. As for these trial perfumes, you can have them delivered directly to Baiwa Tower." Mu Zixuan knew that Lu Chun was planning to take down Wang Qingxi, so she immediately said, "Okay, Your Majesty, I will have someone send these perfumes to Baiwa Tower later." At this time, Lu Chun stood up from the bench in the pavilion, turned around, and walked out of the yard. "Miss Wang, please follow me. I will take you to a quiet place." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi sneered in his heart. What a lecherous fellow. Although they were alone together, Wang Qingxi was not worried at all about what Lu Chun would do to him. In her opinion, Lu Chun is just a useless prince. Apart from a good-looking body, he has no real strength. How could she, a 9th rank warrior, be afraid of a useless prince? If Lu Chun wanted to do something to her later, She could find all kinds of excuses to avoid him. This was how she treated the men she wanted to assassinate in the past. If Lu Chun insisted on taking a hard approach, she could also use her charm to seduce Lu Chun and make him fall into a sweet dream. Wongqini has 100 ways to deal with an ordinary person, which comes from his confidence in his own strength. While Wongqini was thinking about how to deal with Lu Chun later, he followed Lu Chun to the main courtyard. When Lu Chun and Wongqini entered the room, Mu Zixuan immediately asked someone to invite Chu Yuqin over. Chu Yuqin was a little confused. What did Mu Zixuan want to see her for? Although Mu Zixuan believed what Lu Chun said, she was still worried that something might go wrong. After all, Lu Chun and Wongqini were alone together, and Wongqini was a 9th-grade warrior. Seeing Mu Zixuan standing at the entrance of the main courtyard, Chu Yuqin walked over and asked, "Zixuan, what do you want to talk to me about?" After spending some time together, Chu Yuqin and Mu Zixuan have become very familiar with each other. Chu Yuqin basically no longer calls Mu Zixuan princess, but calls her by her name directly. Mu Zixuan said at this time, "Aunt Chu, the prince brought Miss Wong into the room. I was afraid something might happen, so I asked someone to ask you to come and watch." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin looked at Mu Zixuan with confusion. "Zixuan, the Miss Wong you mentioned is the one you called to the palace?" Mu Zixuan replied, "Yes." Chu Yuqin was a little confused. She had thought that Mu Zixuan had called the courtesan from Baiwa Tower over just to have her serve Lu Chun. As a result, Mu Zixuan now asked him to come here and watch. What does this mean? Could it be that Mu Zixuan is jealous? Want to let yourself judge? Chu Yuqin then continued to ask, "Are you going to let me talk to Chen'er? Tell him not to get in touch with prostitutes." Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Mu Zixuan reacted instantly. Chu Yuqin had misunderstood, so she immediately explained, "Aunt Chu, you misunderstood. What I meant was that it would be unsafe for the prince to be alone with others. If something happens later, you should take action immediately." Chu Yuqin then realized that Mu Zixuan was worried that the courtesan in Baiwa Tower would do something bad to Lu Chun. But then again, Mu Zixuan was right to be so cautious. She had felt that there was something wrong with the courtesan in Baiwa Tower. The woman walked very lightly, much like those masters who were very good at martial arts. It is indeed dangerous to let Lu Chun be alone with a warrior who is suspected to have internal strength. Chu Yuqin said, "I understand. If there is anything unusual in the room, I will go in immediately." At the same time, in the room, Lu Chun sat at the table, brewed a pot of dragon and phoenix tea, and then said to Wongqini with a smile, "Miss Wong, please sit down." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then Wongqini sat down slowly. Her buttocks were slightly sunken by the stool, and it was obvious that her body was very soft. Wongqini asked with a hint of charm at this time, "My lord, what do you want to know about Beijun?" "I will tell you everything I know." Lu Chun did not start to make any moves right away. He asked seriously, "Miss Wong, do you know any beautiful girls in Beijun? Especially those beauties who are so beautiful that they can overwhelm the whole country and shame the moon and flowers." Hearing Lu Chun's question, Wongqini couldn't help but despise Lu Chun in his heart. He was indeed a lustful man. As soon as I arrived in Beijun, I asked about the beauties in Beijun. It's not surprising when you think about it. This guy just took 2 concubines not long ago, and he probably wants to take another concubine now. Then Wongqini replied, "Your Majesty, Beijun is different from the capital. It may not be that easy to find a woman with the kind of beauty that can overturn a country or a city. However, I heard that there is a very beautiful woman on the grassland." Hearing this, Lu Chun immediately became interested. "Oh, Miss Wong, are you talking about the barbarians on the grassland? How can there be beautiful women among the barbarians?" Wongqini said, "Your Highness, although most women on the grassland are relatively strong and do not conform to the aesthetic taste of the men of the Great Xia Dynasty, there are still many beautiful women with good figures in the barbarian court. The beautiful woman I'm talking about is in the barbarian court." Lu Chun thought about it and realized that facing the women in the barbarian royal court was not something he could approach now. So he decided to be more practical. "Miss Wong, please tell me about the women I can currently meet. The barbarian king's court is not a place I can go to right now." Wongqini smiled and said coquettishly, "My lord, isn't the beautiful woman you can currently get in touch with right in front of you?" Hearing this, Lu Chun's mouth curled up slightly. Wongqini could no longer hold back and wanted to start seducing him. In that case, he won't be polite. Today his little yo-yo can have a day off. Lu Chun then placed a hand on Wang Qingxi's jade leg and said with a smile, "Miss Wang is right. I didn't look at the person in front of me, but actually thought about going outside to find a beautiful woman. It was my fault." At this time, the fragrance from Wang Qingxi's body was madly attacking Lu Chen's nostrils, and Lu Chen's body immediately became restless. His current level is not high enough, so it is not easy for him to control his desires. Of course, Lu Chun had no intention of taking control today. Seeing Lu Chun start to make moves, Wang Qingxi knew that the conditions were ripe, and now he could use his charm to deal with Lu Chun. Anyone who is seduced by her charm will let her do whatever she wants. Later, she can ask where the mysterious master in the palace is gone. Then, Wang Qingxi looked at Lu Chun and said with a look of autumn water in his eyes, "My lord, you are annoying. How can you touch me right away?" Having said that, Wang Qingxi looked into Lu Chen's eyes and prepared to use his charm. But the next second, Wang Qingxi was dumbfounded. All her internal strength disappeared, and now she is no different from an ordinary woman. Wang Qingxi was confused. How could this happen? The only way to make a warrior lose his power is to give him some kind of drug that could disperse his power. But she hadn't eaten anything since she entered the palace. She didn't even drink the tea that the Northern King had made when she entered the room. Seeing Wang Qingxi's face change drastically, Lu Chen knew that she should have realized the seriousness of the problem. But unfortunately, it's all too late. Lu Chun then hugged Wang Qingxi's soft and delicate body. "Miss Wang, you are so beautiful. I want you to be my woman." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi panicked instantly. She quickly said, "Prince, we have only known each other for a short time. Isn't it too fast? Why don't we get to know each other for a while longer?" Wang Qingxi found that not only had she lost all her powers, she also had no strength at all. She was completely unable to push Lu Chen away, as if she had really been drugged. As a warrior, how could Wang Qingxi not understand her current situation? If Lu Chen wanted to do something to her now, she would have no ability to resist at all. Seeing Wang Qingxi panic, Lu Chen lifted her chin with his hand, looked in her beautiful eyes, and said, "Miss Wang, the first time is strange, the second time is familiar. Since we want to understand each other, it is better to get to know each other deeply." Having said that, Lu Chen kissed Wang Qingxi's red lips. Wang Qingxi wanted to struggle and push Lu Chen away, but it was of no use. She could only make a whimpering sound. After a while, Lu Chen carried this charming and beautiful woman to his bed and began to cultivate feelings with her. Chapter 22, Aunt Chu. I actually have my own difficulties. Ding. Congratulations to the host for having a woman again and obtaining the all-poison immunity pill. The host and Wang Qingxi developed a relationship and gained 20 experience points for the Qi refining technique and 10 experience points for the rejuvenation hand. Although the system notification sounded in his ears, Lu Chen had no intention to pay attention to it. He has gone completely crazy now. He finally understands why Wang Qingxi has a score of 95. Although they are all above 90 points, this woman is the best of the best, and he cannot control himself. At this time, at the main courtyard entrance, Mu Zixuan was waiting anxiously, but at this moment, they seemed to faintly hear a sound coming from the room. Hearing this voice, Mu Zixuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the prince had succeeded. Next, the palace had another 9th-rank master. Chu Yuqin's face was a little red at this time. The princess took her to eavesdrop on the wall, which gave her a strange feeling. Recently, she always thought of Lu Chen's handsome face in the dead of night, and what came with it was endless emptiness and loneliness. Chu Yuqin kept reminding herself in her heart that Lu Chen was her sister's son, and she couldn't have that kind of feeling for him. But during the day, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Lu Chen. Every time she heard the mixed voices of Lu Chen and other women, she could no longer suppress her inner restlessness. But this bad guy Lu Chen liked to mess around in the inner courtyard. If she continues like this, I'm afraid she will really do something out of line. At this time, Chu Yuqin quickly practiced her internal energy to calm her mind and stop herself from thinking too much. While Chu Yuqin was practicing her skills, she reminded herself in her heart, Chen'er is Sister Yu's son. I absolutely cannot have any improper thoughts about him. At this moment, Mu Zixuan, who was standing by, saw Chu Yuqin close her eyes and her face turned red. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. After all, she is a woman, and a woman who has never had any sexual intercourse. It would be abnormal if she was not moved by those sounds. However, This also shows that Chu Yuqin has feelings for the prince in her heart, but because of their identity issues, she has been suppressing her inner feelings between men and women. At this moment, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something. It seems that Chu Yuqin has been drinking dragon and phoenix tea recently. Others don't know the effects of dragon and phoenix tea, so they don't know what drinking dragon and phoenix tea means, but she knows it because Lu Chun told her. Mu Zixuan thought to herself, could it be that the prince really intends to make Chu Yuqin his woman? The reason why he is able to subdue Wongqini, a 9th grade warrior, is because of the dragon and phoenix tea, and Chu Yuqin is also drinking dragon and phoenix tea. This means that in the near future, if Lu Chun insists on making Chu Yuqin his woman, Chu Yuqin will have no way to resist. Thinking of this, Mu Zixuan looked at Chu Yuqin meaningfully. It seems that Chu Yuqin will never be able to escape from the clutches of their prince in this life. The time of pain is long, and the time of happiness is short. However, the length and shortness of time are relative. For example, Lu Chun felt that time was very short, while Wongqini felt that time was very long. Wongqini tried all possible ways to escape, but was eventually pulled back by Lu Chun. She felt extremely humiliated. She was a 9th rank warrior, but today she fell into the hands of an ordinary person, and she herself didn't even know how she was caught. After an unknown number of hours, Lu Chun hugged Wongqini's waist tightly and whispered in her ear with a smile. "Qingxi, I didn't expect that you, a courtesan of Baiwa Tower, are actually Yunying. It seems that I have good luck." Lu Chen's words at this moment were like the whispers of a devil. Wongqini gritted his teeth and wanted to curse him, but finally held back. She had to find a way to leave the palace, to leave this place where she had suffered so much humiliation. After her power is restored, she will come back to kill the person who took away her innocence. Wongqini then said in a delicate voice, "My lord, please let me go. I can't stand it anymore." Hearing Wongqini's voice, Lu Chun became even more agitated. Lu Chun said, "Qingxi, why don't you live in the palace from now on? I will buy you and let you serve me forever." Hearing this, Wongqini's face suddenly turned pale. She said quickly, "Your Highness, I still have a lot of stuff in Baiwa Tower. If your Highness really wants to buy me, then please let me go back to Baiwa Tower and bring my stuff to the palace." Lu Chun stroked Wongqini's jade back and said, "Those things are dispensable, just buy new ones. Anyway, our palace is not short of money." Wongqini quickly found a new excuse and said, "Your Majesty, I grew up in Baiwa Tower and have a very deep relationship with the sisters there. I can't bear to leave them. If the prince really likes me, can you give me some time to say goodbye to them?" Now, she can only play the emotional card and get Lu Chun to let her go. Lu Chun said, "Okay, I'll give you a month, what do you think?" Wongqini thought to herself, 1 month? It just so happens that the people from the Blood Moon Tower will be here soon. This guy will die in a month. By then, she will personally deal with this guy to vent her hatred. Although she thought so in her heart, Wongqini still said charmingly, "Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. I will serve you well in the future." Seeing Wongqini's fair body, Lu Chun couldn't help but cultivate feelings with Wongqini again. It was unknown how long it had been before Lu Chun let Wongqini leave. When Wongqini walked out of the palace gate, his body was still shaking, and he felt so weak that he needed the support of the palace maids to walk. At this time, Wongqini turned his head and glanced at the plaque of the palace. The expression on his face instantly became extremely cold, and a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "King Bei, just wait for me, you will die soon." After making these harsh words in his heart, Wongqini turned around and returned to Baiwa Tower. After Wongqini left, Lu Chun came out of the room and just saw Chu Yuqin and Mu Zixuan. Mu Zixuan said at this time, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for winning the heart of this beautiful lady." Lu Chun came to Mu Zixuan, hugged her body, and then said gently, "All this is thanks to your arrangement, my beloved concubine." At this time, Chu Yuqin reminded him, "Chen'er, I find that you have been getting more and more absurd recently. You even brought the courtesan home. If people knew about this, what would the people of Beijun think of you? You are their king." Hearing Chu Yuqin's reprimand, Lu Chun sighed and said, "Aunt Chu, I actually have my reasons." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment, then asked, "What's the reason?" Although Chu Yuqin thought that Lu Chun was making excuses for his lust, Chu Yuqin was different from ordinary people. She usually listened to Lu Chen's explanation. Lu Chun then said to Mu Zixuan, "My beloved, please tell Aunt Chu why I am having difficulties." Mu Zixuan was stunned for a moment. How could she know what Lu Chen's difficulties were? Isn't it that my husband simply loves beautiful women? However, Mu Zixuan reacted quickly and said to Chu Yuqin, "Aunt Chu, I will tell you about the prince's affairs later. He does have his own difficulties." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin looked at Mu Zixuan with suspicion. She now seriously suspected that Lu Chun and Mu Zixuan were acting in collusion. After all, the husband should sing and the wife should follow. However, she had no evidence. Chu Yuqin then said nothing more. "I'm going on patrol. You guys can chat." Chapter 23, Lu Chen's Difficulties. Looking at Chu Yuqin's leaving back, Mu Zixuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh again. Lu Chen asked doubtfully, "My beloved, what are you laughing at?" Mu Zixuan replied, "Your Highness, you didn't see Aunt Chu's expression just now. When she was at the gate of the courtyard, her face was red and she looked very tormented." Lu Chen thought that this must be the effect of the dragon and phoenix tea. Mu Zixuan then asked, "My lord, has Miss Wang really completely submitted to you?" Lu Chen thought about it. When Wang Qingxi left just now, he glanced at Wang Qingxi's favorability. Wang Qingxi's favorability did not decrease because of his force. On the contrary, under the influence of dragon and phoenix tea, her favorability increased by 10 and reached 70. However, it is still too early to say that he has completely surrendered. Lu Chen then said, "Not yet, but if she comes to the palace a few more times, I believe she will soon be unwilling to leave the palace." Mu Zixuan said, "Then I wish the prince to conquer Miss Wang as soon as possible." Lu Chen smiled slightly and said nothing more. After Wang Qingxi returned to Baiwa Tower, she immediately carefully recalled what she had done after entering the palace. She was a 9th rank master after all, but she was drugged without anyone knowing. Fortunately, the King of the North did not know her identity and was just greedy for her beauty. If the King of the North wanted to kill her today, she would probably be dead. She would never allow this to happen a second time. After Wang Qingxi pondered for a while, he still couldn't think of where she might have been drugged. At this moment, Wang Qingxi suddenly thought of something, and she immediately took out a perfume bottle from the wooden box on the table. The moment she might be drugged is the perfume in the palace. Wang Qingxi then opened a perfume bottle and took a sniff, but the perfume did not make her lose her power. Then, Wang Qingxi opened all the perfume bottles and smelled them all, but her internal strength was still there. She suddenly remembered that she had recovered her strength immediately after leaving the Northern King. Could it be that the problem lies with the King of the North? But the King of the North is just an ordinary person. How could he have such mysterious means? The more Wang Qingxi thought about it, the more confused she became. She was very irritated. Originally, she just wanted to seduce the King of the North, and then use her charm to entice and control him. However, not only did she fail to seduce him, but she also got herself into trouble. That guy had been tormenting her for so long that she even doubted whether she could possibly get pregnant with his child. When he thought of this, Wang Qingxi became extremely angry. Damn it, the North King is such a lecher. I will castrate him myself sooner or later. At the same time, Northern Palace. Lu Chen did not go to see Zhou Yuyu today. Zhou Yuyu had a rare day off. After Chu Yuqin walked around the inner courtyard, she returned to the main courtyard. At this time, Lu Chen was no longer in the main courtyard. Only Mu Zixuan was still in the pavilion. Chu Yuqin immediately came to Mu Zixuan and said, "Zixuan, Chen'er said before that he had his reasons for being lustful. Can you tell me what those reasons are?" This. Mu Zixuan was slightly stunned. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lu Chen was just making up an excuse, but Chu Yuqin didn't expect that she actually believed that he had his own reasons. What kind of hardship could he have? He's just simply lustful. Of course, as Lu Chen's princess, Mu Zixuan would definitely not say this about her husband. Mu Zixuan thought for a moment, then replied, "Aunt Chu, haven't you noticed that the prince has changed a lot recently? Although he still likes sex, he is very different from the unlearned northern prince in the rumors." After hearing what Mu Zixuan said, Chu Yuqin thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. Not to mention that Lu Chen has 2 mysterious weapons. Lu Chen also has a tree that can improve his skills. Just from his personal character, he has also changed a lot. In the past, he didn't care about the affairs of the mansion at all, and everything was arranged for him by his aunt. But Lu Chen recently took out soap and perfume. hoping to increase the income of the palace. And he seemed to have Li Feng actively training the army. Of course, the biggest change is the fluctuation of internal force in his body. He is now a warrior. Although she doesn't know where his strength comes from, he is indeed a warrior. But then again, what does this have to do with his lustful predicament? Chu Yuqin continued to ask. Chen'er has indeed changed a lot recently, but what does this have to do with the difficulties he mentioned? Mu Zixuan's brain was spinning rapidly, and then she sighed and said, Aunt Chu, in my opinion, the prince is not unlearned, nor does he really like beauty. In fact, all he did was to defile himself and to save his life. Think about it. If he was a prince who was both civil and military, could he have walked out of the capital alive? After hearing what Mu Zixuan said, Chu Yuqin's brain was stunned, and she instantly connected all the events that happened in the past. She used to think that Lu Qian was spoiled by her and would continue to enjoy himself like this in the future, but she never thought that this might be Lu Qian pretending. Now think about it. If Lu Qian hadn't pretended to be unlearned, perhaps many forces would have taken action against him when he was still in the capital. The assassination at Blood Moon Tower is a typical example. He was already considered by people to be an unlearned and useless prince, and had even been banished to the bitter cold land in the north by the emperor, but there were still people who wouldn't let him go. If he behaved a little smarter, wouldn't he be a greater threat in the eyes of others? And wouldn't the princes want to kill him even more? When Chu Yuqin thought that she had misunderstood Lu Qian, she felt extremely guilty. It turned out that it wasn't that Lu Qian hadn't grown up, but that she had never understood Lu Qian. Lu Qian must have been under a lot of pressure pretending to be unlearned. She is such an incompetent aunt. She once said in front of her sister that she would take good care of Chen'er for the rest of her life. However, she didn't know all the pain in Chen'er's heart and thought that he was ignorant and a lustful man. Mu Zixuan had only been married to Lu Qian for a few months when she found out what was hidden in Lu Qian's heart. However, she had been with Lu Qian for more than 10 years, but didn't know his difficulties. Chu Yuqin said to Mu Zixuan in a depressed mood, Zixuan, you are right. I'm an incompetent aunt, and I don't know the pressure he is under. You are the closest person to him now, and I hope you can help me take good care of him and share more of his burdens. Mu Zixuan smiled and said, Aunt Chu, please don't say such things. In the eyes of the prince, you are the closest person to him. Chu Yuqin sighed and said, How can I be considered his closest person? I don't even know what he's thinking. Mu Zixuan said quickly, Aunt Chu, please don't think like that. In the eyes of the prince, no woman is more important than you. Chu Yuqin showed a bitter smile on her face and did not continue the topic. Chapter 24, Inviting Wongqini to see again. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Today is the opening day of the perfume shop in Beiwang Palace. After half a month of publicity by the girls at Baiwa Tower, the whole Yinqing now knows that the perfumes made by the palace are very good. In the morning, as soon as the perfume shop opened, the ladies and wives of the noble families in Beijun poured in. In less than half an hour, all the perfumes produced by the palace in the past half month were sold out. Lu Qian did not go to the perfume shop. He was studying the map of the world at home. Now that he has decided to fight for that position, he can no longer lie down and read nothing like before. At this time, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao came back. Seeing that they came back so soon, Lu Qian put down the map in his hand and asked, My beloved, how are the sales of the perfume? Mu Zixuan did not answer directly, but said, Your Majesty, I think the price of perfume is still too low. Hearing this, Lu Qian was stunned for a moment. Then he asked, Why do you think so? Mu Zixuan replied, Our palace only produced less than 2,000 bottles of perfume in half a month, but they were all sold out in less than half an hour. Lu Qian said in surprise, So fast. Lu Qian is not a fool. He priced the perfume at 1 or 2 taels of silver per bottle based on the economic situation of Beijun. After all, Beijun is so poor, and there are not so many wealthy families who can afford perfume. As a result, Mu Zixuan told him that all the perfumes were sold out in less than half an hour. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao said on the side, Your Majesty, there are many outsiders who come to buy perfume, especially the foreign caravans. They are very interested in perfume and buy dozens of bottles at a time. Lu Qian instantly understood the reason. It seemed that the palace's perfume was being targeted by those merchants, which is why it was selling so quickly. Those merchants probably bought perfume not for their own use, but to sell it in other places, such as wealthy places like the capital. Lu Qian pondered for a moment and felt that his vision should not be so narrow. In the future, he will need a large amount of silver to support his army, and his economic and trade activities certainly cannot be limited to Beijun. The people of Beijun don't have much money in their pockets, so it is basically unrealistic to squeeze money out of them to support the army. Thinking of this, Lu Qin looked at Mu Zixuan and the other two girls, and then asked, "My beloved concubine, if you were in the capital now, and you were still a young lady of the Mu family and had not married, if you heard someone in the capital say that this kind of perfume was for sale, how much silver would you be willing to spend to buy a bottle of perfume?" Mu Zixuan thought for a moment, then replied, "Your Majesty, if it were me, I would be willing to spend at most 20 taels of silver to buy a bottle of perfume." Mu Zixuan's identity represents the young ladies and ladies of the wealthy families in the capital. If Mu Zixuan is willing to spend 20 taels of silver to buy a bottle of perfume, then other young ladies and ladies are about the same. Then Lu Qin said, "I have decided to open another perfume shop in Beijing and Sufing City respectively. From now on, the price of perfume will be set at 20 taels of silver. When the production of perfume increases, the price will be appropriately increased according to the exquisiteness of the small porcelain bottles." Lu Qin thought to himself that although he couldn't go back to the capital, there should be no problem selling things in a shop in the capital. After hearing Lu Qin's words, Mu Zixuan immediately said, "Your Majesty, I need to tell my father about this matter." Lu Qin has no way to go back to the capital, and perfume will definitely be a high-profit commodity in the future, so it is inevitable that some people will be jealous. So if he wants to open a shop in the capital, he still needs someone in the capital to watch over it. Lu Qin naturally understood this truth, and he smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you, my beloved concubine." At this time, Mu Zixuan continued, "Prince, if you want to open a perfume shop in Sufing City, I'm afraid you have to tell Aunt Chu and let her tell the Chu family." Sufing City is located in the south of the Yangtze River. It is a city where major families in the south of the Yangtze River gather, and is also the most developed commercial place in the Great Xia Dynasty. Of course, that place can also be said to be the territory of the Jiangnan family. If a perfume shop wants to be opened in Sufing City, it needs someone to look after it, and it has to be a noble family. If it is not a noble family, it will definitely not be able to control the business. Without a noble family looking after it, the shop may be robbed in a few days. Lu Qin said, "I will talk to Aunt Chu later." At this time, Chu Yuqin was patrolling the outer courtyard. She was not here, so Lu Qin was not in a hurry. Things have to be done slowly. It takes some time to open a shop. It's not something that can be opened immediately. At this time, Zhou Yu quietly came behind Mu Zixuan and then gently pushed Mu Zixuan with her hand, as if to remind her of something. Mu Zixuan reacted instantly. She smiled and asked, "Your Majesty, the perfume has become so famous now thanks to the promotion of Bai Hualu. Should we invite Miss Wang to come to the palace and thank her in person?" In the past half-month, Lu Qin has been in Zhou Yu's room almost every night, and Zhou Yu can't stand it anymore. Mu Zixuan and the other three girls also discovered that it seemed that Lu Qin had to cultivate relationships with them every day. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao would occasionally serve Lu Qin, but they had children after all, so Lu Qin would not let them serve him too much. For him, children are more important. Zhou Yu wanted Wongqini from Baiwa Tower to share some of the pressure with her, but such words were definitely not something a concubine like her could say, so she asked Mu Zixuan and Lu Qin to do it. It just so happened that they could use the excuse of thanking Wongqini today to invite Wongqini to visit the palace. After hearing Mu Zixuan's proposal, Lu Qin said, "Well, sure, but you have to invite her in your name." Half a month had passed, and Lu Qin felt hot inside when he thought of Wongqini's soft and boneless body. There was no way. He had not yet broken through to the 9th level and could not suppress his inner desires. Mu Zixuan smiled and said, "I understand." Then Mu Zixuan said to the maid Xiaoro, "Xiaoro, go and invite Miss Wang to come to the palace and tell her that I want to thank her in person." "Yes, princess." Then Xiaoro went to Baiwa Tower. Not long after, Wongqini met Xiaoro. When Wongqini heard that the princess wanted to thank him personally, his brows slightly frowned. She suffered a loss in the palace last time, so she is still afraid of it. She still hasn't figured out how she got drugged. She has been trying to recall the details of what happened that day for the past half-month, but she still can't find any clues that the other party had drugged her. This time, Mu Zixuan invited me to the palace. Maybe it was that lecherous guy who instigated me again. When Wongqini thought of Lu Qin, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Last time, The demon didn't let her leave for several hours, completely treating her as a plaything. Wongqini hesitated. Should he go to the palace today, or wait a few days until the people from the Blood Moon Tower arrived? After pondering for a moment, Wongqini decided to go to the palace to take a look. Firstly, this was an order from the palace, and it was difficult for her, a nominal courtesan, to refuse. Secondly, she was on guard this time. She was confident that she would not fall into the trap again. She also planned to bring some muscle softening powder with her. After entering the palace, if she was alone with Lu Chen again, she would directly use the muscle softening powder against him. This time, she didn't believe she would be played with again. Chapter 25: The Effect of the All-Poison Immunity Pill. Led by the servants of the palace, Wongqini once again came to the place where she lost her body. Looking at the plaque of the palace in front of her, the scene from half a month ago kept echoing in her mind. Wongqini tried hard to control his emotions and try to make himself look calm. Soon, the servants of the palace brought Wongqini to the north courtyard. After entering the courtyard, Wongqini only saw Lu Chen sitting in the pavilion but did not see the princess. Seeing this scene, Wongqini understood instantly that this lecherous guy was indeed making up an excuse to deceive him. What did the princess want to thank him for? It was obvious that he wanted to repeat the same old trick and play with her body again. Wongqini sneered in his heart. This time was different from last time. It would not be so easy for the king of the north to repeat the same trick. She then clenched the muscle softening powder in her hand, planning to use it on Lu Chen while he was not paying attention, and then use her charm to seduce him. She will make the king of the north pay a heavy price today for daring to take away her innocence. Thinking of this, Wongqini slowly walked towards the pavilion, then bowed and said, "I greet you, your majesty." Lu Chen nodded slightly, and then said seriously, "Miss Wang, Zixuan said she has something to talk to you about, but she just went to the perfume shop, and she probably won't be back for a while, so please sit down and wait for a while." Wongqini said, "Yes, your majesty." Then Wongqini came to the stone table, used Yinchang to block the teapot on the table, and put the soft tendons in. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at Wongqini, and Wongqini's personal information appeared in his eyes. Name, Wongqini. Identity, 9th rank warrior, adopted daughter of the Jiangnan Wang family, saintess of the Misty Rain Pavilion, temporary owner of the Baiwa Tower. When she heard that the Northern King's mansion was looking for her, she saw through the Northern King's trick at a glance, but she still chose to go to the Northern King's mansion. After arriving at the Northern King's mansion, she poured the muscle softening powder into the teapot, intending to drug the Northern King first, then use the charm to seduce the Northern King, and finally take revenge on the Northern King. Rating, 95. Favorability, 75, continue to be affected by Dragon and Phoenix tea. Seeing Wongqini's personal information, Lu Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Want to use the muscle softening powder against him? Then her wishful thinking would fail. Thinking of this, Lu Chen asked the system in his heart, "System, can the all-poison invulnerability pill resist the softening powder?" Of course you can. After taking the Wandabue Dan, the host has acquired the Wandabue body. The host's body can dissolve all the poisons in the world. After hearing the system's reply, Lu Chen felt relieved. Since Wongqini used the muscle softening powder on him, he could just take advantage of the situation. Then Lu Chen came to the stone table and poured 2 cups of tea, placing one in front of Wongqini and holding the other for himself. "Miss Wang, you must be thirsty. Have some tea to moisten your throat." Wongqini quickly said, "Thank you, your majesty. I am not thirsty." She had put muscle softening powder in the teapot, so she didn't dare drink it. Even if there was no muscle softening powder, she still didn't dare drink the tea in the palace. What happened last time was still fresh in her mind. She had to be extremely careful in the palace and not fall into this trap again. Seeing that Wongqini didn't drink, Lu Chen didn't say much. He then picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Then he sat on the stone bench next to Wongqini, staring at Wongqini with his eyes wide open. "Qingci, I have been thinking about you since you went back last time." Hearing this, Wongqini's heartbeat inexplicably began to speed up. She knew that the king of the north was preparing to attack her. At this time, Wongqini felt very fortunate that he had put muscle softening powder in the teapot in advance. Otherwise, the same situation as last time might happen again. Wongqini then said, "Thank you for your concern, your majesty." Lu Chen continued, Qingzi, have you said goodbye to your sisters in Baihualu? I plan to buy you back sometime. Wang Qingzi pretended to be pitiful and said, My lord, please give me some more time. I can't bear to leave them, and I haven't told them about this yet. Lu Chen was about to say something, but suddenly stopped and raised his hands to cover his head. Oh, that's strange. Why does my head feel dizzy? Hearing this, Wang Qingxi's eyes lit up. The muscle softener took effect, and she could start her performance. Wang Qingxi quickly pretended to be panicked, and then immediately came over to support Lu Chen. Just at this moment, her skirt swept across the table and swept the teapot on the table to the ground. My lord, what's wrong with you? Please don't scare me. Your Majesty, please wait. I will call someone over. At this time, there was no one in the north courtyard except the two of them, not even a maid. Of course, this was specially arranged by Lu Chen. Lu Chen shook his head and said, Qingzi, I'm fine. Please help me to the room. I should be fine after a rest. Then Wang Qingzi helped Lu Chen to a room in the north courtyard. If there were other people present at this time, they would definitely be able to see that Lu Chen and Wang Qingzi both had a smile on their faces. Soon, Wang Qingzi helped Lu Chen into the room, and she closed the door casually. At this time, Wang Qingzi was still unaware of the seriousness of the problem. She thought her plan was about to succeed. She was already thinking about how to deal with the king of the north to vent her hatred. After Lu Chen came to lie on the bed, he pretended to be weak and said, Qingzi, I'm fine. You don't have to worry. My body has always been weak, and I often have headaches and weakness in my limbs. Wang Qingzi sneered in his heart. Feeling weak? Last time, I don't know who played with her body for several hours. Is this called weak? Wang Qingzi did not intend to waste time. After all, this was in the northern prince's mansion, and there was Chu Yuqin there. She had to seduce the northern prince as soon as possible and find out from him about the mysterious master of the northern prince's mansion. Then, Wang Qingzi looked into Lu Chen's eyes and said, My lord, look into my eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, a charming smile appeared on Wang Qingxi's face, and then she was ready to use her charm. As a result, at this time, Lu Chen grabbed her jade hand and said with a smile, Qingzi, you are so beautiful. Wang Qingzi was stunned for a moment. She found that the internal strength in her body had dissipated again and disappeared without a trace in an instant. How so? It's clear that the king of the north did nothing. She was so careful, but still got caught? Wang Qingzi glanced at Lu Chen lying on the bed and felt a little relieved. Fortunately, he had used the muscle-softening powder on King Bei in advance, so he couldn't do anything to him. However, just when Wang Qingzi was thinking this, Lu Chen's big hand pulled her hard onto the bed and quickly turned over, looking down at Wang Qingzi. Wang Qingzi was stunned again. Didn't the king of the north get poisoned by his own muscle-softening powder? How come he still has the strength? Moreover, she had just seen with her own eyes that King Bei drank the muscle-softening powder. Wang Qingzi felt her mind go blank. Just when she was about to say something, Lu Chen possessed her. Ding. The host and Wang Qingzi develop feelings once, and the experience value of qi refining technique increases by 20, and the experience value of rejuvenation hand increases by 10. Chapter 26, Showdown. Wang Qingzi knew that he was finished. When she first developed feelings for the king of the north, she felt nothing but pain and kept thinking about how to take revenge on him and how to kill him. However, just half a month later, when she started to develop feelings with the king of the north again, she forgot all the pain and was completely lost in depravity. A few hours later, Chu Yuqin came to the north courtyard for patrol. When she heard the sound coming from the room, she was stunned. When she was patrolling the east courtyard just now, she clearly saw Mu Zixuan and the other 3 women there. So how could there be such a noise in the north courtyard? Could it be that a man sneaked into the north courtyard and had an affair with the maid there? That won't work. Chu Yuqin then came to the room where the sound came from, poked a hole in the paper on the door, and looked inside the room. Upon seeing this, Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment. She quickly closed her eyes, blushed, and turned away, muttering as she walked, This little rascal brought a woman back without telling me. She thought that a man from the outer courtyard had come in and had an affair with a maid from the inner courtyard, but it turned out that Lu Chen himself was doing something bad. After seeing the scene just now, Chu Yuqin felt even more agitated. Chu Yuqin quickly practiced her skills to calm her mind and kept reminding herself not to let her thoughts wander. At sunset, the sun gradually set, and the sky was filled with fiery red sunset clouds. Mu Zixuan and the two Zhou sisters came to the north courtyard, talking and laughing. The three of them naturally knew what happened in the north courtyard. At this time, in a room in the north courtyard, Wang Qingxi lay in Lu Chen's arms, motionless. The fiery red glow shone into the room, making Wang Qingxi's snow-white skin appear bronze. At this time, Wang Qingxi had completely sobered up. She knew she had been fooled. No, it should be said that everyone was fooled. The entire Xia dynasty was deceived. The king of the north, the man who took away his innocence, could definitely not be a waste. The last time her innocence was taken away by the king of the north, she was in extreme anger, so she never considered the possibility that the king of the north was not a waste. But now that I think about it, there are doubts everywhere. First of all, it is impossible for an ordinary person to play with her for several hours. Ordinary people do not have such physical strength. Moreover, it is rumored that the king of the north had long been drained of his body by alcohol and sex. Moreover, the king of the north was able to seal off her internal power without anyone noticing, which also proved that he was no simple man. In addition, after the northern king drank the muscle-softening powder today, he was not hurt at all. Could he be an ordinary person? Could he be the useless prince that people talk about? What a joke. If people who can still be fine after drinking the muscle-softening powder are considered useless, then there are probably few people in the world who are not useless. As for the fact that King Bei said he had a headache and felt weak after drinking the muscle-softening powder, it now seems that he was obviously pretending. His purpose was to let her help him enter the room so that it would be easier for him to do things. When she thought of this, Wang Qingxi felt extremely regretful. She was so stupid that she actually believed that King Bei had been poisoned by the muscle-softening powder. But it's no use regretting now. It's already happened. At this time, Wang Qingxi whispered, "Your Majesty, you actually already knew my identity a long time ago. At this point, there is no need to continue pretending. It is time to come clean." Lu Chun was able to seal her power instantly, obviously knowing that she was a 9th rank warrior, and he was able to resist the effects of the softening muscle powder, which also proved that he knew what the softening muscle powder was. There's no point in continuing to pretend. Hearing Wang Qingxi's words, Lu Chun stroked Wang Qingxi's smooth jade back and said with a smile, "What identity? Qingxi, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" Wang Qingxi continued, "My lord, you'd better stop pretending. Being able to seal the power in my body in an instant is not something that ordinary people can do. It's impossible for you not to know my identity. Tell me what you're going to do with me. Now that I have fallen into your hands, you can kill me or chop me up as you wish." Hearing this, Lu Chun turned over, supported his hands on both sides of her head, and looked down at her. "Why would I kill you? My 8th brother was so kind to me and sent me a 9th rank beauty. If I just kill you like this, wouldn't that be too inhumane of me?" Wang Qingxi was startled when he heard Lu Chen's words. Sure enough, the king of the north already knew that she was sent by the 8th prince. Wang Qingxi then chuckled and said, "Everyone says that the king of the north is a waste. Even his majesty didn't think highly of you and sent you to the North County. As a result, you never defended yourself and even came to the North County without hesitation. The king of the north hid himself so deeply, he must have a bigger plot. Now I know that you were pretending before. Are you sure you won't kill to silence the witness?" Wang Qingxi's beautiful eyes stared at Lu Chun. She didn't think she could survive. After all, she had lost all her powers in front of the king of the north, and the king of the north could not be an ordinary person. It was possible that the mysterious master that the outside world had been rumored to have was actually the king of the north himself. Lu Chun raised his hand at this time, stroked Wang Qingxi's charming cheek, and then said lightly, "If it were someone else, they might really kill you. But I'm different. Not only will I not kill you, I will also make you my slave, my forbidden lover, and bear children for me." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingxi was stunned. But then she sneered. Lu Chun asked doubtfully, "Why? Is what I said ridiculous?" Wang Qingxi said, "It's ridiculous indeed. Does your majesty think that I will serve you wholeheartedly by your side? Even if you seal my power, I can still kill myself when no one is around." Lu Chun smiled and said, "Commit suicide? I'm curious as to why you would commit suicide." Wang Qingxi said, "Your majesty wants to lock me up in the palace as a tool to vent his anger, and he even asked me why I wanted to commit suicide. Your majesty thinks I will endure such humiliation just to stay alive." Lu Chun said calmly, I didn't say I would keep you locked up in the palace forever. I will release you later. Wongqing's brain froze. What did she hear? The king of the north said he would release her? How is this possible? They have already revealed their cards. If they let her go, wouldn't that be like letting a tiger return to the mountain? The fact that the king of the north has been able to pretend to be a waste for so many years proves that he is a very scheming man. How could he dare to do such a risky thing? Or does the king of the north have the confidence that he can't leave Yinqing? Seeing Wongqing's stunned expression, Lu Chen asked, "Why, do you find it strange?" Wongqing came back to his senses and asked, "Aren't you afraid that after I leave the northern palace, I'll spread the news that you're not a waste?" Lu Chen said calmly, "First of all, no one will believe you. Secondly, I don't think you will tell anyone about me." After 2 rounds of cultivating feelings, Wongqing's favorability has now risen to 90. Especially today's cultivation of feelings, it can be said that Wongqing was directly conquered. There is no possibility of betrayal when the favorability is over 80, not to mention that her favorability has now reached 90. Chapter 27, Wongqing's Choice. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Wongqing fell silent. Indeed, even if she went out and told everyone that the king of the north was not a waste, it was unlikely that anyone would believe her. After all, the useless image of the northern king has been deeply rooted in people's minds. In addition, after the northern king came to Beijun, he did nothing and just indulged himself in pleasure in the northern king's mansion every day. There have been rumors in Bei County now that the king of Bei has kept many beautiful maids in the king's palace, and he hangs out with these maids all day long, indulging in wine and women. However, Wongqing was a little puzzled. Why did the king of the north think that he would never tell anyone? Does he believe in himself so much? Doesn't he know that I have been wanting to take revenge on him since he did such an outrageous thing to me? At this moment, Lu Chen let go of Wongqing's delicate body and got up from the bed. He put on his clothes and said, "Okay, you can go back." Hearing this, Wongqing looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. "Are you really going to let me go?" Lu Chen smiled slightly and then said, "Do you think that I'm the kind of person who likes to joke?" Wongqing stopped talking and started to put on her clothes. After a while, Wongqing walked out of the palace cautiously. Standing at the gate of the palace, she still couldn't believe it. She turned her head to look at the plaque of the palace, feeling mixed emotions. She just came out like that? Did the king of the north really not do anything to her? Wongqing quickly sensed her own power, and at this time her power returned. If the king of the north did not intend to let her go, it would be impossible for him to unlock the seal on her internal power. After all, she was a 9th rank warrior, and it was not easy to catch a 9th rank warrior. Wongqing then turned around and quickly returned to Baihua Tower with a nervous heart. Along the way, she had been paying attention to the situation around her, fearing that the king of the north would attack her on the road. In the end, even when she returned to Baihua Tower, no one attacked her. Not even one person followed her. After returning to Baihua Tower, Wongqing stood on the attic of Baihua Tower, looking in the direction of Beiwang Mansion, and couldn't help thinking that it seemed that Beiwang was serious. I didn't expect the king of the north to have such courage. Wongqing sighed. The more magnanimous the northern king was, the stronger he was. The king of the north is not afraid to tell others about his affairs, which means he is no longer afraid of the consequences of exposing his strength. This also indirectly shows that the king of the north is likely to be fully grown now. Wongqing's emotions were somewhat complicated. What should he do now? Could it be that she really wanted to betray Yinyu Pavilion, betray the Wong family, and betray the 8th prince? Sitting in the attic, Wongqing looked quietly into the distance, with a breeze blowing on her face. At this time, Lu Chen's figure appeared in her mind again. Then the scenes that had just happened replayed in her mind, and for a moment, her body became extremely hot and restless. Wongqing sighed. She had discovered that she seemed to have become addicted to the feelings she was developing with the king of the north. Although it happened only twice, the feeling this time has been engraved in her heart. If the king of the north died one day, she could hardly imagine how she would calm her restless body without him. She didn't know how the king of the north did it, but it didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that she could no longer live without the king of the north. And she thought that even if she cooperated with the Blood Moon Tower to kill the northern king, she would still be just a tool in the eyes of the 8th prince. After all, she was just a killer raised by the Wong family and had no identity, so it made no difference whether she was with the 8th prince or with the northern king. In addition, She didn't know that the king of the north had used a method that made her body unable to leave him, so becoming the king of the north's woman was her best choice. Wongqini then looked in the direction of the northern palace and said softly, "My lord, you win." As she finished her words, the pressure on her seemed to dissipate instantly. She also understood why the king of the north was so confident in letting her go. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that the king of the north was really a terrible man. Fortunately, she is a woman. If she were a man, she would have died long ago. Just then, an old woman appeared in the attic. "Saintess, there's a letter from Blood Moon Tower asking us to find out as soon as possible whether the mysterious master is still in the northern palace. They will be able to reach Yinqing in 5 days." Wongqini said expressionlessly, "I understand. I will go to the northern palace in person tonight to test them." In the dead of night, a black figure appeared at the door of the northern palace. The black figure easily bypassed the palace's guards and quickly entered the inner courtyard. There aren't many powerful warriors in the outer courtyard of the palace, so it's not surprising that someone could sneak in, but not everyone can enter the inner courtyard. The black figure just arrived at the inner courtyard, but was blocked by a woman in white before entering the door. Chu Yuqin looked at the man in black in front of her and said coldly, "Not everyone can enter the palace." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin stabbed the woman in black with a sword. The black-clad woman flashed and easily dodged Chu Yuqin's sword. Chu Yuqin frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Ninth-rank warrior? It looks like he is here to assassinate Chen'er. Just as Chu Yuqin was sitting in the car and continuing to work, the woman said, "Madam Chu, I have something important to discuss with the prince. Please help me." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin sneered and said, "You have something important to discuss? I'm afraid you are here to assassinate him." Chu Yuqin couldn't remember when Lu Chun had any interactions with any ninth-grade warrior other than herself. Although the woman's voice sounded familiar, Chu Yuqin still didn't dare to be careless and could only treat her as a female assassin. Then Chu Yuqin swept her sword towards the woman in black again. The woman in black did not seem to have any intention of a head-on confrontation with Chu Yuqin and kept dodging. Not long after, Lu Chun in the main courtyard heard the noise outside, and he immediately opened the door and came out. Lu Chun has a system that can quickly identify a person's identity, even if the other person is wearing black clothes and a veil. Seeing that the woman in black was Wongqini, Lu Chun's mouth curled up slightly, and then he said to Chu Yuqin, "Aunt Chu, she is mine. Let her in." After hearing Lu Chun's words, Chu Yuqin was stunned. She was very confused. When did Lu Chun have a ninth-rank warrior as his subordinate, and the other party was a woman? She had never heard of or seen any other ninth-grade warriors around Lu Chun. But Chu Yuqin soon let it go. After all, there were many things about Lu Chun that she didn't know. Chu Yuqin had no choice but to move aside, but she still threatened Wongqini, saying, "If you dare to harm the Northern King, you will not be able to leave the Northern King's palace." Wongqini ignored Chu Yuqin's threat and went straight into Lu Chun's room. After entering the room, Wongqini took off her veil. At this time, Lu Chun took a look at Wongqini's whole body. At this time, Wongqini was wearing a tight black dress, which perfectly highlighted her curvy figure, and she looked quite charming. Lu Chun smiled and asked, "You came to see me again less than 2 hours after leaving the palace. Do you want to have sex with me again?" Wongqini smiled charmingly and said, "Your Majesty, you are joking. I am not as powerful as you. I came to see you this time to tell you that the people from Blood Moon Tower will arrive in Yinqing in 5 days, and that they have sent 5 ninth-rank warriors to kill you. Even the deputy owner of Blood Moon Tower has been dispatched." Chapter 28, It's You. After hearing Wongqini's words, Lu Chun did not show a trace of uneasiness on his face. He had already read the information from Wongqini's personal profile that the Blood Moon Tower had sent someone to assassinate him. However, he did not expect that this time the Blood Moon Tower would send so many ninth-grade warriors to kill him. Isn't it said that there are very few ninth-grade warriors in this world? Why are there ninth-grade warriors everywhere now? Is it really a good idea to send 5 ninth-grade warriors to assassinate a useless prince like myself? If he didn't have a system, he would be dead. Seeing that there was no worry on Lu Chun's face, Wongqini thought to himself, as expected, the King of the North has grown strong, and he is not afraid of the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower at all. Lu Chun came behind Wongqini at this time, then put his hands under her armpits, hugged her willow waist, and whispered in her ear, smiling, It seems that you have made your choice. But if you betray my eighth brother like this, aren't you afraid that he will send someone to kill you? Wongqini said coquettishly. This is all caused by your majesty. I am your woman now, and I cannot live without you. I have no choice. What else can I do? I just hope that your majesty will be kind to me in the future and not treat me like a tool to be thrown away after use. Lu Chun smiled and said, this is natural. Having said that, Lu Chun rested his head on Wongqini's shoulders, enjoying the fragrance of Wongqini's body. Lu Chun was thinking that the people from the Blood Moon Tower would be here in a few days. Although he had modern firearms like the Desert Eagle and the Barrett, if the other side had more people and someone was holding them back, he would probably be in danger as soon as he took out his weapon. Therefore, his own strength must be enhanced. It would be best if you could break through to the 9th grade warrior within these few days. A 9th grade warrior's physical fitness in all aspects will be greatly improved. Even if the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower were very fast, with the help of his 9th grade strength, it would still be easy for Desert Eagle and Bartley to kill them. However, although weapons are useful, you also have to stay alive. If someone from the enemy suddenly attacks you and you're not aware of it, even if you have the ability to kill the enemy with one shot, you will most likely be killed by the enemy in advance. At this time, Lu Chun asked the system in his mind, System, how much experience do I need to upgrade the Qi refining technique to the 2nd level? The system's voice immediately sounded in Lu Chun's mind. 100 experience points are needed. Hearing this, Lu Chun was delighted. Only 100 experience points are needed to upgrade to the 2nd level? Surpassed. Lu Chun then asked, after the Qi refining art is upgraded to the 2nd level, can my realm break through to the 7th level? Lu Chun's question was a little conservative. Originally, he thought that if he could break through to the 2nd level of Qi refining technique, his strength would probably be able to break through to the 9th level. At this moment, the system voice sounded. After the Qi refining technique is upgraded to the 2nd level, the host's realm will be upgraded to the 9th level. Lu Chun was a little excited. Just as he thought, he was promoted to the 9th rank. But then again, the Qi refining technique is just a Qi refining technique, which is mainly used to increase his skills and has no actual killing power. In the future, he still has to find a way to acquire some lethal external skills. At this time, Wongqini, who was held by Lu Chun, felt something strange in Lu Chun's body. Wongqini's fair face instantly turned rosy, and then a blush spread from his face to his collarbone and neck. At this time, Lu Chun whispered in Wongqini's ear, from now on, you are my slave girl. As a slave girl, do you know what you should do for your master? Hearing this question, Wongqini was slightly stunned. She had just been toyed with by this guy for an entire afternoon, and she didn't expect that this guy would still be energetic at night. How could the king of the north have such strong physique? Wongqini was a little surprised. She had been in Baihua Tower for such a long time, but she had never heard of a man as ferocious as the king of the north. Wongqini then said, Your Majesty, I am only here to report the news. Now that the letter has been delivered, I will go back first. Having said that, Wongqini half turned around and wanted to push Lu Chun away and leave, but she found that her power had disappeared again. She suddenly felt weak all over and was unable to push Lu Chun away at all. Lu Chun then hugged Wongqini and walked towards the bed. Now he had to hurry up and gain experience points in the Qi refining technique, and couldn't let Wongqini get away like this. Wongqini finally sighed, feeling somewhat confused. After becoming the Northern King's slave girl, she had no idea what the future would be like. Confused about the future, Wongqini quickly immersed herself in the happiness that Lu Chun brought her. At the same time, outside the yard, after Chu Yuqin saw the woman in black enter Lu Chun's room, she has been guarding at the gate of the yard. If anything happened in the room, she would rush in immediately, because she still didn't trust the woman in black. That's a 9th rank warrior. She didn't believe that the woman in black had no other purpose in approaching the king of the north. But at this moment, Chu Yuqin heard a woman's cheerful voice coming from the room. Chu Yuqin's brain was stunned. That 9th rank warrior, is actually Chen'er's woman. 9th rank warriors are relatively rare in this world, and 9th rank women are even rarer. As a 9th rank warrior, the woman in black was actually willing to become the woman of a nominally useless prince, which made Chu Yuqin feel very incredible. Chu Yuqin was a little curious as to why this woman chose Lu Chun. The next morning, Wongqini limped out of Lu Chun's room, and as soon as she came out, she ran into Chu Yuqin, who was still at the gate of the courtyard. Seeing that it was Wongqini who came out of the room, Chu Yuqin's face darkened, and she said coldly, "It's you." A ninth-rank warrior went to Baiwa Tower to be the most beautiful courtesan, and also came to get close to the king of the north. Who would dare to believe that there was no conspiracy? As a maidservant of Lu Chen's mother, Chu Yuqin had seen all kinds of conspiracies and intrigues, so she believed that Wongqini must have some plans against Lu Chen. Seeing that Chu Yuqin was still there, Wongqini was also stunned for a moment. In the end, Chu Yuqin resisted the urge to take action. After all, Lu Chen had already said that Wongqini was his. However, Chu Yuqin still warned coldly, "Although I don't know who you are, I have to remind you that if I find out that you have plans for Chen'er and want to use him to achieve your ulterior motives, not only you, but also the forces behind you will pay the price." Hearing this, Wongqini smiled slightly and then said, "Madam Chu, why do I feel that you are very hostile to me? Could it be that Madam Chu is jealous after listening to the conversation last night?" As soon as Wongqini finished speaking, a gust of wind spread out from Chu Yuqin's body, and even the hem of Chu Yuqin's skirt was blown up. Seeing this scene, Wongqini's smile disappeared instantly. Half-step Grandmaster, he has even reached the level of releasing his internal strength. The Northern Prince's palace was indeed not as simple as she thought. Then Wongqini turned around and left. "Madam Chu, I will go back today. Madam Chu, please rest assured that I am only your slave girl and cannot shake your position in your heart." Chapter 29, Let Go of Your Aunt. Looking at Wongqini's departing back, Chu Yuqin fell into deep thought. A ninth-rank warrior? He actually said she was Chen'er's slave girl? If Lu Chen was the prince of the Great Xia Dynasty now, and he had a ninth-rank female slave, Chu Yuqin would not find it strange at all. After all, the prince held real power. But in the eyes of outsiders, Lu Chen is a waste who is uneducated, unskilled, and extremely licentious. This Wongqini would actually take the initiative to become his slave girl? Could it be that the forces behind Wongqini have already discovered Chen'er's disguise? Or does it mean that the force behind Chen'er is the same force behind Wongqini? At this time, Chu Yuqin came to the door of Lu Chen's room. She thought she needed to remind Lu Chen. Just then, Lu Chen came out of the room and saw Chu Yuqin's serious face. Lu Chen asked curiously, "Aunt Chu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Chu Yuqin asked, "Chen'er, is that Wongqini from the force that supports you behind the scenes?" Hearing this question, Lu Chen was confused. What forces supported him? Does Aunt Chu think that there is some force supporting her? Lu Chen thought about it and realized that his behavior in recent times was too abnormal. In addition, he took out the Desert Eagle and the Barrett, which were epic-making modern firearms. He was afraid that this made Chu Yuqin think that there was a powerful force supporting him. Thinking of this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, how did you know?" The existence of the system must not be told to anyone, but in order to reassure Chu Yuqin, Lu Chen planned to make up a lie. Chu Yuqin sighed, and then said, "Chen'er, that woman is not simple. She's a ninth-rank warrior. Annie doesn't want to interfere too much in your affairs, but when it comes to your personal safety, I still want to remind you. The force that supports you must have a big plan. Although I don't know their purpose yet, you should not be led by them all the time. If you want that position in the capital, just tell your aunt, and I will tell your grandfather. Then your grandfather and the Chu family will definitely stand on your side, and you don't need to rely on those forces of unknown origin." The Chu family had no intention of giving up on Lu Chen, but Lu Chen was really a hopeless case, and now he had been driven to the desolate place of Beijun, so the Chu family had to consider other candidates. After all, Lu Chen is the grandson of the head of the Chu family. In terms of blood relationship, he is the closest among the princes. If Lu Chen could stand up and dare to boldly stand up and express his intention to participate in the fight for the throne, not only the Chu family, but most of the Jiangnan families would support him. In Chu Yuqin's opinion, there is no need for Lu Chen to rely on those forces whose origins are unknown. Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen smiled slightly, then walked to Chu Yuqin's side, and then naturally took Chu Yuqin's hand. Chu Yuqin's delicate body couldn't help but tremble when Lu Chen held her hand like this, but she didn't break free. After all, they often talked about things holding hands before. Lu Chen said at this time, "Aunt Chu, I know what you are worried about, but I can assure you that the force behind me will completely obey my orders. There are some secrets that I cannot tell you directly. Once I tell you, I am afraid that not only Daxia but the whole world will be in chaos. But I can reveal a few things to you. Chu Yuqin's heart trembled slightly. What kind of secret was so horrible that it could lead to chaos in the world? At this time, Lu Chen lifted up Chu Yuqin's jade hand and then wrote the word immortal in the palm of her hand. After feeling the words written by Lu Chen, Chu Yuqin was suddenly shocked, and a trace of panic appeared on her dignified and elegant face. As we all know, this world is a world of martial arts, and there are no immortals. Even if someone reaches the legendary realm of heaven and man, it will only add a few hundred years to their lifespan, and they will still die. Countless people have tried various methods to become immortals, and countless emperors have searched for immortals everywhere in order to become immortals, which eventually led to the collapse of dynasties and the change of dynasties. However, immortals are still just a distant legend in this world. And now, Lu Chen actually told Chu Yuqin that the secret on him was related to immortals. How could Chu Yuqin not be shocked? If Lu Chen's secret is really related to immortals, it could really lead to chaos in the world. Not only chaos in the world, it could even lead to the destruction of countless countries and dynasties. Chu Yuqin said in a panic, "Chen'er, you don't need to say anything more. From today on, don't tell anyone about these two words, including me." Lu Chen asked, "Aunt Chu, do you believe it so quickly?" Chu Yuqin said, "I can't help but believe it. The mysterious weapon on your body and the inner strength you suddenly generated have proved that what you said is related to those two words." At this point, Chu Yuqin still asked with some concern, "Could it be that Wongqini and the forces behind her are also related to the two words you mentioned?" Lu Chen shook his head and said, "No, I just have the means to control them so that they can't betray me. If they betray me, they will die. So far, I am the only one who knows this secret because I am the only inheritor." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin felt a little excited, and tears unconsciously fell from her eyes. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was stunned. "Aunt Chu, why are you crying?" Chu Yuqin quickly rolled up her sleeves and wiped her tears, saying as she did so, "If your mother knew that you had this opportunity, she would be very happy in her grave." Chu Yuqin originally thought that Lu Chen would just live his life like this, but she didn't expect that he would actually have the chance to become an immortal one day. This is something that many people dream of, and it finally fell into Lu Chen's hands. As Chu Yuqin, who has watched Lu Chen grow up, she is happy for him from the bottom of her heart. With the fate of immortality, regardless of whether he can achieve immortality, at least Lu Chen can do many things. For example, he can also compete for the position in the capital. Lu Chen hugged Chu Yuqin's mature and graceful body, patted her on the back, and said comfortingly, "Aunt Chu, don't cry, don't cry. This is something you should be happy about." At this time, the fragrance of Chu Yuqin drifted into Lu Chen's nostrils, and the soft body in his arms immediately made Lu Chen restless. Lu Chen was speechless. The Dragon Tiger pill was truly the source of all evil, making him lose all self-control. Chu Yuqin was about to say something, but when she noticed something was wrong, her face instantly turned red. She quickly pushed Lu Chen and said, "Chen'er, let go of me. You are a married man now, and it would be bad if others saw us hugging each other." Lu Chen did not let go, but leaned over to whisper in her ear, "Aunt Chu, what's the big deal? You're the person closest to me. I don't know who dares to gossip about you. Besides, you've watched me grow up, and we've done more intimate things before, so what's wrong with a hug?" Hearing this, Chu Yuqin became even more flustered, and she quickly pushed Lu Chen's body again. As a result, she found that her internal energy had dissipated and she could not exert any strength at all. Chu Yuqin quickly said, "Chen'er, don't be like this. You have grown up and are not a child anymore. You should know how to avoid suspicion in some things." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, no matter how old I am, you are still my aunt, and I am still your Chen'er." Having said that, Lu Chen hugged Chu Yuqin tightly, and their bodies were completely pressed together. Feeling the heat from Lu Chen's breath, Chu Yuqin was already a little dazed. Chu Yuqin's heart was filled with sorrow. "No, this can't go on." Chapter 30, it seems that Chen'er has really grown up. Chu Yuqin felt that if this continued, something might happen. Then she said to Lu Chen in shame and anger, "Chen'er, if you don't let me go, I will be angry." Seeing Chu Yuqin's blushing cheeks and angry look, Lu Chen had no choice but to let her go. Lu Chen was not in a hurry at the moment. Most women in ancient times cared a lot about their reputation. Although Chu Yuqin's favorability was very high, she might not be able to accept the relationship between her and him for the time being. It would take time for him to get used to it. Seeing Lu Chun let go, Chu Yuqin quickly took a few steps back and put some distance between herself and Lu Chun, but she did not continue to blame Lu Chun. Chu Yuqin sensed her own power and found that it had returned. She asked curiously, "Chen'er, my power just disappeared. Does this have anything to do with your chance?" Lu Chun replied, "Well, this has something to do with the technique I practice. Any woman who loves me will lose her power temporarily and become weak all over after coming into contact with my body." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin instantly understood the implication of Lu Chen's words. She glared at Lu Chun, then blushed and spat. "You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm your aunt. Okay, I'm not going to waste my time talking to you. I'm going on patrol." Before she finished her words, Chu Yuqin turned and left. To be more precise, she turned and ran away. Chu Yuqin felt like her heart was about to jump out, and her body became extremely hot. What did she just hear? That little bad guy is actually targeting her. How dare he think of that? She is his aunt. Although they are not related by blood, he has watched him grow up since he was a child. Moreover, she was a widow. Although she was still a virgin and had never had any sexual relations with anyone, she had been married after all. How could he have any thoughts about her? But then again, she herself was gradually losing control just now. When she was in Beijing, she often checked Lu Chen's body, but she didn't feel the same way as she did today. Only a few months had passed, and she actually had that kind of thought about Lu Chun. Chu Yuqin felt a little guilty. How could she have any other thoughts about Lu Chun? Chu Yuqin sighed and said to herself, "Alas, it seems that Chen'er has really grown up and is becoming more and more manly. I have to keep my distance from him in the future." Chu Yuqin then began to practice Qigong, trying to calm her restless body. At this time, Lu Chun stood in place, and when he saw Chu Yuqin's plump figure and charming back, he suddenly felt as if his body was about to burn. Then he immediately went to the north courtyard. At this time, Zhou Yu had just got up and was about to go to Mu Zixuan's place. "Xiaohuan, I'm going to go to Sister Mu first. Come over after you've packed up." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yu walked out the door. As a result, as soon as I went out, I ran into Lu Chun. Without saying a word, Lu Chun picked up Zhou Yu's delicate body and walked into the room. Zhou Yu exclaimed, "Ah, your majesty." Hearing Zhou Yu's voice, Xiaohuan, the maid who was making the bed, quickly turned her head. Seeing Lu Chun holding Zhou Yu, Xiaohuan's face turned red instantly. As a maid in the palace, how could she not understand what was going to happen next? Xiaohuan quickly moved aside, left the room, and closed the door. The host and Zhou Yu develop a relationship once, and the experience value of qi refining skill increases by 10, and the experience value of rejuvenation hand increases by 20. Congratulations on successfully getting Zhou Yu pregnant. You will be rewarded with 10,000 kilograms of breeding potatoes. The reward for pregnancy is an encouragement reward, so the reward is small. If the child is born successfully, you can get a richer reward. After his body calmed down, Lu Chun felt much better. What happened today also made Lu Chun realize that he had to quickly break through to the 9th level. Otherwise, he would not be able to control his body and problems would easily arise. It doesn't matter what happens to him in the mansion or in the inner courtyard. After all, everyone in the inner courtyard is his own people. But if one day he left the palace and went out, and if he still couldn't control himself when he saw a beautiful woman, he would be very embarrassed. After calming down, Lu Chun looked down at the little beauty in his arms. At this time, Zhou Yu's starry eyes were slightly closed, her face was flushed, and her lotus-like arms were placed on his shoulders. Zhou Yu is the petite and cute type. Lu Chun felt a little guilty when he thought about how he had been cultivating feelings with her recently, and she hadn't had a good rest. Although this is his woman, Lu Chun does not regard her as a tool for bearing children. He truly likes them. Lu Chun glanced at the reward he had just received, and a smile appeared on his face. He then gently stroked Zhou Yu's skin and said in her ear, "Yu, you are really my lucky star. With 10,000 kilograms of breeding potatoes, the entire North County will be planted with potatoes in just a few years. Because of the cold weather, Beijun is not suitable for growing rice, and the wheat yield is not very high. But potatoes are different. The soil in North County is just right for growing potatoes. Once potatoes are planted throughout Northern County will have an extra source of food, and the people will no longer be so short of food. What is the most important thing in an agricultural society? Of course, food is the most important. Only when you have food in your hands can you stay calm. After Wongqini returned to Baiwa Tower, the old woman from yesterday came to her again. Saint, what did you find out last night? Wongqini replied calmly. I haven't discovered the existence of the mysterious master yet. There's only Chu Yuqin, a 9th-rank master, in the inner courtyard. Hearing this, the old woman immediately said, Saint, since the mysterious master is no longer in the northern palace, let's take action tonight. Wongqini frowned, then asked, Grandma you seem very anxious? Chen said quickly, Saintess, this mission was originally assigned to us by the 8th prince. If we wait until the people from the Blood Moon Tower arrive to complete the mission, your status in front of the 8th prince will surely plummet. Why don't we complete the mission before the Blood Moon Tower arrives? This way, the 8th prince will see your value. Wongqini then said, No need for that. Since the 8th prince has already sent people from the Blood Moon Tower, it is to ensure that nothing goes wrong. If we act in advance and alert the enemy, causing the assassination mission to fail, the 8th prince will blame us, and our entire Yinyu pavilion will not be able to bear the consequences. Seeing Wongqini say this, Chen'er didn't want to say anything more. A few hours later, Beijun, Yubei City. A group of people dressed in black and red clothes were sitting in a restaurant. At this time, a bird flew onto the shoulder of a man wearing a bamboo hat. The man caught the bird, removed the note tied to it from its claws, then opened the note and took a look. After reading the contents of the note, the corners of the man's mouth slightly raised. Very good. Since the Grand Master has left, it is time for you, the useless prince, to go down and accompany my brothers. Night. Another dark shadow appeared in the inner courtyard of the palace. Different time, same place, same people. After seeing the shadow, Chu Yuqin was about to draw her sword, but she heard the shadow say, Madam Chu, it's so late. Why haven't you rested yet? You have worked so hard for the prince's safety. It seems that Madam Chu really cares about the prince. Hearing that it was Wongqini's voice, Chu Yuqin snorted coldly. Sneaky, what a shame. Even though Lu Chun had told her in the morning that Wongqini was his and that he could completely control them. But for some reason, Chu Yuqin always felt a little uncomfortable. She had no good feelings towards Wongqini at all. Wongqini was about to say something when he heard Lu Chen's voice coming from the room. Qingci, come in quickly when you are here. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Wongqini had to immediately bypass Chu Yuqin and enter Lu Chen's room. Last night, when Lu Chun and Wongqini were cultivating their relationship, Lu Chun discovered that his qi refining technique did not increase his experience points. Later, he asked the system and found out that a woman could only provide him with experience points once a day. He had just developed a relationship with Wongqini yesterday during the day and came again in the evening, so naturally he had no experience points. There was no other choice. Lu Chun had to ask Wongqini to come every night for the next few days. He had to quickly advance to the 9th level. Chapter 31, The Effect of the Rejuvenation Hand. Not long after Wongqini entered Lu Chen's room, her voice was heard. Chu Yuqin, who was standing at the gate of the courtyard, heard her voice and said coldly, How shameless. Chu Yuqin naturally wouldn't talk about her own Chen'er, so the person she could scold could only be Wongqini. After she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin turned and left. She didn't want to continue eavesdropping here, otherwise she would not be able to bear it later. At the same time, in the room, after Lu Chun and Wongqini developed some feelings for each other, the system prompt sounded. The host and Wongqini develop a relationship, and the experience value of qi refining art increases by 20. This emotional development triggers an emotional critical strike, gaining an additional 40 experience points, and the experience value of rejuvenation hand increases by 20, and rejuvenation hand breaks through to the 1st level. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Chun was stunned for a moment, and then he felt extremely excited. He originally thought that after Zhou Yuyu became pregnant, it would be difficult for him to break through to the 9th level before the Blood Moon Tower arrived, unless he pushed Chu Yuqin away. Otherwise, Wongqini could only provide himself with 20 experience points every day, which would take at least 5 days. Maybe in less than 5 days, those guys from the Blood Moon Tower will arrive in Yinqing. As a result, he gained 60 experience points today. Emotional crit, that's a really good thing. If he had a few more emotional attacks, wouldn't it be easier for him to improve his realm in the future? Just as Lu Chan was thinking this, he found that there seemed to be green gas emanating from his hands. What is this? Lu Chan raised his right hand, changed his arm around Wongqini with his left hand, and then looked at his right hand seriously. System, what's wrong with my hand? This is the power of the rejuvenation hand. The host can use the rejuvenation hand to heal illnesses and injuries in the future. Hearing the system voice, Lu Chan put down his right hand and wanted to try the ability of the rejuvenation hand. When his right hand touched Wongqini's delicate body again, Wongqini couldn't help but let out a moan. My lord, what are you doing? My waist feels so good. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the rejuvenation hand would take effect immediately as soon as it touched Wongqini's body. Lu Chen soon understood what was going on. It turned out that when the emotional attack was triggered before, he was too angry and too fierce and accidentally injured Wongqini's slender waist. Now the spiritual energy gathered in her right hand is helping Wongqini repair the muscle damage in her body. So Wongqini feels very comfortable. The rejuvenation hand technique is very good. From now on, any minor injuries or illnesses will allow you to recover quickly. At this time, Lu Chan patted Wongqini's buttocks with his big hand, then said with a smile, How does it feel to be my slave girl? Hearing this, Wongqini's cheeks flushed, and with spring in her eyes, she replied, My lord, please don't humiliate me. Wongqini didn't know what her future would be like, but she had already gotten used to being with Lu Chan. Although they had only developed their relationship a few times together, she could no longer live without Lu Chan. This bad guy not only captured her heart, but also conquered her entire being. Lu Chan said at this time, When I have settled the matter of Blood Moon Tower, you can move to the palace. Hearing this, Wongqini was silent for a moment. To be honest, she also wanted to come to the palace to serve Lu Chan every day. But she thought of a question, that is, in front of the King of the North, can her value only be demonstrated in bed? Although his body and mind are in the shape of the Northern King, Wongqini does not want to completely become a tool for the Northern King to satisfy his low-level desires in the future. She wanted to show her value in front of Lu Chan. Only in this way could she go further, and the King of the North would value her as a slave girl more. Even if she grows old and loses her beauty one day in the future, if she has made great contributions to the palace, the King of the North is unlikely to abandon her. Thinking of this, Wongqini said, Your Majesty, I want to stay in Baiwa Tower and collect intelligence for you. Hearing this, Lu Chan asked doubtfully, Don't you want to come to the palace to serve me? Wongqini quickly said, That's not the case. I just feel that if I come to the palace like this, people will think I am a member of the palace, and then I won't be able to collect intelligence for the prince. After the assassination in Blood Moon Tower, the 8th prince will definitely not give up. He may send someone to assassinate the prince. If the prince has me as a chess piece, then no matter what the 8th prince does, I will be able to inform the prince immediately. After hearing what Wongqini said, Lu Chan felt that there was some truth in it. Baiwa Tower is a place of fireworks, so it is indeed easy to collect intelligence. Moreover, his 8th brother might not give up. If Wongqini, the saint of Yinyu Pavilion, was around, perhaps he would be able to monitor Lu Shuyun's every move in the future. This is also a good thing for him. Thinking of this, Lu Chan gently stroked Wongqini's jade back, and then said, Well, you can continue to stay in Baiwa Tower. If my 8th brother makes any moves in the future, notify me immediately. Seeing that Lu Chan agreed to her proposal, Wongqini was very happy. She finally found an opportunity to show her own value. This was a good start, which meant that her value was no longer just for Lu Chan to play with. The next day, after getting up in the morning, Lu Chan ate something simple and then went to find Chu Yuqin. Seeing Lu Chan's extremely energetic look, Chu Yuqin felt a little curious. Why is it that Lu Chan is entangled with women every day, but his body doesn't seem to be affected too much? It stands to reason that men will lose their energy when engaging in sexual intercourse, and women are a taboo for those who practice martial arts. Warriors often say, Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword, and this statement is not groundless. If a warrior is obsessed with women, it is indeed possible that his reaction speed will decrease. Chu Yuqin thought to herself, could it be because Lu Chan has a destiny with the immortals? That's why he won't be affected by the affairs between men and women? Seeing Chu Yuqin's beautiful eyes sweeping over him, Lu Chan smiled and said, Aunt Chu, do I have anything on me? After Chu Yuqin came to her senses and realized her own gaffe, she quickly coughed and said, Chen'er, I noticed that you've been having sex every day recently. Although it is important to continue the family line, you should also take care of your health. Lu Chen smiled and said, Don't worry, Aunt Chu, I know what's going on. By the way, Aunt Chu, I came to see you today, and I have something to tell you. Having said this, Lu Chen's expression turned serious. Lu Chen is like this. He will not smile or laugh when talking about serious matters. Seeing Lu Chen's serious expression, Chu Yuqin knew that there must be something important, so she asked, Chen'er, is it about the palace? Lu Chen nodded and said, I have asked someone to invite General Li Feng. I believe he will come to the palace soon. When Lu Chen mentioned Li Feng, Chu Yuqin realized that what Lu Chen was going to say might not be simple. At this time, the maid outside came in and said, Your Majesty, General Li is here. Lu Chen said, Aunt Chu, let's go to the martial arts training ground first. Good. After the words fell, the two went to the martial arts training ground of the palace. Li Feng, wearing armor, was walking back and forth in the martial arts training ground. The armor on his body made clanging sounds. He was very curious about what important matter the king of the north wanted to find him for at this time. After the king of the north came to Beijun, he seemed to have done nothing except asking him to train the army. Even the opening of the shop was the responsibility of the princess, while the king of the north was living a life of debauchery in the inner courtyard. Of course, Li Feng always believed that it was the king of the north who was misleading others and making outsiders think that he was a useless prince. At this moment, Li Feng couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the king of the north came to him at this time because he felt that the time was right? He could start his next plan? Chapter 32. Gifts prepared for Blood Moon Tower. After Lu Chen and Chu Yuqin arrived at the martial arts training ground, Li Feng quickly came over to salute and said, I greet the prince and meet Madame Chu. Lu Chen nodded slightly and then said, Let me talk about business. I got intelligence here that the Blood Moon Tower sent assassins to assassinate me. This time, they not only sent 5 ninth grade masters, but the deputy owner of the Blood Moon Tower also came in person. Hearing this, Li Feng's face changed instantly, and then he asked, Your Majesty, are you sure that the deputy owner of the Blood Moon Tower will come in person? Li Feng had heard of the deputy owner of the Blood Moon Tower. It was said that the man had already reached the level of a half-step grandmaster, which made him very worried. Lu Chen said, If the intelligence is correct, he should have come in person. Chu Yuqin thought for a moment, then said, The Blood Moon Tower is really bold enough to send people to assassinate you again and again. Lu Chen said, If they don't have someone supporting them, they wouldn't dare to do this. Li Feng looked at Lu Chen and asked tentatively, My lord, what are you going to do? Li Feng knew that Lu Chen had a weapon that could easily kill a 9th grade master, so he thought that the king of the north should not be afraid of the assassins sent by the Blood Moon Tower at all. But since Lu Chen found him, there must be some arrangement. Lu Chen did not answer immediately, but asked, General Li, have you completely controlled the army of Beijun? Li Feng replied, Don't worry, Your Majesty. Under my command, the army of Beijun has been completely under the control of the Beiwang Mansion. Lu Chen said, This is the best. Since the people from Blood Moon Tower are coming, let's entertain them well. By the way, General Li, go and call the soldiers who escorted me to Beijun. I have something else to tell you. Hearing this, Li Feng asked cautiously, My lord, in what name did you call them here? Those more than 100 soldiers are all 3rd or 4th rank warriors. Even though there are only more than 100 3rd or 4th rank warriors, in a poor place like Beijun, these people are considered a very powerful force. If they are all allowed to come to the Beiwang Mansion, it will definitely arouse the curiosity of the people in Yinqing. Moreover, there are many people watching the Northern Palace now. After Lu Chen came to Beijun, he has been enjoying himself every day. As a result, he suddenly summoned so many soldiers at this time. It is hard not to wonder whether the Northern Palace is going to do something big. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, Just tell them that their families have arrived in Beijun. I will take this opportunity to hold a banquet to thank them for their escort and meet their relatives at the same time. Li Feng instantly understood what Lu Chen meant and then said, Okay, Your Majesty, I'll do it right away. Li Feng then turned around and left the Northern Prince's palace. After Li Feng left, Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Chen and said, Chen'er, the deputy leader of the Blood Moon Tower, should have reached the level of a half-step master. I can hold him back by then, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to contain the other 5 ninth grade warriors. Although the mysterious weapon on Lu Chun is indeed powerful and can kill a ninth-grade warrior instantly, if the opponent attacks together, Lu Chun may not be able to react in time. Chu Yuqin was a little worried. There must be more than 6 people from the Blood Moon Tower who came to assassinate Lu Chun this time. Last time, they sent a lot of 3rd and 4th rank warriors to assassinate Lu Chun. This time when they come to Beijun, they will definitely send many 3rd and 4th rank warriors. Those 3rd and 4th rank warriors were not the main force, but they were able to hold back the people from the Northern Palace, making it difficult for them to protect Lu Chun. After what happened last time, Chu Yuqin realized that her ability was limited. Even if she could withstand the attack of a half-step grandmaster, she would not be able to restrain everyone. The last time facing the assassination attempt from Blood Moon Tower, if Lu Chun hadn't taken out that mysterious weapon at the critical moment, she would probably have lost her Chen'er forever. Lu Chun understood what Chu Yuqin was worried about, and then he said to Chu Yuqin, "Aunt Chu, when Generally comes back later, I will show you something." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin became a little excited. She guessed that what Lu Chun showed her should be a weapon, but she didn't know what kind of weapon it was. Afterwards, the palace began to get busy. After hearing that Lu Chun was going to host a banquet for the relatives of the soldiers who had escorted them to Beijun, Mu Zixuan took the initiative to take charge of the event. Near noon, many people entered the Beiwang Palace. Seeing the carriages and horses coming and going, people became curious and thought that the Beiwang had taken another concubine. As the main person in charge of Yinyu Pavilion in Yinqing, Chunyu felt something was wrong when she saw so many people coming and going in Beiwang Mansion. So she disguised herself a little, came to the door of Beiwang Mansion, and found someone to inquire about the affairs of Beiwang Mansion. "Sir, is there something important going on in the Northern Palace today? Why is it so lively?" Hearing this question, the young man who was watching the fun in front of Chunyu answered, "I heard that the King of the North wants to host a banquet for the soldiers and relatives who escorted him to Beijun." The young man whispered at this time, "It is said that if it weren't for those people, the King of the North would have died on the way to Beijun." After hearing the young man's answer, Chen'er breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it was. She thought the King of the North had already noticed something. The Blood Moon Tower will come to Beijun in a few days. It will be troublesome if the King of the North notices any clues at this time. Afterwards, Chen'er returned to Baihua Tower and told Wongqini what happened in Beiwang Mansion today. Wongqini was a little confused after hearing about the movements of the Northern Palace. If Lu Chun was planning to make arrangements in advance, he wouldn't have started now. After all, the people from the Blood Moon Tower hadn't arrived yet. Could it be that the King of the North really just wanted to thank the soldiers who escorted him to Beijun? Wongqini always felt something was strange, but now she was the Northern King's person, so there was no need for her to try to find out what the Northern King was going to do. Besides, she still had to go to the Northern Prince's mansion to serve the Northern Prince tonight. If she wanted to know what the Northern Prince was doing, she could just ask him in the evening. Noon, Lu Chun had said some words of thanks at the banquet, and then let people eat and drink to their heart's content. At this time, Li Feng came to Lu Chun and whispered, "Your Majesty, everyone has arrived." Lu Chun nodded, and then said, "After dinner, come to the backyard of the palace." After he finished speaking, Lu Chun started drinking with the soldiers. It was hard to tell whether he had anything important to tell them later. After lunch, the soldiers came to the backyard drunk. Lu Chun said he wanted to reward them, but the soldiers were not fools and knew that the King of the North had something to talk to them about. After arriving at the backyard, Lu Chun glanced at these soldiers. The loyalty of these soldiers was basically above 80, so they could be considered his own people. When Chu Yuqin saw that everyone had arrived, she asked, "Chen'er, what was it that you said you wanted to show us?" Lu Chun smiled, and then asked someone to bring in a few cattle and sheep that had just been slaughtered at noon, and wrapped them up in fine armor. Then Lu Chun took out a grenade that was bigger than an adult's fist and said to everyone step back 50 steps. Hearing this, everyone took 50 steps back without even thinking. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chun opened the safety pin and threw the grenade out. The next moment, a deafening sound was heard, which frightened the soldiers who were already drunk so that they no longer felt drunk. After a while, their ears were still buzzing. As the grenade exploded, a cloud of white smoke rose in the distance, and countless holes appeared on the armor wrapped around the cattle and sheep. Seeing this scene, the soldiers were stunned and stood there, not daring to move. Thunder from a sky? Their prince can summon thunder from a sky. Is this true or false? Is this something a human can do? Could it be that their prince is an immortal? Although some of the soldiers were still confused, Li Feng and Chu Yuqin had already realized that the sound just now was produced by the thing in Lu Chen's hand. But even so, Li Feng and Chu Yuqin still felt extremely shocked. Lu Chen said at this time, "Okay, come and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen walked towards the place where the explosion had just occurred. Seeing that their prince had gone there, the soldiers hurriedly followed. Chapter 33 Breakthrough to 9th Rank. Lu Chen got the grenade from the novice gift pack, and he has never used it. In order to test the explosion range of these grenades, Lu Chen took out one for test explosion. The grenades in the novice gift pack are much larger than the ordinary grenades on Earth. They are not grenades that can be carried with you, so they're more powerful. When Lu Chen approached the place where the grenade exploded, he found that all the armor within a 10-meter range had been penetrated by the fragments from the grenade explosion, and the bodies of the cattle and sheep were full of holes. When the soldiers saw the wounds on the cattle and sheep, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, they were quite far away from them. If they were closer, their bodies would probably be full of bloody holes. Lu Chen then said to Chu Yuqin and Li Feng, "Generally, Aunt Chu, what do you think of the weapon I just used?" Li Feng immediately said, "If the prince possesses such a magical weapon, he will surely be able to unify the world." As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, the soldiers half knelt in unison, and then said in unison, "We congratulate the prince on obtaining the artifact. The prince will surely unify the world and be feared by all." Lu Chen was speechless. What the hell? What a bunch of flatterers. "Okay, everyone get up." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the soldiers immediately stood up again. Chu Yuqin asked at this time, "Chen'er, isn't that thing just now disposable? Do you have more?" Lu Chen said, "There are not many, only a few dozen, but when the conditions are ripe in the future, we can make them ourselves." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Chu Yuqin was extremely excited. With this magical weapon, it would probably be easier for Lu Chen to compete for the position in the capital in the future. Lu Chen then took out a grenade from his sleeve like a magician and said to Li Feng, "General Li, I will teach you how to use it first. When the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower come, you can use this thing to entertain them well." "Yes, your majesty." Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen taught Li Feng and the soldiers how to use grenades. Of course, this time he did not directly pull out the safety pin. After teaching the soldiers how to use it, Lu Chen said to them, when the Northern King was giving rewards to the soldiers, a thunderbolt struck the palace, scaring the Northern King so much that he hid in his room for the entire afternoon. When the soldiers heard Lu Chen's words, they immediately understood what he meant. After all, the sound of the grenade explosion was so loud that the people living around the palace must have heard it. If I don't find an excuse, it might arouse people's suspicion. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, he asked someone to quickly clean up the backyard, and then he returned to the main courtyard. After Li Feng and the soldiers left the backyard, their relatives surrounded them and asked them what had just happened. Li Feng and the others said that a bolt of lightning had just struck the backyard, scaring the prince. In the evening, the news that the Northern Prince's palace was struck by lightning spread throughout Yanqing. People suspected that the Northern Prince had done something unscrupulous, which led to him being struck by lightning. At the same time, Baiwa Tower, Wongqini was sitting on the beauty couch in the attic with her skirt half pulled up, looking very lazy. At this time, Chen'er came to the attic. "Granny Yu, what's the matter?" Wongqini asked first. Chen'er replied, "Saintess, our people heard the news that when the Northern King was rewarding the soldiers after lunch at noon, thunder struck from the sky, scaring the Northern King so much that he hid in his room and did not come out for the entire afternoon." Hearing this, Wongqini smiled slightly, then got up from the beauty bed and looked very interested. "This is quite interesting. Is the Northern King injured?" Wongqini naturally didn't think that Lu Chen was really frightened by the thunder and hid in his room for an entire afternoon. She only suspected that King Bei was preparing something. It is obvious that words like "scared by thunder" are meant to divert people's attention. Chen'er said at this time, "We don't know about this." Wongqini said calmly, "Then I will go to the Northern Palace to find out more information in the evening." Hearing this, Chen'er said with some concern, "Saintess, you go to the Northern Palace every night. It is easy for Chu Yuqin to find you. Before the people from the Blood Moon Tower arrive, I think it is better for you not to go to the Northern Palace for the time being." Wongqini said, "Don't worry about this. I usually don't go near the inner courtyard, so Chu Yuqin won't be able to find me." Having said that, Wongqini stood up and prepared to change clothes and go to the Northern Palace. When the night is quiet, a black figure appeared again in the inner courtyard of the northern prince's palace. At this time, Chu Yuqin was still patrolling in the inner courtyard. Because of the grenade incident during the day, Chu Yuqin was worried that spies would come to the Beiwang mansion to inquire about the news. So, she was particularly serious tonight. When Chu Yuqin saw a black figure swaggering into the main courtyard of the northern prince's mansion, she was about to take action, but she heard the woman in black say, with a smile, "This servant greets Madame Chu." "Good evening, Madame Chu." Hearing that it was Wongqini's voice, Chu Yuqin snorted coldly and said, "Take off your veil." Wongqini took off the veil without hesitation. After confirming that it was Wongqini's identity, Chu Yuqin turned around and left without saying anything to Wongqini. Seeing Chu Yuqin leaving, Wongqini's mouth curled up slightly, and then he said to himself, "It seems that Madame Chu really hates me." After he finished speaking, Wongqini walked towards Lu Chen's room. After entering the room, Wongqini originally planned to ask Lu Chen if anything happened in the palace during the day, but his mouth was blocked before he could say anything. Wongqini was speechless. Although her opinion of the King of the North had changed a lot, she also found that the rumors about the King of the North being lustful were absolutely true. The King of the North can no longer be described as lustful. He is simply a sex-hungry ghost. Wongqini naturally didn't know why Lu Chen was so anxious. Lu Chen only needed 30 experience points to break through to the second level of the Qi refining technique. Of course, he was very anxious. He couldn't wait to become a 9th grade warrior. As he and Wongqini completed their relationship development, the system prompt finally sounded. The host and Wongqini develop a relationship, and the experience value of Qi refining art increases by 20. Emotional crit is triggered, and the experience value increases by another 40. The Qi refining art breaks through to the second level, and the experience value of the rejuvenation hand increases by 10. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 9th level. After hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen finally calmed down. Then he felt a powerful force surging into his body. All of a sudden, his body became lighter, and he seemed to have endless energy. Not only that, he found that his eyesight had become clearer and his brain was particularly alert. After enjoying the unique feeling brought by the improvement of his realm, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this a 9th grade warrior? I never thought that one day I would be able to become a 9th rank warrior. When he was in the capital, he always thought that he would just lie there for the rest of his life and would be an ordinary person all his life. After all, he had no talent for martial arts and could not bear the hardship of practicing martial arts. Unexpectedly, after obtaining the system, he broke through to the 9th level in less than half a year. Very nice. After improving his own strength, he has also acquired a certain ability to protect himself. In the future, he can go out and plan the future development direction of Beijun. Chapter 34. Dark and Windy Night. A few days later. Baiwa Tower. Today, when many guests arrived at the entrance of Baiwalu, they found that the door was closed. There was a sign at the door with a line of words written on it, saying that Baiwalu will be closed for renovation in preparation for the Oran Conference in half a month. This kind of thing is not surprising. The reason why Baiwalu has become the most lively place in Yinqing is because of its continuous upgrading and renovation, which provides guests with many new and interesting things. Moreover, after each upgrade and renovation, many beautiful girls would come, and this renovation also made the guests of Baiwalu start to look forward to it. Of course, this renovation of Baiwa Tower was not a real renovation, but because the guests from Shuyue Tower had arrived. At this time, in the attic of Baiwa Tower, a man wearing a bamboo hat was looking in the direction of Beiwang Palace. Wongqini sat on the beauty couch, her 2 slender legs crossed, her buttocks pressing the couch slightly concave. Lu Yuan then said, "Thank you, Miss Wang, for giving me the opportunity to take revenge myself." In Lu Yuan's opinion, if Yinyu Pavilion wanted to take action against the Northern King, it would be entirely possible for them to kill the Northern King without the mysterious master. However, they did not take action. Instead, they waited for the Blood Moon Tower to arrive before discussing how to assassinate the Northern King. This gave the Blood Moon Tower the opportunity to take action. Wongqini said with a smile, "Master Lu, I didn't wait until today just for you. I waited until today to ensure that this assassination would be foolproof." Lu Yuan said, "No matter what Miss Wang thinks, objectively speaking, she still gives me a chance." At this moment, Lu Yuan wished he could rush into the Northern Prince's palace and chop off the northern prince's head with his own hands. Although his younger brother Lu Tong might have been killed by the mysterious master of the northern king's palace, he still put the debt on the northern king. The reason is very simple. First of all, he may not be the opponent of the mysterious master. Secondly, Lu Tong died because of the assassination of the northern king, which is related to the northern king. Since the mysterious master cannot be found and defeated, the only thing he can do is to kill the king of the north to vent his anger. At first, he thought the task of assassinating the useless Prince Bei Wang was simple, so he asked his younger brother to go. Unexpectedly, when he saw Lu Tong again, Lu Tong's body had been burnt. If the king of the north had not died at his hands, it would have been difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Wongqini asked at this time, "Master Lu, are you planning to start tonight?" Lu Yuan said, "Yes, I can't wait to chop off the northern king's head and offer sacrifice to the soul of my brother in heaven." Wongqini said, "Well, our Yinyu Pavilion will fully cooperate with the Blood Moon Tower tonight. If you need anything, please let us know." Lu Yuan asked, "Miss Wang, just in case, I'd like to ask you one more question. Are you sure that the mysterious master who followed the northern king to the palace has left?" Wongqini smiled and said, "I have been to the palace many times just to inquire about this matter. According to the information I have collected, the mysterious master has indeed left the palace and returned to the Chu family." Lu Yuan said, "That would be the best." Wongqini smiled and said, "Master Lu, even if the information we collected from Yinyu Pavilion might be false, you don't have to worry too much. Even if that mysterious master returns to the northern palace again, with your strength, it should be no problem to hold him back. While you're holding him back, we can definitely get rid of the northern king." Lu Yuan thought about it and felt that what Wongqini said made sense. After all, they have 5 ninth-grade masters and 1 half-step grandmaster this time. If we don't count that mysterious master, there is only Chu Yuqin, a 9th-ranked person in the northern palace. 1 9th-grade person has no way of restraining 6 9th-grade people. So the northern king will definitely die tonight. It would be useless even if that mysterious master came. At this time, Wongqini took out a map of the northern prince's mansion. This is the map of the northern prince's mansion. When we take action tonight, our people from the Misty Rain Pavilion will go directly to the backyard to block the northern prince's escape route. As for the matters in the front yard, let the Blood Moon Tower complete them. What do you think, Tower Master Lu? If Mr. Lu has other ideas, you can also bring them up." Lu Yuan thought for a moment, then said, "Okay, let's do as Miss Wang said. However, if Chu Yuqin wants to stop me at that time, can you trouble Miss Wang to hold her back for a while so that I can go and take the head of the northern king? Chu Yuqin is a difficult person to deal with. If she comes out to stop him from killing Lu Chun, he might need some time to get rid of her entanglement." Although he could ask other 9th-grade masters to kill him, Lu Yuan wanted to do it himself. Wongqini said, "That's no problem." Then Wongqini said, "Well, let's each get ready." At the same time, Northern Palace. When the Blood Moon Tower arrived at the 100 Flowers Tower, Lu Chun received the news from Wongqini. He immediately began to mobilize troops and prepared an ambush in the palace. This time he distributed a total of 20 grenades to the soldiers, which were more than enough to deal with Lu Yuan and his men. Moreover, they did not throw grenades right away. After the people from the Blood Moon Tower entered their ambush circle, the soldiers would shoot arrows first. In an ambush, even if Lu Yuan and his group were at least at the 3rd or 4th level, most of them would be shot to death by arrows. Grenades are mainly used to deal with the 5 9th-grade masters and the deputy master of the Blood Moon Tower. In order to prevent Mu Zixuan and the other 3 pregnant wives and concubines from being frightened, Lu Chun moved them to the secret passage of the palace in advance. After everything is ready, just wait for night to fall. The cold wind was blowing at night. There is no moon or stars tonight, and thick dark clouds gather above people's heads, as if the sky is about to fall down. At this time, the entire Beiwang mansion was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the wind. After an unknown amount of time, a group of people in black broke into the palace from the main gate. When Lu Yuan and his companions entered the palace, they did not see anyone at the door, not even a patrolling guard. This made Lu Yuan feel something was wrong. The Northern Prince's palace is so big that it is impossible that there is not even a single guard. Maybe the King of the North learned about their coming in advance and ran away. At this time, Lu Yuan had not thought about the possibility that the Northern Palace would ambush them. After all, there were enough 9th-grade warriors coming with them this time, and they did not take the Northern Palace seriously at all. In Lu Yuan's opinion, even if the Northern Prince's mansion knew they were coming, the Northern Prince would only be scared and run away, and it would be impossible for them to ambush them. Unless the King of the North has lost his mind, he would not do such a thing. At this time, Lu Yuan's face darkened. If the Northern King really escaped, it would probably take some time to kill him. The people in Beijing can't wait, and I don't want to waste time. Lu Yuan then said to his men, "Search for me. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find the King of the North for me." Chapter 35, Immortal. There is an immortal in the Northern Palace. Following Lu Yuan's order, people from the Blood Moon Tower immediately poured into the Northern Prince's palace. Just as the people from the Blood Moon Tower arrived at the training ground, countless arrows flew from the sky. At this time, someone shouted loudly, "Owner, we have fallen into a trap." Looking at the rain of arrows from the sky, Lu Yuan was not panicked at all. He just snorted coldly and said, "It's just a dying struggle. A 9th grade warrior cannot be killed by a rain of arrows, not to mention that he is a half-step grandmaster and can already release his internal energy. These rain of arrows had no chance of hitting him, and even if they did, they could not cause him any harm. In his eyes, this ambush and sneak attack was just a small trick." Lu Yuan immediately said, "Come closer to me immediately." Hearing this, the people in the Blood Moon Tower quickly turned their backs to each other and waved their swords continuously to block the rain of arrows from the sky. Seeing this scene, Lu Chun was stunned. Damn it, is this the world of martial arts? The last time he came to Beijun to take up his fiefdom, he was in the carriage and did not see the scene of his own guards resisting the rain of arrows. Today's scene shocked him deeply. Without using a shield, can one use the sword in one's hand to block the rain of arrows? Although some people failed to block the attack completely and were still shot to death, most of the people in the Blood Moon Tower survived. Today's scene also made Lu Chun realize how important the fragmentation grenade given to him by the system is. If there were no grenades with the few people in their palace, they would have no way of dealing with the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. At this time, Lu Chun also felt a little fortunate. Fortunately, the novice gift package given by the system contained modern killing weapons such as grenades. As soon as the soldiers in the palace finished shooting the arrows, Lu Yuan looked at the rooftops in the distance and said sarcastically, "With just these few arrows, you think you can kill us? Isn't the King of the North a little too naive?" Lu Chun had no intention of wasting time talking to Lu Yuan. He directly said to Li Feng and the others, "Ignore them. Just throw the grenade. Pull the safety pin and wait for 3 breaths." Hearing this, Li Feng and others quickly took out the grenades in their arms. At this moment, the soldiers holding the grenades in their hands couldn't help but tremble a little. After all, they had seen the power of this killing weapon. They were afraid that they might accidentally fail to throw the grenade away. If they hadn't been thrown out, they would probably have been the ones to die. Seeing how nervous the soldiers were, Lu Chun said, "Don't worry, we won't bomb you." As soon as Lu Chun finished speaking, Li Feng pulled the safety pin of the grenade in his hand, and then after holding it for less than 2 seconds, he threw the grenade forcefully into the crowd in the Blood Moon building. Although Li Feng is a 7th rank warrior, he is also very nervous when using killing weapons such as grenades. Originally, Lu Chun wanted them to explode in midair. No one knew whether those warriors would kick the grenades back. If they did, they would be in trouble. Fortunately, when Li Feng threw the grenade into the crowd, Lu Yuan and others did not take it seriously. They thought it was a stone thrown by the Northern Palace, and they easily dodged the grenade thrown by Li Feng. Lu Yuan mocked again. "Haha, has the Northern Palace become so poor that it has no arrows and can only throw stones?" However, as soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, a loud noise exploded in the crowd. Boom! As a cloud of white smoke rose, people around were killed or injured, and there was wailing at the scene. After seeing this scene, everyone in the Blood Moon Tower was stunned and did not react for a long time. It was not until the second grenade exploded in the crowd that the warriors from the Blood Moon Tower began to flee in all directions like crazy. "Oh my god, it's thunder! Run! Someone in the Northern Palace will summon thunder." Immortal. There is an immortal in the Northern Palace. Seeing the people from the Blood Moon Tower fleeing in all directions, Lu Yuan clenched the sword in his hand and then roared with all his strength, "Stop right there! I will kill anyone who tries to escape." Before Lu Yuan could finish his words, a soldier from the palace threw a grenade towards where Lu Yuan was. Lu Yuan is not a fool. He has already understood that this is the thing that exploded just now. Although he doesn't know why this thing can have such great destructive power, he is very clear that this thing is very dangerous. Lu Yuan quickly kicked his legs forward and retreated 10 steps. However, when the grenade exploded, a piece of fragment directly passed by his leg, causing his leg to bleed. Lu Yuan was considered to be relatively lucky. At this moment, the 9th grade warrior who was closest to Lu Yuan was hit directly by the grenade, and more than a dozen bloody holes were instantly blown on him. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan's body couldn't help but tremble. There was no doubt that he was scared. He had never seen such a strange weapon. It clearly looked like just a piece of stone, but after it exploded, it was able to kill a 9th grade warrior instantly. This completely overturned his cognition. He had never heard of such a weapon. How could such a weapon exist in this world? If that dynasty had such a deadly weapon, it would have unified the world long ago. At the same time, the backyard of the palace. When Wongqini and the people from Baihua Tower arrived at the backyard of the palace, they also heard a loud explosion. Hearing those voices, Wongqini was stunned for a moment. At this time, Chun Yu beside her said, "Saint, it looks like it's going to rain soon, which is just right to cover up our actions." Chun Yu thought that the rumbling sound was thunder, but Wongqini obviously didn't think so. Although the dark clouds were indeed thicker tonight, the sound was obviously not coming from the sky, and there was a loud echo. Something must have happened over there in the front yard. It seems that the King of the North has quite a few secrets. At this time, one of the assassins from the Misty Rain Pavilion suddenly reminded, "Saint, there's someone." As soon as the words fell, everyone in Baihua Tower became alert instantly. The main reason they came to the back door of the palace was to block the Northern King's escape route. Since someone appeared at the back door, it meant that the Northern King and his men were preparing to escape. Just when everyone in the Misty Rain Pavilion thought they were about to see the escaped servant of the Northern Prince's mansion, they discovered a beautiful woman in a green cloud-colored dress and with a cloud-like bun slowly walking to the backyard door. The people from Yinyu Pavilion recognized this woman instantly. She was none other than Chu Yuqin, the 9th grade master in the Northern Palace. Seeing Chu Yuqin appear in the backyard, Chun Yu and other assassins from Yinyu Pavilion were stunned. Chu Yuqin is a 9th rank master. Instead of staying by the king of the north side to protect him, she actually ran to the backyard at this time. What's going on? For a moment, a bad premonition came to people's minds. Chu Yuqin asked coldly, "It's so late. Where are you going, Miss Wong?" Wongqini replied with a smile, "I came to the Northern Prince's mansion to serve the prince." Chu Yuqin snorted coldly and said, "Do you need so many people to serve Chen'er?" Chen Yu took the initiative to step forward at this time. She immediately walked in front of Wongqini and said, "Saintess, please go to the front yard and check the situation. I feel something is wrong. I will hold them back." Before Chun Yu could finish his words, he felt a chill on his back, and then a sharp pain swept through his whole body. Chun Yu lowered his head slightly, somewhat unable to believe the blade on his chest. She turned her head and found that the person who killed her was Wongqini. Wongqini then drew out his sword, and before Chun Yu could finish his words, Chun Yu fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Seeing this scene, the killers from Yinyu Pavilion were stunned. They never dreamed that their saint would attack their own people at this time. At this time, Wongqini said to Chu Yuqin again, "Madam Chu, please help me to clean up these people and don't let them escape." After hearing what Wongqini said, no matter how dumb the assassins from Yinyu Pavilion were, they realized that Wongqini was betraying the 8th prince. One of them shouted, "Everyone run! We must spread the news of the saint's betrayal." After saying that, the assassins from Yinyu Pavilion fled in several directions. At this time, Chu Yuqin just glanced at him coldly. Soon, more than a dozen corpses appeared at the back gate of the palace. Chapter 36, Brother. Times have changed. After Chu Yuqin dealt with the assassins from Yinyu Pavilion, she went to the martial arts training ground with Wongqini. Wongqini was somewhat curious as to why Chu Yuqin dared to leave Bei Wong at this time. Although she knew that Bei Wong might have some strength, there were so many 9th grade warriors coming to Blood Moon Tower after all, and there was even a half-step grandmaster. Could it be that Chu Yuqin is really not worried at all that her Chen'er would be killed? Or, in Chu Yuqin's opinion, Lu Chun is fully capable of dealing with the killers in the Blood Moon Tower? Is the Northern Palace already so powerful? Just when Wongqini's mind was full of questions, they had already arrived at the martial arts training ground of the palace. Seeing the people from the Blood Moon Tower surrounded in the martial arts training ground, Wongqini was stunned. At this time, the martial arts training ground was littered with corpses, but these corpses were all those of the killers from the Blood Moon Tower. Currently, only 2 ninth-grade masters and the Blood Moon Tower's deputy master Lu Yuan are still alive in the Blood Moon Tower. But the situation of the 3 of them was very bad. The 3 of them were covered in blood, and the 2 surviving ninth-grade warriors were obviously seriously injured. If they were not treated in time, they would probably be close to death. It hasn't been long. The soldiers of the Northern Palace actually captured all the assassins sent by the Blood Moon Tower. Wongqini felt like he was dreaming. She knew that the Northern Palace might have some strength, but she never expected that the Northern Palace could get rid of the assassin from the Blood Moon Tower in such a short time. That's 5 ninth-grade ones. There's also a half-step grandmaster. Even if there really is a powerful master in the Northern Palace, it is impossible that he could eliminate so many people in less than a quarter of an hour, right? How did the Northern Palace do it? At this time, Wongqini turned his head and looked at Lu Chun, who was walking towards the martial arts training ground from a distance. If you want to know how the Northern Palace did it, perhaps you will have to ask the Northern King in person later. At this time, Lu Yuan stuck his sword into the ground to support his wounded body. When he saw the Northern King slowly walking out of the crowd, he gritted his teeth and sneered, "Northern King, I didn't expect you to be the one hiding the deepest. It seems that everyone in the world has been deceived by you." At this time, Lu Yuan no longer had the same fighting spirit as before. In just a short time, almost all the people he brought with him were killed, leaving only 3 seriously injured people. The kind of weapon that the Northern Palace just took out, let alone a half-step grandmaster, I'm afraid even a real grandmaster might not be able to completely block it. He never dreamed that one day he would fall into the hands of a useless prince. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lu Chun said calmly, "Master Lu, do you have any last words to say? When I destroy the Blood Moon Tower in the future, I may be able to pass your last words to your master." Lu Yuan laughed and said, "You little brat, since you want to kill me, I will also drag you to be buried with you." Having said that, Lu Yuan suddenly pulled out the sword that was stuck in the ground and then ran straight towards Lu Chun. A ferocious and complacent smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. If the Northern King had not come out before, he would definitely not have been able to kill him. But Bei Wangxian should never come out and mock him at this time. The distance was so close, and he was a half-step grandmaster. Although he was seriously injured, it was still no problem for him to kill a piece of trash. Seeing this scene, Wongqini's face changed drastically and he exclaimed, "Not good." Just when Wongqini thought that something was going to happen to Lu Chun, he discovered that no one around him moved. The soldiers of the palace and Chu Yuqin just stood there, watching the scene quietly, as if they did not see that Lu Yuan wanted to die together with Lu Chun. Wongqini was stunned. She didn't understand why the soldiers in the palace and Chu Yuqin had such a calm reaction. Lu Yuan is a half-step master. Even if he was seriously injured, it would not be a problem for him to drag a 9th-rank master to take the blame for him before he died. But the people in the palace were indifferent to this scene. Soon, Wongqini understood why the people in the palace had no reaction to this scene. At this time, Lu Chun took out a black stick-like weapon and pointed it at Lu Yuan, who was rushing towards him. When Lu Yuan saw the stick in Lu Chun's hand, he laughed loudly and said, "You are just a useless prince, and you dare to fight me alone. Do you think that I can't kill you just because I'm seriously injured?" Seeing that the people around him did not move, and seeing Lu Chun took out a stick, Lu Yuan thought that Lu Chun was stupid and wanted to end his life himself. As he spoke, Lu Yuan had already arrived in front of Lu Chun. "Go to hell." Seeing that the sword in Lu Yuan's hand was about to chop towards Lu Chun, Wongqini's heart was in his throat. However, at this time, what she worried about did not happen. At this moment, a huge voice sounded, and then Lu Chun's body took a step back. "Gang!" At the moment of the gunshot, Lu Chun smiled and said, "Brother, times have changed." The next moment, Lu Yuan's body flew out instantly, and a huge bloody hole appeared on his back. Seeing this scene, Wongqini was completely stunned. What just happened? What was that loud noise? She only saw Lu Yuan swinging his sword at the King of the North, and then the King of the North pointed a stick at Lu Yuan, and then Lu Yuan flew out with a huge bloody hole appearing on his body. The King of the North didn't move at all, but Lu Yuan died? Wongqini was not a fool. She quickly realized that Lu Yuan was killed by the black stick-like thing in Lu Chun's hand. Wongqini's brain was a little confused. A half-step grandmaster. Just not like that? What weapon is in the Northern King's hand, and why is it so terrifying? Does this world really have such a weapon that can kill a half-step grandmaster in seconds? Wang Qingxi's brain instantly connected all the recent events. She finally understood why the first assassination attempt at Blood Moon Tower failed. I finally understood why the King of the North was not afraid of the assassination attempt by the Blood Moon Tower at all. At the same time, she also understood why the soldiers in the Northern Prince's mansion, including Chu Yuqin herself, were indifferent when the Northern Prince was in danger. Where is Bei Wang in danger? The one in danger is Lu Yuan. A half-step grandmaster just took a look at the King of the North, and a huge bloody hole instantly appeared on his body. With this weapon in hand, the King of the North is not afraid of any half-step master. Not to mention a half-step grandmaster. Even a grandmaster would probably not be able to resist that mysterious weapon. Seeing the black stick in Lu Chen's hand again, Wang Qingxi couldn't help but break out in sweat on his white forehead. The black stick seemed to emit a strong bloody aura, causing Wang Qingxi's delicate body to tremble unconsciously. In fact, let alone Wang Qingxi, even Li Feng and others who had seen Lu Chan use Barrett to snipe an 8th grade warrior once before were also shocked by this scene. The last time the Blood Moon Tower assassinated the Northern King, he only killed an 8th rank warrior. And the one who died at the hands of the Northern King this time was a half-step grandmaster. Half-step grandmaster. This is an existence that even the Imperial court wants to win over. Moreover, even the previous Grenade failed to kill the half-step grandmaster of the Blood Moon Tower. But in front of the Northern King, and in front of his mysterious weapon, killing this half-step grandmaster was just a matter of a moment. Seeing the huge bloody hole on Lu Yuan's back, almost everyone felt a chill on their backs. For a moment, the entire training ground was as quiet as a cemetery at night, until the 2 remaining 9th grade warriors in the Blood Moon Tower begged for mercy, and people came to their senses. Chapter 37. The Northern King in Wang Qingxi's eyes. The 2 surviving 9th grade warriors in the Blood Moon Tower completely lost the idea of resisting after seeing Lu Yuan being killed instantly by the Northern King with a mysterious weapon. A half-step grandmaster was killed like a chicken by the Northern King. What resistance could these 2 9th grade warriors have? That's a half-step grandmaster. A half-step grandmaster who is only 1 step away from being a grandmaster. Not to mention the grandmaster. Even for a grandmaster, it would be difficult to kill a half-step grandmaster instantly. As a result, he was instantly killed by the Northern Prince, who is rumored to be a waste. Your Highness, please spare my life. I was threatened by Lu Yuan, and I have no intention of going against you. Your Majesty, spare my life. I know where the Blood Moon Tower is hidden. If your Majesty wants to destroy the Blood Moon Tower, I can lead the way for you. The 2 9th rank warriors from the Blood Moon Tower kowtowed as they spoke, and the blood on their heads had already stuck their hair together. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingxi felt mixed emotions. She once thought that 9th rank warriors were so powerful, especially after she became a 9th rank warrior. She thought that one day she would be able to use her own strength to get rid of Yinyu Pavilion and the Wang family. But now it seems that the 9th rank is just this level. Not to mention the 9th rank, even the status of a half-step grandmaster might decline significantly in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Qingxi glanced at the black stick in Lu Chen's hand again. With that mysterious weapon, any half-step grandmaster is no different from an ordinary person. If the Northern Palace could mass-produce the same weapons, I'm afraid the entire martial arts world would be overturned in the future. At this moment, Wang Qingxi seemed to have seen the collapse of the martial arts world and the scene of the Northern King unifying the entire continent. At this time, Li Feng said to Lu Chun, "Prince, do you want to keep these 2? Perhaps they can help us find the location of the Blood Moon Tower." Lu Chun thought for a moment, then asked, "General Li, can you guarantee that these 2 9th rank warriors will not escape?" Li Feng said, "Your Majesty, we can use hooks to lock their scapulae so that they cannot use their power." Lu Chun smiled and said, "General Li, what I'm asking is whether you can guarantee that these 2 9th rank warriors won't escape." Li Feng was silent. Of course, he had no way of guaranteeing that. Even if the hooks were used to hook the scapula of these 2 people, they might still be able to escape in various ways. After all, they were 9th grade warriors. Seeing that Li Feng was silent, Lu Chun could basically confirm that Li Feng had no way to be sure that it was absolutely safe. Although he now has a 9th grade master and a half-step grandmaster by his side, one is Wang Qingxi and the other is Chu Yuqin. He can't possibly let the 2 of them watch the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. If Li Feng and his men were asked to watch over these two assassins, Li Feng was a 7th-rank soldier, and the rest of the soldiers were all 3rd or 4th ranks. If the assassins from Blood Moon Tower really broke free, these soldiers might not be able to stop them. So to be on the safe side, it's better to get rid of these two people. Thinking of this, Lu Chun said nothing and took out the Desert Eagle from his sleeve like a magic trick, then aimed at the 2 9th-grade warriors and fired 2 shots. The last 2 assassins sent by the Blood Moon Tower also fell to the ground. At this point, all the assassins sent by the Blood Moon Tower were wiped out, and the 8th Prince's plan failed again. Seeing the 2 9th-rank masters lying on the ground, the soldiers couldn't help but swallow. If it were in the past, a 9th-grade warrior would be able to defeat 50 of them. Under normal circumstances, these 2 9th-rank kings are fully capable of killing all of their more than 100 soldiers. But now, the 2 9th-rank masters were easily executed by their prince. The weapons on the prince are simply terrifying. They dare not think about what would happen if someone used this weapon on them in the future. At this time, Li Feng and others were extremely grateful. Fortunately, they were smart and knew to stay in Beijun. If they had chosen to return to the capital, let alone whether they could get out of Yinqing. Even if they return to the capital, when a northern king rises in the future, they will probably have to face the mysterious weapons in the northern king's hands. When the soldiers thought of the previous grenade explosion scene, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Wongqini stared at the Desert Eagle in Lu Chen's hand. She thought that the King of the North only had that long black weapon, but she didn't expect that the King of the North actually had a mysterious weapon that could easily kill a 9th-grade warrior. How could the Northern King have such a terrible weapon? Where did these weapons come from? Wongqini was very sure that there was no such terrifying weapon in this world. Otherwise, the martial arts world would have been in chaos long ago. At this moment, Lu Chun turned his head and looked at Wongqini. Wongqini's delicate body trembled slightly, and her brain was stunned. Just being glanced at by Lu Chun made Wongqini's heart filled with fear. In her mind, the King of the North was now a god of death, a synonym for mystery. Lu Chun smiled and said, "Qingci, how are you people from Yinyu Pavilion going to deal with this?" Lu Chun only subdued Wongqini, so he did not plan to keep anyone from Yinyu Pavilion. It would be best to eliminate all factors that could not be fully controlled. He has not yet grown to the point where he can become an enemy of the entire world, so he still needs to be cautious and careful in what he does. After hearing Lu Chen's question, Wongqini immediately replied, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Madam Chu and I have just dealt with them all." Lu Chun was a little surprised to hear Wongqini's answer. To be honest, she didn't expect Wongqini to be so cruel. After all, she was the saint of Yinyu Pavilion and grew up in Yinyu Pavilion. Chu Yuqin asked at this time, "Chen'er, what are you going to do next?" Now they have thwarted another assassination attempt by the Blood Moon Tower, but Chu Yuqin does not think that the Blood Moon Tower will let it go. This time, their deputy building owner died in the Northern Prince's mansion, and the Blood Moon building is famous for its vengeance, so they will definitely come back for revenge. The situation of the palace will still not be very good in the future. Lu Chun thought about it, and then said, "Let's spread what happened today and say that the mysterious master of the palace did not leave. With the help of the master of the palace, we thwarted another assassination attempt by the Blood Moon Tower." Lu Chun does not plan to let more people know about his Desert Eagle and battery, so for now he can only use the mysterious master to deter those who are hostile to the palace. Chu Yuqin pondered for a moment and thought that there was nothing wrong with Lu Chen's approach. "Chen'er, go check on Zixuan and the others. Leave this to us." Mu Zixuan and the others were still in the tunnel. They must have heard the noise from the palace a long time ago and must be very worried at this moment. So Chu Yuqin wanted Lu Chen to go and see them first. Mu Zixuan and the other 3 are all pregnant, so they can't be too scared. Lu Chen said, "Okay," and turned and left. At the same time, inside the palace tunnel, Mu Zixuan and the 2 Zhou sisters were looking at the top of the tunnel with worry. Zhou Xiaoxiao said to Mu Zixuan at this time, "Sister Mu, the prince should be okay, right?" Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu had experienced the confiscation of their homes and the extermination of their clans, so they were very sensitive to such things. They did not want to go back to their previous lives. It could be said that the King of the North was the sky for these 2 sisters. If anything happened to the King of the North, their sky would collapse. Mu Zixuan comforted him. "Don't worry, the prince will be fine." Although Mu Zixuan did not see with her own eyes the scene where Lu Chun used the mysterious weapon to kill the 9th-rank warrior last time, She heard about it from her personal guards afterwards. So she was very confident that the man she married must be no simple man, and he would be able to easily deal with the assassination attempt by the Blood Moon Tower. They just needed to wait here. Just then, a tall and strong man entered the tunnel. Seeing that it was Lu Chun, Zhou Xiao and Zhou Yu rushed up without hesitation and hugged Lu Chun. "Great, your majesty, you are okay." Woo, I'm scared to death." Lu Chun patted Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao on the back and said with a smile, "Okay, it's okay. Chapter 38 Rumors in the Capital. Early in the morning, the Beijun army blockaded Yinqing. On the streets, almost every street was filled with soldiers coming and going. Seeing this scene, the people were so scared that they ran home quickly. At the same time, the gate of the county magistrate's mansion was surrounded by a group of soldiers. Before Li Rue got up, he heard his wife rushing into the room and shouting, "Master, something bad has happened." After hearing his wife's voice, Li Rue got up from the bed and asked dazedly, "Madam, what happened?" Madam Li said quickly, "A group of soldiers came to the door and said they wanted to search the county governor's mansion." Hearing this, Li Rue's eyes suddenly widened and he woke up instantly. He immediately stood up from the bed. "What's going on? Why are there soldiers searching the county governor's mansion?" Madam Li said, "I don't know what happened, master. Go and have a look. They are about to break in." Li Rue hurried towards the gate of the county magistrate's mansion without even having time to put on his clothes. At this time, Li Rue was extremely nervous. He wondered if the king of the north was going to take action against him, the county magistrate. But he changed his mind and thought he had handed over the military power and was still working diligently for the northern king. The northern king would not take action against him, right? He is now considered the northern king's man. How could a vassal king attack his own people? If he, the county magistrate, were gone, it would be even more difficult for the king of the north to suppress the powerful groups in the north county. Soon, Li Rue appeared at the gate of the county magistrate's mansion. Seeing that the team leader who brought the soldiers was someone he knew, Li Rue was relieved. He asked, "Captain Wu, what are you doing?" Wu Hong smiled and said, "Master Li, please forgive me. Last night, the prince was assassinated by assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. It is said that several assassins escaped. The prince ordered us to search the entire city and not let anyone's house go." Hearing this, Li Rue's face changed, and he quickly asked, "Is the prince okay?" Wu Hong said, "Don't worry, Lord Li. Thanks to the mysterious master in the palace, the prince was just frightened and is fine." Hearing this, Li Rue felt a little relieved. If the king of the north was killed, he, as the county magistrate, might also be implicated. Then Li Rue said, "Okay, go ahead and search." Wu Hong cupped his hands and said, "Sorry to bother you then." Wu Hong then led the soldiers into the county magistrate's mansion, conducted a brief search, and then led the soldiers to the next mansion. Soon, the news of the assassination of the northern king spread throughout Yinqing. Almost everyone in Yinqing knew that the Blood Moon Tower sent people to assassinate the northern king, but was thwarted by the mysterious master of the northern king's palace. Although the king of the north is a useless prince, he is a prince after all, and the assassination of a prince is a big deal. The news soon spread to the capital, the residence of the 8th prince. After seeing Wongqini's carrier pigeon message, Lu Shuyun became furious. He raised his arm and swept everything on the chopping board to the ground, and then overturned the table in front of him. Immediately afterwards, clanging sounds were heard in the study, and Lu Shuyun smashed everything that could be smashed in the study. Waste. A bunch of waste. 6 ninth-grade masters and 1 half-step grandmaster, but they can't even kill a piece of trash. What's the use of you? After hearing Lu Shuyun's voice, the maids in the room all stood aside, trembling, not daring to make a sound. Lu Shuyun couldn't believe that this operation would fail. Even if the mysterious master is still in the northern palace, with the presence of the half-step grandmaster from the Blood Moon Tower, he will be able to hold him back for a while, thus giving other 9th-rank warriors the opportunity to kill Lu Chun. As a result, the Blood Moon Tower failed. Not only did the people from the Blood Moon Tower fail, but even the people sent by the Misty Rain Pavilion were basically all killed. Only Wongqini escaped, and it was said that he was seriously injured and could only hide in Yinqing to survive. Lu Shuyun felt like his lungs were about to explode. He had always thought that getting rid of the waste Lu Chun would be an easy task, but he failed twice in a row. After these 2 failures, it may not be so easy for them to attack the northern palace again in the future. The other forces are not fools. Even the Blood Moon Tower, which specializes in assassinations, has failed. It is highly likely that other killer organizations will not accept his mission. Just as Lu Shuyun was smashing things to vent his dissatisfaction, a servant rushed in hurriedly. "Your Highness, something bad has happened. Something terrible has happened." Lu Shuyun was already furious, and when he heard the servant yelling, he became even angrier and kicked the servant against the wall. Fortunately, he was not very strong and did not kick the servant to death. After the servant spat out a mouthful of blood, he quickly stood up and said, "Your Highness, now the whole capital is saying that you sent assassins from the Blood Moon Tower to assassinate the Northern King in order to make the Jiangnan family support you in the battle for the throne." Hearing this, Lu Shuyun was stunned and froze in place. He reacted quickly, his face darkening instantly. "My good brothers really never let go of any opportunity. When it comes to politics, you can do it, but you can't say it, and you can say it, but you can't do it." Although it was common for royal brothers to kill each other, it was a taboo in any dynasty. Of course, people knew that the 8th prince was the one who wanted to get rid of the 9th prince the most. Their maternal families were both from Jiangnan families, and the Jiangnan families could only support one prince to fight for the throne. But this kind of thing should only be known to the public and must not be spread out. Once it gets out, it will become a scandal of royal brothers killing each other. Since this kind of thing is a taboo in the royal family, why are there rumors in the capital that he sent people to assassinate the 9th prince? It was obvious that someone from other princes was pushing this from behind, with the intention of making him lose the qualification to compete for the position of crown prince. Lu Shuyun was originally thinking about how to get rid of Lu Chun, but now after hearing the rumors in the capital, he can't touch Lu Chun. This is what politics means when one can say but not do. Since there are already rumors, if he sent someone to assassinate Lu Chun and Lu Chun died, it would basically be equivalent to confirming that he did it. Even if he didn't kill Lu Chun, the ministers in the court who supported other princes would say it was him, and the people would also think that he killed the 9th prince. When that time really comes, he will completely lose the qualifications to compete for the position of crown prince. Lu Shuyun clenched his fists, feeling very unwilling. Could he really let that piece of trash go? The first and second assassination attempts were mainly for his own political purposes, but at this time Lu Shuyun was so angry that he didn't think about the problem from a political perspective. He just wanted to get rid of Lu Chun. Of course, this was just a momentary personal emotion, and Lu Shuyun soon calmed down. In any case, Lu Chun cannot be touched for the next period of time. At this time, Lu Shuyun turned his head to look at the bookshelf in the study, and then said to that side, "Send a message to Wongqini immediately, and tell her to continue to lurk in Beijun after she recovers from her injuries, and not to take any action for the time being." As soon as Lu Shuyun finished speaking, a dark shadow climbed out of the window and left the study. Chapter 39. The Chu Family's Crisis. Capital City. Imperial Palace. Imperial Garden. Emperor Xia, wearing a yellow dragon robe, sat in the pavilion, savoring the fragrant tea in his hand. At this moment, a soldier in armor suddenly appeared behind him. "Your Majesty, I have already found out that the news that the 8th prince sent someone to assassinate the 9th prince was spread by the 1st prince." Upon hearing this, the teacup in Emperor Xia's hand instantly broke. Emperor Xia snorted coldly and said, "My children are getting more and more restless. Could it be that they all hope that I will die soon? Are they so anxious to become the crown prince?" Seeing Emperor Xia getting angry, the imperial preceptor Situ Su, who was sitting opposite Emperor Xia, immediately said, "Your Majesty, calm down. The position of crown prince is still undecided, so it is not surprising that brothers would attack each other. If your Majesty can appoint a crown prince as soon as possible, it would actually help calm down His Highness." Hearing this, Emperor Xia chuckled and then said, "Master, only you dare to say this to me. If someone else had told me to appoint a crown prince earlier, I would have had him dragged down to fight 100 battles." Having said that, Emperor Xia stood up from the stone bench, put his hands behind his back, and looked at the lotus pond in the Imperial Garden. To be honest, compared to what happened in the capital, I am more curious about how Xiaozhou survived. Emperor Xia's idea was similar to Lu Shuyun's. Even if the Chu family really sent a mysterious master to protect Lu Chun, the assassination by the Blood Moon Tower would most likely be successful. According to the information obtained by the Shadow Guard, the Blood Moon Tower sent a half-step Grandmaster and 5 ninth-grade masters to Beijun this time. In addition, Lu Xuyun himself has planted some pawns in Beijun. If they act together, even if there's a master, the king of the north is unlikely to survive. But the king of the north survived. This made Emperor Xia doubtful. Could it be that the mysterious master beside King Bei was just a master? Situs said at this time. The ninth prince was able to survive, perhaps because it was not his destiny, it was just luck. Emperor Xia said calmly, "Forget it, the farce should end. Since the Chu family has not sent anyone to Beijun to contact Xiaozhou recently, let Xiaozhou make trouble in Beijun. I don't plan to ask about his affairs in the future." Emperor Xia has had people investigate the Chu family recently and discovered that apart from sending Chu Yuqin and the mysterious master to protect Lu Chun in Beijun, the Chu family has not taken any action since then. No one was sent to contact Lu Chun, and it seemed as if they had really given up on Lu Chun. Emperor Xia even heard that the Chu family was very dissatisfied with Chu Xiong as the head of the family and was already clamoring to change the head of the family. Chu Xiong himself is already in trouble, so it is normal that he has no time to care about Lu Chun, who is far away in Beijun. Emperor Xia then said to the red-robed eunuch beside him, "Pass on my order. The eldest prince has been spreading rumors everywhere, which has damaged the dignity of the royal family. He is under house arrest for 3 months. As for the 8th prince..." At this point, Emperor Xia paused for a moment, then continued, "Eunuch Lu, go and tell the 8th prince to stop." Hearing this, the red-robed eunuch in front of Emperor Xia immediately said, "Yes, your majesty." Eunuch Lu then left the palace and went to the residences of the eldest prince and the 8th prince to convey the imperial edict. At the same time, Jiangnan, Sufeng City, Chu family. A gray-haired old man was sitting in the yard, reading the letter in his hand over and over again. At this time, a middle-aged man in green brocade clothes came into the courtyard. "Dad, didn't you say you would not care about the northern prince's mansion for the time being? Why didn't you let Chen'er come back? And you even secretly sent a master to protect the northern prince." The man's name is Chu Hongfei. He is Chu Xiong's son and Lu Chen's uncle. Chu Hongfei was in a bad mood after learning that there was a mysterious master in the northern palace. Although Lu Chun was his nephew, he and Lu Chun did not have much in common, let alone any good feelings towards each other. What's more, the woman he liked had always been following the king of the north, which made Chu Hongfei even more unhappy. As for who the woman he likes is, it is naturally Chu Yuqin. Facing his son's questioning, Chu Xiong was silent for a moment, then asked, "Hongfei, do you really think that the Grand Master of the Northern Palace was sent by me?" Hearing Chu Xiong's words, Chu Hongfei was stunned for a moment, and then he said, "Apart from you, who would send a master to protect a useless prince?" In Chu Hongfei's opinion, Chu Xiong probably thought that Lu Chun was his grandson, so he was afraid that he would get hurt, so he sent a master over. Chu Xiong sighed and said, "I did think about sending a master to protect the northern king, but when I thought about the various actions in the capital recently, I finally gave up the idea. I don't know where that mysterious master came from." Yuqin voluntarily followed the king of the north to Beijun. Now she no longer listens to the Chu family. At this moment, Chu Hongfei showed a hint of doubt on his face, and then he asked, "Dad, you are not lying to me, are you? If it wasn't for your order, how could Chen'er follow such an unlearned loser? I don't believe it." Chu Xiong said angrily. Emperor Xia is constantly making moves. The commander of the Imperial Guards in the capital has been replaced again and again. Even Zhou Wangtian's family was confiscated and exterminated. Mu Chantian was also imprisoned in the capital. Emperor Xia is obviously going to take action against the noble families next. How dare I have too much contact with the king of the north at this time? Do you really think I am old and confused and afraid that Emperor Xia's sword will not come down fast enough? As for Yuqin, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. Although her husband died on the first day she married into the Wang family, she is still considered a daughter-in-law of the Wang family. Hearing Chu Xiong's words, Chu Hongfei said thoughtfully, "Dad, if it's really not the Grandmaster you sent to Beijun, then there shouldn't be any Grandmaster who would protect the king of Beijun, right?" Chu Xiong stroked his gray beard and then said, "I was also confused when I first saw the news, but I just received news from the capital. This matter may have something to do with the eldest prince." Having said that, Chu Xiong handed the letter to Chu Hongfei. Chu Hongfei picked up the letter and glanced at it, and the expression on his face changed again and again. Then he said, "Dad, do you think that the eldest prince sent the Grandmaster to protect the northern king and that he wanted to win over our Chu family in this way. Chu Xiong said calmly, "It's not about winning over the Chu family, but winning over me." The letter in Chu Hongfei's hand was sent by the Chu family's spy in the capital. The spy found out that the eldest prince had spread news related to the Northern King several times, including the news that the 8th prince sent people to assassinate the Northern King, which was spread in the capital this time. It was also spread by the eldest prince. It looked as if the eldest prince was protecting the Northern King. But Chu Xiong was not a fool. It was obvious that the eldest prince did this for him to see. As for whether the Grandmaster beside the Northern King is a subordinate of the eldest prince, it is really hard to say. As the eldest prince, the one most likely to become the crown prince, there is no doubt that he must have masters under him. But the Grandmaster is not a cabbage. The eldest prince himself needs the Grandmaster's protection. If a Grandmaster is sent to protect the Northern King, then who will protect him in the capital unless there is more than one Grandmaster around him? At this time, Chu Hongfei placed the letter on the stone table and said, "I don't care. China must come back no matter what. What is she doing in Beijun following a useless prince? The environment in Beijun is so bad. She can only suffer in Beijun." Hearing this, Chu Xiong was furious and said angrily, "You think about women every day. That's all you can do. The Chu family is about to face a disaster, and you are still thinking about women." Chu Hongfei said nonchalantly, "What does it have to do with me if the Chu family is in great trouble? If that happens, I will take Chen'er to the Dao dynasty." Chu Xiong almost choked when he heard Chu Hongfei's words. Get out of here right now." Chu Xiong shouted loudly. Seeing that Chu Xiong was angry, Chu Hongfei hurriedly left the yard. After Chu Hongfei left, Chu Xiong looked at the empty yard, sighed deeply, and said, Dad is sorry for you. I didn't protect you well at the beginning, and now I don't even dare to send someone to protect your child." Chapter 40, Auspicious Sign. This is an auspicious sign. As time passed, Mu Zixuan's and her 2 daughters' bellies grew bigger and bigger, and soon the day of delivery arrived. Ever since news spread from Beijun that the king of Bei was assassinated by the Blood Moon Tower and then rescued by a mysterious master, Beijun has suddenly become much more stable. This made some forces realize that the mysterious master beside the Northern King might always follow the Northern King and protect him. Although the king of the North is a waste, the mysterious master beside him is no pushover. Because of Emperor Xia's warning, the 8th prince did not send any more people to assassinate Lu Chun. He just asked Wongqini to continue to monitor Lu Chun in Beijun and tell him immediately if he found any contact between the king of Bei and the Chu family. In the past few months, Lu Chun has not been busy dealing with the affairs of Beijun, and Beijun is still governed by the county magistrate Li Rue. However, Lu Chun had someone measure the land of the palace, and then asked the people to reclaim the land and plant all 10,000 kilograms of breeding potatoes. There are a lot of wastelands in Beijun, and not many people pay attention to the Beiwang Mansion's land measurement and reclamation. These days, Lu Chun has been staying in the palace with Mu Zixuan and the other 3. All 3 of them are about to give birth, so Lu Chun is taking extra good care of them, fearing that something might happen to them. At this time, Lu Chun gently stroked Mu Zixuan's bulging belly, then smiled and said, "My beloved concubine, you can leave the palace's industry to Aunt Shu for the time being. Next, you just need to wait for the birth with peace of mind, and don't worry about those things for the time being." In the past few months, Mu Zixuan has expanded the soap and perfume industries hundreds of times. Now the entire Great Xia Dynasty, whether it is high-ranking officials or ordinary people, are using the perfumes and soaps produced by their palace. Although these 2 things are more profitable, because they're the Northern King's industry, and Mu Chantian is looking after the Northern King's mansion in the capital, no one dares to take advantage of these 2 industries for the time being. What Lu Chun could not have expected the most was that Mu Zixuan seemed to be a very business-minded person. She even combined perfume and soap to create a product called soap. Of course, this is not a simple combination. The soap is modified and can be used for bathing. With these industries, the palace can earn hundreds of thousands of taels of silver every month, and Mu Zixuan is also actively exploring trade routes. She plans to sell these things to other countries. Unfortunately, as her belly grew bigger, her energy became lower and lower, and she felt sleepy every day. Now she was completely unable to manage the palace's business. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan said, "Well, I have asked someone to transfer all the account books of the palace to Aunt Chu. Aunt Chu has been familiarizing herself with the properties of the palace these days. Although Chu Yuqin cannot be considered a member of the Northern Palace now, everyone in the palace trusts her and knows that sooner or later she will be Lu Chen's woman. People didn't worry at all about anything happening when the palace's property was handed over to her to manage. Just then, the maid Xiaoro entered the room and whispered, "Your Highness, General Li is looking for you. He said he has something important to tell you." Hearing this, Lu Chun stroked Mu Zixuan's cheek and said, "My beloved, I have something to go out first. You lie down well." Mu Zixuan smiled and said, "Well, Your Majesty, go and get busy." Lu Chun immediately stood up and walked towards a martial arts training ground. After seeing Li Feng, before Li Feng could salute, Lu Chun asked, "Generally, what do you want from me?" Li Feng quickly replied, "Your Majesty, good news, the soil you asked us to plant soil." At this point, Li Feng thought for a moment, and then immediately said, "Oh yes, potatoes. Those potatoes are ready to be harvested." Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Potatoes are the most suitable crop to solve the food shortage in Beijun, and it is also an agricultural product that Lu Chen values very much. Lu Chen immediately said, "Let's go and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen walked towards the gate of the palace. Lu Chen now really wants to know how many potatoes they can harvest from the ones they grow in Bei County. He was not an agricultural expert and could only plant crops according to the planting methods used by the people in this world, so he was very unsure. Soon, Lu Chen came to a field where potatoes were planted in the Beiwang mansion. At this time, many soldiers and nearby civilians were already waiting here. The common people nearby are all interested in the new crops grown by the Northern King. Although the Northern King's palace has never told the common people what they are growing, it can be seen from the fact that the Northern King's palace sends soldiers to patrol every day that these crops grown by the Northern King's palace must be very important to it. Seeing so many people nearby, Li Feng asked, "Your Majesty, should we drive all these people away?" After all, potatoes are considered a secret of the Northern Prince's palace. If too many people knew about it, I'm afraid many people would covet the potatoes from the Northern Prince's palace. Lu Chen shook his head and then said, "If we drive them away, how can we promote potato cultivation in Beijun in the future?" He originally planned to let the people of Beijun grow potatoes. If he couldn't let the people see the per-acre yield of potatoes, they would definitely not grow potatoes. If the Northern Palace forced the people to grow crops they had never seen before, it might cause public outrage. At this time, the people around saw that the King of the North had come in person, so they started talking about it. "Look, that's the prince, right? It's him. I saw him when he first came to Yinqing. What is being planted in this field? Even the King of the North has come here in person. It is said that it is food that can be eaten. Is this true? This is the first time I've heard of food being buried under the ground. Let's wait and see. They should be planning to start digging. We'll know when they start digging." Lu Chun ignored the people's comments. He glanced at the crowd and then said to the soldier holding the hoe, "Dig 1 acre of land first and see how much the yield is." At Lu Chen's order, the soldiers began to dig the soil, and soon, some irregular oval potatoes appeared in front of people. The people around were shocked to see so many potatoes under one plant. Are these really edible? Oh my God, there's so many of them under one plant. If everything is edible, then there will be no more famine in Beijun in the future, right? But will the Northern King distribute the seeds of this plant to us ordinary people? Time passed minute by minute, and soon all the potatoes in an acre of field were dug up. Seeing the potatoes piled up like a small mountain, both the soldiers from Beijun and the surrounding common people stared in amazement. After weighing, the potato yield per acre was nearly 2,000 kilograms. When Li Feng saw this number, he couldn't believe it. There were actually 2,000 kilograms of potatoes per acre. In this era, an acre of wheat does not even produce 200 kilograms. Although he couldn't believe it, it all happened right before his eyes, and Li Feng couldn't help but believe it. Li Feng then came to Lu Chun and was about to report the weighing situation. Lu Chun said to Li Feng directly, "Generally, tell the people loudly, what is the yield of potatoes per acre?" Li Feng understood Lu Chen's meaning instantly, so he said loudly, "Report to the prince, after our weighing, the yield of potatoes per acre is 2,000 kilograms." Hearing this, the people around were instantly excited. Oh my God, 2,000 kilograms. If we had so much food, we would never have to worry about going hungry again. Auspicious. This is auspicious. Chapter 41: The Birth of the First Offspring. Seeing the excited people, Lu Qin smiled. He believed that after seeing the potato yield, these people had already thought about growing potatoes. After all, compared with potatoes, wheat yield is too low. At this time, Lu Qin said to the people around him, "Be quiet." After hearing the Northern King's words, the people instantly quieted down. Their eyes were fixed on Lu Qin, just like hungry wolves seeing meat. They now really want to know whether the King of the North will distribute the seeds of this plant to the people. After seeing the crowd quiet down instantly, Lu Qin spoke up. "The food you see is called potatoes, which can be used as staple food. As for the yield, you have also seen it. This king has decided to distribute some potatoes to the people for trial planting, and the people who try planting potatoes will not have to pay agricultural taxes for 2 years." Hearing Lu Qin's words, the people became excited again. They didn't expect that the King of the North actually intended to give them this magical grain to try growing, and also exempted them from agricultural taxes for 2 years. At this time, some people couldn't help but kneel down and kowtow to Lu Qin continuously. Seeing the excitement of the people, Lu Qin knew that there should be no big problem in promoting potatoes. After a few years, if there are no natural disasters or man-made disasters in Beijun, there's a high probability that Beijun will not have such a serious food crisis as it is now. Just at this moment, when Lu Qin was about to say something, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. "Congratulations to the host for having his first offspring. He is rewarded with 5,000 genie guards, 2 Grandmaster-level commanders, and weapon forging technology. The more offspring the host has, the more valuable the rewards he will receive, including but not limited to various modern technologies, factories, and even industrial production lines." Hearing this sudden system voice, Lu Qin was stunned. He didn't expect that he would have a child not long after leaving the palace. But you don't have to think about it to know that it should be Mu Zixuan who gave birth. At this time, he was about to hurry back to the palace, when a guard from the palace rode on a horse and shouted excitedly, Prince, the princess is about to give birth. Madam, Chu asked you to go back quickly." Hearing this, Lu Qin said to Li Feng without hesitation, "General Li, the next thing is left to you. I want to go back to see the princess." Li Feng naturally knew the importance of the princess having a child. Having a child meant that the Northern Palace would have a bloodline inheritance in the future. He immediately said, "Your Majesty, please go back without worry. I will ask the soldiers to dig out the potatoes as soon as possible." Lu Qin didn't say anything else and got on the carriage. At the same time, a tavern in Yinqing, Beijun. The tavern owner was standing at the front desk, clacking away on his abacus. Suddenly, his brain froze and a flood of information flooded into his mind. The tavern owner immediately showed an expression of great shock. He turned his head to look in the direction of the Northern Palace with a look of disbelief. The tavern owner said to himself, "It turned out to be him? No wonder. It looks like I'll be busy in the future." Having said that, the tavern owner put down the abacus in his hand and started to change his clothes. Almost at the same time, Capital City. This is the 8th prince's favorite restaurant, and he is also the owner of the restaurant. He was just about to receive today's distinguished guest in person, when suddenly he froze in place with an expression of disbelief on his face. Then he muttered to himself, "If it's that prince, I'm afraid my mission will come soon. It seems I have to prepare in advance." On the way back to the palace, Lu Qin opened the system and took a look at the reward he had just received. "System, where are these 5,000 Jinui now? What is their strength?" Lu Qin did not expect that one of the rewards he would receive after having offspring would be a group of people. He thought the system would reward him with a batch of modern weapons. At this time, the system prompt sounds. These 5,000 Jinui are now distributed in various counties of the Great Xia Dynasty. Their strength is at least the 5th rank, while the leaders of the 4 major organizations and the 5,000 households of Jinui are all at the 9th rank. In addition, the loyalty of subordinates obtained by the host through the system is 100%, and they have the implanted identity of this world. Hearing the system's prompt, Lu Qin asked curiously, "How did those people know that I was a member of the Jinui?" This is the power of this system. The host can understand that this system has implanted a part of special memory in them, allowing the entire Jinui organization to continue to operate until their real master appears. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Qin couldn't help but sigh at the power of the system. All members of the Imperial Guard have received your personal information. Currently, there are 300 Imperial Guards in Beijun, including 1,000 households, 1 commander, the director of the Criminal Justice Department, the director of the Investigation Department, the chief of the Outer Department, and the chief of the Inner Department. They are all in Yinqing, Beijun. They will rush to the palace as soon as possible to report the intelligence to you. Does the host need to recall the Jinyui outside Beijun? After seeing the system prompt, Lu Chen asked, "Can I talk to them remotely?" No, but the host has the right to recall once. Lu Chen understood what the system meant. If he wanted to recall all the Jinyui, they would be able to receive messages from a system. This was the system's capability. But why did he recall all the Jinyui? Isn't the role of the Jinyui to monitor officials and collect intelligence? If they are recalled, what kind of Jinyui would they still be? Thinking of this, Lu Chen said, "No need. Let them stay where they are." The Jinyui outside Beijun have received the host's order to stay on standby. After Lu Chen returned to the palace, he hurried to Mu Zixuan's delivery room. At this time, Mu Zixuan was pale, covered in sweat, and looked extremely weak. After seeing Lu Chen coming back, Mu Zixuan tried hard to get up from the bed. Lu Chen hurried over to help her and said, "My beloved, you should lie down and rest." At this time, the midwife came to Lu Chen holding the child and said, "Congratulations, your majesty. The princess has given birth to a prince for you." Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately took a look at the child in the midwife's arms and nervously took him into his own hands. The newborn baby was very small and very ugly, but Lu Chen did not feel disgusted with the baby. After all, it was his own child. At this time, Chu Yuqin on the side reminded, "Chen'er, you haven't named the child yet, give him a name now." Lu Chen thought about it and then said, "Let's call him Lu Changfeng." Changfeng can be understood as continuous wind, symbolizing strength, vitality, and hope. Lu Chen hopes that his first child can grow up positively and achieve great things in the future. After accompanying Mu Zixuan in the delivery room for a while, Lu Chen left the room and prepared to meet the upcoming commander of the Jinyui. As soon as she walked out of the delivery room, Chu Yuqin asked, "Chen'er, what did you do just now?" Mu Zixuan is about to give birth, but Lu Chen is not in the palace, which means he must have something very important to do. Lu Chen replied, "The potatoes are ripe. I just want to see General Li and his men digging potatoes." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's eyes lit up and then asked, "Is it the same potato you gave us last time?" Chu Yuqin and other women in the inner courtyard of the palace have all seen potatoes and tasted them. When Chu Yuqin heard Lu Chen introduce potatoes, she realized the importance of potatoes to Beijun. Lu Chen nodded at this time. Chu Yuqin continued to ask, "How was the yield of those potatoes?" Lu Chen replied, "The yield per mu is 2,000 kilograms." Upon hearing this answer, Chu Yuqin was stunned. Although Lu Chen had told her that the potato yield would be very large, she did not expect it to be so large. If potatoes can be popularized, the people of Beijun will no longer have to suffer from hunger in the future, and the prestige of the king of the north will rise rapidly. Seeing that Chu Yuqin seemed very surprised at the potato yield, Lu Chen said mysteriously, "Aunt Chu, are you surprised now? There will be more surprising things waiting for you later." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, a guard from the palace came running over and said, "My lord, Madam Chu, something bad has happened. A group of warriors in strange costumes have come to the palace." Chapter 42, Crisis of Duke Mu's Mansion. Chu Yuqin frowned when she heard the report from the personal guards. A warrior in strange costumes? Who dares to come to the northern prince's palace to cause trouble? Ever since the failed assassination attempt by Blood Moon Tower on Lu Chen, no one in the entire Beijun dared to provoke the Beiwang Palace. People know that there is a master in the northern palace, so they won't be so stupid. Someone actually came to my door today. Chu Yuqin then said to Lu Chen, "Chen'er, I'll go take a look first." Lu Chen said, "Aunt Chu, I will go with you." Chu Yuqin was about to say something, but when she thought of the mysterious weapon on Lu Chen and the fact that Lu Chen was now a warrior, she did not say anything to dissuade him. Then they arrived at the gate of the palace. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw the warriors in strange costumes mentioned by the royal guards standing in rows and very respectfully at the door of the palace, with no intention of causing trouble at all. Lu Chen took a look at these Jinyui who were wearing Feiyu uniforms and cloaks, but did not step forward immediately. When Chu Yuqin saw this scene, she was stunned. She just thought these people were here to cause trouble, but looking at their looks, they didn't look like they were here to cause trouble at all. Moreover, they were all dressed in the same uniform, as if they were warriors from some institution in the imperial court. However, She had never heard of any organization in the Great Xia Dynasty that wore this kind of clothes. After sensing the realm of these people, Chu Yuqin frowned and became alert instantly. Judging from the aura of the man standing in the front, his strength is definitely not inferior to hers. The 5 people behind him are also of the 9th rank. As for the remaining 200 or so warriors, almost all of them are warriors of the 5th rank or above. The last time the Blood Moon Tower sent people to assassinate Lu Chun, they did not bring so many 5th grade warriors. What are the origins of these people? What do they want to do in the palace? What worried Chu Yuqin the most was the man in front. That man made Chu Yuqin feel a huge threat, and she even doubted whether he was a master. Chu Yuqin was about to ask who they were when the leading man came forward, knelt on one knee, and said to Lu Chun, "Jin Iwei Commander Qin Yushan pays respect to His Majesty. I failed to report my work to Your Majesty in the first place. Please punish me, Your Majesty." After Qin Yushan half-crouched, the Jinui behind him also squatted down in unison. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuqin's face was filled with shock. She couldn't figure out when Lu Chun had so many powerful subordinates. You should know that Li Feng, who followed Lu Chun to Beijun, is only at the 8th rank now. And Lu Chun actually has 5 9th grade masters, hundreds of 5th grade masters, and even an expert whose strength is suspected to be more than that of a half-step grandmaster. Lu Chun then glanced at Qin Yushan and checked his personal information. Name, Qin Yushan. Identity, commander of the Imperial Guards, owner of the Yueli Tavern in Beijun. After learning that you are his master, he immediately summoned the Imperial Guards of Yinqing to report to you. Strength, Grandmaster. Loyalty, 100. After reading Qin Yushan's personal information, Lu Chun glanced at the other Jinui and found that their loyalty was indeed 100 as the system said. The system was indeed powerful enough to train so many subordinates with a loyalty level of 100 for him in advance. Lu Chun then said, "Commander Qin, get up. Don't stand at the gate of the palace. Come in first." Having said that, Lu Chun turned and walked toward the palace. Occasionally, common people would pass by the gate of the palace. Seeing so many warriors in front of the gate, they would probably spread rumors everywhere. If there is anything to say, let's wait until we enter the palace. Qin Yushan then entered the palace with hundreds of his subordinates. When they arrived at the martial arts training ground, Chu Yuqin asked curiously beside Lu Chun, "Chen'er, when did you train so many masters? Why didn't I know anything about it?" If it was just one master, she wouldn't know it was normal, but when she saw these Jinui wearing the same clothes, Chu Yuqin instantly understood that this was an organization. Lu Chun had even created an institution affiliated with the royal palace, but she hadn't heard a word about it at all. This left Chu Yuqin puzzled. Lu Chun smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, there are still many things about me that you don't know." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin rolled her eyes at Lu Chun. However, when Chu Yuqin thought that Lu Chun was a person with a destiny to be an immortal, she felt relieved. Lu Chun stopped at this time, turned around, and said to Qin Yushan, "Commander Qin, please introduce the current situation of the Jinui." "Yes, Your Majesty. The Jinui currently has 5,000 people, distributed in various counties of the Great Xia Dynasty. Their strength is above the 5th rank. There are 11 warriors above the 9th rank, 2 of whom are grandmasters, namely me and Commander Liangzong." After hearing Qin Yushan's introduction, Chu Yuqin was completely stunned. 5,000 warriors above the 5th rank. Are they all Jinui? And there are 9 9th grade warriors and 2 grandmasters. Chen'er has actually created such a huge force in secret. If he had this kind of power, why did he pretend to be an unlearned good-for-nothing when he was in the capital? Even though the princes in the capital have various forces supporting them, none of them are like Lu Chun, who directly controls a superpower. With the support of such a huge force, Lu Chun no longer needs to be afraid of those princes. If he also gets the support of the Chu family and the Jiangnan family, Lu Chun's position as the crown prince is basically secure. Chu Yuqin was confused for a moment. She couldn't understand what the point of Lu Chun pretending to be a waste was. Of course, she didn't know that Lu Chun had just obtained the Jinui, so it was normal for her not to understand. Lu Chun asked Qin Yushan to introduce the Jinui purely to Chu Yuqin. Now that the introduction is over, it's time to get down to business. "Commander Qin, what intelligence has the Jinui collected recently? Show me." As soon as Lu Chun finished speaking, the Jinui soldiers behind Qin Yushan came to Lu Chun carrying several large boxes. "Your Highness, this is the intelligence that the royal guards have collected about the Great Xia Dynasty this year. Please review it." Seeing these boxes of information, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He certainly couldn't finish reading them today. Then he said to Qin Yushan, "Move this information to my study later. Commander Qin, tell me if anything has happened in the capital recently." Seeing Lu Chen asking about the capital, Qin Yushan immediately replied, "Your Highness, I received a pigeon message from my colleague in the capital yesterday. A big thing happened in the capital recently." Hearing this, Lu Chen and Chu Yuqin's expressions immediately became serious. Qin Yushan continued to report, "The remnants of the Chun kingdom failed to assassinate your majesty and fled the capital. Although your majesty has sent people to search the entire capital, no trace of the assassins was found. In the end, your majesty's shadow guards found out that it was the Duke Mu's mansion that sent the assassins out of the capital. Now the entire Muwa mansion has been thrown into prison, awaiting trial." After hearing Qin Yushan's report, Lu Chen's brain was stunned. He didn't expect that his cheap father-in-law would get into trouble again so soon. Chapter 43. Information from the capital. When the Zhou family rebelled, the Duke Mu's mansion was implicated once. That time, Mu Changtian took out the Iron Scroll of Immunity from Death, which barely saved the entire Duke Mu's mansion. It has only been over a year, and this kind of thing happened again in Duke Mu's mansion. Lu Chen was somewhat skeptical as to whether his father-in-law was really that stupid. Even if he really had rebellious intentions, he would not collude with the remnants of the Chun state in such a short period of time. He is not a fool. Emperor Xia is now in his prime, and his realm has broken through to the Grandmaster level. It will definitely not be a problem for him to live to over 100 years old. It would be so easy to assassinate Emperor Xia and overthrow the Great Xia Dynasty. Chu Yuqin hurriedly said to Lu Chen at this time, "Sure, Zixuan just gave birth to a child. She must not know about this." Although there was no such thing as postpartum depression in this era, people of this era also knew that women would become more emotionally sensitive after giving birth. If Mu Zixuan knew that the entire Mu family was imprisoned, it would likely affect her physical recovery. Lu Chen said, "Well, I understand." At this point, Lu Chen looked at Qin Yushan and asked, "Commander Qin, is my father injured?" Qin Yushan replied, your Majesty was not injured. It is said that when the remnants of the Chun kingdom tried to assassinate your Majesty, the Imperial master was in front of your Majesty." Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled. Then he said, "Are these remnants of the Chun kingdom really so stupid? How dare they assassinate a grandmaster in front of a grandmaster?" Although Situ Sun never said that he was a grandmaster, the fact that he was a grandmaster was no longer a secret. After all, he is the pillar of the Great Xia Dynasty. If he doesn't have the strength of a grandmaster, how can he be called a pillar of the country? When the remnants of the Chun state assassinated Emperor Xia, did they really not do any homework? Lu Chen continued to ask, "How many assassins did the remnants of the Chun kingdom send to assassinate my father? How strong are these assassins?" Qin Yushan replied, "According to the intelligence gathered by my colleagues in the capital, the remnants of the Chun kingdom have sent a total of 30 assassins to infiltrate the palace. Most of these assassins are around the 6th rank, and the strongest among them is a half-step master. There are a total of 2 half-step masters." After hearing Qin Yushan's report, Lu Chen didn't know how to complain. Send 30 assassins, 2 of whom are half-step masters, to a heavily guarded place like the palace to assassinate a master. Moreover, they did not even bother to find out if there were any powerful people around the emperor beforehand. There really is something wrong with the brains of these assassins. Lu Chen even doubted whether these remnants of the Qin state were really remnants of the Qin state. Lu Chen then asked, "Have the Jinyui investigated these remnants of the Chun kingdom? Are they really the remnants of the Chun kingdom?" Qin Yushan said, "Your Highness, Commander Liang has sent people to investigate and confirm that the remnants of the Chun kingdom have indeed entered the palace. However, after Commander Liang's investigation, the remnants of the Chun kingdom fleeing the capital may have nothing to do with Duke Mu's mansion." Qin Yushan also knew what Lu Chen wanted to know, so he directly told him about Liang Zong's investigation. After hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen fell silent. Emperor Xia first took advantage of the Zhou family's rebellion to take away the Iron Scroll of Immunity from Death from Duke Mu's mansion, then removed Mu Changtian's military power, and finally disbanded the Huban army and assigned its soldiers to other military camps. Now he has used the remnants of the state of Chun to throw the entire family of Duke Mu into jail. It seems that his father is planning to get rid of them after they have served their purpose. No matter how ignorant Lu Qian was in politics, he basically understood what Emperor Xia was going to do. Mu Changtian and Zhou Wongqini, who rebelled more than a year ago, were known as the two great kings of the Great Xia Dynasty. Now that Zhou Wongqini has been destroyed, it is almost time for Mu Changtian to step down. With the destruction of their two great kings, Emperor Xia's control over the Great Xia Dynasty reached an unprecedented level in the history of the Great Xia Dynasty. He took all the military power into his own hands. What was he planning to do? Seeing that Lu Qian didn't speak for a long time, Chu Yuqin sighed and said, "Chen'er, I'm afraid your father is planning to take action against the aristocratic family." Hearing this, Lu Qian reacted. His father, the emperor, must have something to do since he tried every means to take back the military power. Otherwise, why would he go to such great lengths to take back the military power at the risk of shaking the foundation of the country? If we want to take action against the aristocratic families, we really need to have soldiers at hand. I didn't expect that my father would have such courage. Throughout the dynasties, not many emperors dared to take action against the aristocratic families. It is said that aristocratic families last for 1,000 years, and a dynasty lasts for 100 years. Even if a dynasty is overthrown, those aristocratic families still exist, and a situation of aristocratic families monopolizing the court has become commonplace. Lu Qian couldn't help but admire his father for being so ambitious. But then again, his current situation is a bit embarrassing. First, his mother's family is from the Chu family, the largest family in Jiangnan. Second, his princess is the daughter of Mu Changtian. Lu Qian then looked at Qin Yushan and asked, "Did the court say how to deal with my princess?" Qin Yushan replied, "This issue has been debated several times in the court. The eighth prince believes that the princess should be brought back to the capital to be dealt with together, while the first prince believes that the princess is already the wife of the prince and should no longer be considered a member of the Duke Mu's mansion." Lu Qian smiled and said, "I didn't expect that there are people in the capital who would speak up for a useless prince like me." At this moment, a soldier from the palace entered the training ground. "Your Highness, there's a warrior claiming to be from the Imperial Guards outside who wants to see you." At this point, the palace soldier glanced at the brocade-clad guards in the martial arts training ground, and then continued, "That man is wearing the same clothes as them." Lu Qian said directly, "Let him in." "Yes, Your Majesty." Afterwards, the palace soldiers took the later genie guard into the martial arts training ground. When the Jinui soldier saw Lu Qian, he half knelt down and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Qian said, "Get up." Lu Qian originally thought that this Jinui soldier had just arrived at the palace because the journey was long, but after this Jinui soldier stood up, he immediately took out a bamboo tube from his waist and handed it to Lu Qian. "Your Majesty, a letter came from the capital that the Duke Mu's mansion was suspected of colluding with the remnants of the Chun kingdom and was exiled to the northwest by His Majesty." Lu Qian was a little surprised. He had just taken over the Jinui, and the Jinui intelligence agency was already up and running. Lu Qian immediately took the bamboo tube from the Jinui soldier, took out a letter of intelligence from it, and read it carefully. From the content of the intelligence, Lu Qian instantly understood that this was a routine exchange of intelligence between the Jinui, and it was not because the Jinui in the capital knew in advance that he, the king of the north, was their master. Seeing Lu Qian's face was a little solemn, Chu Yuqin asked, "Chen'er, what's wrong?" Lu Qian replied, "Commander Liang said in this intelligence that when Duke Mu was exiled to the northwest, he would be assassinated by many forces. Now that Duke Mu's power has been abolished, he is just an ordinary person. It is very likely that the Duke Mu family will not be able to reach the northwest." Chapter 44 Prince? Which prince? In ancient times, officials were generally most likely to get into trouble while on their way to exile. The exiled official has lost his power, and those who usually offend him are no longer afraid of him. Those enemies are likely to send assassins to kill the exiled official as a revenge. Moreover, the political enemies in the court do not want these exiled people to eventually return to the court, and will try every means to kill the exiled officials. What's more, Mu Changtian was a general who once had a great reputation in the Tiger Army. In order to help Emperor Xia fight for the throne, Mu Changtian offended many people. These people all want to kill Mu Changtian. Mu Changtian is now a tiger with its teeth pulled out, and his enemies will not miss this opportunity. What Lu Qian is thinking about now is whether or not to save his cheap father-in-law. With his current strength, if he wants to save him, it is not impossible. After all, he already has the Jinui at his disposal. Moreover, Mu Changtian is the father of his princess. It would not be good if he just watched him die without helping. After a long while, Lu Chun finally asked, if we are exiled to the northwest, then it shouldn't be far from Beijun, right? Qin Yushan replied, yes, your majesty. Lu Chun took another look at the information in his hand, and then said, this information was transmitted 4 days ago. I am afraid that the Mu family is already on the way to exile. If I want to save them, I don't know if I'll be able to do it in time. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Qin Yushan immediately said, please rest assured, your majesty. I believe that Commander Liang Zong will know what to do after learning that you are his master. If Liang Zong didn't know that his master was the king of the north, he would definitely not have tried to save Duke Mu's mansion. But since he already knew that the master of their Jinui was the king of the north, and Duke Mu was the king of the north father-in-law, he would definitely take action to rescue Duke Mu's mansion as soon as possible, and then wait for the next order from the king of the north. Lu Chun thought about it, and now he could only hope that the Jinui commander whom he had never met could understand something. Then Lu Chun said to Qin Yushan, send a message to Commander Liang, asking him to save Duke Mu's family and try to disguise them as all dead, and then find a way to send them to Beijun. Qin Yushan clasped his fists and said, yes, your majesty. Lu Chun glanced at the heads of the 4 major institutions of the royal guards, and then said, the royal guards cannot appear in public for the time being. Continue doing what you were doing before. Although the Jinui was nothing compared to the shadow guards of the Great Xia Dynasty. However, as a prince, a border lord, possessing such a large and complete intelligence agency would obviously arouse suspicion from others. As a prince, he sent people to lurk in various counties and prefectures of the Great Xia Dynasty to monitor officials and collect intelligence. What was he trying to do? This clearly shows an attempt to rebel. Lu Chun is not that stupid. The Jinui just need to continue hiding in the dark. At the same time, capital city, Sky Prison. A tall and mighty middle-aged man in prison clothes was tied tightly to the prison frame. The man had disheveled hair and looked very tired. After learning that he was about to be exiled, Mu Changtian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Lu Xingxiu, Lu Xingxiu. In order to save you, I risked my life and led 100 people deep into the enemy's territory to bring you out. When you fought for the throne, I gave you everything I had to support you. I never thought that you would end up like this. Emperors have always had cold hearts. Today I have witnessed it. The cell next to Mu Changtian held the family members of Duke Mu's mansion. As soon as Mu Changtian finished speaking, a young man in prison clothes asked, Dad, can we reach the northwest alive? The young man who spoke was Mu Changtian's second son, Mu Xingping, who was also Mu Zixuan's second brother. He had lived in the Duke Mu's mansion since he was a child and was sensitive to politics, so he knew very well that their family's exile to the northwest was just an excuse. Emperor Xia would definitely not let them reach the northwest safely. Even if Emperor Xia didn't kill them, the former enemies of Duke Mu's mansion would not let them survive safely. Now all the male members of their family have lost their martial arts powers and have become ordinary people. If they were to encounter an assassination attempt by a warrior on the road, they would have no ability to resist at all. After hearing what his second son said, Mu Changtian fell silent. Because he also knew that Emperor Xia would not see him reach the northwest alive, and his enemies would not let him live. He and his family would die in exile. Emperor Xia did not kill them directly, but chose to exile their entire family. He was simply afraid that others would say that he killed meritorious officials, and that people would stab him in the back. At this time, Mu Changtian's eldest son Mu Jingwu said, Dad, my little sister shouldn't be implicated, right? There is no doubt that these people are doomed to die. Mu Jingwu is now only worried that his sister, who has married the king of the north, will also be implicated. Hearing this, Mu Changtian sighed and still said nothing. The king of the north is nothing but an unlearned good-for-nothing, and his character is also rather weak and incompetent. He heard that after the king of the north went to Beijun, he kept many women in the palace and indulged in pleasure every day. The entire palace was managed by his daughter. Judging from the character of the king of the north, even if the court did not punish his daughter, he might be afraid of the court's punishment and drive his daughter out of the palace, or even divorce her directly. After everyone in Duke Mu's mansion died, Mu Zixuan would be left alone, and the king of the north wouldn't have to worry about anyone causing trouble for him. When Mu Changtian thought about his daughter's future situation, he felt hatred in his heart. He was truly blind to have chosen to put Lu Xingxiu this ungrateful bastard on the throne. At this time, a jailer opened the cell where Mu Changtian was held in solitary confinement. At this time, a man came in and said to the jailer next to him, "You go out first. I have a few words to talk to Lord Mu." "Okay, jailer." Then the jailer left the cell, leaving only the man to the south of Mu Changtian. The Mu family members in the next cell saw someone entering Mu Changtian's cell, and they all looked towards Mu Changtian. Mu Changtian took a look at the man in front of him, snorted, and said, "Did Lu Xingqiu ask you to come?" As he was about to die, Mu Changtian no longer had that much respect for Emperor Xia and simply called him by his name. Hearing this, the man just smiled. Then he walked in front of Mu Changtian and opened all the iron locks that locked Mu Changtian. Seeing this scene, the Mu family members were a little confused and didn't know why the prison boss did this. At this time, the jailer said, "Duke Mu, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Hong, and I am the prince's man." Hearing this, Mu Changtian was full of doubts. "Prince? That prince? Is there any prince who dares to send someone to contact me now?" He was about to be exiled, and he didn't believe that those princes didn't know what his exile meant. If a prince came to contact him at this time, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among Emperor Xia. By then, not only will he be confined to his house, he might even lose his throne. After Mu Changtian was unchained, he stretched his body. He was about to ask Zhao Hong which prince he was, but Zhao Hong took out 3 bottles and said, "These are 3 Dahuan Dan pills. After taking them, you can recover 90% of your power." Hearing this, Mu Changtian was stunned. Chapter 45, Chun Wanrong. I will plant a love poison in him. As a former martial arts master, Mu Changtian couldn't possibly not know what the Dahuan Dan was. But he had only heard of it before and had never seen it. It is rumored that the Dahuan pill can bring a person back to life and completely restore a person's skills. Although the rumors are a bit exaggerated, there will definitely be no problem in recovering one's strength, as there is a Dahuan pill in the palace. Mu Changtian looked at the 3 small porcelain bottles in Zhao Hong's hand with some disbelief. After a moment of silence, Mu Changtian sneered and said, "I didn't expect that some people couldn't wait so long. They were planning to attack me before we even left the capital. It's already this late. How could anyone come and rescue them and give them a panacea like the Dahuan Dan?" It was obvious that someone was planning to attack them in advance and poison him to death. What a bullshit Dahuan Dan. It's clearly poison. Mu Changtian then said, "Tell me, who sent you here? If it was Lu Xingqiu, haha, I would rather die on the road than take the poison he gave me." Seeing that Mu Changtian seemed to have misunderstood his meaning, Zhao Hong smiled and said, "Duke Mu, you misunderstood. Those who want to kill you will not let you die in a prison. The great rejuvenating pill in my hand is indeed real. As for which prince gave it to you, you will soon know. If you still want to see your daughter, you'd better take the great rejuvenating pill immediately and try to restore your full strength before being exiled." If Zhao Hong now said that the great Huan Dan was given to Mu Changtian by the Northern King, Mu Changtian would probably not believe it even more. After all, the image of the Northern King as a waste has been deeply rooted in people's minds. When Mu Changtian heard Zhao Hong mention his daughter, he was stunned. At this time, Mu Jingwu in the next cell said, "Dad, give it to me. I'll take it first. I'll take it even if it's poison. We won't live for a few days anyway." Mu Changtian looked at the small porcelain bottle in Zhao Hong's hand again. After pondering for a moment, he finally grabbed the porcelain bottle from Zhao Hong's hand, then opened the bottle and threw the pill inside into his mouth. Just when Mu Changtian was ready to face death, he found that his internal strength was beginning to recover, and he suddenly felt extremely comfortable. Soon, he felt that his power had returned. Although it had not been fully recovered, he now possessed the strength of a 9th-grade warrior. Mu Changtian looked at the 2 small porcelain bottles left in his hand with some disbelief. Could this be the real Dahuan Dan? How is this possible? The Dahuan Dan is only available in the Imperial Palace. This kind of elixir that can restore one's strength is coveted by not only the Grandmaster, but even the Grandmaster would covet it. One was already extremely precious, and now the jailer in front of him actually gave him 3. If people knew that there were 3 Dahuan pills among the people, the whole capital would probably be in chaos. Such precious pills were actually taken out by a prince, etc. Mu Changtian seemed to have thought of something. The jailer in front of him seemed to just say that this was the elixir given to him by a certain prince, but he did not say that this prince was the child of Emperor Xia. There are quite a few princes in the Great Xia Dynasty, And not only the current princes can be crown kings, but they can also be vassal kings. Could it be that some vassal king wanted to rebel, so he planned to win me over? Thinking of this, Mu Chantian instantly confirmed his thoughts. This must be the case. Otherwise, how could the other party be willing to give out 3 Dahuandan to help him and his 2 sons recover their strength? But then again, even if the prince wanted to rebel, he didn't care. Lu Xingxiu is an ungrateful person, so what if we rebel against him? Thinking of this, Mu Chantian immediately said to Zhao Hong, "Thank you very much. Go back and tell your prince that no matter what he wants me to do, I, Mu Chantian, will accompany him." Having said that, Mu Chantian threw the 2 small porcelain bottles in his hand to Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping in the next cell. After Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping took the small porcelain bottle, they swallowed it without saying a word. When the 2 of them felt the power restored in their bodies, they also showed expressions of disbelief. This is not poison, but the Real Dawandan? So, their father has also recovered his powers? If this were the case, they would be able to put up a bit of resistance on the way and avoid being slaughtered one-sidedly by others. As for whether you can reach the northwest alive, it all depends on fate. Zhao Hong said, "Okay, Duke Mu, I will pass your words on to the prince. I won't bother you anymore." Then Zhao Hong turned and left the cell. After the cell was closed again, Mu Xingping immediately asked, "Dad, which prince dared to send us elixirs at this time?" And it was the legendary Da Huandan. Mu Chantian was silent for a moment, then said, "It seems that some vassal kings are getting impatient and want to take advantage of Lu Xingxiu dealing with the noble families to unite with them and rebel against Lu Xingxiu. The noble families have long known that Lu Xingxiu might take action against them, so they cannot just sit there and wait for death. The most likely possibility is that they will support a certain vassal king, then overthrow Lu Xingxiu's rule and replace him with someone else to become emperor. Just like how the noble families helped Lu Xingxiu ascend the throne." Hearing Mu Chantian's words, Mu Jingwu asked, "Dad, what should we do?" Mu Chantian snorted and laughed. "What should I do? It was me who put Lu Xingxiu on the throne. Now that he has turned his back on me, don't blame me for pulling him down." Mu Chantian has already made up his mind that if someone really wants to rebel against Lu Xingxiu, he will definitely support that person. Obviously, these 3 Dahuan pills are the other party's sincerity, otherwise the other party would not have given them such precious pills. I just don't know who that prince is. There are not many princes in Daxia who are capable of rebellion. Although Daxia has given some princes great power, Lu Xingxiu likes to interfere in those fiefdoms with greater development potential. If it is really out of control, then just let the shadow guards take action and resolve possible disasters in advance. Lu Xingxiu had done this kind of thing before. Mu Chantian knew that a prince was killed by Lu Xingxiu's shadow guard. After the prince was killed by the shadow guard, the court pushed all the responsibility onto the chief historian of the prince's fiefdom, saying that he imprisoned the prince with the intention of rebellion. After thinking for a moment, Mu Chantian finally did not expect that the vassal king would try to win him over, so he had to give up. Anyway, when he got out, he would know who was trying to win him over. At the same time, Xianyue Palace. In the gauze tent, filled with smoke, a woman in white plain clothes was sitting in front of a guqin, playing it seriously. The woman was tall, with a graceful figure. At this moment, a breeze blew, blowing up the veil in front of the door, revealing a little of the woman's beautiful face. The woman's face was more beautiful than frost and snow without a single flaw. Her snow-white complexion revealed a hint of coldness. She was like a goddess from the 9th heaven or a fairy who had descended to earth. At this time, a beautiful woman wearing purple cloud clothes, looking elegant and graceful, entered the room. The melodious piano music stopped with the arrival of the woman, who asked, "Auntie Lin, is there anything wrong?" The woman's voice was cold yet gentle. The beautiful woman asked, "Palace Master, are you really planning to go to Beijun?" Hearing this, Chen Wanrong stood up and slowly walked out of the gauze tent. At this time, her holy face came into the eyes of the beautiful woman. Chen Wanrong said softly, "Only with the blood of Emperor Xia's child can the dragon's subduing curse be made, and the King of the North is the easiest prince to approach." Hearing this, the beautiful woman showed a worried look on her face, "But I heard that the King of the North is a lecher. He has many maids in his mansion and spends all day having fun. If he takes a fancy to you..." The woman did not continue. Chen Wanrong looked at the green mountains in the distance expressionlessly and said calmly, "People are easy to control when they have desires. I will plant a love poison in him, and then control him so that he can help us complete the Fu Long curse. Hearing this, the beautiful woman sighed and then said, "He is Chu Yu's child. If possible, I hope the palace master can spare his life in the end." Chen Wanrong did not respond, but just looked quietly into the distance. At this time, a breeze blew, making her dress sway continuously. Chapter 46, Wongqini reports intelligence. Lu Chun had no idea that he had been targeted by the remnants of the Chun kingdom. With the arrival of the Jinyui, he became much busier. The Jinyui brought him too much intelligence, and he had been checking the accumulated intelligence in his study every day these days. I have to say that the Jinyui are really powerful. Without any supervision from his master, the Jinyui actually investigated some old events of the Great Xia Dynasty in great detail. For example, how his mother died, and how Emperor Xia, who was helped to ascend the throne by the aristocratic family, and the aristocratic family gradually became enemies. At this time, Lu Chan was flipping through the files of the Jinyui, and his brows were furrowed more and more as he flipped through them. According to the archives of the embroidered uniform guard, the woman Emperor Xia loved was killed by his mother. Emperor Xia hated his mother so much that he hated his mother as well. When Emperor Xia was born, Emperor Xia even wanted to get rid of his own flesh and blood. As for why her mother wanted to kill the woman Emperor Xia loved the most, it was because of some trivial matters in the harem, such as the dispute over the queen. Lu Chun was not interested in those things. What he was interested in now was how to return to the capital. Judging from Emperor Xia's attitude towards him, if he wanted to return to the capital in this life, he was afraid that he could only resort to rebellion. Any prince can participate in the fight for the throne, but he, the king of the north, has no possibility of participating in the fight normally. Emperor Xia will never allow him to return to the capital. If you want to go back, I'm afraid only corpses can go back. At this time, a charming voice sounded outside the door. "My lord, are you here? I have something important to report." Hearing Wongqini's voice, Lu Chan put down the information in his hand and thought, "Forget it, there are too many things to do and they can't be solved in a short time. It's better to take it slow. He still has plenty of time, so just relax first." Gomein. As Lu Chan finished speaking, Wongqini, dressed in a red veil, walked into the study with steady steps. Now Wongqini has completely surrendered to Lu Chun. Maybe it's because she and Lu Chun often develop feelings for each other. But Wongqini has become more and more charming, almost to the point of being enchanting. She has a small nose, soft red lips, a slender waist, a body as white as jade, and the warm body fragrance that she exudes at all times. People can't help but want to do something to her just by passing by her. If Lu Chan was not already a 9th rank warrior, he would probably still pounce on Wongqini as soon as he saw him because of the influence of the Dragon Tiger pill. Of course, although Lu Chan is able to control himself, he will not give up on developing feelings with Wongqini just because he can control himself. During the time when Mu Zixuan and the other two were pregnant, it was basically Wongqini who took care of him, and she came to the palace almost every day. Compared to Mu Zixuan and the other three, Lu Chun has a stronger impulse towards Wongqini. I don't know if it's because of Wongqini's identity as the courtesan, but Lu Chun gets very excited when he thinks that Wongqini, the courtesan who is admired by everyone, is just one of his slave girls. I have to say that sometimes identity complements appearance. After Wongqini entered the study, he said softly, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Chun glanced at Wongqini, then raised his hand and grabbed her hand, pulling her into his arms in an instant. Wongqini did not resist and sat in Lu Chen's arms. In front of this man, she had no ability to resist, nor did she need to resist. She was his slave girl, and he could do whatever he wanted to her. Lu Chen asked, "What do you want from me?" Wongqini replied, "Your Majesty, the 8th Prince sent me a letter saying that the owner of the Blood Moon Tower plans to come to Beijun in person and asked me to collect information about what happened in the palace recently, especially to find out about the mysterious master in the palace." Hearing this, Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. Hasn't his 8th brother given up yet? He has been in Beijun for such a long time. Logically, he should know that the Chu family has not sent anyone to contact him. So why would they come to cause trouble for him? While Lu Chun was caressing Wongqini's body, he asked, "The owner of the Blood Moon Tower should have the strength of a grandmaster, right? Is he here to assassinate me?" Wongqini replied, "The 8th Prince did not tell me this. He just asked me to report what the palace has been doing recently, and whether the mysterious master has made any moves. Lu Chen thought to himself that his eighth brother might not know that their father had already planned to take action against the Jiangnan family. At this time, he still wanted to get the support of the Chu family. Don't let him and the Chu family be destroyed together. At this moment, Wongqini suddenly thought of something and then continued, "By the way, Your Majesty, I have also heard something." Lu Chen asked, "What's the matter?" "I heard that the entire Mu family was exiled to the northwest. The intelligence agency of Yinyu Pavilion is also quite powerful, and Wongqini will soon be able to know what happens in the capital." After she learned about the affairs of Duke Mu's mansion, she thought that the princess was also Duke Mu's daughter, and Lu Chen should be more concerned about this matter, so she took the initiative to bring it up. But after hearing this, Lu Chen immediately said, "I already know about this." Wongqini then said, "Then I have nothing to do." Having said that, Wongqini moved her body slightly. She felt a little uncomfortable sitting there. At this time, Lu Chen smiled and said, "No, you have one more thing. It just so happens that I'm a little tired just now, so I need to relax." Hearing this, Wongqini looked at Lu Chen with resentment, then stood up and leaned over the table to help Lu Chen organize the scattered information on the table. The host and Wongqini have cultivated their relationship once, and the experience points of Qi refining technique have increased by 20, and the experience points of rejuvenation hand have increased by 20. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the second level of rejuvenation hand. After hearing the prompt tone, Lu Chen glanced at Wongqini, who had collapsed into a ball, feeling a little confused. He knew that it was more difficult for warriors to get pregnant. However, ever since Mu Zixuan and her husband became pregnant, Wongqini came to the palace almost every day and cultivated their relationship every day. But Wongqini still had no children. Although Wongqini is a 9th rank warrior, isn't it too difficult to get pregnant? It's been almost a year. Is there something wrong with Wongqini's health? Lu Chen would not think that there was something wrong with his body. After all, he had taken Dragon Tiger Pill and drank Dragon and Phoenix Tea. It could only be that something was wrong with Wongqini's body. Lu Chen thought about it, then used the rejuvenating hand to check Wongqini's body. The rejuvenation hand has already broken through to the second level. It is very easy for him to check if a person has any hidden injuries or diseases. When he put his hand on Wongqini's belly, the situation inside Wongqini's body instantly emerged in his mind. There was nothing wrong with Wongqini's body. She was just like a normal woman. That's a bit strange. There is obviously nothing wrong with my body, but it is so difficult to get pregnant. Could it really be because she is a 9th rank warrior? Wouldn't it be more difficult for me to make a beautiful woman pregnant in the future? At this moment, Wongqini suddenly said, "My lord, when are you going to eat your Aunt Chu? She has been getting more and more jealous recently and hates me more and more." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned, then smiled and said, "What do you mean? Do you think I would do something disrespectful to her?" Wongqini said. When the prince heard the name Aunt Chu, he became even more ferocious. "What else do you need me to think?" Lu Chen snorted and laughed, then said, "It seems that you still don't know what a female slave is. You actually dare to meddle in my affairs. I must teach you a lesson today." My lord, I know I was wrong." "Well, good brother." Chapter 47, Lu Chen's Problem. When Wongqini left Lu Chen's study, her clothes were disheveled, her hair was disheveled, and her face was flushed. He staggers when he walks. Just as she walked out of the main courtyard, she happened to bump into Chu Yuqin, who was on patrol. Seeing Wongqini's look, Chu Yuqin knew that this vixen must have gone to seduce her Chen'er. Chu Yuqin said sarcastically, "Miss Wong, I heard that your Baihuala's business is very good. As the owner of Baihualu, why are you running to the palace every day instead of watching over the business at Baihualu?" Seeing Chu Yuqin's jealous look, Wongqini smiled knowingly. She knew very well why Chu Yuqin disliked her. Wasn't it because she served the king of the north every day, which made her envious? Then Wongqini said, "Madam Chu, the princess and the other ladies are all pregnant, so I am the only one who can serve the prince. You know how much pressure the prince is under. If I don't serve him, will Madam Chu help him relax? If Madam Chu intends to help the prince relieve stress every day, then I will not come tomorrow." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's face changed drastically, and then a gust of wind blew out from her body, and her dress fluttered wildly. Wongqini, You are just Chen'er's slave girl. I advise you not to talk nonsense. Otherwise, even if I kill you, I believe Chen'er won't say anything." Wongqini smiled sweetly, and then said, "Madam Chu, if you really want to kill me without me to serve the prince, I'm afraid you will really have to serve the prince every day." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin felt angry and embarrassed, and a blush appeared on her face. Seeing that Wongqini was not afraid of her at all, Chu Yuqin was too lazy to continue talking. She turned around and walked toward the other side of the palace, saying as she walked, "It's just a tool used by Chen'er to release his evil thoughts. Why would I get angry with a tool?" Hearing this, Wongqini was not angry. She was indeed just a tool, but as long as the king of the north liked her, it was enough. Looking at Chu Yuqin's voluptuous figure, Wongqini raised the corners of his mouth slightly and whispered, Madam Chu, the prince's patience is limited. It won't be long before you are in his bed." Although Chu Yuqin has been trying to keep a distance from Lu Chun in the past 6 months, she is a commander of the inner courtyard guards after all, and she's responsible for protecting Lu Chun's safety. So Chu Yuqin would occasionally encounter the scene of Lu Chun grabbing Wongqini and tormenting her. Wongqini knew very well that every time he saw Chu Yuqin or mentioned Chu Yuqin in front of her, Lu Chun would become more furious, as if he had become a different person, becoming extremely crazy, and she would suffer as well. It is obvious that Lu Chun's desire for Chu Yuqin is growing day by day. Now he can still suppress his inner desire, but it may not be the case in the long run. Maybe one day, the two of them would accidentally bump into each other, and Chu Yuqin would not be able to escape, but would be eaten up. After Chu Yuqin's figure disappeared from her sight, Wongqini turned around and continued to leave the yard, but as soon as she turned around, she saw Mu Zixuan again. After giving birth, Mu Zixuan rested for a while, and now she has basically recovered and can get out of bed and walk. Unlike when he was with Chu Yuqin, Wongqini was still very respectful to Mu Zixuan, the princess. After seeing Mu Zixuan, Wongqini immediately said, "Meet the princess." Mu Zixuan smiled slightly, nodded and said, "Miss Wong, please get up." Mu Zixuan knew that Wongqini was Lu Chun's plaything, so she didn't care at all about Wongqini often going to the inner courtyard. This was the way it was in that era. Most housewives didn't care if their husbands had concubines or female slaves, and Mu Zixuan was no exception. Mu Zixuan asked at this time, "Is the prince in there?" Wongqini replied, "The prince is in the study now." Mu Zixuan said, "Okay, Miss Wong, go do whatever you want to do. I'll go see the prince." Mu Zixuan now has more and more the temperament of a princess, and her words and actions reveal the aura of a superior. Wongqini was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something and immediately said, "Oh, princess, I have something I want to trouble you with. I wonder if you would like to hear it." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan asked in confusion, "What is it? Miss Wong, please speak." Wongqini looked at the location of Lu Chun's study, and then said, "Princess, is it time for the prince to take a concubine? Princess, just treat it as a servant's meddling." Ever since Lu Chun's wife became pregnant, Wongqini has been serving Lu Chun every day. Even though she is a 9th rank warrior, she can't handle it. Now that Mu Zixuan has just given birth to a child, it is impossible for her to serve Lu Chun. So she, as a slave girl, will have to continue to serve Lu Chun. Although she was just a slave girl and it was not her place to speak on matters such as taking a concubine, she really couldn't bear it anymore. She believed that Mu Zixuan was a magnanimous person and would not stop Lu Chun from taking a concubine. Besides, the number of wives and concubines that the king of the north had was not enough to serve him. As the princess, Mu Zixuan could not possibly not allow Lu Chun to take a concubine. Hearing Wongqini's words, Mu Zixuan reacted instantly. She knew that Wongqini must be unable to bear it anymore. Mu Zixuan thought to herself that even a 9th rank warrior couldn't bear it, so her husband's physique was too strong. When she first married Lu Chun in the capital, she thought that Lu Chun was a young man whose body had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex, and his body must be very weak. Now it seems, Mu Zixuan sighed, and then said, "Miss Wong, I will tell the prince about taking a concubine, so you can go back without worry." Wongqini immediately thanked her and said, "Thank you, princess. I'll take my leave." Then Wongqini turned around and left the yard. At the same time, Lu Chun, who had just left the study, noticed Chu Yuqin, whose face was flushed so he immediately stopped her and said, "Aunt Chu, wait a moment. I have a question for you." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin stopped walking, turned her head to look at Lu Chun, and asked in confusion, "Chen'er, what do you want to talk to me about?" Lu Chun asked, "Aunt Chu, I remember that the higher the level of a warrior, the more difficult it is to get pregnant, right?" Chu Yuqin said, "That's right, what's wrong?" Chu Yuqin felt a little nervous. Why did Chen'er suddenly ask this question? Was he still planning to take advantage of me? After all, in the inner courtyard of the palace, she seemed to be the only female warrior who was close to Lu Chun. Lu Chun said at this time, "Wongqini and I have had sex so many times, but she still didn't get pregnant, but there is nothing wrong with her body. Even if it's harder for a warrior to get pregnant as his realm increases, it shouldn't be the case that half a year has passed and her body still has no reaction at all, right?" Chu Yuqin heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Lu Chun mention Wongqini. It turned out that he was talking about Wongqini. She thought Lu Chun was targeting her. Chu Yuqin smiled and replied, "Chen'er, don't you know that warriors above the 5th rank can use their internal energy to expel some impurities from their bodies? Many warriors are poisoned. As long as the poison is not very strong, they can use internal energy to expel it." Chapter 48, I'll Trouble Aunt Chu. Hearing Chu Yuqin's answer, Lu Chun was slightly stunned. Is that so? He asked Wongqini why there was nothing wrong with his health, but more than half a year passed, and there was no reaction in his stomach at all. Great! How dare this slave girl use her inner strength to expel the feelings that I conveyed to her without permission. The next time he sees her, he must give her a good beating to let her know how powerful he is as a master. This guy actually kept it a secret from me for half a year. He even suspected for a moment that there was something wrong with his body, but after a long time, he realized it was her problem. Chu Yuqin reminded him at this time, "Chen'er, although Wongqini is a 9th rank warrior, her public identity is the courtesan of Baiwa Tower. If you want to play with her, there is no problem, but if you want to take her as a concubine, I am afraid it will affect your reputation." Chu Yuqin did have some prejudices against Wongqini, but her reminder was not without reason. In this era, people attached great importance to status. Even if an Oiran becomes a good woman or is bought by a wealthy family, she is usually not allowed to become a concubine. What's more, Lu Chun is a prince. If a prince takes an Oiran as his concubine, he will be laughed at if the news gets out. Hearing Chu Yuqin's reminder, Lu Chun smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, don't you think taking her as a concubine can buy me more time to grow?" Hearing Lu Chun's words, Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Do you mean that you want to continue to defile yourself and paralyze the court, so that the court will think that you are still that useless prince?" Lu Chun said, "Now is a time of trouble. Although Beijun is not under the attention of the court, there are still many people watching Beijun. My every move is particularly important." Chu Yuqin thought for a moment, sighed softly, and said, "Chen'er, you are grown up now and have your own ideas. Just do whatever you want to do. If you have any trouble, you can tell your aunt, and I will persuade your grandfather to help you." Hearing this, Lu Chun smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, I did encounter a problem recently." Chu Yuqin asked with concern, "What's the trouble?" Lu Chun replied, "When I was practicing martial arts recently, I always felt that there was a stream of energy swirling in my dantian, which made me feel very uncomfortable. How about you help me check and see what's going on?" Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment. When Lu Chun was young, she often examined him physically, but Lu Chun is now so old and has his own queen, so it is not appropriate for her to examine him at this time. After all, they are adults, and there are differences between men and women. Chu Yuqin thought for a moment, then said, "Chen'er, you are an adult now, so it is not appropriate for me to check your body again. I will ask General Li to check you later. You should be able to tell what is wrong." Hearing this, Lu Chun said, "Aunt Chu, General Li is only an 8th rank warrior, and he just broke through to the 8th rank not long ago. He is not as experienced as you." Chu Yuqin then said, "Don't you still have the Jinyui? Commander Qin should still be in Yanqing. He is a master. Let him check." Chu Yuqin said she had no intention of examining Lu Chun's body in person, as she was afraid that some close contact would occur again. After hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chun sighed deeply, and then said, "Alas, I understand. Aunt Chu dislikes me." Chu Yuqin immediately said, "Chen'er, how can you say that? I'm your aunt. How could I possibly dislike you?" Lu Chun said, "When I was a child, you often checked my body. Now that I have grown up, you don't check my body anymore. If not, what do you think of me? Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's face flushed, and the blush even spread to her neck. Chu Yuqin was about to say something when Lu Chun turned around and said, Aunt Chu, if you don't want to help me check, forget it. If something really happens, then let it die. Anyway, you don't care about me anymore. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was stunned, and then she said angrily, Chen'er, how can you talk about life and death so casually? As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin raised her jade hand and grabbed Lu Chen's wrist. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly, but his back was facing Chu Yuqin, so Chu Yuqin couldn't see it. Lu Chen had already discovered that Chu Yuqin had been trying every possible way to avoid him in recent times. Of course, Lu Chen also understood why this happened. Chu Yuqin was afraid that they might accidentally get into trouble and eventually become his woman. After all, she's a relatively traditional woman, and she can't accept this kind of thing for the time being. After Chu Yuqin grabbed Lu Chen's wrist, she sighed and said, Go to the room. I'll help you take a look and help you regulate your internal strength. In fact, Chu Yuqin had long wanted to see how Lu Chun was doing. Although Lu Chun had a destiny to become an immortal, practicing martial arts was a personal matter after all, and no one knew if anything would go wrong. However, when Chu Yuqin thought of what happened in the past, and she knew that the bad boy Lu Chun had always coveted her body, she could only suppress her thoughts and never took the initiative to offer to help Lu Chun check his body. Seeing that Chu Yuqin agreed, Lu Chun immediately said, Then I'll trouble Aunt Chu. Then the two of them came to the study. After smelling a strange smell in the study, Chu Yuqin showed a strange expression on her face. What's that smell? Why is it so bad? Although Chu Yuqin is already 28, almost 29, she has never been exposed to that kind of thing, so she still doesn't quite understand some things. Lu Chun said calmly, This is the new perfume developed by the palace. Chu Yuqin said in surprise, Perfume? No one will buy perfume with this scent, right? At this point, Chu Yuqin sniffed the air and continued, Could it be that because you were exposed to this perfume, your body had problems while practicing martial arts? Sometimes problems during martial art practice are often caused by the environment. So Chu Yuqin suspected that it was because the smell was too pungent that caused her Chen'er to have some physical problems while practicing martial arts. Lu Chun said, I don't know either. Maybe there's a reason for this. At this time, Chu Yuqin glanced at Lu Chun and said with a red face, Take off your upper body clothes. Let me take a look at the situation first. As soon as Chu Yuqin finished speaking, Lu Chun skillfully took off his clothes. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuqin's face became even hotter, as if she had a fever, and her ears turned red. As Lu Chun took off his clothes, his strong body appeared in front of Chu Yuqin. Seeing Lu Chen's neatly arranged 8 abdominal muscles, Chu Yuqin was slightly stunned. When Lu Chun married Mu Zixuan, Chu Yuqin helped Lu Chun to check his body. At that time, Lu Chun did not have obvious abdominal muscles, just a small belly. Lu Chun now has such obvious muscles, which makes Chu Yuqin feel a little incredible. Although she knew that Lu Chun was already a warrior, she had never actually seen how Lu Chun practiced martial arts. It was surprising that a person who had not practiced martial arts much had such strong muscles. Honestly, it's surprising. Chapter 49, You're not lying to me, are you? Although Lu Chen's muscles are very obvious, they do not appear to be particularly exaggerated, unlike those muscular men in modern times. Lu Chen's muscles are in perfect shape. Seeing his figure, Chu Yuqin felt a little confused. Chu Yuqin said with all her might, Chen'er, although you are already a warrior, I don't think I've ever seen you practice martial arts. Why is your body so strong? Lu Chun smiled and replied, Aunt Chu, who said I didn't practice martial arts? Haven't I been practicing martial arts every day these days? Hearing this, Chu Yuqin asked in confusion, Then why didn't I see it? Lu Chun said, I usually practice martial arts in my room, and I need Wongqini's cooperation. It's normal that you didn't see it. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin instantly understood what Lu Chun meant. She rolled her eyes at Lu Chun and said, You little rascal, are you practicing martial arts? Lu Chun said shamelessly, Aunt Chu, you don't understand this. There are many ways to practice martial arts. Chu Yuqin snorted lightly and did not continue this topic with Lu Chun. Chen'er, tell me, you're not feeling well in that position. After she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Chen's abdominal muscles carefully. At this time, Lu Chun grabbed Chu Yuqin's hand and placed it directly on his chest. It hurts here from time to time, especially when I practice martial arts. It often hurts so much that I can't move. Seeing Lu Chun holding her hand, Chu Yuqin subconsciously wanted to break free. But after hearing what Lu Chun said, Chu Yuqin didn't take it to heart. She carefully sensed Lu Chen's condition. Now she could transfer her internal energy into another person's body. She could easily discover what symptoms were inside a person's body. After a while, Chu Yuqin said to herself, "Strange, it seems that there is no problem." Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chun said, "Aunt Chu, you must be wrong. How can there be no problem?" At this point, Lu Chun suddenly thought of something, then showed a surprised expression and said, "Huh, how strange. Aunt Chu, I don't know why. After your hand touched my dantian, I no longer felt that burning pain." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Chun suspiciously. "Is this true?" Lu Chun said, "How could I lie to you?" At this moment, Lu Chun looked at his chest and said, "Aunt Chu, look, there is something strange on my chest." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's gaze instantly shifted from Lu Chen's face to Lu Chen's chest. Upon seeing this, she discovered that Lu Chen's chest was actually emitting green light. What is this? This was the first time Chu Yuqin had seen such a situation. At this time, Lu Chun continued, "It's amazing. Aunt Chu, the gas accumulated in my dantian has gradually dissipated, and it seems that my internal energy has also been unblocked." Chu Yuqin asked in confusion, "Really? But I didn't do anything." She just put her hand on Lu Chen's chest, then checked Lu Chen's body, and did not help Lu Chun to regulate his internal strength. As a result, Lu Chen's body healed on its own. Is there such a magical thing? Chu Yuqin couldn't understand the current situation. Lu Chun said at this time, "Aunt Chu, I understand what's going on." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin quickly asked, "What's going on?" Lu Chun continued, "There is a special technique in the immortal technique I inherited. As long as a woman who shares my mind is with me, she can help me practice. It must be you, Aunt Chu, who touched my body. Therefore, we indirectly had the conditions for dual cultivation. This calmed down the chaotic qi in my body, and my internal energy became smooth." Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Chun with suspicion. "Chen'er, you are not lying to me, are you? Why do I feel like the technique you're talking about is the Hahuan technique of the demonic cult?" Lu Chun asked seriously, "Aunt Chu, have you ever thought about where the Hahuan Gong of the demon cult came from? The magic cult's Hahuan Gong is harmful to people, but the immortal method I inherited is beneficial to both sides. And you also saw that you only touched my body and helped me stabilize my internal strength, and you didn't suffer any harm." Having said that, Lu Chun looked into Chu Yuqin's beautiful eyes with a sharp gaze. "I suspect that the Hahuan Gong must have some similarities with the martial arts I practice, but the Hahuan Gong is incomplete, so is harmful to people. And the skills I have are complete, so there is no harm to both parties. Maybe someone stole the immortal skills back then, but what he stole was not complete, so the demon cult's Hahuan Gong came into being." After hearing Lu Chen's nonsense, Chu Yuqin thought about it seriously and felt that there was some truth in it. "What should we do now?" Chu Yuqin asked with a red face. Her hand was still on Lu Chen's chest, and because she was too close to him, she felt extremely restless. The masculine aura of Lu Chen's body constantly stimulated her and impacted her heart. "If we continue like this, the same thing might happen again." Lu Chun said at this time, "Aunt Chu, since you're touching me can stabilize my internal energy, then you should stay close to me for a while longer." Chu Yuqin thought about it and just put her hand on Chen'er's chest. As long as she didn't take the initiative to get close, it should be fine. Thinking of this, Chu Yuqin sighed and said, "Okay, if you get better, tell Auntie." But at this moment, Lu Chun suddenly let out a wail and suddenly exerted force with his hands, holding Chu Yuqin's hand tightly against his chest. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuqin asked in panic, "Chen'er, what's wrong with you?" As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin's body subconsciously came in front of Lu Chun, and then she quickly supported him with her other hand. Lu Chun showed a painful expression and said, "Aunt Chu, maybe there are too many impurities accumulated in my body when I was practicing martial arts, and they can't be cleared for a while." Chu Yuqin's rosy face turned pale in an instant. "What should we do now?" Lu Chun said, "Aunt Chu, if you hold me now, maybe you can use the special skills I practice to relieve the pain in my body." This, after hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin hesitated. After all, Lu Chun has grown up and is no longer a child. It would definitely not be okay for me to have such close contact with him. But seeing Lu Chun in such pain, Chu Yuqin couldn't bear it, so she bit her lip and said, "Chen'er, tell me if you feel better." Having said that, Chu Yuqin took the initiative to hug Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen quickly controlled the internal strength in his body and calmed his mind. He, who was already a 9th-rank warrior, almost lost control. She is worthy of being a woman with a score of 97. Afterwards, the two of them hugged each other like this. After a while, Chu Yuqin felt something was wrong. Her body became hotter and hotter, and more restless. Chu Yuqin clenched her teeth and said to herself, "This is Sister Yu's child, and she must not have any improper thoughts." However, the more she thought about it, the more panicked Chu Yuqin became. Gradually, Chu Yuqin's whole body softened. Originally, she was hugging Lu Chun, but now it was Lu Chun who was hugging her delicate body. Seeing Chu Yuqin like this, Lu Chun knew that the dragon and phoenix tea was working. Lu Chun thought to himself, "My dear Aunt Chu, I let you hide from me for most of half a year, but today you can't hide from me anymore." Just as he was thinking this, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "My lord, are you in there?" Chapter 50, Why Don't You Take a Concubine? After hearing Mu Zixuan's voice, Chu Yuqin, whose mind was already confused and infatuated, instantly woke up. She quickly pushed Lu Chen hard and said anxiously, "Chen'er, let go of Auntie. Zixuan is coming in." Lu Chen felt like crying, but had no tears. "My dear princess, why don't you come at any other time? Why do you come at this time?" Then Lu Chen had no choice but to let Chu Yuqin go. But Chu Yuqin did not run away immediately. She looked at Lu Chen and asked with concern, "Chen'er, are you feeling better now?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yeah, much better. It seems that this is indeed useful. And Chu, you have to help me take care of my body regularly from now on." Chu Yuqin said, "Can't you let Zixuan and the others help you?" Lu Chen said, "Zixuan and the other two are not warriors. They don't have internal strength, so it won't work. Qing Xi doesn't seem to have any feelings for me, and we can't meet the conditions for dual cultivation." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin felt like her brain was about to burn out. She quickly said, "Well, if you feel uncomfortable in the future, come find me. I'm going out first." Having said that, Chu Yuqin immediately walked towards the door. When Mu Zixuan saw Chu Yuqin open the door, she was stunned for a moment. Chu Yuqin quickly explained, "I checked Chen'er's body. You guys chat. I'll leave first." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin ran away. Seeing Chu Yuqin's panicked back and her blushing face, Mu Zixuan instantly realized what had just happened. She turned her head and looked at Lu Chen and apologized. "Your Majesty, it's all my fault. I have disturbed your good times. I will be more careful in the future." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly and then said, "It's okay. Aunt Chu and I just chatted, and we didn't do anything shameful. By the way, my beloved, what do you want to see me about?" Mu Zixuan immediately entered the study and replied, "Your Majesty." Mu Zixuan was about to speak when she suddenly smelled a pungent odor. As Lu Chen's princess, how could Mu Zixuan not know what this smell was? Mu Zixuan looked at Lu Chen speechlessly and said that she had not done anything shameful just now, but the smell in the room was so strong. Seeing that Mu Zixuan suddenly stopped talking and had a strange look on her face, Lu Chen knew that Mu Zixuan must have misunderstood, so he immediately added, "Oh, by the way, Qingxi was here before." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan finally realized that the smell in the room was caused by Wongqini. Lu Chen continued, "My beloved, if you have anything to say, just tell me." Mu Zixuan immediately said, "Prince, I took over the business of the palace today and found that our sales of soap and perfume in the capital have dropped significantly recently. I don't know what's going on." Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and he immediately came to Mu Zixuan, then hugged Mu Zixuan and said, "My beloved, you just gave birth to a child. Why don't you take a good rest? You took over the business of the palace so soon." Mu Zixuan said, "Your Majesty, I am idle in the palace anyway, and there is someone to lead the way." In ancient times, when the wives of high-ranking officials and nobles gave birth to children, they would usually hire a wet nurse, and the royal palace was no exception. After Mu Zixuan gave birth to the child, although she would take care of the child, most of the time it was the wet nurse and maids in the palace who took care of the child, so she herself had more ease. Mu Zixuan was a person who couldn't sit still. She had stayed in the palace for so long because of her pregnancy, and she was a little tired of it, so she took over the business of the palace again right after giving birth. Mu Zixuan continued to ask, "My lord, I heard that you set up an organization to collect intelligence. Do you know what happened in the capital?" Although the Jinhui did not make a public appearance, Mu Zixuan often saw some Jinhui coming to the palace to report intelligence to Lu Chun in the past few days, so she had some understanding of the Jinhui and knew that Lu Chun had set up an intelligence agency. Mu Zixuan had just given birth to a child, and Lu Chun would definitely not tell her about the affairs of Duke Mu's mansion. Lu Chun said this time, "The capital has been quite turbulent recently. I heard that the commander of the Imperial Guards has been replaced again and again. The poor business of the palace may also be related to the current situation." Mu Zixuan showed a thoughtful look and then said, "So that's how it is. I was wondering why the business of the palace was declining so quickly." As for the decline in the palace's business, Lu Chun basically knew the reason, and it was definitely not just due to the turbulent times. Soap, perfume, and scented soap were all new things, and they sold very well and made a lot of money in Beijing. It was impossible that no one coveted them. In the past, no one dared to take over the shops of Prince Bei's mansion because the mansion of Duke Mu was watching. But now that the entire family of the mansion of Duke Mu is about to be exiled, who would be afraid of the mansion of Duke Mu? Moreover, the Northern King is far away in Beijun and has no control over the capital. The shops of the Northern Prince's mansion in the capital were probably either robbed or smashed. It is estimated that some people have started to think about the production methods of soap perfume. In the future, the palace's business philosophy must change. It would be best to find local businessmen or high-ranking officials to cooperate with and share some of the profits with others. Otherwise, they will always be thinking about it. Thinking of this, Lu Chun said to Mu Zixuan, "My beloved concubine, from now on, our palace's business will not only be done in the capital, but also spread to other fiefdoms. When you do business in the future, try to give some gifts to the lords of those fiefdoms, especially shares of shops. Otherwise, others will always be thinking about it." After hearing Lu Chen's reminder, Mu Zixuan instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. Doing business requires the knowledge of human relations, and some profits that should be given up must be given up. Mu Zixuan then said, "I will keep in mind the prince's reminder." Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something at this time, and then said, "My lord, there is something I don't know whether I should tell you." Lu Chun smiled slightly, then scratched her delicate nose bridge. "Is there anything we can't talk about between husband and wife? Tell me, what is it?" Mu Zixuan said, "Your Highness, I just gave birth to a child, and Xiao Xiao and her sister are also pregnant. In this case, only Miss Wang will serve your Highness. The prince's health has been getting better recently, and Miss Wang seems to be a little overwhelmed. Why don't you take a concubine?" Hearing Mu Zixuan mention Wongqini, Lu Chun felt a little angry. Of course, he was not angry with Mu Zixuan, but he thought that Wongqini, this guy, actually pushed his feelings out of his body. After Lu Chun pondered for a moment, he said, "Since you said so, my beloved concubine, I will find a time to take in a concubine. But there don't seem to be many beautiful women in Beijun. My beloved concubine, you know that although I'm lustful, I only like stunning beauties. I am not very interested in ordinary women." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan thought about it, and then said, "Prince, how about this? We issue a letter to recruit concubines, publicly recruiting concubines from all the families in the Great Xia Dynasty. By then, there will surely be many families who will send their daughters to the Northern Prince's palace to choose concubines. As long as there are enough people, there will always be a woman who will make the prince's heart beat." Chapter 51. Lu Chun has another special identity. After hearing Mu Zixuan's proposal, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He thought this method was feasible. At first, his focus was limited to Beijun, mainly because his strength was not strong enough and he did not want to be too high profile. Moreover, he had just arrived in Beijun at that time and was still very poor. Even if he issued a notice to select a concubine, the beautiful girls from other fiefdoms might not necessarily come to Beijun. Nowadays, Bai Wangfu's soaps, perfumes, and soaps are all over the Great Xia Dynasty, and many people know that Bai Wangfu is rich. If a concubine selection announcement is issued at this time, many large families will surely be tempted and send the beautiful girls and their families to the Northern Prince's palace. As long as there are enough people, there will always be scores above 90 points. After Lu Chun was silent for a while, he said to Mu Zixuan, "Okay, then let's do as my beloved concubine says." Seeing that Lu Chun agreed, Mu Zixuan immediately said, "Prince, can you let me choose a concubine?" Lu Chun hugged Mu Zixuan's body, stroked her hair, and said, "You just gave birth to a child not long ago. You should take good care of yourself." Although Lu Chun is a scumbag, he is not such a beast. He asked his princess to run errands after she just gave birth to a child, and even asked her to help him take a concubine. How could this be? Mu Zixuan said, "I want to share the burden for you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please leave this matter to me." Having said that, Mu Zixuan's bright eyes stared at Lu Chun. Seeing Mu Zixuan's eyes, Lu Chun was touched and couldn't bear to refuse. So he said, "Well, I'll trouble you to take a concubine, but I need to be present on the day of the selection." Seeing that Lu Chun agreed to let her take over the matter of taking a concubine, Mu Zixuan was very happy. She immediately said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will let Your Majesty choose the concubine personally." A few days later, the Northern Palace issued a concubine announcement to the entire Great Xia Dynasty. As soon as the announcement of taking a concubine was made, Lu Chun was scolded by the people of the Great Xia Dynasty. Not many people in Beijun thought there was anything wrong with this. After all, after the king of Bei came to Beijun, he did not do anything to trouble the people. Moreover, the Northern Palace seems to have recently cultivated grain seeds that can produce 1,000 kilograms per mu, and the Northern Palace has already had people trial planting them in various places in Beijun. If this kind of food called potatoes is popularized, then the entire Beijun will no longer be short of food, so the people of Beijun have a tolerance for Lu Chun's indulgence. Of course, the most crucial point is that the people of Beijun are all in Lu Chun's fiefdom. Lu Chun is the king of Beijun, and no one dares to scold their king in the fiefdom unless they don't want to live. It was different in other territories. Most of the people in the Great Xia Dynasty believed that the king of the north was indulgent, promiscuous, and incompetent. They had long heard that the king of the north kept many beautiful concubines in his own palace and spent his days in pleasure and debauchery. The king of the north already has so many beautiful concubines, but he still wants to take a concubine, and he wants to take a concubine in all the territories of the Great Xia Dynasty. Could it be that the king of the north has already had enough of all the pretty girls in the North County and wants to harm the girls in other vassal kings' territories? When they thought of this, some upper-class literati and poets became very angry. If the northern king took all the beautiful girls to the northern king's palace, how could they take concubines? For a time, scholars from all over the country wrote articles criticizing the northern king. At the same time, there were also remarks impeaching the king of the north in the court of Daxia. The court censors impeached the king of the north, of course, not because they were worried that the king of the north would steal their women. Generally speaking, things that were brought to the court basically had political reasons. Most of those who impeached the northern king were officials from the 8th Prince Lu Xuyin's faction. As for their purpose, it was mainly to belittle Lu Chun. Although the Chu family has basically had no contact with the northern king, as long as there is that blood relationship, officials from Lu Xuyin's faction will not miss any opportunity to discredit the northern king. They didn't think that impeaching Lu Chun would deprive him of the throne. It was not so easy for the vassal kings of the Great Xia Dynasty to be deprived of their thrones, unless they rebelled or did something to betray the Great Xia Dynasty. The imperial court would not care about someone like the king of the north who did not do anything wrong in the foreign land and just stayed in his own palace to enjoy himself. Emperor Xia even wished that all the vassal kings in the Great Xia Dynasty were like Lu Chun. If the Great Xia Dynasty were all ruled by vassal kings like Lu Chun, then Emperor Xia would be able to control the entire Great Xia more easily. Faced with the censor's impeachment of Lu Chun, Emperor Xia did not take it seriously at all. What happened recently in the capital was the most important. As for the king of the north, as long as he did not rebel, what he did in Beijun had little to do with the court. After the court session, Emperor Xia went to the imperial garden. Emperor Xia did not take the disturbances in the court seriously. It was time to deal with serious matters after the court was dismissed. At this moment, the imperial master Situ Su was already waiting inside the pavilion. Unlike the ministers in the court, the imperial master does not need to attend court. This is the privilege of the Grand Master. When Emperor Xia appeared in the pavilion, a shadow guard in black armor appeared in front of him. "Your Majesty, I have found out that the remnants of the Chun kingdom entered the palace not to assassinate you, but to find something." Ever since the remnants of the Chun state entered the imperial palace, Emperor Xia sent people to investigate the purpose of their entry. He didn't believe that the remnants of the Qin state would be so stupid that they would dare to enter the palace to assassinate him with only 2 half-step masters. That would be no different from committing suicide. After hearing the words of a shadow guard, Emperor Xia narrowed his eyes slightly. Just as he thought, the remnants of the Qin kingdom were not trying to assassinate him, but had other purposes. At this time, Emperor Xia asked Situ, Su in the pavilion, "What do you think the remnants of the Qin kingdom are looking for when they enter the palace?" Situ Su said, "The only thing that could make the remnants of the Qin kingdom risk such a great risk to enter the palace to look for is probably the Qin kingdom's imperial seal. It is rumored that the imperial seal of the Qin kingdom is the key to the Qin kingdom's treasury. After Daxia conquered the Qin kingdom, it never found the location of the Qin kingdom's treasury. However, I believe that the remnants of the Qin kingdom's royal family must know it. If the state of Qin wants to restore its country, it needs money to recruit soldiers, so they should want to open the treasury of the state of Qin and take out the gold and silver treasures inside." After hearing what Situ Su said, Emperor Xia snorted coldly and said, "Even I don't know where the jade seal of the state of Qin is, and they actually want to come to the palace to look for the jade seal of the state of Qin. It's ridiculous." At this time, the shadow guard in front of Emperor Xia continued, "Your Majesty, I have found out one more thing." Emperor Xia said calmly, "Speak." The shadow guard commander immediately said, "I have found that the remnants of the Qin kingdom seem to be related to the Xianyue palace. After the remnants of the Qin kingdom disappeared, the disciples of the Xianyue palace appeared in the place where they were last seen." When Emperor Xia heard the words Xianyue palace, his face darkened instantly, as if the words Xianyue palace touched upon something he didn't want to recall. Emperor Xia then said, "I understand." At this point, Emperor Xia immediately asked, "How is Xiaojiu doing?" The shadow guard commander replied, "After the 9th prince went to Beijun, he's been having fun in the palace every day. There is nothing unusual. In addition, the 9th prince's wife gave birth to a prince a few days ago." After listening to the report from the shadow guard commander, Emperor Xia said calmly, "Okay, you can go down." "Yes, Your Majesty, I will take my leave." After the shadow guard commander left, Emperor Xia put his hands behind his back, looked at the fish swimming in the lotus pond, and said, "Grandmaster, why do I feel that the Grandmaster next to Xiaojiu was not sent by Chu Yuqin, but rather seems to be planted by Xianyue Palace next to him?" Lu Qin's mother, Chu Yu, was once a member of Xianyue Palace and the goddess of Xianyue Palace. At first, Emperor Xia hadn't thought about the Xianyue Palace until the Shadow Guard leader mentioned it just now, and then he realized that Lu Qin had a special identity. Chapter 52. Someone should be sent to watch him. According to the rules of Xianyue Palace, the child born to the goddess of Xianyue Palace is the son of God, so Lu Qin is the son of God of Xianyue Palace. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia's face became uncertain. Now, he actually regretted sending Lu Qin to serve as a vassal. This is an extremely unstable factor. After all, it involves the sex within Daxia. Xianyue Palace is likely to use the Northern King to deal with the capital. And now Xianyue Palace is suspected of colluding with the remnants of Qin state. Who knows what they want to do? Thinking of this, Emperor Xia sneered and said, "The aristocratic families haven't been dealt with yet, and the sects have jumped out again. They really don't let me have a good day." Hearing this, Situ Su said, "If your Majesty is worried that the Northern King is colluding with the Xianyue Palace, why not send a shadow guard to monitor him?" Hearing what Situ Su said, Emperor Xia pondered for a moment. We should indeed send someone to watch him. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Xia said to the person behind him, "Commander Bai, I'll leave this matter to you. Go to Beijun in person. I want to see which master is so kind to Xiaojiu and has been staying by his side to protect him." There seemed to be no one behind Emperor Xia at this time. But as Emperor Xia finished speaking, the figure of a woman in white clothes gradually emerged. The woman had a graceful figure with curves in all the right places, and her face was cold and expressionless. She bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Emperor Xia continued, "Okay, you can go down. I'll take my leave." As soon as the woman finished her words, her body disappeared again, as if she had become invisible. Seeing that Emperor Xia actually asked the deputy commander of the Shadow Guard to go to Beijun in person, Sidusu felt a little unbelievable, and then he asked, "Your Majesty, is it a bit of an overreaction to ask Commander Bai to go to Beijun to investigate this matter?" Emperor Xia said calmly, "Anything related to Xianyue Palace is not a trivial matter." Seeing that Emperor Xia said so, Situ stopped talking. He knew very well that Emperor Xia was very wary of Xianyue Palace, and this had a lot to do with Chu Yu. At this time, Situ Su asked, "Your Majesty, Mu Chantian should be leaving the capital in the next few days, right?" When Emperor Xia heard Situ Su mention Mu Chantian, his expression changed slightly and became very gloomy. What? Is the Imperial Master planning to plead for Mu Chantian? Hearing Emperor Xia's cold tone, Situ Su knew that it was useless for him to say anything. Emperor Xia was determined to have his own way and to get rid of Mu Chantian's family. Since it was useless to say anything, Situ Su did not intend to waste any more time. He immediately said, "That's not the case. I just want to persuade your Majesty that if you want to take action against the Jiangnan family, you must have a few confidants around you." Originally, Mu Chantian could be used as a sword by Emperor Xia to eliminate the Jiangnan family, but Emperor Xia was afraid of the military power in his hands and insisted on getting rid of him. There are fewer and fewer trustworthy people around Emperor Xia now, and he may become a lonely man in the future. However, Situ Su did not intend to interfere too much. As long as the Great Xia Dynasty was still named Lu, everything had nothing to do with him as the Grandmaster. Facing Situ Su's reminder, Emperor Xia said nonchalantly, "I will remember the Imperial Master's reminder." The residence of the 8th Prince. Lu Shuyan looked at the information he had collected and sneered. "My 9th brother is really a fool with good fortune. The soap and perfume he made are so profitable." The fight for the throne between the princes also requires money to win people's hearts, so Lu Shuyan has always been more concerned about making money. For example, all the masters in his mansion were recruited with silver. If he didn't have silver, he would not be able to recruit so many masters. Seeing Lu Qian enjoying himself in the palace all day long, not having to do anything and not having to worry about anything, and being able to earn hundreds of thousands of taels of silver by handing over all the palace business to a woman, how could Lu Shuyan not be jealous? He has run so many businesses, but he can't earn hundreds of thousands of taels of silver a month, while Lu Chun, the useless prince, can do it. This makes Lu Shuyan feel very unbalanced. After hearing what Lu Shuyan said, the guest beside him whispered, "Your Highness, why don't we think of a way to steal the soap and perfume making method from the Northern Palace, and then sell soap and perfume ourselves?" Lu Shuyan said calmly, "No need. The owner of the Blood Moon Tower has already gone to Beijun in person. I think he will be able to bring back the methods of making soap and perfume in no time." Hearing this, the guest official's face changed drastically, and he quickly said, "Your Highness, you must not touch the 9th Prince at this time. If something happens to the 9th Prince, many people in the court will say that your Highness sent someone to assassinate the 9th Prince, and then this matter will be very disadvantageous to your bid for the throne. This is a critical period, and we cannot afford to make any mistakes." Facing the guest's persuasion, Lu Shuyan didn't care at all. The situation in the capital is chaotic now, and not many people care about the useless prince in the north. Besides, the barbarians will soon move south, and no one will know that this was done by the Blood Moon Tower. The focus of the ministers in the court will only be on the barbarians. Upon hearing Lu Shuyan's words, the guest's expression froze. It was obvious that the amount of information in Lu Shuyan's words was too huge, and the guest around Lu Shuyan was unable to react for a while. A few days later, at the gate of the capital, as prison vans passed through the city gate, the people did not throw stones or rotten eggs at the prisoners in the vans as usual. The common people all knew that today was the day that Duke Mu's family was exiled, and the people in the prison car were all family members of Duke Mu's family. The common people knew who Duke Mu was. He was one of the 2 great kings of the Great Xia Dynasty, and it was he who supported Emperor Xia to ascend the throne. Although he has fallen to this point now, the people still have awe and respect for him. Right now, on the city wall, a man in silver armor looked at the slowly advancing prisoner car and asked the people around him, "Are you all ready?" The soldier next to him immediately said, "Don't worry, General, it will be foolproof." The man nodded with satisfaction, staring at Mu Chantian in the prison car, and then said to himself, "Teacher, have a safe journey." The Mu Mansion's exile convoy did not encounter any danger in the first 2 days, and the people in the Mu Mansion even thought they were safe. But Mu Chantian is not stupid. In the past 2 days, everything they eat and use must be thoroughly checked by them. Although the soldiers escorting them are unlikely to attack them, they still have to be on guard. And he also didn't believe that Emperor Xia would let them go. After all, he is one of the 2 kings of the Xia. Even if his martial arts have been abolished, in the eyes of Emperor Xia, Letting him go is still like letting a tiger return to the mountain. 2 nights later, the Mu family's convoy arrived at an inn. There was no village or shop around the inn, and no one was around. Seeing that it was already late, the guards escorting the Mu mansion said to Mu Chantian, "Duke Mu, why don't we rest here tonight?" Although Duke Mu's family had been exiled, the escorting officers were still very respectful to them. Mu Chantian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then said, "Okay, let's rest here for a night." Chapter 53, Come Out, Don't Hide. As Mu Chantian finished speaking, the escorting officers took out the keys to the prison van, opened the doors of the van, and released everyone in Duke Mu's mansion. Because they were escorting the family of Duke Mu, the officers were not so strict. Usually, when they arrived at the resting place, they would open the car door and let them out to rest. At this time, a messenger walked into the inn and said to the innkeeper, "Boss, we are going to stay here today. How many rooms do you have?" The innkeeper said with a smile, "Sir, the inn is full. You should go somewhere else." Hearing this, the officer said unhappily, "What, it's full? Are you kidding? There's no village or shop in the middle of nowhere. How can you have so many customers?" The innkeeper said, "Because there is no village in front and no in behind. People passing by this road can only stay at our inn." Hearing this, the officer had no choice but to say, "Well, do you have a larger space here? We can rest here tonight." The innkeeper said, "The backyard of our inn is quite spacious. Would you like to stay there for one night?" The officer thought about it and was about to say something, but the innkeeper immediately continued, "If you stay at our inn, all the food and drinks tonight will be free. What do you think?" Hearing this, the officer said without hesitation, "Okay, find someone to help us feed the horses." The shopkeeper immediately said, "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to feed the horses right away." The officer then turned around and left the inn. He came to Mu Chantian and said apologetically, "Duke Mu, I'm really sorry, this inn is full. I'm afraid you will have to rest in the open air tonight." Mu Chantian said calmly, "It's okay, go and do your own thing." The officer immediately said, "Well, I'll ask the shopkeeper to bring you some food later." As soon as he finished speaking, the officer walked away. At this time, the 2 brothers Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping surrounded them. Mu Xingping said, "Dad, why has no one attacked us after 2 days? Is His Majesty planning to let us go?" Hearing this, Mu Chantian laughed and then said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't they coming soon?" Hearing this, Mu Xingping was startled and then looked around nervously. "Where are they? Where are they? Why can't I see them?" Mu Chantian looked at the inn in front of him and said, "They are waiting for us inside." Hearing this, Mu Xingping and Mu Jingwu looked towards the inn in front of them. Just at this moment, they saw several people staring at them from upstairs with the windows half open. Seeing that the Mu family noticed the upstairs, those people immediately closed the windows. Seeing this scene, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping were both shocked. They thought that the emperor was planning to let them go, but they didn't expect that the time had not yet come. They were afraid that those people would take action tonight. Mu Jingwu then asked, "Dad, what should we do now?" Mu Chantian said, "Let's talk about it tonight. I want to see who is coming." Mu Chantian knew in his heart that the emperor would definitely send a master-level expert this time, but he was not sure who the person would be. There are many masters he can think of, and many of them have conflicts with him. Soon, the sun in the sky began to set. Mu Chantian and the others also put in their best efforts. Just at this moment, a whistle sounded in the yard. As the whistle sounded, a group of people dressed in black and wearing masks appeared in the yard. After seeing this scene, the officers escorting Duke Mu's mansion understood something instantly. They quickly stood up and ran away. The men in black did not stop the officers from escaping. After all, their target was not the officers themselves. Those men in black took out their bows and arrows and aimed them at the people in Duke Mu's mansion. The men in Duke Mu's mansion immediately stood up and surrounded the men and children inside. At this time, the women in Duke Mu's mansion were trembling with fear and dared not move at all. At this time, the crowd of people in black gradually dispersed, and a man walked out of the crowd. The man took off his mask, revealing his scarred face. After seeing the man's true face, Mu Chantian sneered and said, "I just thought of anyone who might come to see me off, but I didn't think of you." Hearing this, the scarred man also smiled and said, "Teacher, if I hadn't come to see you off in person, how could His Majesty be willing to let me take over the newly formed Dragon Guards?" The scarred man in front of him is named Chunpingi. He was promoted by Mu Chantian, who could be considered his mentor. In order to repay his teacher's kindness, Chun Pengyi is always very kind to Duke Mu's mansion. Even when the Duke Mu's mansion was implicated in the Zhou family's rebellion a year ago, it was he who personally pleaded with Emperor Xia, and in the end, Emperor Xia used the Iron Scroll of Immunity from death as an offset, and did not take action against the Duke Mu's mansion. However, what Mu Chantian did not expect was that this person actually wanted to kill him. Mu Chantian sighed and said, "The human heart is hard to predict. It seems that you asked the Emperor for mercy in order to get the Mu family to hand over the death-free Iron Scroll. This should be what the Emperor asked you to do, right?" Chun Pengyi said calmly, "Teacher, it's already this time. What else is there to talk about those things? Why don't you tell me what unfulfilled wishes you have? Perhaps I can fulfill them for you." Hearing this, Mu Chantian laughed and said, "Haha, Chun Pengyi, Chun Pengyi, today I was abandoned by Lu Xingqiu. Have you ever thought that one day you will also be abandoned by Lu Xingqiu? By that time, I'm afraid your fate will be even more miserable than mine." Chun Pengyi said nonchalantly, "Teacher, don't worry about this. I will never follow your path." Well, since the teacher has nothing more to say, please have a safe journey. At this point, Chun Pengyi waved his hand and said in a cold voice, "Shoot." However, at this moment, countless arrows suddenly shot down from the roof of the inn, and the people brought by Chun Pengyi were hit by the arrows before they could react. Seeing this scene, Chun Pengyi's face suddenly darkened. "Who is this person? How dare you interfere in His Majesty's affairs?" As soon as Chun Pengyi finished speaking, some people in red clothes jumped down from the building. These people were all at the 5th level. After seeing these people, Mu Chantian was slightly stunned. He actually guessed that the mysterious prince who gave them the Great Huandan would send someone to rescue them, but he didn't expect that the people sent by the other party were all warriors above the 5th rank. It seems that the prince values their Duke Mu's mansion very much. At this time, Chun Pengyi said coldly, "Since you dare to interfere in His Majesty's affairs, you should also be prepared to die." Then Chun Pengyi shouted, "Come out, don't hide." As soon as Chun Pengyi finished speaking, 2 masters and several warriors appeared behind Chun Pengyi. Seeing these people, Mu Chantian smiled and said, "Your Majesty really thinks highly of me. In order to kill a useless person like me, he actually sent 3 masters here." Chapter 54, How is it possible that you didn't lose your power? Seeing that the warriors behind him had appeared, Chun Pengyi looked at Mu Chantian in the distance and said, "Teacher, I can't believe that at this time, there are still people willing to save you. It seems that the teacher is not as loyal and patriotic as he appears to be. If the teacher is truly loyal to the emperor and patriotic, he should commit suicide right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Pengyi kicked his legs and rushed towards Mu Chantian in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Mu Chantian. Then he swung his knife. A beam of white light flashed across Mu Chantian's face. Just when Chun Pengyi thought that Mu Chantian was doomed to die, suddenly, a force gushed out from Mu Chantian's body, and then his body was wrapped in a ball of gas. The next moment, Mu Chantian raised his hand and caught Chun Pengyi's blade with his bare hands. Seeing this scene, Chun Pengyi was stunned, and even the 2 masters behind him and the warriors who came to kill him were stunned. They heard that His Majesty had bestowed the power-dispersing elixir on the men in Duke Mu's mansion, and that the men in Duke Mu's mansion no longer had any power in their bodies. Now, at most, they were just healthier and stronger than ordinary people. But judging from the aura released by Mu Chantian, it is not that he has no skills, he is clearly a master. There is a gap between masters, and there are many masters in Daxia. But why can Mu Chantian become the so-called king? It was not just that he supported Emperor Xia's ascension to the throne. In the Great Xia Dynasty, few people at the same master level could be Mu Chantian's opponent, so he was able to become the king. Chun Pengyi said in disbelief, How could you not have lost your power?" Chun Pengyi's voice trembled a little. As Mu Chantian's student, he had participated in many battles with Mu Chantian, and he was very clear about Mu Chantian's strength. Originally, he thought that getting rid of Mu Chantian this time would be a very easy task, and it would also make Emperor Xia trust him more. However, he did not expect that Mu Chantian did not dissipate his power. What a joke. Mu Chantian is the god of war, claiming to be invincible in the same Grandmaster realm. When a Mu family was arrested in the capital, even the great Master Situ, Su, the Imperial advisor, showed up in person. Otherwise, how could the Great Xia Dynasty have captured Mu Chantian so easily? But now he told him that Mu Chantian had not lost his power. Isn't this endangering his own life? A trace of panic appeared on Chun Pengyi's face. He knew very well that he was no match for Mu Chantian. If Mu Chantian had not lost his power, he would have almost no chance of winning. But at this moment, a master behind Chun Pengyi said, "No, Mu Chantian has not fully recovered his strength. His body protection energy is unstable, and at most he can only exert the strength of a half-step master. After all, they are all masters, and they can tell at a glance whether Mu Changtian's strength has fully recovered. Mu Changtian's strength has indeed not fully recovered. Although the Dahuan Dan can help Mu Changtian recover his strength, Mu Changtian only needs a period of adjustment to return to the peak, but the time is too short after all. There is not much time for Mu Changtian to recover, and it is already very good that he can display the strength of a half-step grandmaster." After hearing the words from the master behind him, the panic on Chun Pengyi's face disappeared instantly, replaced by an unbridled smile. "Teacher, you really scared me. That's perfect. Since you haven't lost your power, I'd like to learn from you." As he spoke, Chun Pengyi suddenly exerted force with his arm, pulled the knife out of Mu Changtian's hand, and then slashed at Mu Changtian again. The sharp knife wind instantly swept towards Mu Changtian. This time, Mu Changtian did not take it head-on, but dodged it directly. At the same time, the two masters behind Chun Pengyi also joined the battle. Although Mu Changtian is already at the end of his strength, they will not be careless until he dies. After all, Mu Changtian is the king of the Great Xia Dynasty. In order to kill Zhou Wongqini, the Great Xia Dynasty even dispatched its grandmasters. Although Mu Changtian's skills have declined now, he is still not that easy to deal with. Seeing Mu Changtian being besieged by three masters, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping rushed over and planned to help Mu Changtian. The two of them are at most at the 8th level of strength, so they're naturally no match for the grandmaster. However, the two of them can alleviate the troubles that the other two grandmasters bring to Mu Changtian. As Mu Xingping and Mu Jingwu joined the battle, the warriors brought by Chun Pengyi also took action. After that, the sounds of swords clashing and fighting could be heard continuously in the backyard of the inn. Fortunately, those mysterious warriors in red clothes protected the Mu family's families. Although Mu Changtian and his men were beaten by the three great masters, the people brought by Chun Pengyi and his men had no way to get close to the Mu family's families. However, Chun Pengyi and his companions were three grandmasters after all, and the other side also had several 9th-grade masters, so those red-clothed warriors were soon no match for them. At this time, Mu Changtian was accidentally hit by one of the masters and instantly retreated more than 10 steps until he hit the wall of the yard and stopped. Seeing that Mu Changtian was injured, Chun Pengyi laughed and taunted, "Teacher, it seems that you are old." Hearing this, Mu Changtian snorted coldly and then said, "Chun Pengyi, even if I die today, I will definitely drag you down." As he spoke, Mu Changtian's aura instantly rose. Chun Pengyi's face changed, and he immediately said, "Not good. He's going to use the blood-burning technique." "Stop it now." Just when Chun Pengyi wanted to ask the two masters around him to stop Mu Changtian from using the blood-burning technique, a sword instantly pierced through Chun Pengyi's body, and Chun Pengyi didn't even have time to release the master's protective chi. Chun Pengyi tried hard to turn his head back, wanted to see clearly who stabbed him, but before he could turn around, the person who was trying to assassinate him stabbed him again from behind. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. A master on Chun Pengyi's side immediately shouted angrily, "Wei Chao, what are you doing?" Mu Changtian was also confused at this time. He was ready to use the blood-burning technique to fight Chun Pengyi and the others to the death, but suddenly a 9th-grade warrior emerged from the crowd and stabbed Chun Pengyi in the back. What is going on? Why didn't he understand? At this time, a master from Chun Pengyi's side immediately stabbed Wei Chao, who was stabbing Chun Pengyi in the back with his sword. Wei Chao's martial arts skills were amazing. He borrowed the master's sword in an instant, then jumped onto his shoulders, and then jumped onto the roof. Wei Chao said to Mu Changtian with a smile, "Duke Mu, you can't use the burning blood technique carelessly. If the prince sees that you are seriously injured, I'm afraid we will be punished by him." Hearing Wei Chao's words, Mu Changtian reacted instantly and realized that this 9th-rank warrior was also the mysterious prince's man. Who is that mysterious prince? And how could he place such an important person next to Chun Pengyi? Wei Chao's appearance further deepened Mu Changtian's curiosity about the mysterious prince. Chapter 55, The Farce, should also end. After the Huban army was split up, Emperor Xia formed the Dragon Guard army, which was commanded by Emperor Xia himself, and Chun Pengyi was merely a general in charge. Logically speaking, the Dragon Guard should be an army with very strict selection procedures, and it would be difficult for other forces to place pawns in this army. However, not long after the formation, a ninth-rank spy appeared beside Chun Pengyi. Moreover, this ninth-rank spy is actually the mysterious prince's man. This made Mu Changtian curious about the extent of the mysterious prince's control over the Great Xia Dynasty. After Chun Pengyi fell to the ground, he stared at Wei Chao on the roof. He really couldn't believe that Wei Chao was the one who stabbed him in the back. Chun Pengyi's eyes widened to their maximum, and his eyeballs were filled with red bloodshot. He used all his strength to shout unwillingly, "Wei Chao!" As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Pengyi went without even catching his breath. At this time, the Grandmaster of Chun Pengyi's side looked at Wei Chao and said, "Wei Chao, do you know what you are doing? You have disrupted His Majesty's plan. You and everyone in your family will pay the price for this." Wei Chao just smiled and said nothing. At this moment, the air seemed to suddenly solidify, and the surroundings became quiet in an instant. The sound of swords clashing in the yard also became smaller. It was not that all of Chun Pengyi and his companions were dead, but people suddenly felt extremely depressed for some unknown reason. At this time, everyone heard a man's voice coming from the gate of the courtyard. "The Shadow Guard are almost here. It's time to put an end to this farce." Feeling that something was wrong, a master immediately turned to the direction where the voice came from and said, "Who is it?" As soon as the Grandmaster finished speaking, a cold light came, and before the Grandmaster had time to resist, his head flew into the air in an instant. At this time, another master reacted and immediately attacked the figure. However, the next moment, another cold light flashed, and his head also flew into the air. Kill the master with one sword. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. When the bodies of the two masters brought by Chun Pengyi slowly fell to the ground, Mu Changtian could see the appearance of the people clearly. The man was wearing red clothes and holding a long knife in his hand. After killing two people, there was not a trace of blood on his knife. The man put the knife directly into the sheath. Mu Xingping couldn't help but ask at this time, Grandmaster? Mu Jingwu said at the side, "No, not a Grandmaster. A Grandmaster's aura is even stronger, but his strength is probably close to that of a Grandmaster." As soon as Mu Jingwu finished speaking, the man spoke to the air behind him. "Everyone, it's time to clear the area." As soon as he finished speaking, several ninth-grade warriors appeared behind him. However, these ninth-grade warriors were extremely powerful. In just a short period of time, they killed all the warriors brought by Chun Pengyi. Mu Changtian stood there, motionless, feeling incredible, because he knew the person who came. This person turned out to be the owner of Yueli Restaurant in Beijing. Mu Changtian likes the food at Yueli Restaurant very much. Before his daughter married the ninth prince, he often went to Yueli Restaurant to drink, so he was quite familiar with the owner of Yueli Restaurant. Mu Changtian always believed that Yueli Restaurant was the property of the 8th Prince Lu Shuyan, so after Mu Zishuan married the 9th Prince, he no longer went to Yueli Restaurant to drink. It turns out that the person who came to rescue them today was actually the owner of Yueli Restaurant. Moreover, he didn't even know that the owner of Yueli Restaurant was a powerful man who could kill two masters in an instant. Not to mention that he hasn't recovered his strength yet. Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to kill two masters in an instant. This is enough to show how powerful the knife skills of the owner of Yueli Restaurant are. No, his swordsmanship is more than just that. His knife is not simple either. After killing the person, not even a drop of blood was stained. Mu Changtian had never heard of any kind of knife that could achieve this level of performance. After coming back to his senses, Mu Changtian smiled and said, "I didn't expect that the 8th Prince has such a powerful figure under his command. Boss Liang, you are really a hidden talent. It seems that the prince you were talking about is the 8th Prince?" Although it was a little unbelievable, Liang Zong had already appeared here after all, and Liang Zong was indeed the owner of the restaurant under the name of the 8th Prince, so he should be the 8th Prince's man. But Mu Changtian couldn't understand why the 8th Prince would send someone to rescue him. You know, the 8th Prince is in the capital. He took such a big risk to save me. What use would it be even if he rescued me? It seems that the 8th Prince does not have any military power, right? The 8th Prince is a prince who has not yet been infeft. and he only has a maximum of 1,000 quotas for his own personal guards in the capital. At first, Mu Chantian thought that the prince wanted a rebel, so he wanted to protect himself and then pull him into rebellion. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be the son of Emperor Xia. To be honest, this made Mu Chantian feel a little unhappy. After all, the other party was the 8th prince and was related to Emperor Xia by blood. Having been cheated by his father once, how could he trust his son so easily? Hearing Mu Changtian's words, Liang Zong smiled and said, 8th prince? No. The 8th prince is not qualified to let me serve him. Liang Zong's words immediately stunned Mu Changtian. Not the 8th prince? Liang Zong, the owner of the restaurant under the name of the 8th prince, is actually not the 8th prince's man? Mu Changtian then asked curiously, is the prince you're talking about? It's already this time, so I guess you can tell me, right? Liang Zong replied, don't worry, Duke Mu. You will see him soon. Mu Changtian smiled and said, your prince is really mysterious. Although we know that Liang Zong's realm has definitely not reached the Grandmaster level, his strength is definitely infinitely close to the Grandmaster. The mysterious prince is actually willing to release such a powerful person as an undercover, which proves that he must have a lot of masters under his command. Mu Changtian now wished he could tear Liang Zong's head open, wanting to see which prince had so many experts and planned so many things. Liang Zong said at this time, Duke Mu, from today on, the Mu Mansion will no longer exist. Having said this, Liang Zong turned his head and said to the Jinui behind him, Duke Mu was assassinated by thieves on his way to exile. At the critical moment, Duke Mu used the blood-burning technique and died together with the 3 masters. At this point, Liang Zong turned his head, looked at Mu Changtian and asked, Duke Mu, what do you think of this result? Of course, Mu Changtian knew the purpose of Liang Zong's arrangement, which was to let them change their appearance and live under new identities to avoid being discovered by Emperor Xia. Mu Changtian said, then I'll trouble boss Liang. Liang Zong said, Duke Mu is too polite. This is what I should do. The Jinui then took action and quickly reconstructed the crime scene. When the shadow guard arrived at the inn, the entire inn had been engulfed in fire, leaving only a few soldiers brought by Chen Pungi, who were lying outside the fire scene with serious injuries. Chapter 56, Mu Changtian's Speculation. Early in the morning, a convoy was driving on a bumpy road. The convoy was very quiet, with the only sounds on the road being the sounds of horse hooves and wheels. After traveling all night, everyone in the Mu Mansion was already tired. At this time, the female family members of the Mu Mansion had basically closed their eyes and fallen asleep. But at this time, the men in the Mu Mansion could not fall asleep for a long time, especially Mu Changtian and his 2 sons. They sat in the carriage, looking at the mountains in the distance, not knowing what they were thinking. At this time, Mu Changtian suddenly said, this is the road to Beijun. Hearing this, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping, who were already a little tired, instantly became energetic. Mu Xingping immediately asked, Dad, are you seeing things? Mu Changtian looked at the green mountains in the distance and replied, I have been to Beijun many times to resist the invasion of barbarians. How could I be wrong? This is indeed the road to Beijun. Having said that, Mu Changtian frowned. Liang Zong did not tell them where they were going last night. After they got on the carriage, Liang Zong's men immediately led the way. Because it was too dark at the time, Mu Changtian could not see clearly which direction they were heading. When it was daybreak, Mu Changtian could see clearly. He discovered many iconic peaks. These peaks were the ones he had seen when he led his army to Beijun to resist the barbarians. He was very familiar with Bei County, and some of the roads in Bei County were already memorized in his mind. After hearing what Mu Changtian said, Mu Xingping speculated, Dad, could it be that the prince they are talking about is the 9th prince? Mu Jingwu's voice trembled a little, and he obviously didn't dare to believe what he said. How could they not know who the 9th prince is? Although the 9th prince is already Mu Zishuan's husband, everyone in Duke Mu's mansion still regards the 9th prince as a good-for-nothing prince who is lazy and only loves pleasure. As soon as Mu Xingping finished speaking, Mu Jingwu said, Xingping, what are you thinking about? How could it be the 9th prince? Don't you know what kind of person he is? This. Mu Xingping was silent for a moment and then said, That's true. Then why did they take us to Beijun? Beijun is the fief of the 9th prince. So the prince of Beijun can only be the 9th prince, right? After hearing what Mu Xingping said, Mu Jingwu didn't say anything. He just turned his head and looked at his father, hoping that he could know something. At this time, Mu Changtian's brows were furrowed, and his expression was somewhat serious. He pondered for a long time before speaking. It is indeed impossible that it is the ninth prince, but I suspect that some prince went to Beijun, and he should want to discuss something with me in Beijun. Of course, there is another possibility. Having said that, Mu Changtian paused and did not continue speaking. His face became serious again. Seeing his gloomy face, Mu Jingwu immediately asked, "Dad, is there still such a possibility?" Mu Changtian thought for a moment and said, "It's possible that the one who saved us wasn't the Prince of Daxia, but the barbarians." When Mu Changtian said this, the brothers Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping were stunned for an instant. Mu Changtian continued, "The barbarians are in the north. If they want us to go to their territory, we must pass through Beijun. And they have their reasons for doing so. I know Daxia very well. Winning me over will make it easier for them to attack Daxia in the future." After hearing what Mu Changtian said, Mu Jingwu hurriedly said, "Dad, if they are really barbarians, then if we still join them, wouldn't that make us traitors?" Mu Jingwu has a clear sense of right and wrong in his heart. There is no problem at all in asking him to betray Emperor Xia. After all, Emperor Xia abandoned them and even wanted their lives. But if he asked them to betray the entire Daxia and the people of Daxia, and then become the butcher's knife in the hands of the barbarians and massacre the people of Daxia in turn, Mu Jingwu could not do it. He doesn't want to become a sinner of the nation. After hearing his son's words, Mu Changtian fell silent and did not speak for a long time. His inner thoughts were actually the same as Mu Jingwu's. If he was just asked to join a certain prince of Daxia, he would definitely do it without hesitation. But if he were asked to join the barbarians, he would be extremely unwilling to do so. When the barbarians invaded Daxia, they killed so many civilians and so many of his soldiers died at the hands of the barbarians. It would be better for him to die than to surrender to the barbarians and become their running dog at this time. After thinking for a while, Mu Changtian said, "Well, it's useless to think about it now. When we get to Beijun, we will know who the mysterious prince they are talking about is. You haven't slept all night. Close your eyes and take a good sleep. It will take many days to reach Beijun." Daxia, the capital, the Imperial Palace Garden. After hearing the report from the Shadow Guard commander, Emperor Xia always felt that his intelligence was weird. His face looked very unhappy. At this moment, the entire Imperial Garden was extremely quiet. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of crucian carps in the lotus pond jumping out of the water. After a long while, Emperor Xia finally spoke. Three masters faced a person whose power was exhausted, and in the end they were dragged down by the other party and died together, haha. Emperor Xia's voice was very cold, exerting a huge pressure on the people in the Imperial Garden. It was obvious that Emperor Xia was in a very bad mood at this moment. Although Xia also has many grandmasters, grandmasters are not so easy to cultivate. Killing a dying man means losing 3 grandmasters. How can Emperor Xia be happy? At this time, Emperor Xia asked, "I am very curious. Why was Mu Changtian able to perform the blood-burning technique in the end? Shouldn't his power have dissipated?" Having said that, Emperor Xia turned his head and looked at the Imperial Master Su in the pavilion. "National Master, are you sure you sense that Mu Changtian's power had dissipated?" Hearing what Emperor Xia said, Su knew that Emperor Xia was suspicious of him. So he asked, "Your Majesty, do you think that I didn't give him the San Gong pill?" Emperor Xia said calmly, "I just want to know why the power-dispersing pill has no effect on him." Emperor Xia was very suspicious, and he knew that Su wanted to protect Mu Changtian, so he couldn't help but suspect that Su was playing some tricks. Su then said, "I did sense that Mu Changtian's internal strength had dissipated. As for why he was still able to use the blood-burning technique, I'm afraid someone in prison gave him a small pill to restore some of his strength." After hearing what Su said, Emperor Xia suddenly remembered that although there were not many elixirs in this world that could restore one's strength, they still existed. Especially those sects, they have done a lot of research on elixirs that can restore power. Emperor Xia immediately said to the Shadow Guard commander, "Investigate. Investigate for me immediately. I want to see who is so bold as to go against me." "Yes, Your Majesty. I'll take my leave." The Shadow Guard commander then turned and left. Looking at the back of the Shadow Guard commander as he left, Emperor Xia said to himself, "Mu Changtian is indeed a good subject of mine. Before he died, he helped me solve a problem. The trouble that Emperor Xia was talking about was obviously referring to Mu Changtian's student Chen'er. Emperor Xia initially used Chen'er mainly to deal with Mu Changtian. Now that Mu Changtian has been dealt with, Chen'er has lost his usefulness. He had originally planned to wait for Chen'er to come back, and then find an excuse to get rid of him. But now it's good, Mu Changtian and Chen'er died together. Now the military power of Daxia is completely in his hands. With the military power, he can do what he wants. Chapter 57. The Chu family faces internal and external troubles. The news that Mu Changtian was assassinated during his exile and used the blood-burning technique to take the blame for him before his death quickly spread throughout Daxia. With the death of Mu Changtian, Emperor Xia completely took control of the military power of Daxia and had millions of soldiers at his command. Moreover, all the generals of these armies were promoted by Emperor Xia, and most of them were loyal to Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia suddenly had so many soldiers in his hands. What did he want to do? What would he do? The major families in Daxia were not fools. For a time, the number of caravans in Daxia increased dramatically, especially in the territories of the major vassal kings, where the number of caravans doubled. Except North County, of course. The caravan is just a cover for the aristocratic families. What the aristocratic families do is to use the caravan to travel around and collude with various forces. Emperor Xia has even sharpened his knife, so it is impossible for those noble families to remain silent. All the major families have the same idea. Since Emperor Xia is dishonest and disobedient, then they should replace the emperor. There have been emperors in every dynasty who have tried to eliminate the aristocratic families. Some emperors used the imperial examination to weaken the foundation of the aristocratic families. Some emperors restricted the aristocratic families in terms of land, and some emperors suppressed the aristocratic families in business. But the effectiveness of those methods is still limited. Emperor Xia eliminated the two heavenly kings and completely controlled the military power of Great Xia. It was obvious that he had lost patience with the aristocratic families. He wanted to use physical methods to directly eliminate the existing aristocratic families. Emperor Xiao's actions were so quick and purposeful that they naturally soon attracted the attention of the major families, especially the Jiangnan families. Ever since Chu Yu passed away for unknown reasons, Chu Xiong has been on guard against the capital city all these years and has sent many spies to the capital city. He knows any movement in the capital city. After learning that Mu Changtian was dead and the military power was in the hands of Emperor Xia, Chu Xiong had been unable to sleep well these days. He always felt that the Chu family was in great danger. Chu family yard. Chu Xiong sat in the pavilion, looking at the information coming from the capital, with a worried look on his face. At this time, two white-haired old men came to the pavilion, and one of them said, "Brother, you have also seen what Emperor Xia did. Shouldn't our Chu family also be prepared?" After hearing what his second brother Chu Yang said, Chu Xiong was silent for a moment, and then said, "I have sent someone to contact King Qi, and I believe there will be a result soon." Hearing this, Chu Yang said dissatisfiedly, "Brother, what's the use of King Qi? He is just a drunkard. Do you really expect him to start a rebellion?" Chu Xiong's idea is to use the vassal kings to restrict Emperor Xia and force him to give up attacking the aristocratic families, or to instigate the vassal kings to rebel so that Emperor Xia will have no energy to deal with the aristocratic families. Of course, it would be even better if any vassal king could defeat Emperor Xia. Prince Qi was the vassal prince who was most dissatisfied with Emperor Xia. Since Emperor Xia ascended the throne, he had targeted Prince Qi many times. Therefore, the first target chosen by Chu Xiong for inciting rebellion was Prince Qi. But it was obvious that the second brother Chu Liang had his own ideas. Chu Liang said at this time, "If it were up to me, we should just find someone to assassinate Emperor Xia. If he dies, all problems will be solved." The third brother Chu Song asked at this time, "If Emperor Xia dies, who should we support to take the throne?" Chu Liang said as a matter of course, "Is there any need to think about this? Of course, we support the 8th prince. If you don't support the 8th prince, do you want to support that waste in Beijun who spends his days drinking and partying? Besides, the 8th prince's mother is from the Wang family, a Jiangnan family. He can't be as whimsical as his father and want to take action against us aristocratic families. Moreover, our Chu family happens to have a good relationship with the Wang family. After the 8th prince ascends the throne, we will send some girls from our family to be with him. If the girl from the Chu family can give birth to the 8th prince's child as soon as possible, It is not impossible for her to compete for the position of queen. After listening to Chu Liang's words, Chu Song said, "Second brother, why do I feel that the ninth prince is better? If he indulges in pleasure in the palace, wouldn't it be easier for us to control him? And he will make whoever we want him to make queen." Chu Liang snorted coldly and said, "Do you think I haven't thought about this? He is a useless piece of shit. If we really choose him, do you think he can balance the interests of the major families? Moreover, there will be more resistance in the court. The ministers will not agree. Any of the princes is qualified, but he is not. Don't forget, he is Chu Yu's child and has a special relationship with Xianyu Palace. If he really gets promoted, will it be our turn to control him?" Chu Song said, "Second brother, what you said makes some sense." At this time, Chu Xiong said with a dark face, "Second brother, what you said is too much. Chu Yu is my daughter no matter what. No matter how we arrange the relationship, she is my daughter first, and then the goddess of Xianyu Palace. Why is her son not qualified to sit in that position? Also, you don't really think that Emperor Xia is that easy to assassinate, right? Isn't it a bit too early to start discussing who will ascend the throne? Emperor Xia has a grandmaster beside him, and besides Situ Su, we don't know if there are other grandmasters secretly protecting him. If we want to assassinate him successfully, it will be harder than ascending to heaven." Chu Liang said sarcastically, "Brother, I think you are old and your brain is not as sharp as before. Why do you think I said I support the 8th prince? The 8th prince is in the capital now. He can definitely help us complete our plan to assassinate Emperor Xia." Chu Xiong frowned and said immediately, "No, we absolutely cannot assassinate Emperor Xia now. If the assassination fails, Emperor Xia will definitely use this as an excuse to take action against the noble families immediately. We are not fully prepared and cannot take this risk. Now everyone in the court knows that Emperor Xia is going to take action against the aristocratic families, and the aristocratic families also know that Emperor Xia will take action against them. But even if Emperor Xia wants to eradicate the aristocratic families, he needs a reason that seems legitimate. Originally, Emperor Xia had not found a suitable excuse yet, but now the aristocratic families sent people to assassinate him, which gave him a reason. Seeing Chu Xiong was afraid of this and that, Chu Liang snorted coldly and said, "Brother, you are getting more and more timid. Emperor Xia's butcher knife is about to fall, and you're still worried about this and that. I think you have to wait until the day when Emperor Xia's million-strong army arrives in Sufing City before you will be happy." Having said that, Chu Liang turned around and left. Seeing Chu Liang leaving, Chu Song hurriedly followed him. Second brother, let's talk it over nicely. I'm also thinking about the family, don't be angry." Seeing the two of them singing in unison, Chu Xiong's face looked unhappy. He is not a fool. How could he not know what Chu Liang and Chu Song are thinking? Chu Song seemed to be talking to the 9th prince just now, but in fact he was talking to Chu Liang. Chu Song's sons all married daughters of the Wong family, and even his concubines were from the Wong family, so there was no need to think about his position. As for Chu Liang, it goes without saying that he has been coveting the position of head of the family for a long time. The Chu family is now caught up in internal and external troubles. Chu Xiong feels even more tired when he thinks of his son who is so disappointing and thinks about women every day. Chu Xiong rubbed his forehead and then said to the woman behind him who had never felt his presence, "Qingli, your sister is in Beijun. You should go to Beijun too. If the Chu family really suffers a catastrophic disaster one day, you don't have to come back." Hearing this, the woman in the green dress behind him said, "Yes, patriarch." The woman's voice was cold, without a trace of emotion, as if she was a complete killing tool. Chapter 58 Bei, King of the North? As they got closer to Beijun, the Mu family became more nervous. The women in Duke Mu's mansion were thinking that they could finally meet Mu Zixuan, especially Mrs. Mu, who had always wanted to know how her daughter was doing in Prince Bei's mansion. However, the men in Duke Mu's mansion were worried about whether they would just pass through Beijun and then continue to head north. If they just passed through Beijun, they would go to the territory of the barbarians. They would definitely not be able to betray Daxia. Soon Mu Changtian and his team discovered that after they arrived in Beijun, the convoy did not stop, but continued to head north. This made Mu Changtian's heart suddenly rise. Could it be that these people are really the barbarian spies? Then Mu Changtian stuck his head out of the carriage, looked at the Jinui riding outside and asked, "Little brother, where are we going?" The Jinui soldier immediately replied, "Duke Mu, our destination is Yinqing, and it will take a few days to get there. When Mu Chantian heard the Jinyui soldier tell him the specific destination, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that they were going to Yinqing. Then Mu Chantian retracted his head back into the carriage. At this time, Mu Xingping asked, "Dad, I remember that the Northern King is in Yinqing. Could it be that the mysterious prince they are talking about is really the Northern King?" Mu Chantian shook his head and then said, "It can't be him. Yinqing is the most prosperous city in Beijun. It's not surprising that the mysterious prince would meet us in Yinqing." Mu Chantian didn't think that Lu Chun had such a huge force at all. After all, everyone knew what kind of prince Lu Chun was. A few days later, Beijun, Yinqing, the Mu Mansion convoy, disguised as a merchant caravan, slowly entered Yinqing. After they found that they had arrived in Yinqing, everyone in the carriage opened the curtains and looked at everything outside. At this time, Mu Chantian was resting with his eyes closed, and Mu Jingwu reminded him, "Dad, we have arrived in Yinqing." After hearing Mu Jingwu's reminder, Mu Chantian opened his eyes and looked out the window. Although Yinqing is the most prosperous city in Beijun, at a glance, one could see the difference between Yinqing and other cities in Daxia. Most of the people on the street were wearing patched clothes with a lot of patches, and many of them had no shoes and walked barefoot. If we have to find something to praise about Beijun, it is that there is light in the eyes of the common people. They look very energetic, as if they are full of expectations for the future. At this time, Mu Xingping said, "I didn't expect that Yinqing, the most prosperous city in Beijun, is still so poor. It seems that it may not be so easy for Beijun to develop. I don't know how my little sister is doing in Beiwang Mansion." Mu Jingwu said, "Don't worry. Although Beijun is poor, Beiwang Mansion is not poor at all. I heard that Beiwang Mansion can earn hundreds of thousands of taels of silver a month by selling perfume and soap." At this moment, Mu Chantian's thoughts were not in the carriage. He just wanted to meet the mysterious prince. He was already planning in his mind what he should do if the other party was a barbarian. At the same time, Northern Palace. Lu Chun had just finished exercising with Wang Qingxi and was now in the pavilion selecting portraits of the women who would take concubines into the palace. Although Mu Zixuan has already selected her once, since she is Lu Chen's concubine, she must still be shown to Lu Chun. However, Lu Chun didn't care much about things like portraits. The portrait is even more outrageous than modern photo fraud. Photo fraud is based on the original picture, but the portrait is purely the subjective work of the painter himself. However, Lu Chun still reluctantly selected some portraits of women that were more beautiful. After all, this was only the preliminary selection, and the real selection of concubines still required him to see them in person. Without seeing them in person, he had no idea how those women rated. At this moment, a guard in brocade clothes enter the yard. "Your Majesty, the Mu family has arrived." Hearing this, Lu Chun immediately stood up from the stone bench. The whole family finally arrived, which was a surprise for Mu Zixuan. Then Lu Chun said, "Arrange for us to meet immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." After the genie guard reported the situation, he turned and left. The Mu Mansion's convoy finally stopped at Yinqing Uli restaurant. After entering the restaurant, an 8-foot-tall and extremely strong middle-aged man came to Mu Chantian. Mu Chantian was startled when he saw the man in front of him. Another master. How terrifying is the power under that mysterious prince? It has only been a short time, and they have already seen 2 masters. Qin Yushan then said, "Duke Mu, please follow me, the 3 of you." Qin Yushan was naturally talking about Mu Chantian and his 2 sons. After hearing the words of the man in front of them, Mu Chantian and the other 3 realized that they would probably have to meet the mysterious prince next. Thinking of this, the 3 of them became extremely excited. Then Mu Chantian and his companions separated from the women of the Mu Mansion. The women of the Mu Mansion went to the backyard of the restaurant, while Mu Chantian and his companions followed Qin Yushan to the 2nd floor. However, when they arrived at the private room on the 2nd floor, they did not see the mysterious prince. Qin Yushan said at this time, "Duke Mu, please wait a moment. Our prince will be here soon." Mu Chantian didn't think much about it. All he had to do next was wait. Time passed minute by minute, and after about 2/4 of an hour, the door of the private room was opened. After hearing the movement of the door, Mu Chantian and the other 2 immediately stood up from their stools. Their eyes were fixed on the door, wanting to see who appeared. However, when the door slowly opened, a familiar face appeared in front of the 3 people. When he saw the person coming, Mu Chantian was stunned. He murmured, North? North King? Not only was Mu Chantian dumbfounded, but his two sons also stood there. They knew who the Northern King was. Mu Chantian still remembered that he had met the Northern King once when he left the capital. At that time, the Northern King's mind was still very immature, and he didn't even know the political taboos. How could such an uneducated person with no political acumen actually hold such a huge power in his hands? Mu Chantian couldn't help but think, could it be that the King of the North had been hiding his incompetence in the past, pretending to be a waste, making people really think that he knew nothing? If this is the case, then the King of the North is too scheming. The Northern King not only deceived them, but also deceived all the people of the Great Xia Dynasty. Until the three of them entered Beijun, they did not think that the King of the North was the mysterious prince. However, what they finally saw was the King of the North himself. The King of the North has such deep scheming and possesses such a huge force at his disposal. There is no need to speculate what he wants to do. Seeing Mu Chantian and the other two looking at him in disbelief, Lu Chan smiled and asked, Father-in-law, you seem surprised to see me? After hearing what Lu Chan said, Mu Chantian and his two sons finally came to their senses. They quickly bowed and said, Greetings to the King of the North. Chapter 59. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. After Mu Chantian finished his greetings, he said with a little embarrassment, Your Majesty, I didn't expect that the person who saved the Mu Mansion in the end would be you. On their way to Beijun, Mu Chantian and his companions had thought that the mysterious Prince Liang Zong and his companions were talking about was the King of Bei. After all, Beijun was the king of Bei's fiefdom. But the thought that that mysterious prince is the King of the North only flashed through their minds, and they quickly denied it in their hearts. However, the person who finally stood before them was the King of the North himself. This shocked them immensely. They really couldn't believe that the King of the North, who was rumored to be unlearned and extremely licentious, was actually hiding so deeply. Judging from the fact that the Northern Prince was able to produce the Great Huan Dan and that he possessed such a huge force, if he participated in the fight for the throne, the eldest prince would definitely not be his opponent. At this time, Mu Chantian and his two sons all had a question in their minds at the same time. Why did the Northern King hide his power when he has such a huge force? If he participated in the fight for the throne, with the power in his hands, plus the support of the Jiangnan family, then the position in the capital would most likely be his. Now that the Northern King has been driven to Beijun, if he still wants to be in the capital, he will eventually have no choice but to raise an army. However, Mu Chantian and his men also saw the conditions in Beijun. If they raise an army in Beijun, it would be difficult to defeat the elite soldiers of Daxia. Even if they win, Daxia will suffer heavy losses, and the Northern King will be left with another mess. Lu Chan said at this time, You all should sit down, don't stand. Having said that, Lu Chan entered the private room, and the royal guards at the door then closed the door. After Lu Chan entered the private room, Mu Chantian asked directly, Prince, you have such a huge force in your hands. Why did you hide your incompetence in the capital? Lu Chan said calmly, A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. My father is now in his prime. If he knew that I have such a huge force in my hands, what do you think he would do, father-in-law? Hearing this, Mu Chantian and the other two reacted instantly. As a prince, the King of the North possesses such a huge force and has his own people in the army. If Emperor Xian knew about this, he would definitely be suspicious of him. You are a prince, and when your father is still in his prime, you are vigorously building up your own power and winning over soldiers in the army. What do you want to do? However, Mu Chantian still didn't quite understand. Even if the Northern King had a huge force in his hands, there was no need for him to pretend to be a waste. He just had to not reveal the cards in his hand. Although he was very confused, Mu Chantian didn't plan to ask any more questions. After knowing that the King of the North was a scheming person, Mu Chantian no longer regarded the King of the North as a political novice. He now only believed that the King of the North must have thought carefully before doing this. The King of the North must have a bigger plan. Although the King of the North is also the descendant of Emperor Xia, because the King of the North saved the Mu Mansion, and Mu Zixuan is the King of the North's queen, Mu Chantian has no psychological grudge against Lu Chun. Mu Chantian said at this time, The King of the North saved our Mu Mansion. If the King of the North needs me in the future, I, Mu Chantian, will be loyal to him. Mu Chantian's words were equivalent to directly declaring his loyalty to Lu Chun. Hearing what Mu Chantian said, Mu Xingping and Mu Jingwu also hurriedly saluted and said, "We will also follow the Northern King until death." Lu Chun smiled and said, "We are all family, so don't say such things." At this point, Lu Chun looked at Mu Chantian and asked, "Father-in-law, there's actually a question that has been puzzling me for a long time, but I just can't find anyone to ask. It just so happens that you are here, so I want to ask you for advice." When Lu Chun talks to his own people, he never refers to himself as this king. Using I can bring people closer. However, Mu Chantian is a relatively conservative person. Although Lu Chun is his son-in-law, he is still a prince. In Mu Chantian's eyes, Lu Chun's status as a prince is greater than that of son-in-law. Mu Chantian still said respectfully, "Prince, please speak." Lu Chun then asked, "Logically speaking, if my father wants to get rid of the aristocratic family, he must need a sharp sword. There is no doubt that you, father-in-law, are the most suitable, but why?" Lu Chun did not continue speaking. After all, this involved Mu Chantian's sad story. Mu Chantian instantly understood what Lu Chun wanted to ask. He sighed and replied, "Your Majesty, His Majesty has never trusted me. Or rather, in his eyes, I am not that sharp sword. Even if I am a sharp sword, it can only be the sharp sword of a noble family." Mu Chantian originally wanted to call Emperor Xia by his name, but thinking that the King of the North was Emperor Xia's son, it would not be appropriate to call Emperor Xia by his name in front of him. So he finally called Emperor Xia, "Your Majesty." At this time, Mu Chantian thought of something, so he continued, "And I suspect that your Majesty already has a sharper sword in his hand." After hearing what Mu Chantian said, Lu Chun fell into deep thought. After a while, Lu Chun said, "The Mu Mansion is gone. I have prepared a new house for you, but I'm afraid you will need to change your surname in the future." Mu Chantian immediately said, "Thank you, King Bei. It was good enough to be able to survive." As for changing the surname, Mu Chantian didn't care that much. As long as they waited for Emperor Xia to die, they could change their surnames back. At this time, Mu Chantian asked tentatively, "My lord, what are your plans after you come to Beijun?" In Mu Chantian's opinion, the King of the North holds such a powerful force in his hands that it is impossible for him to be willing to be an idle prince in Beijun. Mu Chantian wants to seize this opportunity. As long as the Northern King ascends the throne and becomes the new Emperor of Xia, the Mu Mansion can still restore its former glory. Although the Mu family fell into this state because of Emperor Xia, Mu Chantian did not have much hatred towards Lu Chun, the son of Emperor Xia, because this was a political struggle and the interests of the son and the father were different. In most dynasties, there have been cases where the old emperor exiled his old ministers, and then the new emperor reused the exiled old ministers. This was an opportunity for the new emperor to show favor. After returning to the court, the exiled old ministers would mostly not hate the new emperor, but would be grateful to him instead. Hearing Mu Chantian's question, Lu Chun's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smile. "I don't have any plans yet." Mu Chantian was stunned. He didn't believe what Lu Chun said. The King of the North has been hiding in the capital for so many years and has accumulated such a powerful force in his hands. If you say that the King of the North has no plan at all, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Lu Chun knew that Mu Chantian didn't believe him, so he continued, "The time has not come yet, and no matter how much you work, it will be in vain." Mu Chantian reacted instantly and realized that the King of the North was waiting for a suitable opportunity. He said that how could a scheming person like the King of the North live in peace in a corner? Mu Chantian then said, "My lord, if you need me in the future, I, Mu Chantian, will never hesitate to die." Lu Chun said, "Let's not talk about it later. I need my father-in-law to help me now." Mu Chantian immediately said, "Your Majesty, please speak." Lu Chun said, "I plan to train a cavalry in Beijun, but I don't have a suitable general. I wonder if you have any ideas, father-in-law." Hearing Lu Chun's words, Mu Chantian was a little excited. He didn't expect that he could play a role just after arriving in Beijun. He quickly stood up, bowed to Lu Chun, and said, "I will definitely train this cavalry as soon as possible and live up to the prince's expectations." Lu Chun nodded, then stood up and said, "Okay, let's stop here today. I'll ask the princess to visit you in your new home later." Having said that, Lu Chun walked towards the door. Mu Chantian and his two sons bowed again and said, "Farewell, Your Majesty." Chapter 60, Is This the True Appearance of a Northern King? After Lu Chun left, Mu Chantian and the other two instantly breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. The three of them still felt incredible at this time. That's the king of the north. The ignorant, licentious king of the north. He turned out to be the mysterious prince who saved the Mu mansion. Mu Chantian laughed at himself at this time. Haha, I didn't expect that I would also make mistakes sometimes. Mu Jingwu said at the side, Dad, I still don't understand why the northern king hid his abilities in the capital. Logically speaking, with the power he controls and the support of the Chu family, the position of the crown prince is likely to be his. The king of the north had previously only said, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, but this could not fully explain why he concealed his shortcomings. Hearing his son's question, Mu Chantian pondered for a moment, then stroked his beard and said, how can we guess what the northern king is thinking? But judging from everything the northern king has done, he seems to have never intended to use the power of the aristocratic families. Otherwise, the first thing he would have done after arriving in Beijun would have been to send someone to the Chu family to ask for their help in governing Beijun. But as far as I know, the Chu family and the northern king's palace have not had any contact for a long time. So I suspect that the northern king's attitude towards the noble families is actually the same as that of Emperor Xia. Hearing this, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping were stunned. After Mu Xingping reacted, he seemed to understand something, and he immediately said, could it be that the northern king deliberately wanted to withdraw from the capital, with the purpose of using your majesty to eliminate the aristocratic families, and then wait until all the forces in the capital are almost exhausted because of the struggle for the throne, and then he will return to the capital to inherit the orthodoxy? Mu Chantian said, this is most likely the reason. The chaos in the aristocratic families has been going on for a long time. As a prince who is so patient, the northern king must have greater ambitions in his heart. It is impossible that he only has his sights on the position of crown prince. I suspect he has already set his sights on the further future, on the things he needs to deal with after he ascends the throne. If Emperor Xia can resolve all the aristocratic families, after King Bei ascends the throne, King Bei will have the final say in the entire Great Xia. There's another great benefit to him from doing this. If someone says in the future that the royal family is too murderous, they're only referring to the current Emperor Xia, and it has nothing to do with the king of the north. After hearing Mu Chantian's analysis, the two brothers of the Mu family were stunned. They had not expected that the northern king, who was once called a waste, actually possessed such great talent and ambition in his heart. If the northern king ascends the throne and becomes the new emperor of Daxia in the future, his ambition will probably not stop at controlling Daxia. According to the northern king's current plan, by the time he ascends the throne, the aristocratic families in Xia will most likely have been almost completely wiped out by Emperor Xia. At that time, the northern king will be the one who has the final say in Xia. The northern king is a man of great talent and strategy. After taking control of the entire Daxia, it would be a shame for his long-term planning if he didn't do something big. The two brothers of the Mu family no longer dared to think about in which direction the northern king would take the ship of Daxia after he ascended the throne. They couldn't help but wonder, could it be that what the northern king really wanted to do was to destroy all dynasties and dominate the world? Is the northern king's current plan just the beginning? Thinking of this, the two brothers of the Mu family couldn't help but take a breath. It turns out that this is the northern king's true thought. Is this the true appearance of the northern king? Liu Chan kept sneezing in the carriage on the way back to Prince Bei's palace. He even wondered if he had a cold. After all, I'm a 9th-rank warrior, so I shouldn't catch a cold that easily, right? Soon, Liu Chan returned to the palace. The first thing Liu Chan did after entering the palace was to find Mu Zishuan. Mu Zishuan was taking care of the child in the room. When she saw Liu Chan coming, she quickly put Liu Chan's phone down. Meet the prince. Liu Chan came to Mu Zishuan's side, put his arm around her waist, raised his hand and scratched her nose, then said, My beloved, I have told you so many times, you are my wife, you don't have to bow to me every day. Mu Zishuan smiled and said, Your majesty is your majesty. It is my duty to pay my respects to you. Seeing that Mu Zishuan was still saying this, Liu Chan stopped talking about this topic and said directly, My beloved, I just prepared a surprise for you. Are you interested? Hearing this, Mu Zishuan asked in confusion, Surprise? What surprise? Liu Chan smiled and said, If the surprise is revealed, how can it still be considered a surprise? I'll have someone take you to a place, and you'll know later. Mu Zixuan said quickly. Your Majesty, Feng'er hasn't gone to bed yet. Lu Chan glanced at Lu Changfo on the bed, and then said, let Xiaoro and the nurse take care of it first. You go to that place first. After hearing what Lu Chan said, Mu Zixuan became even more curious. What kind of surprise was it? During the time she had been married to the palace, the King of the North had not prepared any so-called surprises for her. But then again, the King of the North himself was a surprise to her. When she married into the Northern Prince's mansion, she thought her future life would be extremely miserable, but she never expected that the Northern Prince had almost no other shortcomings except for his lust. Moreover, the King of the North has always been very good to her, the princess, and has doted on her and trusted her very much. He even entrusted her with the management of the palace's properties. It was not easy for a woman like her, who came from a family of criminals, to marry such a good man. How could Mu Zixuan dare to expect any surprises? Mu Zixuan then said, well, I will go and see the surprise that the prince has prepared for me. Seeing that Mu Zixuan agreed, Lu Chun immediately pulled Mu Zixuan out of the room. Afterwards, Lu Chan arranged for the Jiui to take Mu Zixuan to the mansion he had prepared for the Mu Mansion. On the way to the new Mu Mansion, Mu Zixuan couldn't help but be curious. She opened the curtain and asked the royal guard who sent her off, what surprise did the prince prepare for me? Do you know? Hearing Mu Zixuan's question, the genie guard quickly replied, Princess, the prince has instructed me not to tell you in advance. You will know when you arrive. Hearing the answer from the genie guard, Mu Zixuan curled her lips and wondered what kind of surprise could be so mysterious. Not long after, Mu Zixuan arrived at the door of the Mu Mansion. Due to the sensitivity of the surname Mu, there is no plaque with the surname on the gate of the Mu Mansion. It is just a gate. At this time, a guard in brocade clothes said to Mu Zixuan in the carriage, Princess, we have arrived. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately got out of the car. Seeing the gate in front of her, Mu Zixuan was even more confused. Why did the prince ask her to come to this place? At this time, a guard in brocade clothes came to the door and said to the servant guarding the door, go in and inform your master that the princess is here. When the servant heard this, he hurried into the mansion. Mu Zixuan arrived at the door of the Mu Mansion at this time. When the servants of the Mu Mansion saw Mu Zixuan, they immediately bowed and said, greetings, princess. Mu Zixuan said calmly, get up. She was a little absent-minded now and just wanted to know what surprise Lu Chan had prepared for her. At this moment, a familiar woman's voice came from not far away. Xian. Chapter 61, The Birth of the Second Child. After hearing the sound, Mu Zixuan immediately looked in the direction where the sound came from. Upon seeing this, Mu Zixuan was stunned where she stood. She never thought that she would be able to see her mother again in this life. From the day she married Lu Chun, she had already prepared herself to never be able to return to the capital and see her relatives again. But she didn't expect that just over a year later, she saw her mother again. Mu Zixuan was deeply moved. It turned out that this was the surprise the prince had mentioned. This was indeed a big surprise for her. At this moment, Mu Zixuan couldn't help but shed tears. After seeing her daughter, Mrs. Mu was also very excited, and she hurried to Mu Zixuan. The mother and daughter immediately hugged each other tightly. Mu Zixuan cried, and Mu Shi also cried. Mu Zixuan cried because she finally saw her relatives, while Mu Shi cried because the Mu family had experienced a life-and-death crisis. She thought she would never see her daughter again. After a while, Mu Zixuan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She was about to comfort her mother, but she found Mu Chantian and others standing not far away. Mu Zixuan then realized that not only her mother had come to Beijun, but also her father and her two brothers had come as well. Even some of the servants in the Mu Mansion were... What's going on? No matter how dumb Mu Zixuan was, she could realize something might have happened in the Mu Mansion when she saw the scene before her. Mu Chantian is a duke and also holds military power. Although his military power has been taken back, the emperor will never let him leave the capital. But now their family is in Beijun, which clearly shows that something happened in the Mu Mansion. Mu Zixuan immediately asked, Mom, what's going on? Why did you all come to Beijun? Mu Chantian sighed, then said, Zixuan, please come in first. We will slowly tell you about the things in the capital. Mu Zixuan nodded, and then followed them to the reception room of the Mu Mansion. Afterwards, Mu Chantian told Mu Zixuan everything that happened in the capital and on their way to exile. Only then did Mu Zixuan know what had happened in the Mu Mansion. At this moment, Mu Zixuan did not blame Lu Chun at all for not telling her about this. She also understood why Lu Chun kept it from her. When the accident happened in the Mu Mansion, she had just given birth to a child and was relatively weak. If I had heard about what happened in the Mu Mansion at that time, I would definitely have been shocked. At this time, Mu Zixuan was even more grateful to Lu Chun. She never thought that one day it would be the king of the north who would save their entire family. At the same time, Mu Zixuan also felt extremely fortunate. If she had not married the king of the north, it is very likely that she and the Mu family would no longer be here. After staying in the Mu Mansion for about 2 hours, Mu Zixuan returned to the palace. At this time, Lu Chun was in the study looking at the information of the Jinyui. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the study door. "My lord, may I come in?" Lu Chun put down the information, then stood up and said, "Come in." As soon as Mu Zixuan opened the door, Lu Chun smiled and asked, "My beloved, how about the surprise I prepared for you? Do you like it?" As soon as Lu Chun finished speaking, Mu Zixuan threw herself into his arms. Feeling the soft and warm fragrance of jade in his arms, Lu Chun patted Mu Zixuan's jade back gently in a comforting manner. Mu Zixuan sobbed and said, "Oh, Prince, thank you for saving our family." Lu Chun smiled slightly. "You are my beloved concubine, and I don't want to see you sad after losing your loved ones. This is what I should do." As Lu Chun spoke, he continued to pat Mu Zixuan's back. All right, stop crying. The Mu family is all fine, and now that they are in Beijun, it will be easier for you to see your relatives in the future." Having said that, Lu Chun slightly pushed Mu Zixuan away, then wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingers. At this time, Mu Zixuan's face was rosy and her beauty was in tears. Her charming appearance made her even more lovable. Mu Zixuan looked at Lu Chun in front of her, not knowing how to express the gratitude in her heart. She stared into Lu Chun's eyes with affectionate features. Seeing Mu Zixuan like this, Lu Chun couldn't help it, so he kissed her directly. Mu Zixuan did not resist. Since she became pregnant, she had not developed any relationship with Lu Chun for a long time. In addition, because of the events at the Mu Mansion, her gratitude towards Lu Chun burst out, which made her very eager to receive Lu Chun's deep love. Originally, Lu Chun didn't like to cultivate feelings with his wives and concubines in the study. After all, this was his workplace, and he could just grab Wongqini, the female slave, and give her a beating occasionally. However, the atmosphere has already been created to this extent, so there's nothing more to say. The host and Mu Zixuan develop a relationship once, and the experience points of chi refining skills are increased by 20, and the experience points of rejuvenation hands are increased by 20. Congratulations to the host for having another offspring. The reward is 200 122mm howitzers, 1,000 shells, and cement manufacturing technology. The more children you have, the more rewards you will get. Please keep up the good work and have more offspring. Hearing the system prompt sound behind, Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. He was still having a sweet time with his beloved concubine, but he didn't expect that his concubine would give birth to a child at this time. Seeing that Lu Chun had stopped moving, Mu Zixuan turned her head with a smile in her eyes and looked at Lu Chun and asked, "Husband, what's wrong?" Mu Zixuan would call Lu Chun husband only at times like this. Not only that, she had also called him husband, but also good brother and good husband. Lu Chun raised his hand and gently wiped the sweat off Mu Zixuan's white forehead and replied, "Xiao Xiao should have given birth." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan instantly came to her senses, and she immediately said, "Prince, let's go over and take a look." Mu Zixuan is not the kind of person who does not distinguish between the important and the unimportant. Now is obviously not the time to indulge in pleasure. Lu Chun said, "Well, let's pack up and go over." Then the two of them packed up simply and went to the north courtyard where Zhou Xiaoxiao was. The north courtyard was in a state of bustle at this time. Zhou Xiaoxiao had already given birth and was lying on the bed weakly, her face pale and covered in sweat. Lu Chun came to sit beside Zhou Xiaoxiao's bed, then held her hand and said, "Xiao Xiao, you gave birth to a child. Why didn't you send someone to inform me?" If the system hadn't prompted, he wouldn't have known that Zhou Xiaoxiao had given birth. Zhou Xiaoxiao forced a smile and said, "Your Highness has been very busy recently, and I don't want to disturb you." Mu Zixuan said at the side, "Sister, the prince won't mind." Lu Chun smiled and said, "Xiao Xiao, You must remember to inform me when you give birth in the future, understand? Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. She had just given birth to a child, and the prince was talking to her about the next child. At this time, a blush appeared on Zhou Xiaoxiao's pale face. Seeing that she was so weak, Lu Chun immediately mobilized his spiritual energy and used the rejuvenation hand to treat Zhou Xiaoxiao. The next moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt extremely comfortable all over, and the pain and fatigue in her body disappeared instantly. After seeing the faint green light emanating from Zhou Xiaoxiao, Mu Zixuan, Chu Yuqin, and others nearby were stunned. Chapter 62 Barbarian Movements. Chu Yuqin had heard Lu Chun say a long time ago that he had a destiny with immortality, so it was not surprising for Chu Yuqin to know that Lu Chun could use immortal magic. But knowing is one thing, seeing it with your own eyes is another. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was lying on the bed, let out a moan. After a moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes stared at Lu Chun and said, "My lord, what did you do just now? Why do I feel so comfortable? I don't feel any pain at all." Hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's words, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of the time when she gave birth. At that time, her body did not emit green light, but when she touched Lu Chen's body, she felt very comfortable all over. Within a few days, her body recovered to the state before giving birth. At first, she thought it was because of her good physique, but now it seems that Lu Chun might have used special methods to treat her. Lu Chun did not answer Zhou Xiaoxiao's question immediately. Instead, he waited until her face regained color before he spoke. "This is my unique treatment method. It will help you recover as soon as possible." As soon as Lu Chun finished speaking, Chu Yuqin immediately turned around and said to the midwife and maid in the palace, "Don't let anyone tell anyone about what happened today." Seeing Chu Yuqin's serious expression and tough tone, the midwives and maids in the room quickly bowed their heads and said, "Yes, Madam Chu." They had never seen such a treatment method before. Obviously, this was not a treatment method possessed by ordinary humans, but a legendary magic. The midwives and maids in the room became extremely excited when they thought that their prince had magical powers. In the past, they had only heard of the existence of immortals, but now they actually saw someone who knew immortal arts with their own eyes, and he was the prince they served. How could they not be excited? This is serving an immortal, which is not a chance for ordinary people to have. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao sat up from the bed, and Lu Chun hurriedly supported her. She has now recovered to the state she was in before giving birth, and there is nothing wrong with her body. Then she held the child next to her and looked at him carefully. "Your Majesty, I have only given birth to a daughter for you." A look of regret flashed across Zhou Xiaoxiao's face. She saw how much Lu Chun liked Lu Chongfeng. She always thought that Lu Chun liked boys, so she felt a little sorry after she gave birth to a daughter. This is how it is in this era. A mother's status is elevated by her son. Only by giving birth to a son can a woman's status be improved. Lu Chun looked at the daughter in Zhou Xiaoxiao's arms and said with a smile, "Xiaoxiao, to me, sons and daughters are almost the same. In my palace, my daughters will have everything my sons have. Although my daughters may not get as much as my sons, I will never mistreat any of my children. You don't have to worry." After hearing what Lu Chun said, Zhou Xiaoxiao finally felt relieved. Mu Zixuan reminded at the side, "Prince, the child doesn't have a name yet. Please give the child a name." Lu Chun thought for a moment, then said, "Let's call her Lu Huan. I hope she can grow up happily." Zhou Xiaoxiao muttered, Huan. Huan, Your Majesty, this is a good name." At this moment, a maid's voice suddenly came from outside. "Your Majesty, Commander Qin wants to see you. He said he has something very important to tell you. He hopes you can go to the study room right away." Zhou Xiaoxiao had just given birth to a child, and Lu Chun was supposed to accompany her at this time. Moreover, the maid in the palace was also quite sensible. If it was not something particularly important, she would not disturb him at this time. Chu Yuqin saw that Lu Chen's face had become a little serious, so she immediately said, "Chen'er, since it was Commander Qin who came to see you, it must be something important. You go first, and we'll just stay with Xiaoxiao here." Lu Chun said, "Okay, I'll go first." After he finished speaking, Lu Chun turned and left Zhou Xiaoxiao's room and went to his own study. When Lu Chun arrived at the study, Qin Yushan was already waiting for him. After Lu Chun opened the door, he asked, "Commander Qin, what happened?" Qin Yushan quickly took out the bamboo tube in his hand, took out the sheepskin rolled into a cylinder, opened it, and handed it to Lu Chun, saying, "Your Majesty, the northern barbarians are making unusual movements." Hearing this, Lu Chun's brows instantly wrinkled into the shape of a Chan character. After Lu Chun came to Beijun, he was not afraid of the assassinations by the scoundrels in the capital, nor was he afraid of the aristocratic families in Beijun. What he was most worried about and concerned about were always the barbarians north of Beijun. The news of the barbarians' unusual movements instantly made Lu Chun nervous. If the barbarian army marches southward, Beijun will be the first to bear the brunt, and the cities in Beijun will inevitably suffer a bloodbath by the barbarians. The reason why Beijun has never been able to develop and has always been so poor is because the barbarians have been raiding the south from time to time. After Lu Chun picked up the parchment scroll from Qin Yushan's hand and took a look at it, he fell silent and did not speak for a long time. The information on the parchment scroll only said that the barbarians had begun to gather, but had not yet formed a large army. It would take at least 2 months for them to complete the gathering. After a while, Qin Yushan saw that Lu Chun didn't say anything, so he took the initiative to say, "Your Highness, our people have heard that the barbarians went south this time not just to plunder food, but to completely occupy Beijun. The barbarian king intends to establish a country and use Yinxing as their capital." Hearing this, Lu Chun couldn't help but sneered and said, "They occupied Beijun and came to Beijun to establish a country. Then where should I go? That's wishful thinking. Lu Chun is the vassal king of Beijun. If he loses his fiefdom, what kind of vassal king would he be?" Qin Yushan reminded him at this time, "Your Majesty, judging from the barbarian tribe's mobilization order from the royal court this time, the barbarians will at least bring 300,000 cavalry to attack Beijun. Northern Commandery currently only has 30,000 soldiers, and most of them are in Yinxing. They can't stop the barbarian army's attack at all. I'm afraid we have to make plans early." After hearing Qin Yushan's reminder, Lu Chun fell silent again. Large-scale wars are different from small-scale assassinations. If there were assassins coming to the palace to commit assassinations, a few grenades would be enough to make them cry for their parents. If the barbarians really came with 300,000 cavalry, they would definitely be a dark mass. Moreover, the reason why the Great Xia Dynasty had never been able to deal with the barbarians was because the barbarians were basically cavalry, and when the cavalry attacked, they advanced very quickly. Before the army of the Great Xia Dynasty had arranged its defense line, they were attacked. And when the Daxiao army arrived to support and was about to launch a counterattack, the barbarian cavalry retreated like a wave, and they could hardly catch up. Over the years, the Great Xia Dynasty's approach to dealing with the barbarians has always been mainly defensive. However, the barbarians' goal this time is to occupy Beijun, so they should not retreat as they did in the past when they saw the arrival of Daxiao's army. However, if this were the case, even if Beijun was defended, there would still be great loss of lives and widespread misery. If all the people of Beijun were killed by the barbarians, wouldn't he, the prince, be left alone? Chapter 63. You're welcome, Mr. Zhou. Lu Chun looked at the parchment in his hand and didn't speak for almost a quarter of an hour. This was the real crisis he encountered after coming to Beijun. In fact, if he could not withstand the attack of the barbarians and simply abandoned his fiefdom and returned to the capital, he would at most be punished but would not die. But once he voluntarily abandoned his fiefdom and fled back to the capital alone, his reputation as a prince would really plummet and it would be difficult to recover. A king who abandons his people and his territory will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. But if he doesn't leave, he will have to face a very realistic problem. 30,000 versus 300,000. How to fight. And it's infantry versus cavalry. There are 13 counties in Beijun, which are exactly 13 cities. 30,000 soldiers are simply unable to defend them, and it was difficult for him to know from which direction the barbarians would attack. Seeing that Lu Chun hadn't spoken, Qin Yushan also stopped talking and just stood quietly beside Lu Chun. For a moment, the study was eerily quiet. Even the sound of mosquitoes seemed particularly loud. Lu Chun thought of the 122mm howitzers at this time. 200 122mm howitzers could play some role. Moreover, people in this world have never seen such a terrifying weapon, so they can catch the opponent by surprise. But the key to the problem is that the cavalry is scattered and has strong mobility. What if the enemy sees that you have such a horrible weapon in your hands and just turns around and runs away? Thinking of this, Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. Wait, wasn't he worried about how to defend Beijun? Why is he now worried about the barbarians running away? Thinking of this, Lu Chun couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. If these 300,000 cavalrymen could be gathered in one place, perhaps it would not be impossible for 30,000 to defeat 300,000? But would the barbarians be so obedient? If the barbarians dispatched so many cavalry at once, they would inevitably divide their forces. It would be impossible for them to attack a city with 300,000 cavalry, unless there's a place or something that can attract them to attack with 300,000 cavalry. After thinking for a while, Lu Chun felt that he was not cut out for fighting and professional matters should be left to professionals. He was thinking here alone, but he might not come up with a good idea even after thinking for a long time. He had never been to the battlefield in his previous life, nor had he fought a war in this life, so there was no point in daydreaming here. No matter how much you think, it will all be just talk in the end. Thinking of this, Lu Chun said to Qin Yushan, "Tomorrow morning, summon the important generals and governors of Beijun to the palace." Qin Yushan instantly understood what Lu Chun meant. Lu Chun obviously intended to gather them together, first to discuss countermeasures and then make a decision. At the same time, Baiwa Tower, in the fragrant room, a graceful figure loomed. Wongqini was bathing in the tub. At this time, a maid said behind the curtain, "Master, the people from the Blood Moon Tower have arrived." Hearing this, Wongqini immediately got up from the bathtub. Water droplets all over her body kept sliding down her fair body, and she looked like a lotus emerging from the water. After Wongqini put on his clothes, he came to the third floor of Baiwa Tower. At this time, a young man in white was standing by the railing, looking in the direction of the northern palace. This scene reminded Wongqini of someone, the former deputy owner of the Blood Moon Tower, who also seemed to like standing there and looking in the direction of the palace. After Wongqini entered the attic, he immediately said, "Master Zhou, you are finally here. I have long wanted to leave this damn place, Yinqing." Hearing this, the young man in white turned around and looked at Wongqini with a faint smile on his face. "Miss Wong, thank you for your hard work." Zhou Hanwen is different from the head of the Blood Moon Tower. He is dressed in white and looks like a graceful young man, like a weak scholar. But he is not weak at all. He is a real master. Zhou Hanwen asked at this time, "Miss Wong, I heard that the Northern Prince's mansion is preparing to take a concubine. I wonder if this is true." Wongqini replied, "That is true, but why is Lord Zhou asking this question? Is Lord Zhou planning to send a female assassin to sneak into the palace and assassinate the Northern King?" At this point, Wongqini smiled bitterly, pretending to be unwilling to recall something, and said, "Master Zhou, if you want to do this, I suggest you forget it. Chu Yuqin is already a half-step master, and she follows the king of the north every day. She even listens outside when the king of the north and his concubines have sex. If we only send a female assassin to approach the northern king, I'm afraid Chu Yuqin will find out before she even reaches the northern king. Back then, the assassins from our Baiwa Tower were killed by Chu Yuqin alone. I suspect that she will become a master in a few years." Hearing Wongqini's words, Zhou Hanwen frowned slightly. "I did have the idea of sending a female assassin to approach the Northern King, but after hearing what Miss Wong said, it seems that if we want to assassinate the Northern King, we can only lure him out. It would be best if he could be separated from that mysterious master." At this point, Zhou Hanwen's brows relaxed again, and then he stared at Wongqini with a smile on his face. "Miss Wong, I heard that the King of the North is very lustful. I wonder if he is interested in you?" Wongqini replied, "The King of the North has indeed been concerned about my health. For the sake of the mission, I have been keeping him hanging. If Master Zhou needs me for anything, please feel free to tell me." Zhou Hanwen said, "Then please ask Miss Wong to lure the Northern King to Baiwa Tower, so that our chances of assassination will be greater." Wongqini said, "Of course there's no problem with this, but even if I let him come to Baiwa Tower alone, I'm afraid the mysterious master and Chu Yuqin beside him will still follow him." Zhou Hanwen smiled and said, "If we can lead those two out of the palace, it will be a good thing for us at the Blood Moon Tower. I want to prepare a surprise for the King of the North." Zhou Hanwen is not a stubborn person. If he wants to take revenge on the King of the North, he doesn't necessarily have to kill him immediately. If they could lure the two mysterious masters and Chu Yuqin out of the palace, the Blood Moon Tower would be able to enter the palace and start a massacre. He wanted the King of the North to see the bodies of his wives and concubines with his own eyes. And this time, the Blood Moon Tower came to Beijun for another important purpose, which was to obtain soap perfume and the method of making soap. As long as they can lure out the mysterious master, they will have enough time to steal the soap and perfume making method from the Northern Palace. From Zhou Hanwen's perspective at this time, there was only one Grandmaster who was slightly more powerful in the Northern Palace. Without that Grandmaster, the Northern Palace would be a lamb to be slaughtered. Wongqini's mouth corners slightly raised at this time. His lips formed a faint arc, and he said with a slight smile, "In this case, I will let the King of the North come to Baihua Tower tonight." After hearing Wongqini's words, Zhou Hanwen said politely, "Then I'll trouble you, Miss Wang." Wongqini said, "Master Zhou, you don't have to be polite. This is what I should do." Chapter 64, that's an army of 300,000. After night fell, Lu Chun stayed in his study and repeatedly checked the map of Daxia, especially the terrain of Beijun. Although the map was hand-drawn by soldiers, it still has certain reference value. At this moment, Lu Chun was thinking that if he wanted to maximize the effect of the howitzer, the best way would be to lure all of the 300,000 barbarian cavalry into the narrow terrain. Then we can use the tie-the-bag method to make the barbarian cavalry have no way to escape. Of course, his current plan is just talk, and the specific operation is definitely extremely difficult. For example, whether the barbarians will be fooled or follow their thinking depends on the barbarian leader. Just then, there was a knock on the study door. "Chen'er, can I come in?" Hearing Chu Yuqin's voice, Lu Chun said absent-mindedly, "Well, come in." Chu Yuqin then entered the study and saw that Lu Chen's eyes were fixed on the map on the desk. In addition, Lu Chun had locked himself in the study after meeting Qin Yushan. Chu Yuqin knew that some major crisis must be coming. Chu Yuqin asked worriedly, "Chen'er, what happened?" Chu Yuqin was not an outsider, and Lu Chun did not intend to hide it from her. So he answered, "The barbarian king's court issued a call to summon 300,000 troops to the south to occupy Beijun, and then establish a country in Beijun, and use Yinqing as their capital." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's brain froze. In this world, large-scale wars cannot be controlled by a master or a few strong men. If 300,000 cavalrymen really go south, Beijun will definitely not be able to hold on with just these few people. No wonder Lu Chun lost his appetite tonight and stayed in the study the whole time. Chu Yuqin asked at this time, "Chen'er, is the news accurate?" Lu Chun nodded. "This is the information sent back by the Jinui from the grassland." Chu Yuqin fell silent. She couldn't even protect Lu Chun when the Blood Moon Tower sent people to assassinate him, let alone protect the palace among 300,000 cavalrymen. Chu Yuqin also understood that this was obviously not something she could interfere with. Lu Chun said this time, "Aunt Chu, I plan to transfer Zishuan and the others to Anping City, and then I will lead 30,000 troops to fight a decisive battle with the barbarian cavalry in Yinqing." Anping City is also a city in Beijun, but Anping City is further south. If Beijun was really lost, Mu Zishuan and the others would be able to leave Beijun and return to the capital as soon as possible. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment, and then quickly said, "Chen'er, you must not do that. That's 300,000 cavalry. How can the 30,000 soldiers of Beijun be a match for the barbarian cavalry?" Although Chu Yuqin had never been to the battlefield, she knew that the barbarians' 300,000 cavalry were real 300,000 cavalry. Normally, when the Great Xia Dynasty or other dynasties went to war against foreign countries, they always claimed that they had an army of hundreds of thousands or millions. However, these so-called armies of hundreds of thousands or even millions are actually very exaggerated. Logistics account for most of the troops, and there may be less than half of the soldiers who can actually be used in combat. But the barbarian soldiers are different. Every one of their cavalrymen is capable of fighting. If they claim to have 300,000 cavalrymen, it means that they have 300,000 real combat soldiers. Chu Yuqin really couldn't imagine how Lu Chun would defend the city with the 30,000 soldiers of Beijun if 300,000 barbarian cavalrymen arrived at the city. Seeing Chu Yuqin so flustered, Lu Chun showed a confident smile. "Aunt Chu, have you forgotten that I have a destiny with the immortals?" Chu Yuqin was not relieved by Lu Chen's words. She continued, "Chen'er, I know you have a destiny with immortals, but with your current strength, you can't resist an army of 300,000. And there must be many masters in the barbarian army, even grandmasters." Lu Chun said calmly, "What I mean is that I have a more terrifying weapon in my hands. This After hearing what Lu Qian said, Chu Yuqin suddenly remembered the mysterious weapons that Lu Qian had used before. If Lu Qian has a large number of that kind of weapons in his hands, or the royal palace can manufacture similar weapons, then it is not impossible for 30,000 to defeat 300,000. Chu Yuqin asked curiously, Chen'er, can the weapons you mentioned really withstand the charge of the barbarian cavalry? Lu Qian looked at the map and did not directly answer Chu Yuqin's question. Instead, he asked, Aunt Chu, do you know what I'm most worried about now? Chu Yuqin looked down at the map and said nothing. Since Lu Qian said that he would lead 30,000 soldiers to confront the 300,000 cavalry of the barbarians head-on, what Lu Qian was worried about was naturally not the barbarians approaching the city. If Lu Qian was not worried about the barbarians at the gates of the city, Chu Yuqin really couldn't think of anything else that Lu Qian should worry about. Lu Qian continued at this time. What I am worried about is that the barbarian cavalry will escape. We can't completely keep these 300,000 barbarian cavalry. Chu Yuqin. After hearing what Lu Qian said, Chu Yuqin suddenly felt that her brain was a little confused. Not only do you want to resist these 300,000 barbarian cavalry from moving south, you also want to defeat these 300,000 cavalry completely, and you want them all to stay? If this were said to anyone, people would probably think that the king of the north was frightened by the news that the barbarians were heading south. That's an army of 300,000. Moreover, they are cavalry. Not to mention whether it is possible to defeat these 300,000 cavalry. Wanting to keep them is nothing but a pipe dream. At this time, Chu Yuqin sighed and said, Chen'er, I'm just a woman, and I don't know much about war. I just hope you can be safe. At this time, Lu Qian looked up at Chu Yuqin, whose eyebrows were slightly wrinkled and her face was full of anxiety. He smiled and said, Aunt Chu, don't worry. If we are really defeated by the barbarians, I will also find a way to escape. For me, it is not too difficult to escape from the encirclement of the barbarians. Chu Yuqin asked, when do you plan to send Zixuan and the others to Anping City? Lu Qian said, the sooner the better. I need to prepare in advance. At this time, Lu Qian looked into Chu Yuqin's eyes and continued, Aunt Chu, I hope you can leave with Zixuan and the others and help me protect them. Chu Yuqin did not refuse Lu Qian's request this time, because she knew that she could not play a big role in such a large-scale war. Okay, if Beijun is really lost, I will take Zixuan and the others back to the capital, and you can just stay in Yinqing and fight the barbarians. Seeing that Chu Yuqin agreed, Lu Qian felt less worried. At this time, the maid's voice was heard at the door. Your Majesty, there is an urgent message from the royal guards. Lu Qian said, come in. Then the maid entered the study and handed the letter to Lu Qian. Lu Qian opened it and glanced at it, then said to himself, it seems that before we fight against the barbarian army heading south, we need to solve some minor problems. Chapter 65, Blood Moon Tower Attack. After hearing Lu Qian's words, Chu Yuqin beside him immediately asked, Chen'er, what happened again? Lu Qian replied, the owner of the Blood Moon Tower came to Yinqing in person. He wanted Qingxi to lead me to the 100 Flowers Tower. If I was accompanied by the so-called mysterious master, the people of the Blood Moon Tower would come directly to the palace and massacre it. If I was not accompanied by the so-called mysterious master, they planned to kill me in the 100 Flowers Tower first, and then use me to lure out the mysterious master. Hearing Lu Qian's words, Chu Yuqin frowned slightly. Then she snorted coldly and said, Blood Moon Tower is so bold that they have assassinated a vassal king again and again. At this point, Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Qian. Chen'er, what are you going to do? Lu Qian said calmly, it's time to solve the problem of Blood Moon Tower. Killing me is no problem, but if they want to touch my wife and children, then they should all go to hell. Lu Qian's words were calm, but his tone was filled with murderous intent. He was really angry this time. His system had determined that his women were his weaknesses. If anyone tried to touch his weaknesses, they would have no chance of survival. Lu Qian continued, eliminating the Blood Moon Tower is just the beginning. The person behind the scenes is still there. Without the Blood Moon Tower, there will be other assassin organizations coming to our door. It's time to give the person behind the scenes a warning. After hearing what Lu Qian said, Chu Yuqin instantly understood what Lu Qian meant. Lu Qian was planning to take action against a prince in the capital. Chu Yuqin naturally would not stop Lu Qian. After all, the prince had sent assassins to kill Lu Qian time and time again, which no one could tolerate. However, Chu Yuqin still reminded, Chen'er, Now that the barbarians are heading south, if you want to attack someone in the capital, you must let your men do it more cleanly. Otherwise, if your father finds out, he will most likely not send troops to support you. Lu Chen said, "Don't worry, Aunt Chu, I still know the pros and cons." Then Lu Chan said to the maid outside the study, "Xiao Xue, go, and call Commander Qin." A maid's voice came from outside the door. "Yes, Your Majesty." After the maid left, Lu Chan said to Chu Yuqin with a smile, "Aunt Chu, please go to Baihua Tower later." Chu Yuqin instantly understood what Lu Chen wanted to do. She wanted the people in the Blood Moon Tower to think that she and the master followed Lu Chen to the 100 Flowers Tower, and then lure the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower to the palace and massacre it. Chu Yuqin said, "Okay, Chen'er, you have to be more careful." Although she knew that Lu Chen's strength was no longer what it used to be, Chu Yuqin still subconsciously cared about Lu Chen. After all, he was the one she had watched grow up since he was a child. Now, with the Jinyui, all actions in the palace were much faster. Not long after Qin Yushan arrived at the palace, he asked the Jinyui to set up an ambush in the palace. As long as the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower dare to come, they will never return. Although there is a Grandmaster in the Blood Moon Tower, Qin Yushan is also a Grandmaster, and Qin Yushan is not an ordinary Grandmaster. It is not a big problem for him to deal with a small Grandmaster in the Blood Moon Tower. In order to pretend to be more convincing, Lu Chan sent someone to the Mu Mansion to tell Mu Changtian that there was something very important and asked him to come to the palace. Mu Changtian was very happy when he heard that the King of the North had a task to give him so soon. He had things to do as soon as he arrived in Beijun, which meant that the King of Bei valued him very much. What he was afraid of now was that the King of Bei would always leave him aside. A general who is not valued by the king is of no value. It's time for him to show his worth. Afterwards, Mu Changtian dressed up carefully according to Lu Chen's request. He looked like a chivalrous knight. He wore a bamboo hat that covered his face, so people couldn't tell who he was. When Mu Changtian came to the palace with full of enthusiasm, thinking that Lu Chen was going to give him an important task, Lu Chen said to Mu Changtian, "Father-in-law, please go to Baihua Tower and pretend to be the mysterious master of the palace. Help me divert the attention of the assassins from Shuyue Tower and make them think that the mysterious master of the palace has left the palace. This will attract them to attack the palace." Hearing this, Mu Changtian was stunned for a moment. Diverting the assassins' attention? What kind of important matter was this? Lu Chen asked his servants to tell him something very important. But this is the result? Although he was a little disappointed, Mu Changtian still accepted the order and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." At this point, Mu Changtian asked curiously, "My lord, how many assassins did the Blood Moon Tower send to kill you this time? Don't you need my help?" Mu Changtian still wanted to fight for it. Although he knew that Lu Chen had many strong men under him, he was also a master after all, and a master could play a greater role. Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then said, "There are not many assassins, and they can be dealt with quickly. I don't need your help for the time being." Seeing that Lu Chen said so, Mu Changtian didn't want to force himself on him, so he had to follow Lu Chen's request and follow a fake prince to Baihua Tower. On the way to Baihua Tower, Mu Changtian curiously asked Chu Yuqin, "Madam Chu, how many assassins did the Blood Moon Tower send this time?" Chu Yuqin replied, "I don't know about that either, but I heard that their host came in person." Hearing Chu Yuqin's answer, Mu Changtian was stunned. The owner of the Blood Moon Tower was here, but the King of the North could still act as if it was a nonchalant matter. Mu Changtian soon calmed himself down. With so many powerful men under his command, the King of Chu did not need to be afraid of the Blood Moon Tower. The owner of the Blood Moon Tower is at best a Grandmaster, and the Northern King definitely has more than one Grandmaster under his command. Going to the Northern King's mansion is simply courting death for the Blood Moon Tower. Mu Changtian thought to himself, "Forget it. After coming to Beijun, there are plenty of opportunities to express my loyalty. There is no need to rush." Shouldn't the King of Bei say that he wants him to train cavalry? That would be considered as making use of him. After a while, the palace's carriage arrived at the gate of Baihua Tower. Seeing a man wearing a bamboo hat and Chu Yuqin standing beside the carriage of the palace, Zhou Hanwen in the attic raised his lips slightly. "Miss Wang, it seems that it is indeed as you said. These two people will always protect the King of the North. Next, I'll trouble Miss Wang to find a way to hold back the Northern Prince. I'm going to the Northern Prince's palace." Wongqini smiled and said, "Master Zhou, please take care. I will try my best to delay time and wait for you to return." As soon as Wongqini finished speaking, Zhou Hanwen led the people from Blood Moon Tower to the Northern Palace. At this moment, it was late in the day and the sun had already set. The fiery red sunset glowed on people's bodies, dyeing their skin bronze. Zhou Hanwen and his group quickly crossed the streets and headed straight for the Northern Palace. The Northern Prince's palace was unusually quiet at this time, and there seemed to be no one inside. When Zhou Hanwen and his men broke into the Northern Prince's palace, they found that there was not even a single servant in the palace. Zhou Hanwen frowned. He instantly felt something was wrong. The next moment, countless arrows shot towards them, and Zhou Hanwen realized that they had been tricked. However, Zhou Hanwen was still very confident. He was a master, and it was impossible for these arrows to hurt him. As a master, he could feel that the man wearing a bamboo hat in Baiwa Tower was also a master. The mysterious master and Chu Yuqin were not in the Northern Palace. Even if there were still some guards in the Northern Palace, how could they resist his steps to massacre the Northern Palace? Zhou Hanwen then said to the assassin from the Blood Moon Tower behind him, "Kill all the people from the Northern Palace for me. Don't let any of them go." Chapter 66. Another Grandmaster. Following Zhou Hanwen's order, the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower actually rushed directly towards the direction of the Jinhui soldiers under the rain of arrows. Seeing this scene, Lu Chun was no longer surprised. The last time he dealt with the deputy master of the Blood Moon Tower, those 9th-rank masters of the Blood Moon Tower also rushed forward under the rain of arrows. It has to be said that before gunpowder was invented in this world, the status of warriors was still difficult to shake. Unfortunately, Lu Chun is here. Then Lu Chun distributed the grenades to the Jinhui soldiers. The last time he killed the assassin from the Blood Moon Tower, he only used a dozen grenades, so he still had a lot of them. Lu Chun then said to the Jinhui soldiers, "Throw the grenade in my way." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chun pulled out the safety pin, held the grenade in his hand for a moment, and then threw it directly in the direction of Zhou Hanwen. Lu Chun's system can recognize people. He knew at a glance that the man in white was the owner of the Blood Moon Tower. Plus, he was now a 9th-rank warrior with great strength, so he easily threw the grenade over Zhou Hanwen. Zhou Hanwen had a very strong sense of perception, and his eyes immediately locked onto the round object in the sky. Although he didn't know what it was, Zhou Hanwen suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. That round thing looked like a stone, but Zhou Hanwen didn't think that the people in the palace had run out of arrows and could only throw stones. This was obviously some special weapon. Zhou Hanwen quickly jumped back a few steps. Although Zhou Hanwen jumped away, the warriors around him did not react. The grenade exploded directly in the air. With a loud bang, countless fragments flew out, and several warriors under the grenade had their heads pierced by several pieces of fragments. Faced with arrows that could be traced, these warriors might be able to resist, but faced with extremely fast flying grenade fragments, they had almost no way to do anything except to dodge. Seeing this scene, Zhou Hanwen's face instantly darkened. Although he guessed that this was a special weapon of the royal palace, he never expected that the power of this weapon would be so great. In front of this weapon, a 9th-rank warrior didn't even have a chance to survive. In just a blink of an eye, the Blood Moon Tower lost several 9th-rank warriors. Originally, Zhou Hanwen just thought that there was a mysterious master in the palace. The Northern King was able to survive several assassination attempts in the Blood Moon Tower, all thanks to that mysterious master. Now it seems that they were totally wrong. Even if the Northern Palace did not have that mysterious master, just relying on this mysterious weapon, even if the Northern Palace did not have a single warrior, it would still not be an easy task for the assassins of the Blood Moon Tower to kill the Northern King. Everyone says that the King of the North is a waste. Now it seems that everyone in the world has been deceived. Possessing such a terrifying weapon, yet not letting any news leak out, the King of the North must be planning something. But none of this matters anymore. What matters is how he is going to kill the King of the North under such circumstances. I don't know if it was because Zhou Hanwen, the owner of the Blood Moon Tower, was leading the team himself, but even though the first grenade took away several 9th-grade warriors, the assassins of the Blood Moon Tower did not lose their composure. This surprised Lu Chun a little. However, Lu Chun did not intend to give them time to react. The next moment, he continued to throw grenades, and the other Jinhui soldiers who were holding grenades in their hands also threw the grenades in the same way as Lu Chun had just done. Then more than a dozen grenades exploded above the head of the Blood Moon Tower assassin. The poor assassins from the Blood Moon Tower didn't even see the King of the North himself, and many of them were killed or injured, with only a few people left. Zhou Hanwen panicked at this time. He didn't expect that in such a short time, the people he brought with him were basically gone. These assassins are the elite of the Blood Moon Tower. In the past, these assassins would have no problem assassinating a prince, let alone the emperor of some small country. But today, even a northern king was not seen, and most of their people were dead. The weapons of the northern palace are so terrifying. No, he must leave the northern palace quickly. The news about the weapons in the northern palace has never leaked out, which must be because any outsiders who saw these weapons were killed. Otherwise, it is impossible that Daxia had no news about these weapons at all. This is a powerful weapon that can subvert the world of martial arts. If people knew that the Northern Palace possessed such a weapon, the entire martial arts world would probably tremble, and the status of martial artists would plummet. Zhou Hanwen thought to himself that although he might not be able to kill the Northern King, as long as he escaped and spread the news that the Northern King's mansion possessed such a powerful weapon, it wouldn't be long before the Northern King would be assassinated by martial arts masters all over the world. He didn't believe that the King of the North would be able to protect himself at that time. Thinking of this, Zhou Hanwen turned around and prepared to escape. However, the moment he turned around, he found that at the gate of the palace, a man in red clothes and a long sword on his waist was leaning against the doorframe. The moment he saw Qin Yushan, Zhou Hanwen's pupils shrank slightly. Another master, and this is no ordinary master. He had seen this man before. This is the killer known as the Blood Demon and Mad Knife in the martial arts world. When this man was dominating the martial arts world, there was no Blood Moon Tower yet, and he had only seen this man once from afar. Zhou Hanwen never thought that he would meet this man again in this place. Zhou Hanwen had only one thought left in his mind, and that was to escape. Not to mention the mysterious weapon in the palace. Just the Blood Demon Mad Blade alone is not something he can deal with. Others had already become masters more than a decade ago. Even if Qin Yushan is still a master now, his strength is infinitely close to that of a grandmaster. It's not something that a warrior like him who has just entered the grandmaster realm can resist. Zhou Hanwen couldn't figure out why the Blood Demon Mad Knife appeared in the Northern Palace. He actually became the Northern King's subordinate. How did the Northern King do it? Qin Yushan smiled and said, "The fatal scholar Zhou Hanwen, the owner of the Blood Moon Tower, I have long wanted to see your iron fan. It seems that today I finally got my wish." After hearing Qin Yushan's words, Zhou Hanwen came back to his senses. Now, it was not the time to think about those things. Since he knows the horror of the Northern King's mansion, it is even more impossible for the Northern King to let him leave. If he wants to escape, he must first deal with Qin Yushan in front of him. Zhou Hanwen then took out a fan, opened it with a whoosh, and said, "Then please teach me, senior." As he spoke, Zhou Hanwen waved his fan, and more than a dozen sharp needles flew towards Qin Yushan. After Qin Yushan easily avoided these sharp needles, he took a step forward and rushed towards Zhou Hanwen in an instant like a cannonball. The best way to deal with the hidden weapon type long-range weapon in Zhou Hanwen's hand is to close the distance. However, Zhou Hanwen's iron fan was obviously not only able to launch hidden weapons. He then retracted his wrist with force, and the fan closed. The next moment, a sword blade appeared at the front of the fan. At this time, Zhou Hanwen's iron fan turned into a sword. Afterwards, the two began to fight in close range. Sparks from a collision of swords and fans kept flying, and the protective aura on the two men was completely released, and the floor tiles around them were lifted up. Chapter 67, The Era of Warriors, is coming to an end. While Qin Yushan and Zhou Hanwen were fighting, several 9th grade warriors of the Jinyui were not idle either. With the help of grenades, they quickly took care of all the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. Now Zhou Hanwen is the only owner of the Blood Moon Tower left. Lu Chun jumped down from the roof at this time, then walked to the flower bed in the martial arts training ground and sat down, watching the fight between Zhou Hanwen and Qin Yushan. At this time, a Jinyui Qianhu came to Lu Chun and asked, "Prince, are we not going to take action?" Lu Chun immediately raised his hand and waved, then said, "No, this king wants to see what the battle between the grandmasters is like." Lu Chun had never seen a grandmaster fight, so he didn't know how strong the grandmaster was. By watching the battles between grandmasters with his own eyes, he would be able to better assess the grandmaster's combat effectiveness, and it would also be easier for him to judge whether modern weapons could easily defeat a grandmaster. By then, there will definitely be warriors at the grandmaster level among the barbarian cavalry, and probably more than one. Knowing the Grandmaster's combat power in advance, he can make adequate preparations. At this time, Qin Yushan was holding the knife in his hand and chopping at Zhou Hanwen. Zhou Hanwen had no choice but to dodge and had no ability to fight back. Zhou Hanwen felt that his arms were constantly shaking. It turned out that the strength of the blood demon Mad Knife, who was once feared by the martial arts world, was not exaggerated. If he made even the slightest mistake, he would most likely die. At this time, Zhou Hanwen discovered Lu Chun in the distance. He had never seen Lu Chun, but judging from the respectful attitude of the surrounding Jinhui soldiers towards Lu Chun, he had basically guessed Lu Chen's identity. Zhou Hanwen finally came to his senses at this moment. He had already understood that the person who had entered Baiwa Tower earlier was not the king of the north, but the handsome young man not far away was the real king of the north. The Blood Moon Tower, had been tricked from the very beginning. When Zhou Hanwen thought of this, he was furious, but he had no other choice at the moment. He himself was being beaten by Qin Yushan, and even escaping was a problem for him. So how could he possibly take the life of the king of the north in this state? Is it possible that I am really going to fall into the hands of this little brat today? When Zhou Hanwen thought of this, he felt a little unwilling. Since he succeeded as the owner of the Blood Moon Tower, assassination missions have rarely failed, especially the assassination missions he personally participated in, which were all 100% successful. I didn't expect that today I would be set up by a nominally useless prince. The more Zhou Hanwen thought about it, the angrier he got. Then the internal energy in his body began to work frantically. The next moment, red blood faintly appeared on Zhou Hanwen's body. Seeing this scene, Qin Yushan frowned. At this time, Zhou Hanwen waved his fan, and countless needles flew out from the fan. Qin Yushan quickly stepped back a few steps, and then blocked the flying needles with a knife. However, at this moment Zhou Hanwen had no intention of escaping. The moment he threw out all the needles, his figure ran straight towards Lu Chun, who was not far away. Seeing this scene, Qin Yushan's face changed drastically. Not good. Your Majesty, get out of the way. Zhou Hanwen roared. Boy, if you want to kill me, you'll be buried with me. Hearing this, Lu Chun smiled slightly and did not avoid it. Now is the best time to monitor firearms. A master who used the blood-burning technique and had his body protected by the inner energy. He wanted to see if Barrett's bullet could penetrate his body. Thinking of this, Lu Chun raised his hand casually, and a long Barrett appeared in Lu Chen's hand, with the black muzzle pointing at Zhou Hanwen's chest. Zhou Hanwen was stunned when he saw the stick-like weapon suddenly appear in Lu Chen's hand. The weapon in Lu Chen's hand appeared out of thin air, which would surprise anyone who saw it. Even Qin Yushan and other Jinhui were stunned by this scene for a moment. Is this a magic trick? Where did such a long weapon come from? Although he was stunned for a moment by Lu Chen's actions, Zhou Hanwen's body did not stop. Seeing Zhou Hanwen about to reach Lu Chun, he said sarcastically, "You want to stop me with a stick? How despised am I?" As he spoke, Zhou Hanwen was ready to kill Lu Chun. However, he did not find what he imagined. The next moment, a loud noise was heard. Gang! Lu Chen's shoulders shrugged back slightly. Even though he was now a 9th-rank warrior, the recoil was still quite strong when he was sniping with the Barrett. Fortunately, there was no problem with the accuracy, and the distance was so close that even a blind person could hit the target with his eyes closed. Moreover, the speed of the bullet was very fast. Even if Zhou Hanwen was a master, he had no way to dodge it. However, there is still a difference between a grandmaster and an ordinary warrior. The moment the bullet left the gun, Zhou Hanwen's eyes clearly saw a black dot flying out from the top of the strange stick. Zhou Hanwen thought it was a hidden weapon and planned to use his fan to block it. However, the moment Zhou Hanwen waved his fan, the Barrett bullet instantly penetrated his iron fan, then penetrated his body's protective chi and went straight through his chest. The moment the bullet penetrated Zhou Hanwen's body, he lost his sense of pain, but he could feel that his body had been pierced by something. Zhou Hanwen lowered his head in disbelief, and when he discovered the bloody hole on his chest, his pupils shrank slightly, revealing an expression of horror and disbelief. He just couldn't understand how, as a master himself, and with the protective chi in his body, how could any hidden weapon be able to penetrate his body? And even his own iron fan didn't block it. Soon, Zhou Hanwen's consciousness gradually became blurred, and his body fell down. Seeing the bloody hole in Zhou Hanwen's chest, Qin Yushan in the distance took a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but sighed. It seems that the era of warriors is coming to an end. Qin Yushan became a Jinui for some reasons, but he himself did not know that Lu Qian possessed such a powerful weapon. He only knew that Lu Qian was the master they must follow. After seeing the damage of the barret in Lu Qian's hand, he gradually understood why Lu Qian became the master of the Jinui. Because this boy will surely stand at the top of this world and look down on everything. At the same time, after Mu Tian learned from Wongqini that the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower had already gone to the palace, he immediately returned to the palace with Chu Yuqin. On the way, Mu Tian saw that Chu Yuqin didn't look worried at all, so he asked curiously, "Madam Chu, aren't you worried at all that something might happen to the King of the North?" Chu Yuqin asked back, "Does General Mu want to see something happen to the prince?" Mu Tian quickly said, "That's not the case. I'm just worried that the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower will hurt the prince." Mu Tian had just arrived in Beijun. If something really happened to the king of Bei, life would be difficult for his family, so he was the one who was most worried that something might happen to Lu Qian. Seeing Chu Yuqin so calm, Mu Tian also felt a little curious. Is the Northern Palace really so powerful? Facing a Grandmaster and the full force of the Blood Moon Tower, they are not panicked at all? Soon, Mu Tian and Chu Yuqin returned to the palace. Mu Tian quickly entered the palace, intending to help the palace resist the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. However, as soon as he entered the palace, he found the bodies of the assassins in black clothes all over the floor. This, Chapter 68, Aunt Chu. It is difficult for a doctor to heal himself. Seeing Mu Tian and Chu Yuqin coming back, Lu Qian said with a smile, "Father-in-law, Aunt Chu, you have worked hard." Chu Yuqin didn't say anything. She quickly walked to Lu Qian's side and asked with concern, "Chen'er, are you okay? Are you injured?" Although she didn't seem to be worried about the situation in the palace on her way back, she was still very worried about Lu Qian's condition. Lu Qian was about to say that he was fine, but suddenly he remembered something, so he immediately covered his chest and then said with a strong look, "Aunt Chu, I'm fine, just a little injured." Seeing Lu Qian like this, Chu Yuqin suddenly became extremely nervous. "Chen'er, are you feeling unwell now?" Lu Qian said, "I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere, but I feel like there is something stuck in my dantian, and I'm having trouble breathing." Hearing this, Mu Tian, who was not far away, couldn't help but worry. He was about to say something when he heard Lu Qian say, "Commander Qin, please help deal with the body in the palace. The king is not feeling well, so he will go back to rest first." Having said this, Lu Qian took Chu Yuqin's hand and walked away in front of everyone, saying, "Aunt Chu, please come and help me regulate my body. I feel that the qi in my body is becoming less and less smooth." Seeing this scene, Mu Tian was stunned. After Lu Qian and Chu Yuqin left, Mu Tian asked Qin Yushan curiously, "Commander Qin, is the king of the north okay?" Mu Tian didn't know what was going on. He really thought that Lu Qian was seriously injured and needed Chu Yuqin to treat him. Hearing Mu Tian's question, Qin Yushan smiled and said, "The king of the north is naturally busy." This, Mu Tian asked in confusion, "Why are you still laughing when the northern king is in trouble?" Qin Yushan asked back, "General Mu, can't you see that the king of the north has trouble in front of Madame Chu?" Mu Tian is not a fool. After hearing Qin Yushan's reminder, Mu Tian understood instantly. Being injured is just an excuse. So, does that mean the king of the north has other thoughts about Chu Yuqin? Mu Tian quickly stopped himself from thinking further. This was not something he should care about. It was normal for a man to have some thoughts about beautiful women. The king of the north was also a man, so it was not strange. Mu Tian then focused his attention on the bodies of the assassins on the ground. He found that apart from the bodies of the assassins, there were no other bodies on the ground. There wasn't even a single corpse of a soldier in the palace. That was to say, when the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower came to the palace had to kill all of them with every soldier they had. How is this done? Mu Tian then looked at Qin Yushan and continued to ask, "Commander Qin, why didn't I see the bodies of the soldiers in the palace?" Qin Yushan replied, "General Mu, not a single soldier in the palace died. So where did the bodies come from?" Upon hearing Qin Yushan's answer, Mu Tian was completely stunned. The assassins from the Blood Moon Tower were wiped out in the royal palace without losing a single soldier. Is this the true strength of the Northern Palace? At this time, Qin Yushan said, "General Mu, you should go back and have a good rest today. The prince will summon us tomorrow morning, and you will also attend then." Hearing this, Mu Tian said, "Okay, I'll go back first." Then Mu Tian turned around and left the palace. At the same time, after Lu Chun and Chu Yuqin came to the study, Lu Chun pretended to be in great pain. Seeing Lu Chun like this, Chu Yuqin said with a worried look on her face, "Chen'er, don't scare Andy. How are you?" Lu Chun said, "Alas, I was accidentally hit by an assassin just now. Commander Qin checked me and said that I was fine, but I don't know why. I just feel uncomfortable in my chest." After hearing what Lu Chun said, Chu Yuqin no longer cared about the intimacy between men and women. She said directly, "Take off your clothes quickly so I can take a look." Lu Chun undressed without saying a word and took off his top. Chu Yuqin immediately raised her slender hand and gently stroked Lu Chen's chest. She used her internal energy to input into Lu Chen's body and helped Lu Chen check, but found nothing wrong. Chu Yuqin said to herself, "Strange, I didn't find anything unusual." At this point, Chu Yuqin raised her head, stared into Lu Chen's eyes with her beautiful eyes, and said, "Chen'er, is it the same as last time, that something went wrong when you were practicing martial arts, so that the power in your body is not flowing smoothly?" Lu Chen said, "That's possible. I guess the thief hit me with his palm just now, which brought out the hidden injuries I have accumulated from practicing martial arts in recent days, so I feel that the airflow in my dantian is not smooth." Chu Yuqin suddenly thought of something and said, "I remember you know some magic to heal the body. Why don't you try to heal yourself with it?" Lu Chun sighed. "Alas, Aunt Chu, it's hard for a doctor to heal himself. My magic can only be used to heal others, not myself." Chu Yuqin said worriedly, "What should we do then?" Lu Chun asked with a smile, "Aunt Chu, have you forgotten the method you used to help me just last time?" This, Chu Yuqin hesitated. Of course, she did not forget how she helped Lu Chun to recuperate last time, but she always felt that the method was not very serious. And she almost made a mistake last time. If she did the same thing this time, what if she couldn't control herself? When she thought of what happened last time, a trace of mist appeared on Chu Yuqin's dignified and elegant face. Chu Yuqin then said, "Chen'er, is that method really useful for your body?" Lu Chen replied, "Didn't we try it last time? It must be useful." Chu Yuqin hesitated for a moment, then said, "Okay, let's try again, but don't put your legs too close to me." When she said this, Chu Yuqin's face turned even redder, and she looked like a completely shy, beautiful woman. It's okay to get the upper body closer, but it's inappropriate to get the lower body too close. She also knows that Lu Chun has some feelings for her, and she is worried that Lu Chun can't control himself. Seeing that Chu Yuqin agreed, Lu Chun said, "Yeah, I understand." Then Lu Chun raised his hands and hugged Chu Yuqin's slender waist from the front. Chu Yuqin's buttocks were leaning on the desk, slightly concave. At this time, Lu Chun said in Chu Yuqin's ear, "Aunt Chu, with a barbarian attack this time, I don't know if I can see you again in the future." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin hurriedly said, "Chen'er, don't say such unlucky words. Annie believes that you can definitely defeat the barbarians. After all, you are a person with a mortal fate and are blessed by the immortals." Lu Chun said in a depressed tone, "It's better to be safe than sorry." Having said that, Lu Chun used his arms to hold the soft and fragrant girl tightly in his arms, and their bodies were pressed tightly together. Chu Yuqin twisted her hips slightly, tried to avoid Lu Chen's enthusiasm, but found that she couldn't move at all, so she had to let Lu Chun hold her. At this time, the unique masculine scent of Lu Chun rushed into Chu Yuqin's nose, making Chu Yuqin feel hot all over. Chu Yuqin became nervous. It was the same again, just like last time. Chapter 69, How Could You Treat Me Like This? Chu Yuqin wanted to use her internal energy to calm the abnormalities in her body and to calm her inner restlessness. But just like before, she didn't have any internal energy and was just like an ordinary person. Chu Yuqin couldn't help feeling a little nervous. She was like this every time she came into contact with Lu Chun. If this continued, she might make a mistake one day. Fortunately, Lu Chun did not make any move at this time. He hugged Chu Yuqin tightly, resting his head on her shoulders, and whispered in her ear, "If something happens to me one day, you must help me take care of Zishuan and the others. I'll leave them in your care." Hearing Lu Chen's tone as if he was explaining his last wishes, Chu Yuqin quickly said, "Chen'er, if you say something like that again, I'll be angry." In Chu Yuqin's opinion, what Lu Chun said was very unlucky. What if Lu Chen's words came true and something really happened? Seeing Chu Yuqin's tone becoming more serious, Lu Chun smiled and said, "Okay, I won't say anything." Feeling Chu Yuqin's soft body, Lu Chun had some other thoughts. His blood was surging and he felt a little restless. A unique fragrance disturbed Lu Chen's nose, constantly stimulating him, as if teasing him. Chu Yuqin also noticed something strange at this time. She twisted her hips slightly, trying to move her hips away from Lu Chun. However, Lu Chun did not do as she wished. His big hands moved down slightly and fixed Chu Yuqin's hips, making it impossible for her to move. Chu Yuqin was in a state of panic. She had not expected Lu Chun to be so bold. She quickly moved her upper body to slightly push Lu Chun away. Then, she looked at Lu Chun with spring eyes and asked, "Chen'er, are you feeling better? Let me go when you feel better." There was a hint of pleading in Chu Yuqin's tone. If this continued, something might really happen. Lu Chun said, "I still feel uncomfortable. Let me stay a little longer. Maybe I have accumulated too many hidden injuries, and it will take some time to heal." Chu Yuqin blushed and whispered, "Can you keep your hands to yourself and stop touching me everywhere? If you keep doing this, I'll really get angry." Lu Chun said innocently, "Touching me randomly? No, my hands are always placed like this, right?" Chu Yuqin pursed her lips and didn't say much. She really didn't know how to speak. As time passed, Chu Yuqin could no longer suppress her inner restlessness. Her whole body went limp, and she could only stand with the help of Lu Chun. At this time, Lu Chun stared into Chu Yuqin's beautiful eyes and said, "I feel that this conditioning method doesn't seem to be very effective. We need to go a step further." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin, who was already in a daze, suddenly woke up. "Want to go one step further?" Their bodies were already pressed together. If they went one step further, wouldn't that be? Chu Yuqin didn't dare to think any further. She quickly said, "No, we can't do that kind of thing." Seeing Chu Yuqin's excited expression, Lu Chun smiled and said, "You misunderstood me. That's not what I meant." Chu Yuqin heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Lu Chun's words. Then she asked gently, "Chen'er, what you mean by taking a further step is to do?" Before Chu Yuqin could say yes, Lu Chun leaned over and kissed her sweet lips. Chu Yuqin's mind suddenly went blank. She didn't expect Lu Chun to do such a thing, and Lu Chun's action was so sudden that she didn't even have time to dodge. Lu Chun glanced at Chu Yuqin's favorability at this time. In the past, Chu Yuqin's favorability had always been 98, always 2 points short of 100. But after he took the initiative to kiss her, Chu Yuqin's favorability not only did not decrease, but instead increased by 1 point to 99. Lu Chun felt it was a little unbelievable. When he did this, he had already been prepared for Chu Yuqin's favorability towards him to decline. In fact, this is easy to understand. Chu Yuqin originally had that kind of feeling for him in her heart, and with the continued influence of Dragon and Phoenix Tea, her heart had long belonged to him. It's just that because of some secular morals of this world, which trapped her like shackles, she never dared to take the next step with Lu Chun. But today, Lu Chun took the initiative to break the stalemate between the two of them, which directly broke the shackles in Chu Yuqin's heart, so her favorability towards Lu Chun began to increase. However, after Chu Yuqin came to her senses, she quickly raised her hand and kept pushing Lu Chun's chest, trying to push him away. Chu Yuqin pushed Lu Chun's chest with her jade hands and protested, but Lu Chun ignored her. This is the best opportunity for desensitization. If nothing further happens between him and Chu Yuqin, then the relationship between him and Chu Yuqin will remain stalemate in the future. Lu Chun did not plan to take Chu Yuqin down today, but he had to let Chu Yuqin get familiar with doing intimate things with him. Only in this way, she would be able to accept him more quickly when doing serious things in the future. Chu Yuqin struggled for a while, and found that she couldn't push Lu Chun, so she had to give up and passively cooperate with Lu Chun's kiss. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Yuqin felt that Lu Chun's hands were becoming more and more dishonest. Her mind suddenly cleared up. If this continued, she would probably become Lu Chun's woman. No, this can't go on any longer. He is Sister Yu's child. I can't make mistakes. No one knew where she got the strength from, but she suddenly pushed, and this time she actually pushed Lu Chun away. After pushing Lu Chun away, Chu Yuqin said with tears in her eyes, "Chen'er, you've gone too far. How could you treat me like this? But I'm your aunt." Seeing Chu Yuqin's pitiful and touching appearance, Lu Chun felt a little guilty. He immediately said, "I don't know why I couldn't control myself just now. This may be related to the immortal method I practiced. I was wrong. Please don't be angry." After hearing what Lu Chan said, Chu Yuqin calmed down a little. She wiped her tears with her sleeves and asked, "How is your health?" Lu Chan said, "I have recovered a little, much better than before." After hearing Lu Chen's answer, Chu Yuqin said, "I can help you take care of your body, but you are not allowed to mess with me in the future." Lu Chen showed a frustrated expression and said, "I know." Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Chu Yuqin knew that her words were too harsh and she felt very guilty. Then she took the initiative to move forward and leaned on Lu Chen's broad chest. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect Chu Yuqin to come up to him on her own. Chu Yuqin said at this time, "Don't move, I'll just hold you." Hearing this, Lu Chen said, "Okay." After a while, Chu Yuqin noticed Lu Chen's abnormality again. Chu Yuqin blushed and cursed fiercely. "Chen'er, you little rascal, why are you always so dishonest?" Chapter 70, Don't even think about it. Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen naturally knew what she was talking about. Lu Chen then said helplessly, "Aunt Chu, I am a man. Any hot-blooded man, holding a beautiful woman in his arms, can't remain indifferent." Chu Yuqin became even more flustered when she heard Lu Chen praising her as a great beauty. Although she had forced herself to calm down just now, for some reason, she started to become agitated again. Chu Yuqin emphasized again, "I am your aunt. You are not allowed to have any improper thoughts about me." Lu Chen said calmly, "Aunt Chu, we are not related by blood. Besides, you are only about 11 years older than me." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment. Lu Chen was telling the truth. They really had no blood relationship. The most she had was just a sworn sister to Lu Chen's mother. Moreover, an age difference of 11 years seems to be a big difference, but when those men get married, some men in their 70s or 80s marry girls in their teens, so this age difference is actually nothing. If you think about it this way, there doesn't seem to be anything inappropriate between the two of them. Chu Yuqin's brain froze at this moment, and she quickly stopped herself from thinking about it. How could she have such an idea? She was a married woman. She was a widow now, and Chen'er was a prince. How could a prince marry a widow? Thinking of this, Chu Yuqin immediately said, "Chen'er, I don't care what you say, just don't have any thoughts about Aunt. If sister you knew that I cheated her son's body, how can I face her after I die?" Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Then let me cheat on you, and that'll be fine." Chu Yuqin snorted and said, "Don't even think about it." Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen smiled slightly. Although Chu Yuqin spoke so tough, he could already tell that Chu Yuqin's inner defense had loosened. With a few more intimate contacts, Chu Yuqin would completely fall. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Yuqin asked gently, "Chen'er, are you feeling better?" Lu Chen said, "Well, is my dantian feeling better? I don't have that feeling of poor airflow anymore, but I feel uncomfortable in other places." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin instantly understood what Lu Chen was talking about. She spat and cursed, "You little rascal, don't think I don't know what you were thinking. Go ask Mu Zixuan to solve your other health problems yourself." Having said that, Chu Yuqin slowly pushed Lu Chen away, then took a few steps back to distance herself from him. "Chen'er, since you're okay, I'll leave first." Lu Chen said, "Okay." Lu Chen felt that it was about right. This kind of thing still needed to be done step by step and could not be done forcefully. Then Chu Yuqin turned around and walked towards the door. Seeing Chu Yuqin's charming figure, Lu Chen felt that he could no longer control himself. Then he immediately went to Mu Zixuan's yard, picked up Mu Zixuan, and went to the next room to cultivate their relationship. The next morning, early in the morning, before Lu Chen got up, all the important officials from Beijun came to the palace. County Magistrate Li Rue was puzzled when he saw the generals and captains wearing armor on the martial arts training ground of the palace. Why did the palace summon them at this time? After the king of the north came to Beijun, he never cared about the affairs of Beijun. Every time he came to report to the king of the north would find an excuse to send him away. This seems to be the first time that the northern king has summoned them to the palace. Could it be that the king of the north intends to take over the affairs of Beijun? Thinking of this, Li Rue felt a little nervous. He was not sure whether the king of the north would make some major policy adjustments. If the king of the north really wanted to carry out reforms, then for him, as the county magistrate, the workload would probably increase significantly. Of course, this is not what Li Rue is most worried about. What he is most worried about is that the king of the north will remove him from his position as county governor in order to find someone to cooperate with the reform and replace him with someone close to the king of the north. Thinking of this, Li Rue immediately came to Li Feng and asked in a low voice, "General Li, do you know why the prince asked us to come here?" Li Feng shook his head and said, "I just received the news from the prince, and I don't know why he is looking for us." Hearing what Li Feng said, Li Rue became even more worried. Even Li Feng, an important general beside the northern king, didn't know what was going on. It must be a big deal. At this time, a middle-aged man in armor entered the training ground with two young men. Seeing that man, Li Feng and the soldiers who had followed Lu Chen to Beijun were stunned. Li Feng then walked towards the man. When he got in front of the man, Li Feng was about to salute, but the man directly lifted his arm. Li Feng looked at Mu Changtian and asked in confusion, "General Mu, why did you come to Beijun?" Hearing what Li Feng said, Mu Changtian smiled and corrected him. "General Li, you got the wrong person. My last name is Mo, not Mu." After hearing what Mu Changtian said, Li Feng instantly realized that something must have happened in the capital. As Mu Changtian's subordinate, how could he not know Mu Changtian and his two sons? Li Feng now finally understood why Mu Changtian had asked them to follow the Northern King. Judging from the situation, the Tiger Guards might have been disbanded and reorganized. Li Feng immediately said, "General Mo, what happened in the capital?" Mu Changtian replied, "Duke Mu's mansion was suspected of colluding with the remnants of the Chun kingdom and was exiled by His Majesty. Our Mo family also suffered and was assassinated by thieves during the exile. Fortunately, the prince sent someone to rescue us and brought us to Beijun." Hearing Mu Changtian's words, Li Feng's brain was stunned. He has also noticed changes in the palace during this period. There are many ninth-grade masters in the palace recently, and there is even one who is suspected to be at the grandmaster level. Li Feng had long realized that the King of the North was not a simple person, so he did not find it strange that the King of the North sent people to rescue Mu Changtian. He just couldn't believe that the King of the North had such courage. There is a difference between being able to save someone and daring to save someone. Some people have the ability to save people, but they may not have the courage to do so. The Duke Mu's mansion was eliminated because of a conflict with the Emperor, but the King of the North still dared to save the Duke Mu's family under such circumstances, which shows how courageous the King of the North is. If it were any other prince, he would probably be afraid of being implicated and would never dare to have any contact with Duke Mu's mansion. Li Feng thought to himself, could it be that the King of the North asked them to come here today just because of General Mu? Just as Li Feng was thinking this, a maid from the palace came over and said to everyone, "The prince wants you to go to his study and wait." Hearing this, everyone immediately walked towards Lu Chen's study. After Lu Chen got up, he had a simple breakfast and then went to the study. At this time, everyone in the study was still wondering why the King of the North was looking for them. At this time, the figure of the Northern King appeared at the door, and everyone immediately bowed and said, "Greetings to the Northern King." Lu Chen waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to be polite. Then he walked straight to his desk and opened a map on the table. Li Rue was the first to ask, "My lord, why did you summon us today?" Chapter 71, Should we ask the court for help? After hearing Li Rue's question, Lu Chen did not answer directly. He glanced at Qin Yushan in the crowd and said, "Commander Qin, you go ahead and speak." After hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Yushan. Li Rue and others were a little curious. "Commander, what is this position? When did this kind of position appear in the palace?" Qin Yushan walked out of the crowd at this time, came to Lu Chen's table, saluted and said, "Yes, your majesty." Afterwards, Qin Yushan said to everyone, "Our people intercepted the barbarians' call for help on the grassland. The barbarians are planning to gather 300,000 cavalrymen to march south, capture Beijun, and then establish a country in Beijun, with Yinqing as the capital." Hearing Qin Yushan's words, everyone's faces changed instantly. The barbarians have always been the biggest threat to Beijun. The reason why Beijun is so poor is that the barbarians come south to plunder from time to time. Unexpectedly, this time the barbarians did not come to rob, but instead directly occupied Beijun and even wanted to establish a country in Beijun. For a moment, everyone in the study was extremely panicked, especially Li Rue. The reason why he was able to become the county magistrate was because the previous county magistrates were killed by the barbarians. Otherwise, it would not be his turn to be the county magistrate. He originally thought that he could live a few days of peace, but he didn't expect that just over a year later, the barbarians would move south again. And it was not an ordinary robbery. If it was just stealing food, Li Rue would not be so worried, because the barbarians would only steal food from several other cities north of Yinqing, and rarely come to cities like Yinqing that are further south. After coming back to his senses, Li Rui hurriedly asked, Qin, Commander, is your intelligence accurate? The barbarians moving south is a big deal, not to mention 300,000 cavalry moving south to attack Beijun. This matter must be reported to the court, and it must be reported immediately. In the eyes of everyone, the 30,000 soldiers of Beijun were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the 300,000 cavalry of the barbarians. They could only resist the barbarians with the help of the Imperial army. In fact, every time Beijun resisted the invasion of barbarians, it relied on the Imperial army. The 30,000 soldiers of Beijun were just to deal with some small fish and shrimps. Chu Yuqin said at this time, "The intelligence we collected has been verified. Our people infiltrated the barbarian king's court and got the news from a barbarian king himself." Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, everyone showed disbelief on their faces. Who is this Commander Qin beside the prince? How could the prince's men sneak into the barbarian royal court? At this moment, Li Rui suddenly came to his senses. He had always thought that Lu Qian was a lazy prince who was idle and didn't care about anything. Now he understood that all this was just something the northern king did to show off to others. The king of the north already had his own power in private, and this power had penetrated into every part of the North County and even into the barbarians. When he thought of this, Li Rui's forehead broke out in sweat. Fortunately, when the northern king came to Beijun, he did not trip him up or anything. Otherwise, let alone the official position, I'm afraid we don't even know whether he is still alive or not. At this time, Mu Chantian asked, "Prince, what are you going to do? Are you going to ask the court for help? 30,000 against 300,000? There is no chance of winning at all. The court must send a large army, otherwise Beijun will be in danger." Lu Qian said, "I plan to send someone to tell the court about this news later, but it will take at least 3 months for the court to gather the army, and the barbarians will be able to complete the assembly in about 2 months. We still need to defend Beijun for a while." Although Lu Qian was confident that he could have 30,000 soldiers to defend Beijun and defeat the 300,000 cavalry of the barbarians, such matters must be reported to the court. After all, Beijun was nominally the territory of the Great Xia Dynasty. If the imperial court is not informed of a foreign invasion, no matter whether the enemy wins or loses the battle, the imperial court will think that the enemy has rebellious intentions and fails to inform the imperial court of such an important matter. However, Daxia's army could not be assembled as quickly as the barbarians. It would take at least 2 or 3 months to mobilize the army. There's a saying that goes, food and fodder must be sent before troops move forward. The army of Daxia is definitely not as fast as the barbarian cavalry. What's more, this is in Beijun, where the roads are extremely bad. It will take more time for Daxia to mobilize a large army here. After hearing Lu Qian's words, Li Rui's face turned even paler. If the barbarians went south, they would probably be able to occupy the entire Beijun in less than a month. However, it would take such a long time for the Daxia army to assemble. By the time the Daxia army arrived, their 30,000 soldiers would probably have all died. It is hard to imagine what will happen to Yinqing by that time. Lu Qian continued, "I plan to evacuate all the people in the north of Yinqing to the south of Yinqing, and then concentrate all our forces in Yinqing to hold back the 300,000 barbarian troops. General Mo, you have fought against the barbarian army before. What do you think of this idea?" When Mu Chantian heard Lu Qian's question, he was stunned for a second and frowned slightly. Then he took a look at the map and asked, "There is no problem with clearing the countryside, but if all the people north of Yinqing are evacuated, the barbarian army will march straight into Yinqing. It will be difficult for 30,000 soldiers to defend Yinqing." Mu Chantian was very clear about the strength of the barbarian cavalry. Most of the barbarian cavalry were elite. It was basically impossible for 30,000 soldiers to hold back 300,000 cavalry. Lu Qian continued, "What if I have a weapon in my hand that can instantly break the cavalry formation?" Hearing Lu Qian's words, Li Feng and others' eyes lit up instantly. Those who had followed the Northern King from the beginning knew very well that the Northern King had some mysterious weapons on him, such as the exploding stones and the black stick that could kill a 9th-grade warrior instantly. There are rumors in the army now that the King of the North has inherited the legacy of an immortal. As for whether there is an inheritance from immortals, it doesn't matter. As long as the King of the North has weapons that can destroy the barbarians, or if such weapons can be manufactured on a large scale, that will be enough. Mu Changtian was about to ask Lu Chun what the weapon was, but Lu Chun looked at the map and asked, General Mo, I plan to lead the barbarian cavalry to the Wanning River Valley and then ambush them on the high ground in the valley. Do you think this plan is feasible? After all, Mu Changtian had fought with the barbarians several times, and he knew their situation best, so Lu Chun wanted to ask for his opinion. Professional matters should be left to professionals. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Changtian looked at the map on the table seriously, but he did not answer immediately. After a long while, Mu Changtian spoke up. If the prince was in Yinqing, it would not be difficult to lead the barbarian cavalry to the Wanning River Valley. The terrain of the Wanning River Valley is relatively flat, which makes it easier for the barbarian cavalry to go south and head straight to Yinqing. But, Your Majesty, if we set up an ambush in the Wanning River Valley with only 30,000 men, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop the barbarian cavalry's charge. There are high ground on both sides of the Wanning River Valley, and the front is flat. Even if the barbarian cavalry is ambushed in the Wanning River Valley, others just need to speed up and pass through the Wanning River Valley quickly. The Wanning River Valley is not very long. If one wants to resist the charge of the barbarian cavalry, it would be difficult to do so without 100,000 people. What's more, the 30,000 soldiers of Beijun will set up ambushes on the high ground on both sides, and by then, there will not even be 30,000 soldiers left to fight head-on. Chapter 72, I Want Him to Be My Slave. After listening to Mu Changtian's words, Lu Chun looked at the map and fell into deep thought again. This is indeed a problem. The Wanning River Valley is not long, so it is not a problem for the barbarian cavalry to pass through quickly. Once the howitzers are used, the barbarian cavalry will inevitably be in chaos, and they will either rush forward or retreat backward. Whether the barbarian cavalry rushed forward or retreated backward, they needed a large number of soldiers to resist the barbarian cavalry. Of course, if they just wanted to repel the barbarian soldiers, they only needed to defend the front of the Wanning Valley. However, Lu Chun has big ambitions. He doesn't just want to repel the barbarian cavalry. If we only repel the barbarian cavalry, they will not be able to take Yinqing and will most likely attack other cities. What he wanted to do most in this battle was to destroy the barbarians' manpower and prevent them from gathering troops and moving south for a long time. Therefore, these 300,000 people must never be released. If they were released back, once the barbarian soldiers had recovered, they would go south to plunder again. Lu Chun didn't think the howitzer could completely scare them. Lu Chun had also heard about the situation in the north. When winter came, even many people in Beijun would starve to death, not to mention the barbarians on the grassland. Lu Chun was not sympathizing with the barbarians. In his opinion, people would do anything when they were about to starve to death. It was impossible for the barbarians to be afraid to move south just because Beijun had howitzers. Lu Chun sighed and said, "Hurry up and recruit soldiers." Hearing this, Mu Changtian still said with some concern, "Your Highness, in such a short time, it will be very difficult to train the new recruits to be able to fight against the barbarian cavalry." Mu Changtian's words were a bit conservative. It was simply impossible to train soldiers to be able to fight against the barbarian cavalry within 2 months. Lu Chun naturally understood this truth, and he immediately said, "I plan to create an artillery battalion. The newly recruited soldiers will not participate in the frontal combat. At that time, all 30,000 soldiers of Beijun can enter the frontal battlefield." Artillery battalion? What is that? When everyone heard the new term from Lu Chen's mouth, they were confused because they had never heard of an artillery battalion. Lu Chen looked at Li Rue and said, "Li Juanshou, I'm sorry to trouble you with this matter. You need to cooperate with General Li and others to recruit 10,000 new soldiers as soon as possible." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Rue immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Hui sighed inwardly. He originally wanted to persuade the northern king to retreat southward, but from a northern king's tone, it seemed that others had no intention of retreating southward at all. If he proposed to retreat southward at this time, wouldn't he offend the king of the north? Li Rue couldn't help but think, what's the point of recruiting 10,000 more soldiers? Not to mention 10,000 soldiers. Even if he recruited 100,000 more new soldiers, he would not be able to stop the barbarian cavalry. Although he thought so in his heart, Li Rue did not dare to say it directly. After all, the king of the north was a vassal king, and he was the master of Beijun. At this time, Lu Chun looked at the map on the table and said, "After the artillery battalion is formed, I will show you the new weapons of the northern palace." Hearing this, everyone became even more curious. The king of the north seemed to be very confident about the new weapons he mentioned. They didn't know what kind of new weapons gave the king of the north the courage to fight a decisive battle with the barbarian army in Yinqing. Although they were curious, they did not ask any further questions. The king of the north had already said that he would show them, so the main task now was to recruit soldiers and form a new army as soon as possible. In the north, the barbarian royal court. On the endless grassland, there are felt tents of various sizes, also known as yurts. The closer you get to the middle of the yurts, the larger their area is. The largest yurt is where one of the barbarian kings lives. The barbarians are widely distributed on the grassland, with a total of 7 kings. The one located to the north of Beijun is the serious king, who is preparing to attack Beijun and establish a country in Beijun. At this time, a woman wearing animal skins came to the middle of the yurt community on horseback. The woman had fair skin and a beautiful and delicate face, and she didn't look like someone who lived on the grassland at all. As soon as she got off her horse, she immediately asked her slave, "Is Wu Yuan back?" The slave with the inscription on his face who was leading the horse beside her immediately replied, "I am back, Your Highness." Hearing this, the woman immediately rushed excitedly to the smaller yurt next to the big yurt. After lifting the curtain, she found that the man she had been talking about had indeed returned. At this time, the man named Wu Yuan was kneeling on the ground, reporting some information to a beautiful woman. Inside the yurt, a stunningly beautiful woman was half lying on the bed, revealing her long white legs. The woman was wearing gorgeous fluffy clothes and glittering gold ornaments all over her body. She looked charming and seductive. She is the most important woman in the barbarian branch of the serious king, and also the queen of the previous serious king. According to the barbarian customs, after the death of the previous serious king, she must marry the new serious king. It's just that for some reasons, she has never married, but she has promised the current serious king that if he can conquer Beijun and establish a country in Beijun, she will marry him and become his queen. At this time, the woman who entered the tent bowed and said, "Greetings, princess." Although the beautiful woman in front of them has not yet married the current serious king, everyone recognizes that she is the princess. Yilu Nanyan glanced at Xiao Wenyao, then said softly, "Get up." Yilu Nanyue's voice is so gentle that it makes people feel like bathing in the spring breeze. Xiao Wenyao, the woman who entered the tent, is the daughter of the current serious king Xiao Hongba. Originally, they did not have surname, but in order to learn to Xia, all the people in the serious king's tribe now took surnames, and the royal family of the serious king took the surname Xiao. The name Xiao Wenyao was also given to her by Princess Yilu Nanyuan not long ago. Yilu Nanyan's attention returned to the man in front of her. She asked, "I heard that the Prince of Beijun is a lecher and spends all day having fun in the palace. Since he went to Beijun, he has never interfered in Beijun's affairs. Is this true?" Wu Yuan said, "My princess, that is indeed the case." Hearing the man's answer, Yilu Nanyan smiled. "So, this time when the king goes south, Beijun is within his grasp." Wu Yuan reminded, "Princess, although the northern king is just a waste, the army of Daxia will not sit idly by. Once the king sends troops, Daxia will definitely send a large army north." Yilu Nanyan said calmly, "By the time the Great Xia army arrives, the king will have already established a firm foothold in Beijun, and civil strife is about to break out in Great Xia, so the emperor of Xia will not have the energy to care about us." At this time, Xiao Wenyao on the side interrupted and said, "Princess, if we can capture the king of the north after conquering the North County, can you hand him over to me? I heard that the king of the north is very handsome, and I want him to be my slave." Chapter 73, How Handsome Is He? After hearing what Xiao Wenyao said, Yilu Nanyan smiled slightly, and then said, "Yao Yao, I'm afraid this won't work. After all, he is still the prince of Daxia. If we catch him, we can use him to make some deals with Daxia. He is still useful to us." Xiao Wenyao curled her lips and didn't say much. After all, Yilu Nanyue was the princess and had a lot of say in the Serious King clan. The Serious King tribe has been able to grow to its current size and possess advanced weapons, all thanks to the leadership of the princess. She actively learned from the Xia and secretly bribed many people from the Xia Dynasty. She then used these people to conduct business with the Xia Dynasty. The Wu Yuan kneeling in front of her was one of them. Under her leadership, the Serious tribe is no weaker than other barbarian branches and is even stronger. The idea of establishing a country in Beijun was also proposed by Yelu Nanyue. She found that the north was getting colder every year, and the barbarian population was increasing rapidly. Today's grassland can no longer support so many barbarian populations. In addition, Beijun was becoming increasingly poor. Even if they went to Beijun to steal food, the food they got would not be enough to feed their tribe for long. The best way is to learn from the Xia Dynasty and feed more people by growing food crops. She also heard that a kind of grain crop that could produce 1,000 kilograms per mu seemed to have appeared in Beijun. If the serious king could conquer Beijun and establish a kingdom in Beijun, their branch would no longer need to move around by water and grass, and their lives would become better. The strength and scale of the Serious King clan today are inseparable from Yelu Nanyue's policies, so she is irreplaceable in the Serious King clan, and even the current Serious King, Xiao Hongba, respects her very much. Of course, Yelu Nanyue's status was not there from the beginning. She was only a teenager when she married the previous Serious King. However, the previous Serious King was already an old man at that time, paralyzed in bed, and unable to manage the entire tribe. It was Yelu Nanyue who helped him manage the tribe. Over time, Yelu Nanyue had great power in his hands. After the death of the Serious King, there was no offspring. Under the mediation of Yelu Nanyue, the Serious tribe elected Xiao Hongba as the new Serious King. The current Serious King was selected with the help of Yelu Nanyue, which once again consolidated Yelu Nanyue's power. Moreover, Yelu Nanyue is a very smart woman. She gives enough face to the current Serious King and lets him make his own decisions on all major issues. This way, it seems that she has given up all her power. Even when the Serious King said he wanted to marry her, she did not refuse. She just set a goal for the Serious King and said that she would marry him if he achieved the goal. Yelu Nanyue was only a teenager when she married the previous Serious King, and she is still a virgin. It is impossible for her to be a widow for the rest of her life for a dead person, so she must get married. In the eyes of the current Serious King Xiao Hongba, Yelu Nanyue is definitely his woman, so he trusts her very much. As for taking over Beijun and marrying her, Xiao Hongba regards Beijun as a gift to Yelu Nanyue. At this time, Yelu Nanyue looked at Wu Yuan, who was kneeling in front of him, and continued, "Wu Yuan, you must have worked hard to gather information in Daxia this time. Go down and have a good rest." Wu Yuan immediately said, "Thank you, princess." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yuan stood up and left Yelu Nanyue's yurt directly. Seeing Wu Yuan stood up and left, Xiao Wenyao quickly said, "Princess, I'm leaving first too." Having said that, Xiao Wenyao turned around and left the yurt. After Xiao Wenyao walked out of the yurt, she quickly said to Wu Yuan, wait a minute." Wu Yuan stopped, turned his head and looked at Xiao Wenyao and asked respectfully, "Your Highness, what do you want to talk to me about?" Xiao Wenyao asked directly, "Did you bring the perfumed soap I asked you to bring me?" Wu Yuan smiled and said, "Since it is the order of Her Royal Highness the Princess, I will naturally obey. Those things are still in the carriage. I will go and deliver them to Her Royal Highness the Princess right away." Xiao Wenyao said, "No need, I'll go with you, and you tell me about Daxia." I don't know if it was influenced by Yelu Nanyue, but Xiao Wenyao was very interested in all aspects of Daxia. Wu Yuan was from Daxia, and every time he came back from Daxia, she would ask him about things related to Daxia. For example, if there were any interesting things happening in Daxia recently, or if there was any gossip about the Prince of Daxia. In short, if it was something that she found interesting, she would ask Wu Yuan about it. After hearing what Xiao Wenyao said, Wu Yuan said, "Okay, princess, if you have anything you want to know, you can ask me." Then Xiao Wenyao said as she walked, "Everyone says that the Great Xia Northern King is very handsome. Is he really that handsome? Can you describe to me how handsome he is?" When Wu Yuan heard Xiao Wenyao's first question, he was stunned. Wu Yuan pondered for a moment and did not answer immediately. Seeing that Wu Yuan did not answer directly, Xiao Wenyao turned to look at Wu Yuan and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why don't you speak?" Wu Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness, I really don't know how to describe the King of the North. If you look at it from the perspective of a Daxia woman, the North King is indeed handsome, but if you look at it from the perspective of a grassland woman's husband selection standards, I'm afraid the North King would seem a little thin. The North King is not a martial artist, and his body is not strong." Hearing Wu Yuan's answer, Xiao Wenyao's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she said, "I don't like men who are too strong. Almost all grassland men are fat and ugly. What's so good about them?" Seeing that Xiao Wenyao seemed very interested in the King of the North, Wu Yuan continued, "Your Highness, you should also know that the King of the North particularly likes beautiful women. If he saw your Highness, he would definitely be unable to walk. If your Highness is interested in the Northern King, this time the king went south to attack the Northern County, it might be an opportunity for you." After hearing what Wu Yuan said, Xiao Wenyao sighed. "You just heard it too. The princess said that the Northern King is still useful. Even if she captures the Northern King this time, she will not hand him over to me." Wu Yuan smiled faintly. He had originally planned to trick Xiao Wenyao into going directly to Beijun, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up. Now was a critical period, and doing anything unnecessary would arouse suspicion, which would not be worth the loss. Then Wu Yuan said, "Don't worry, princess. You will always have a chance to be alone with the King of the North." Xiao Wenyao said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. By the way, do you know how to make perfume and soap? Every time I run out of stuff, I have to wait for you to go to Daxia to buy more. It's too troublesome. Why don't we make it ourselves?" Wu Yuan said, "I'm sorry, princess. The methods of making perfume and soap are only known to the Northern Palace. They only sell finished products and have never disclosed the methods of making soap and perfume." Hearing Wu Yuan's words, Xiao Wenyao was stunned for a moment. "Northern Palace?" Wu Yuan then added, "Yes, it is said that perfume and soap were created by the King of the North. Not only that, this time I also brought something called soap for Her Royal Highness the Princess. It is also made by the Northern Palace. Soap is more practical than soap. I guarantee that Her Royal Highness the Princess will like it after using it." Chapter 74. My daughter does not want to marry the King of North Korea. After hearing what Wu Yuan said, Xiao Wenyao became even more interested in the King of the North. During this period, because her father was going to attack Beijun, she often heard rumors about the King of the North. This is also one of the reasons why Xiao Wenyao suddenly became interested in the King of the North. On the one hand, she had heard the words King of the North quite often recently, and on the other hand, she wanted a more refined slave, that is, a pretty boy. What's more, she thought that her slave status could not be too low. Slaves with too low a status would not have the sense of accomplishment of conquest. It just so happened that the King of the North was a useless prince, which gave her an idea. Originally, she thought that the King of the North was just a prince who only knew how to eat, drink, and enjoy himself in his mansion. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Wu Yuan said, Xiao Wenyao suddenly found that the King of the North seemed to be of some use after all. She particularly liked the perfume and soap from the Northern Palace. When she put the perfume on her body, she could cover up the fishy smell of her fur, and the soap could wash her body clean. She is now completely dependent on these two things. When she heard that these two things were created by the King of the North, she became more determined to capture the King of the North and make him her slave. Xiao Wenyao then said, "It turns out that the Northern King is not a complete waste." At this point, Xiao Wenyao asked curiously, "By the way, what is soap?" Wu Yuan explained, "Soap is used specifically for bathing. After taking a bath, a fragrance will remain on the body, which will not dissipate for a long time." Xiao Wenyao asked, "Isn't this just like perfume?" Wu Yuan said, "Your Highness, perfume can be applied to people at any time, but it cannot clean the body. However, soap is different. Soap can clean the dirt on the body." Xiao Wenyao said, not quite understanding, "So it's the same as soap?" Wu Yuan said speechlessly, "Your Highness, soap is actually used to clean clothes, not for bathing." Xiao Wenyao didn't listen to Wu Yuan's words at all. She said directly, "Who cares? Anyway, it's enough to wash the dirt off my body." Seeing that Xiao Wenyao said so, Wu Yuan was too lazy to correct her any further. As long as she liked it, that was enough. As they walked, they arrived in front of Wu Yuan's caravan. At this time, Wu Yuan's caravan carriage was filled with various goods exchanged from Daxia. Ever since Yelu Nanyue bribed the merchants of Daxia, some caravans of Daxia have frequently traded with the barbarians. At the beginning, they only traded some salt and tea. Gradually, as commodity transactions became more and more frequent, the barbarians directly purchased iron from Daxia, and later began to trade weapons and armor. The fact that the Serious King clan can become as powerful as it is today is inseparable from these merchants from Daxia. Wu Yuan immediately came to one or two carriages, rummaged through the carriages, then took out a bar of soap and came to Xiao Wenyao. "Your Highness, this is the soap for bathing. Your Highness, please do not use soap to take a bath in the future. Soap is bad for your health and will damage your skin." After hearing what Wu Yuan said, Xiao Wenyao curiously took the soap from Wu Yuan's hand. Before she put the soap to her nose, she smelled a fragrance. Xiao Wenyao quickly put the soap under her nose and smelled it. Then she said in surprise, "It actually smells good." This northern king seems to be particularly interested in women's products. If I can turn him into my slave, he might be able to create more useful women's products for me in the future. Wu Yuan actually wanted to say that this thing can be used by both men and women, but he didn't say much. As long as the naive princess was happy, that was enough. At this time, a man came to Xiao Wenyao. "Your Highness, the king wants you to come over." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao was stunned for a moment, then asked, "What does my father want to talk to me about?" The man said, "I don't know either. You'll find out when you go there." Xiao Wenyao then handed the soap to Wu Yuan. "Wu Yuan, send all these things to where I live." Wu Yuan said respectfully, "Okay, Your Highness." As soon as Wu Yuan finished speaking, Xiao Wenyao happily came to the king's tent, which was the largest yurt of the Tianlang tribe. After entering the yurt, Xiao Wenyao discovered that there were many people sitting inside whom she had never seen before. Sitting in the middle was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a bulging head. He was Xiao Wenyao's father, the current serious king, Xiao Hongba. When Xiao Hongba saw Xiao Wenyao coming in, he was about to speak, but Xiao Wenyao immediately asked, "Father, what do you want to talk to me about?" Seeing Xiao Wenyao took the initiative to ask, Xiao Hongba didn't waste any words and said directly, "Yao Yao, you have grown up, and it's time for you to get married." These words were like a bolt from the blue, and Xiao Wenyao was stunned where she stood. After a while, Xiao Wenyao finally reacted. She quickly said, "Father, I am still young. I can't bear to leave you. I want to continue to accompany you." Although Xiao Wenyao is a little naive, she is not a fool. People like her can only marry into other tribes and become a tool for marriage alliances. Just look at the princess. She married an old man and had to serve him every day. Yelu Nanyue was still one of the better ones. After all, Yelu Nanyue had great power. It was different for other women. Xiao Wenyao still remembered several other women who married the previous serious king. Many of them were tortured to death by the serious king. If the former serious king was still in good health when Yelu Nanyue married him, I'm afraid Yelu Nanyue wouldn't be much better. Xiao Wenyao is very afraid of getting married. Seeing that Xiao Wenyao was so against getting married, Xiao Hongba immediately said, "Yao Yao, all grassland girls at your age must get married. Even though you are my daughter, you are no exception." Hearing Xiao Hongba's strong tone, Xiao Wenyao knew that no matter what she said, it would be useless. She had no choice but to resign herself to her fate and said, "Father, I know." The seriousness on Xiao Hongba's face was instantly swept away, and then he smiled and said, "Since you agree, after I go south to capture Beijun, you will marry the king of Beijun and become his queen." As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Wenyao's face turned pale instantly. The Northern Xian king is the king of a barbarian tribe that recently migrated to the north. Now that the barbarians were no longer ruled by the Great Xia, they were divided into 7 tribes, each with its own royal court and its own king. Of course, every tribe actually wants to unify the entire barbarian tribe like before, and Xiao Hongba is no exception. He planned to establish a country after conquering Beijun, then went over the king of Northern Xian through marriage, and then proclaimed himself the Great Xia to make the barbarian tribes submit to him. Xiao Hongba is a very ambitious barbarian king. At this time, Xiao Wenyao knelt on the ground with a plot. "Father, I don't want to marry the king of Northern Xian." Xiao Wenyao had also heard of who the Northern Xian king was. The Northern Xian king's tribe was different from theirs. Because their tribe often interacted with the Xia, many of their customs had become the same as the Xia's. Not to mention how poor the Northern Xian king's tribe was, they even still retained the habit of cannibalism, and the Northern Xian king himself was a very cruel person. Xiao Wenyao really couldn't imagine what kind of inhuman treatment she would receive if she married the queen of Northern Xian. Chapter 75, I know a friend of mine who can help you. Although Xiao Wenyao was a princess in the Tianlang tribe and had a relatively high status, it was different after marrying into the tribe of the Beijun king. In barbarian tribes, women generally have a low status. Xiao Wenyao has a high status in the Tianlang tribe, mainly because she has a father who is the king of the barbarians. Princess Yelu Nanyue's current status did not come overnight. It was also due to the unwell health of the previous serious king that she was able to slowly gather some power in her hands. When Xiao Wenyao thought about the torture she would suffer from the northern Xian king after marrying into his tribe, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Xiao Wenyao continued to cry and complain, "Father, I heard that the previous princesses of the northern Xian king all died in accidents. I'm still young and don't want to die so early." Hearing Xiao Wenyao's words, Xiao Hongba flew into a rage. "Asshole. The northern Xian king is also a barbarian king after all. He is totally worthy of you. What else are you dissatisfied with? It's decided. After I conquer Beijun, you will marry me. There is no room for negotiation." Seeing that her father had made the final decision, Xiao Wenyao instantly stood up from the ground and rushed out crying. Xiao Wenyao ran wildly on the grassland without restraint. It was not known how long it took before she recovered. At this time, Wu Yuan came to Xiao Wenyao's side. "Princess, what's wrong with you?" Wu Yuan was just asking people to unload the goods when he suddenly found Xiao Wenyao running out from the king's tent, crying as she ran. He guessed that there must be some new information, so he pretended to comfort Xiao Wenyao and ran towards her. Xiao Wenyao wiped her tears and said, "My father asked me to marry the king of northern Xian, but I don't want to marry that ogre." Wu Yuan's brain froze. King of North Korea? Could it be that the Wolf King and the Northern Xian King will attack Beijun at the same time this time? Wu Yuan thought about it and agreed. If it was just the serious king's tribe, it would be unlikely to gather an army of 300,000. Only if the two barbarian kings joined forces could they have an army of 300,000. Since the serious king asked the Northern Xian King to help him fight Beijun, he would naturally give the Northern Xian King some benefits. I'm afraid Xiao Wenyao is one of the benefits. Seeing that Wu Yuan didn't say anything, Xiao Wenyao turned her head and looked at Wu Yuan and said, "Wu Yuan, can you help me escape to Daxia? I can't marry the king of Northern Xian no matter what. I don't want to die yet." Your Highness, I'm afraid no one dares to promise you this." Wu Yuan was actually struggling in his heart because he was just a spy. He didn't know what decision the Northern County and the Northern King would make. If the daughter of a barbarian king is brought to Beijun and Daxia without permission, it might cause the barbarians to send troops in advance, which would be extremely bad for Beijun's deployment. Thinking of this, Wu Yuan said, "Your Highness, I know a friend of mine who can help you, but I need to ask for his opinion. I may not be able to give you an answer until I come back next time." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao was instantly filled with hope again. "Wu Yuan, is everything you said true? Can your friend really help me?" Wu Yuan said, "Well, as long as he is willing, he can definitely help you." Xiao Wenyao then said, "Then I'll trouble you. When will you leave for Daxia?" Wu Yuan replied, "Your Highness, I just came back today. I need to rest for 2 days at least." Xiao Wenyao said, "Oh, okay. Then next time you come back, you must tell me your friend's reply as soon as possible." Wu Yuan said, "Okay, Your Highness." Just as the two were talking, a rough male voice came from behind them. "Yao Yao, are you okay?" Hearing this, Wu Yuan and Xiao Wenyao turned around at the same time and found that it was Empress Xiaopeng. Wu Yuan immediately said, "Your Highness, I will take my leave first. You guys chat." After saying this, Wu Yuan turned around and went back to his carriage to continue unloading the goods. Xiao Pengtian is Xiao Wenyao's uncle and the brother of Xiao Hongba's original wife. Originally, Xiao Pengtian should not have the surname Xiao because Yelu Nanyue stipulated that Xiao was the royal surname, but in order to win over Xiao Pengtian, Xiao Hongba gave him the surname Xiao. Seeing that it was her uncle, Xiao Wenyao asked, "Uncle, what do you want to talk to me about?" Xiao Pengtian sighed and said, "Yao Yao, I've heard about your story." Xiao Wenyao was stunned for a moment. Xiao Pengtian continued, "Xiao Hongba is really going too far. First he killed my sister, and now he wants to marry you to that uncivilized tribe." Hearing Xiao Pengtian's words, Xiao Wenyao instantly extracted the key words. She looked at Xiao Pengtian and immediately asked, "Uncle, what did you say just now? It was my father who killed my mother?" Xiao Pengtian said indignantly, "Who else could it be except him? Your mother has always been in good health. How could she suddenly die? It was Xiao Hongba who killed your mother in order to marry the princess." After hearing these words, Xiao Wenyao suddenly felt that her worldview had collapsed. She really couldn't believe that her father could do such a thing. At this time, Xiao Wenyao still held on to the last glimmer of hope. She continued, "Uncle, these are just your guesses." Seeing that Xiao Wenyao couldn't believe it, Xiao Pengtian sighed again. "Yao Yao, you are still young and don't understand these." Your father has become just like the emperors of the Central Plains dynasty. For the power in his hands, they can sacrifice everything, including their wives and daughters. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Don't worry, Yao Yao. I will try my best to persuade your father not to marry you to the king of Northern Xian. If he really won't listen, then your uncle, will think of other ways. Xiao Wenyao said with emotion. Thank you, uncle. Half a month later, Daxia, the capital, Xianzheng Hall. In the court, the ministers were discussing some unimportant matters. At this time, a roar suddenly came from outside the hall. Urgent news from the north. The barbarians are making unusual movements. After hearing this, the ministers who were arguing about some etiquette in the hall suddenly quieted down. Soon, a soldier with 3 red flags on his back entered the hall, half knelt down, raised the bamboo tube in his hand above his head and said, Your Majesty, the barbarians are moving, and the North County is in danger. The eunuch hurriedly took the bamboo tube from the messenger soldier, then walked to the side of Emperor Xia, opened the bamboo tube, and handed the information inside to Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia took the parchment scroll in his hand and read the words on it carefully. This was the information written by Lu Chen himself. At this time, the Xianzheng Hall was extremely quiet. All the ministers' eyes were fixed on Emperor Xia, and the atmosphere in the entire hall was unusually depressing. The barbarians have always been a major concern for Daxia. Daxia has sent troops to fight the barbarians many times, but the result was always more losses than wins. Even if Daxia won, the barbarians would be able to use the advantage of cavalry to quickly withdraw from the battlefield. So no matter how they fought, Daxia had no way to completely eliminate the barbarians. When Emperor Xia saw the letter saying that 300,000 barbarian cavalry were about to march south, his face instantly darkened. The barbarian cavalry did not come earlier or later, but just when he was about to deal with the aristocratic families, they headed south. Chapter 76, How did he know that the barbarians were going to move south? Emperor Xia was no fool. When he saw Lu Chan saying in the letter that the barbarian cavalry were about to march south, he realized that this was definitely related to the aristocratic family, and even some of his sons might be involved. As a political veteran, he was not the first emperor to introduce foreign enemies and then use them to gain benefits. When the ministers in Xianzheng Hall saw how dark Emperor Xia's face was, they were so frightened that they dared not breathe. This was the first time in the past year that they had seen Emperor Xia's face look so ugly. After a while, Emperor Xia sneered and said, The barbarians really know how to pick the right time. The tall and thin man, standing at the front on the left side of the hall, asked, Your Majesty, what is the situation in Beijun? As soon as the man finished speaking, Emperor Xia said, The king of the north sent a letter saying that his people intercepted the barbarians' call on the grassland. The barbarians plan to gather 300,000 cavalrymen to march south, occupy Beijun, establish a country, and make Yinqing their capital. When Emperor Xia heard this, the ministers in the court immediately started to discuss. 300,000? Oh my God, how can it be so much? Establish a nation. If we allow the barbarians to establish a nation in Beijun, then won't our Great Xia always be under the cavalry of the barbarians? We can't let the barbarians move south. The barbarians are really ambitious. Daxia will never let them go easily this time. Hearing the ministers' discussions, Emperor Xia remained silent for a long time. After a while, the 8th Prince Lu Shuyun stood up and said, Father, I think the Northern King is suspected of lying about military intelligence. As far as I know, after the Northern King arrived in Beijun, he stayed in his mansion all day to have fun and never managed Beijun at all. How did he know the barbarians were heading south? Besides, the barbarians are further north in Beijun. Even if the barbarians issued a call for troops, how could his people intercept the call for troops unless his people have already lurked in the place where the barbarians live? After hearing what the 8th Prince Lu Shuyun said, the ministers all reacted. Yes, the King of the North is just a lazy and useless prince. He didn't take care of anything after he went to Beijun. How could he send people to infiltrate the place where the barbarians live and then intercept the barbarian summons? He doesn't seem like the type to do something like this. Could it be that the King of the North really lied about military intelligence? At this time, the left Prime Minister Lin Gaiyuan asked, 8 Prince, you said that the Northern King lied about military intelligence. In addition to inferring from the Northern King's behavior, do you have any other evidence? Hearing this, Lu Shuyun was stunned for a moment. Then Lu Shuyun continued, Prime Minister Lin, isn't this enough? Do you think the king of the north really sent people to where the barbarians live? Lin Gaoyuan said calmly, I don't know whether the northern king has sent anyone to the northern land where the barbarians live. I only know that the northern king sent the red silk messenger to deliver the letter. In the Great Xia Dynasty, the red silk messenger represented the most urgent military intelligence, and the red silk messenger could not be sent out at all times. In Lin Gaoyuan's opinion, no matter how stupid the king of the north was, he could not be unaware of the significance of the red silk messenger. As for lying about military intelligence, the king of the north could not bear the punishment that would come with it. If the northern prince was really a useless prince, how could he, a prince who spent all day having fun in his mansion, have the guts to lie about military intelligence? Wasn't he afraid that Emperor Xia would dethrone him? Therefore, Lin Gaoyuan believes that there is a high probability that there are indeed abnormalities among the barbarians. As for whether there are 300,000 of them, it is hard to say. It is also possible that the northern king deliberately exaggerated the number of barbarian cavalry in order to gain support from the imperial court. In short, the barbarians will indeed move south, but there may not be 300,000 barbarian soldiers. This is Lin Gaoyuan's guess. As soon as Lin Gaoyuan finished speaking, the eldest prince Lu Yi said, Father, I am willing to lead the troops north to resist the barbarians. As soon as the eldest prince finished speaking, the second prince said sarcastically, Brother, aren't you a little too anxious? It's not even certain whether the barbarians will go south, but you want to lead the troops north. If you lead the troops, are you sure you're going to resist the barbarians in the future? Even when the barbarians invaded, mutual attacks in the court existed, not to mention that the barbarians have not invaded yet. If a prince leads his troops north and accumulates fame in the army, it will be very helpful in the fight for the throne. So every prince wants to seize the opportunity to lead the troops, but at the same time they do not want other princes to lead their troops north. Hearing the second prince's words, the eldest prince sneered, Second brother, what do you mean by this? It is the responsibility of me, a member of the royal family, to resist the barbarians. Do you think I have other selfish motives? Just as the second prince was about to continue speaking, Emperor Xia, who was sitting on the dragon throne, interrupted their conversation and said, That's enough. When Emperor Xia spoke, the court, which had been as noisy as a vegetable market, suddenly became quiet. Whether the barbarians are really going to move south, this matter will be confirmed by my shadow guards. Now you need to discuss how to deal with the barbarians moving south. Seeing that Emperor Xia said this, everyone stopped discussing whether the matter was true or not. Lu Shiyun's face looked a little ugly at this time. He originally thought that the barbarians going south would catch the northern king off guard, or that the barbarians going south would cover up the fact that the northern king was assassinated by the assassin from the Blood Moon Tower. Unexpectedly, the king of the north actually noticed the barbarians moving south in advance. But it doesn't matter. The king of the north probably won't live for many days anyway. The Blood Moon Tower should have reached Yinqing by now. He believed that with the leadership of the Blood Moon Tower Grandmaster, even if the mysterious Grandmaster was in the Northern Palace, he would not be able to protect the Northern King. What he should consider now is how to gain the power to lead troops north. If he could lead his troops north, according to the agreement between him and the barbarians, he would be able to obtain some concessions from them, and then he would be able to accumulate some reputation in the army, so that his chances of succession would be greater. As for the matter of giving Beijun to the barbarians, Lu Shiyun didn't care at all. He only cared about his position as the crown prince. Beijun is just a poor place. Since the barbarians want it, just give it to them. At this time, the eldest prince spoke again. Father, I think we should mobilize the army to the north immediately. Since the northern king has used the red silk messenger, it means that the barbarians are about to march south. If the imperial court sends troops too late, the 30,000 soldiers of the northern commandery will definitely not be able to stop the 300,000 cavalry of the barbarians. As soon as the eldest prince finished speaking, the fourth prince also spoke up and said, Father, I also think that we should send troops north immediately. None of the princes wanted to miss this chance to lead troops. The Xia hadn't had such an opportunity for many years. This was a chance for them to establish a reputation in the army, and no prince wanted to miss it. But at this moment, Lu Shiyun said, Father, I think Beijun is already the fief of the northern king. The matter of resisting the invasion of the barbarians should naturally be handed over to the northern king. If the imperial court needs to send troops every time a foreign enemy invades the border, then what is the need for the vassal kings? As soon as Lu Shiyun finished speaking, The man standing to the upper right of the officials said, "Your Majesty, I think what His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince said is right. The vassal kings of the border areas are responsible for resisting foreign enemies. We cannot ask the court to send troops every time there is an invasion." Chapter 77, Military Expansion Order. After hearing what Right Prime Minister Zhao Wenhan said, Left Prime Minister Lin Gaoyuan chuckled and said, "The frontier vassal kings do have the duty to resist foreign invasions, but Beijun only has 30,000 soldiers. Does Prime Minister Zhao think that the Northern King can use these 30,000 soldiers to repel the invasion of the barbarians?" Zhao Wenhan then said, "I didn't say that." At this point, Zhao Wenhan looked at Emperor Xia on the dragon throne and then continued, "Your Majesty, Beijun is the first line of defense against the barbarians. The conventional 30,000 soldiers and horses have long been insufficient to resist the barbarian invasion, so I think it is time to issue an order to expand the army for Beijun." As soon as Zhao Wenhan said this, there was a burst of discussion in the court. Since Emperor Xia ascended the throne, he issued an order to limit the number of troops in order to prevent rebellion by the vassal kings. Within a vassal king's fiefdom, there can be no more than a certain number of soldiers based on the area of the land. The upper limit of the number of troops in Beijun is 50,000, which is why when Lu Qian said he wanted to recruit new troops, he only wanted to recruit 10,000 soldiers. There seemed to be nothing wrong with what Zhao Wenhan said. After all, Beijun was on the front line in resisting the barbarians, so it was reasonable to give the king of the north more soldiers. But once this precedent is set, other vassal kings in the border areas will use the same excuse to expand their armies. Resisting the barbarians means resisting foreign invasion. What about the other dynasties in other directions of the Great Xia Dynasty? Although there have been no wars among the dynasties for many years, who can say for sure what will happen if a dynasty attacks one day? Now that Beijun has expanded its army, other frontier lords will certainly also request expansion of their armies. This will obviously cause a chain reaction. Moreover, once Beijun expands its army, other dynasties may suddenly attack Daxia. Not all vassal kings are law-abiding. It is possible that they would collude with foreign enemies and then use this as a bargaining chip to ask the court to issue an order to expand the military. Emperor Xia was no fool. He was well aware of the consequences of issuing an order to expand the army in Beijun. However, at this time, Emperor Xia still spoke. Draft an edict. Beijun is the first line of defense against the barbarian invasion. Beijun's 30,000 soldiers are not enough to resist the barbarian invasion. From now on, the upper limit of Beijun soldiers will be increased to 150,000. In addition, the king of Bei is the vassal king of Beijun's fiefdom. No matter what happens, the king of Beijun must not flee from the battlefield and must defend Beijun. After hearing what Emperor Xia said, Zhao Wenhan immediately cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty is wise." Emperor Xia glanced at Zhao Wenhan coldly and then continued, "Minister Wang, Minister Chu, Prime Minister Lin, Prime Minister Zhao, the four of you stay and leave the court." After saying this, Emperor Xia stood up from the dragon throne, waved the long sleeves of his dragon robe, turned around and left. Obviously, Emperor Xia was very uncomfortable with Beijun's military expansion, but he had to do it. There are undercurrents within Daxia right now, and it is impossible for Daxia to send hundreds of thousands of troops north to resist the barbarians. If we really send hundreds of thousands of troops north, it will shake the foundation of the country. Emperor Xia also realized that the barbarian invasion was most likely related to the aristocratic families. As for whether any princes were involved, that was unknown. Now is not the time to worry about these things. There is politics behind all wars. If it is true, as the king of the north said in the letter, that the barbarians want to establish a country in the northern county, it will absolutely not be allowed. Beijun is the gateway to Daxia. Once Beijun is occupied by the barbarians will directly attack the capital. Emperor Xia knew that to resolve this crisis, he would have to compromise not only with the barbarians, but also with the aristocratic families. This made Emperor Xia feel very aggrieved. This was the most aggrieved time he had felt since he ascended the throne. The main reason was that he had just reorganized the army of Daxia, and the barbarians came south too suddenly, leaving him no time to breathe. If he waited another year, after the Great Xia army was reorganized, he would send troops north, and those barbarian cavalry would be nothing. Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs. The most urgent task is to discuss how to resolve the crisis in Beijun. After Emperor Xia called the four people he had just called to his study, he seriously discussed the matter of the barbarians moving south. In the end, the result of their discussion was to promote talks through peace. Troops would definitely be sent, but they would not send hundreds of thousands of troops north. As for ceding the entire North County, that is impossible, but it is not completely without negotiation. Part of the land of North County can be ceded to the barbarians. Anyway, Beijun is the fief of the king of Bei, and the king of Bei is just a useless prince and cannot manage so much land. After discussing the specific things to do, Lin Gaoyuan left Emperor Xia's study directly. His face looked unhappy, and he was obviously dissatisfied with the result of their discussion. Emperor Xia summoned a total of 4 people, and it turned out that one of the ministers of revenue was a member of a noble family. One of the ministers of war was also a member of a noble family, and the right prime minister was a treacherous minister who only knew how to fight for power. What good solutions can the 3 of them come up with if they get together? It's nothing more than ceding territory for fame and fortune. After Lin Gaoyuan returned to his mansion, he was very upset and didn't speak for a long time. At this time, a man in armor entered the hall. After the man entered the hall, he immediately asked, "Dad, I heard that the barbarian army of 300,000 people is heading south. Is this true or false?" The barbarians' southward migration was a big deal, and the ministers who had just left the court could not help but tell everyone about it. Soon, Lin Xiaoming, who was in the army, also heard about it. Lin Xiaoming is now the commander of the Qilin army, and he cares very much about things like war. After hearing his son's question, Lin Gaoyuan came back to his senses, sighed, and said, "It's not certain whether it's true or not, but the northern king used the red silk messenger, so it's likely true." Lin Xiaoming continued to ask, "What are your plans, your majesty?" Hearing this question, Lin Gaoyuan chuckled. "Plan? Haha, he wants you to lead 70,000 elite soldiers to the north to help the northern king fight against the 300,000 barbarian troops." What? Hearing his father's words, Lin Xiaoming was stunned. Led 70,000 elite soldiers to fight against the barbarian army of 300,000? What a joke. Since they're elite troops, they must be combat soldiers. However, 70,000 combat soldiers, plus the 30,000 soldiers from Beijun, only make up 100,000 soldiers. 100,000 soldiers want to resist the 300,000 barbarian cavalry? Lin Xiaoming frowned. It was obvious that the Great Xia Dynasty had about 500,000 soldiers that could be mobilized, so why was it only sending 70,000 soldiers north? Lin Xiaoming then asked, "Dad, after His Majesty reorganizes the military camp, won't there be 500,000 soldiers that can be mobilized?" Hearing his son's naive question, Lin Gaoyuan snorted and laughed again, then said, 500,000? Your Majesty, do you dare to move these 500,000 soldiers? If these 500,000 soldiers move, Daxia might be in chaos. Lin Gaoyuan did not elaborate on the underlying reasons. He directly said to Lin Xiaoming, "I don't want to say anything more. When the Imperial edict comes down from His Majesty, you will immediately lead your troops to Beijun to join the King of Bei. When fighting, just try to hold back the barbarian cavalry. There is no need to fight them to death. The real battlefield is not in Beijun, but in the court." After hearing Lin Gaoyuan's reminder, Lin Xiaoming seemed to understand something and said, "Okay, Dad, I understand what you mean. Beijun, Yinqing." A woman wearing a black dress and holding a long sword was walking slowly on the streets of Yinqing. The woman's face was cold as ice, yet extremely beautiful, like a goddess who was not of this world. At this moment, a speeding carriage passed by her. The wind blew open the curtains of the carriage, and a beautiful woman in white came into people's sight. The woman in black on the side of the road happened to make eye contact with the woman in white, but it was only for a moment. The carriage continued to move forward, leaving only the woman in black standing there, looking indifferently at the back of the carriage as it went away. Chapter 78. Lin Wanyun. Beijun, Yinqing. In the carriage, Chun Wanrong thought of the woman in black she had just seen, and then she said to the beautiful woman in purple cloud clothes beside her, "Auntie Lin, did you see that woman just now?" Lin Wanyun immediately replied, "I saw it." Chun Wanrong said expressionlessly, "If I'm not mistaken, that person should be someone close to Emperor Xia." A few years ago, Chun Wanrong had lurked in the palace for a long time, so she had some understanding of Emperor Xia's shadow guards. She could tell at a glance that the woman in black had fought with her before. Lin Wanyun pondered for a moment, then said, "I have seen this woman in Chu Yu's palace." This woman is very likely the shadow guard of Emperor Xia. Chen Wanrong continued. From the aura she exudes, she must be at least a grandmaster. Emperor Xia would actually send a grandmaster to protect a useless prince. Aunt Lin, don't you find it strange? After hearing what Chen Wanrong said, Lin Wanyin did not answer immediately. She naturally felt very strange in her heart, but she really couldn't imagine why Emperor Xia would send a master to protect a useless prince. After a while, Lin Wanyin finally spoke up. So, the so-called mysterious master in the palace is that woman? Chen Wanrong fell silent. She originally thought that she would be able to easily capture the King of the North during this trip to Beijun, and then use the King of the North to create the dragon-subduing curse so that she could deal with Emperor Xia in the future. They didn't expect to meet someone around Emperor Xia here. If that's the case, it might not be so easy to implement their plan. Although no one knows why Emperor Xia sent people to protect the useless Prince Bei. Since he did so, he must have his reasons. An hour later, Northern Palace. Chu Yuqin was patrolling the inner courtyard when suddenly a female guard entered the courtyard, found Chu Yuqin and said, Madam Chu, someone from Xianyue Palace is here. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was stunned and didn't react for a while. After a while, she came back to her senses, looked at the female guard in front of her, and asked, Xianyue Palace? What are the people from Xianyue Palace doing in Beiwang Mansion? The female guard replied, I don't know either, but one of the women said she knew you and wanted to meet you. After hearing what the female guard said, a woman's figure flashed through Chu Yuqin's mind. Then Chu Yuqin said, I understand. I'll be there right away. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yuqin followed the female guards to the gate of the palace. At this time, there was a carriage parked in front of the gate of the Northern Prince's mansion, and the people in the carriage had not yet got out. After Chu Yuqin arrived at the gate of the palace, the curtain of the carriage opened and a beautiful woman in purple cloud clothes got out of the carriage. Seeing that the person coming was Lin Wanyin, Chu Yuqin's brain was stunned, and then she asked in surprise, Sister Lin, why did you come to Beijun? Chu Yuqin said as she came to Lin Wanyin. Lin Wanyin did not answer Chu Yuqin's question immediately, but said with a gentle smile, Chen'er, we haven't seen each other for many years. Chu Yuqin recalled, Yes, we haven't met since you went to Xianyue Palace. Chu Yuqin glanced at the carriage and then asked again, Sister Lin, why did you come to Beijun? Lin Wanyin replied, The palace master and I passed by Beijun, and I heard that you were also in Beijun, so I wanted to come and see you. Chu Yuqin was very surprised to hear Lin Wanyin's answer. Then she looked at the carriage and asked, Is the palace master of Xianyue Palace in the carriage? Lin Wanyin nodded, yes. The palace master of Xianyue Palace usually doesn't run around everywhere. When she leaves Xianyue Palace, it's usually because of something big. Chu Yuqin never thought that she would meet the palace master of Xianyue Palace in Beijun. Chu Yuqin said quickly at this time, Sister Lin, please wait a moment. I will go and tell Chen'er that you are here. Having said that, Chu Yuqin was about to turn around and look for Lu Chun. Although Chu Yuqin knew that she had a high invisible status in the palace and Lu Chun respected her very much, she would not make a decision on her own to let anyone into the palace without Lu Chun's permission. When sending someone to the palace, either the princess must be notified or Prince Lu Chun must be told. Just as Chu Yuqin turned around, Lu Chun happened to come out of the palace gate. Aunt Chu, I heard that there are guests coming? The guard at the door, just now, not only informed Chu Yuqin, but also told Lu Chun the news that someone had come to the palace. After hearing this, Lu Chun became curious about what kind of guests could come to the Northern Prince's mansion, so he went to the door to take a look. Seeing Chu Yuqin talking to a beautiful woman, Lu Chun's eyes lit up. This beautiful woman was wearing a purple cloud dress, with her hair tied up high and draped over her shoulders and placed in front of her chest. She looked dignified, graceful, and elegant, with great manners. Her beauty was comparable to Chu Yuqin's. Lu Chun immediately used system identification. Name, Lin Wanyin. Identity, the adopted daughter of Lin Gaiyuan, the left prime minister of Great Xia. She later left the Lin family and joined Xianyue Palace. She is a half-stepmaster. She is 31 years old this year. She followed Xianyue Palace Master Chen Wanrong to Beijun, intending to use the blood of the Northern King to refine the dragon-subduing curse to deal with Emperor Xia. Rating 95. Favorability 60, because you are her friend's son. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Lu Chun was a little surprised. He didn't expect that a beautiful woman with a score of 95 would come to his door, and she was his mother's friend. No wonder she looks so familiar with Chu Yuqin. But, although this woman has a good impression of me, I'm afraid she has no good intentions this time. Although Lu Chun didn't know what the Fu Long curse was, the system introduction showed that the other party had to use his own blood to refine it, and it was to be used against his father. It is obvious that the Xianyue Palace and the Xia Dynasty are in a hostile relationship. At this time, Lu Chen's gaze fell on the carriage again. Since this Lin Wanyun came with the palace master of Xianyue Palace, then the palace master of Xianyue Palace should be in the carriage. Judging from the name that appeared in the system introduction just now, the palace master of Xianyue Palace seems to be a woman. At this moment, Chu Yuqin's voice brought Lu Chun back to his senses. Chen'er, you're here just in time. Let me introduce you. This is your mother's sworn sister. Her name is Lin Wanyun. She is an elder of Xianyue Palace. She went to Xianyue Palace not long after you were born, so you haven't met her. Hearing this, Lu Chun quickly came up to the two of them. After seeing Lu Chun, Lin Wanyun immediately bowed and said, "I greet your highness." Lu Chun smiled slightly and then said, "Don't be so polite. You are my mother's sworn sister. According to this relationship, I should call you Aunt Lin." After hearing this, Lin Wanyun's favorability level increased by another 5 points. Seeing this scene, Lu Chun couldn't help but think, is it so easy to improve this woman's favorability? Then it seems that it would be easier to take her down. Since a woman with a score of 95 came to him on her own initiative, Lu Chun would definitely not be polite. At this moment, the curtain of the carriage slowly opened, and a graceful figure in white clothes got out of the carriage. Chapter 79, is this really the useless prince in the rumors? After seeing the woman getting out of the car, Lu Chun stayed where he was. The woman's exquisite face was as cold as ice. She was dressed in white as snow. Her skin was smooth and delicate. Her hair was tied in a bun. There seemed to be a plum blossom mark on her forehead. Her figure was graceful, and her whole body exuded a holy light, as if she was a fairy who had descended to earth. Lu Chun forgot to use the system to identify the woman's information at the first moment. He only came to his senses when the woman spoke. This commoner has met his majesty. Although Chen Wanrong was the palace master of Xianyue Palace was still nominally under the jurisdiction of Daxia. Therefore, when meeting the prince of Daxia, Chen Wanrong still needed to perform formalities. Chen Wanrong's voice was clear and silent, but had a special appeal that made people feel restless when they heard it. After Lu Chun came back to his senses, he stuttered and said, no need to be polite. Then Lu Chun immediately used the system to identify the information of the woman in front of him. Name, Chen Wanrong. Identity, the remnant of the Chun family, the princess of the state of Chun, the master of the Xianyue Palace, 21 years old at the grandmaster level. This time she came to Beijun, mainly to get close to the king of Bei, to control him with the love poison, and then to use the blood of the king of Bei to refine the Fulong curse to deal with Emperor Xia and avenge the state of Chun. Rating, 98. Favorability, 10. Seeing the score of 98, Lu Chun finally realized that it was a score of 98. He thought that a score of 100 was not excessive for such a beautiful girl. You have to know that Chu Yuqin's score is only 97. If you think about it this way, for every point increase above 95 points, a woman's appearance will improve by several levels. Of course, Lu Chun didn't think that Chen Wanrong was much prettier than Chu Yuqin. The key was the aura she exuded, as if she were a fairy. This was what made Lu Chun most moved. After the excitement, Lu Chun quickly calmed down, then smiled and said to Chen Wanrong, "It is my honor to have Palace Master Chen visit my palace. Aunt Lin, Palace Master Chen, please come in." Seeing Lu Chun staring at Chen Wanrong with his eyes wide open, Lin Wanyun sighed inwardly. She knew that the king of the north was attracted by Chen Wanrong's beauty. I'm afraid that within 2 days, Chen Wanrong will be able to use the love poison on the king of the north. At that time, the king of the north will be completely controlled by Chen Wanrong and finally become a tool for refining the dragon's subduing curse. As Chu Yu's sworn sister, Lin Wanyun couldn't bear to see Lu Chun get into trouble, but they had to use the Fu Long curse to deal with Emperor Xia. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chun brought Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun into the palace. After entering the main courtyard of the palace, Lu Chun immediately asked the maid to make a pot of dragon and phoenix tea. After the tea was served, Lu Chun personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Wanyun and Chen Wanrong, and then said, "Aunt Lin, Palace Master Chun, you have been tired on the journey. This is the palace's specialty. It can refresh the mind and eliminate fatigue. You should try it. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Wanyin immediately picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then used her internal force to check if there was anything added to the tea she had just drunk. After completing the examination, Lin Wanyin took another sip. Lin Wanyin's 2 steps were rather subtle, and most people couldn't see them, but Chen Wanrong could see them. After Lin Wanyin took the second sip, Chen Wanrong was sure that there was nothing added to the tea. Although this was in the northern prince's mansion, as the palace master of Xianyue Palace, Chen Wanrong was still quite cautious. After knowing that there was nothing in the tea, Chen Wanrong also raised her jade hand, picked up a cup of tea, and took a sip. In an instant, Chen Wanrong felt a coolness rushing in her body, and then spread to her entire body, making her feel extremely comfortable. Chen Wanrong was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the tea from a northern prince's mansion could really have the effect of refreshing the mind. Seeing that Lin Wanyin and Chen Wanrong had both drunk the dragon and phoenix tea, Lu Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and then he asked, "Miss Chen, Aunt Lin, what are you doing in Beijun this time?" After hearing this question, Lin Wanyin replied, "We just happened to pass by Beijun." Lu Chen pretended to look regretful and said, "So you were just passing through Beijun. It looks like you will be leaving Beijun soon." Lin Wanyin smiled and said, "Although we were just passing by, the palace master and I also plan to stay in Beijun for a while." Lu Chen said calmly, "I'm afraid that won't work. You will have to leave Beijun soon." Lin Wanyin asked curiously, "Why is this?" Chu Yuqin said at the side, "Sister Lin, the barbarian army will soon move south, and Chen'er's wives, concubines, and children will soon leave Yinqing and head to Onping City. This is not a secret. The royal palace will soon announce it to all the people in Beijun. By then, all the people in Beijun will know that the barbarians are moving south," so Chu Yuqin said it directly. Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lin Wanyin and Chen Wanrong were both slightly stunned. Neither of them expected that they came at such an inappropriate time, and that the barbarians would actually head south at this time. However, the barbarians' migration southwards doesn't seem to have much impact on their plans, right? After all, a useless prince like the Northern King should be afraid of death. If the barbarians move south, the Northern King should also flee south. They just need to follow the Northern King. Lin Wanyin asked at this time, "Will the prince also follow the people to the south?" Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said, "Beijun is my fiefdom. I am the king of Beijun. How could I leave Beijun? I will fight to the death with the barbarians in Yinqing and protect Beijun." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyin were stunned again. They didn't expect that the king of the north would be so courageous. Isn't it rumored that the king of the north is a good-for-nothing prince who spends all his time having fun in the palace? How could a useless prince have such awareness? Or is it that this time, when the barbarians went south, they didn't actually have many soldiers, and they were just going south to plunder and steal some food as usual? So the king of the north was not worried that the barbarian cavalry would attack Yinqing, and that's why he was so fearless? At this time, Chen Wanrong asked, "Your Majesty, I wonder how many barbarian soldiers the barbarians sent south this time?" Lu Chen replied, "According to the intelligence we have collected, the barbarians are heading south this time to establish a country in Beijun, so they sent 300,000 cavalrymen. They plan to occupy Beijun and make Yinqing their capital." After hearing this, Chen Wanrong frowned slightly. 300,000 troops. From the intelligence she knew, Beijun only had 30,000 soldiers. Under such circumstances, the king of the north did not plan to flee south, but instead said he wanted to fight a decisive battle with the barbarians in Yinqing. 30,000 against 300,000. This is a war with no chance of winning at all. Is this really the good-for-nothing prince that was rumored? Just based on this kind of courage, he is much better than those dignitaries in the capital who only know how to eat, drink, and have fun all day long. Just after meeting the king of the north, Chen Wanrong's impression of Lu Chen changed drastically. She thought that there might be something wrong with the intelligence from their Xianyue palace. The king of the north was definitely not the man who spent all his time having fun in the palace, as the rumors said. Chapter 80, I will definitely treat you well when the time comes. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Lin Wanyin couldn't help but ask, "Prince, I heard that Beijun only has 30,000 soldiers, and you said that the barbarians sent 300,000 troops south this time. Can Beijun's 30,000 soldiers resist 300,000 troops?" Hearing this question, Lu Chen showed a fearless look. "I have to stop it even if I can't. I am the king of Beijun. If I lose even this piece of land, then I'm still the king of Beijun and the vassal king of Daxia. How can I face returning to the capital to see my father? And how can I face the people of Beijun? This, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyin felt incredible when they heard Lu Chen's words. This really doesn't seem to be the northern king that they both know. At this moment, Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Chen with resentment. She was not a fool. She instantly realized that Lu Chen was performing in front of Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyin. Although Lu Chen does have such courage and does intend to resist the barbarians from moving south in Yinqing, Lu Chen usually does not speak like this or behave so exaggeratedly. It was obvious that his righteous look was just a show in front of other girls. What does this mean? It means that Lu Chen has taken a fancy to the palace master of Xianyu Palace and wants to show off his masculinity in front of her. In fact, Chu Yuqin missed one thing. Lu Chen was not only showing off in front of Chen Wanrong, he also had a strong interest in Lin Wanyin. At this time, Chen Wanrong raised her eyebrows slightly and fell into deep thought. They originally thought that they would be able to easily carry out their plan this time in Beijun, but they did not expect to encounter so many unexpected changes. First, they ran into the shadow guard around Emperor Xia when entering the city, and now they discovered that the king of the north was not the same person as they thought. It seems that using love goo on the king of the north is not an easy task. At the very least, we have to wait until we repel the barbarian invasion. But if the northern king insists on fighting the barbarians to the death in Yinqing, the possibility of his death in battle is probably very high. Once the northern king died in battle, they would no longer be able to use his blood to create the Fu Long curse. Are we going to give up on the king of the north? At this time, Lu Chen smiled and said to Lin Wanyin, Aunt Lin, you can go south to Anping City with Aunt Chu in a few days. After I repel the invasion of the barbarians, if you want to travel in Beijun, you can come back. I will definitely treat you well then. Lu Chen is still very confident in Dragon and Phoenix tea. Under the influence of Dragon and Phoenix tea, he believes that Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyin will definitely come back to Yinqing. Moreover, the two of them needed their own blood to make the dragon subduing curse. They hadn't achieved their goal yet, so it was impossible for them to leave Beijun like this. This reminded Lu Chen of a sentence that came to his mind when he captured Wongqini. Hunters often appear as prey. He looks like a prey now, but once the barbarian crisis is resolved, he will immediately turn into a hunter. Lin Wanyin did not answer Lu Chen's words. She turned her head and looked at Chen Wanrong. Chen Wanrong was the palace master of Xianyue Palace, and she had to make the decision on this matter. Chen Wanrong said expressionlessly at this time, Okay, under the current circumstances, it is indeed no longer suitable to continue staying in Yinqing. Chen Wanrong was actually thinking whether she should take advantage of the barbarian invasion to fake the death of the king of the north, then tie him up to the Xianyue Palace, and then use his blood to slowly create the Fulong curse. But she soon gave up this idea. The king of the north was a prince after all. Even if the king of the north was faked to be dead, it was likely that people would find out. If Emperor Xia knew that Xianyue Palace had kidnapped the prince, he would probably notice something. Of course, this is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is that this will cause the conflict between Xianyue Palace and Daxia to break out ahead of time. Before the subduing dragon curse was created, Xianyue Palace could not have a direct conflict with Emperor Xia, and at least had to maintain superficial peace. Different from the noble families or court officials of the Xia, Xianyue Palace knew very well what Emperor Xia's trump card was. Before being able to break Emperor Xia's trump card, Xianyue Palace would never easily try to directly confront Emperor Xia. In the eyes of others, Emperor Xia is just a grandmaster at most, but Xianyue Palace is well aware of how terrifying Emperor Xia is. Now, a sacred object of Xianyue Palace has fallen into Emperor Xia's hands because of Chu Yu, and they are no match for Emperor Xia. All the forces within Xia were afraid of the Imperial preceptor Sidu Su, and only the Xianyue Palace regarded Emperor Xia as a real opponent. After hearing what Chen Wanrong said, Lu Chen stood up and said, Then Aunt Chu, Aunt Lin, Miss Chen, you guys can chat slowly. I'm leaving first and won't disturb you anymore. Having said that, Lu Chen turned and left the pavilion. After Lu Chen left, Lin Wanyin immediately took Chu Yuqin's hand and said, Chen'er, people outside say that the king of the north is an uneducated and lustful person. Why do I feel that he is not that kind of person? Hearing this, Chu Yuqin smiled and said, Chen'er has matured a lot since coming to Beijun. Perhaps it's because he saw the hardships of the people's lives, which aroused his sense of responsibility. As for his lust, at this point, Chu Yuqin hesitated and continued. That man is not lustful, but I don't think there is anything wrong with Chen'er being lustful. If he wasn't lustful, how could he pass on a family line? After hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lin Wanyun felt somewhat skeptical. Did the king of the north really change after he came to Beijun? But how come they heard that after the northern king arrived in Beijun, he kept a bunch of beautiful concubines in his mansion and spent his days in pleasure, drinking and eating without caring about the lives of the people? But then again, now is not the time to dwell on these things. At this time, Chu Yuqin glanced at Chun Wanrong, who was sitting quietly beside her. Chun Wanrong's beauty blended into the environment, and just one look at her made people feel happy. Chu Yuqin couldn't help but sigh in her heart, thinking that she was worthy of being the palace master of Xinyue Palace. No wonder that little bad guy had been staring at others just now. But it's a pity. The palace master of Xinyue Palace would never marry anyone casually. That little scoundrel could only watch but couldn't do anything about it. Lin Wanyun smiled and said, Chen'er, can you tell me what happened in the capital over the years? I haven't been back to the capital for a long time. Chu Yuqin said, Okay. Then the two beautiful women held hands and had a long conversation. In the evening, a woman in black holding a long sword appeared at the gate of the northern prince's palace. Seeing someone holding a sword at the gate of the palace guards immediately surrounded her. Who is it? The woman did not move. She said in a cold tone, I'm looking for Madame Chu. Hearing this, the soldiers looked at each other. Then the leader of the team said, Wait a moment, young lady. I will go and inform Madame Chu. Because two women had come to the palace during the day, the team leader was afraid that the woman was also a guest of the palace. So he hurried into the palace and found Chu Yuqin to report the situation. When Chu Yuqin heard that there was another woman at the door, she was suddenly extremely confused. What's going on today? Why are there so many guests here? Chapter 81 by Qingqing. Chu Yuqin didn't know who was coming this time, but since there was a guest, she had to meet him. Then Chu Yuqin followed the palace's guards to the door. The moment she stepped out of the palace gate, Chu Yuqin was slightly stunned. Although the woman had changed a lot, becoming more beautiful and cooler, Chu Yuqin still recognized her at first sight. Chu Yuqin said in disbelief, Xiao Xiaobai. The expression on Bai Qingqing's face was still cold, as if she was frozen. Chu Yuqin didn't suspect anything just because of her cold expression, because Bai Qingqing had been like this since she was a child. The master who took her away said that she had a special physique and would never develop any emotions in her life, so she was a good candidate for martial arts training. Chu Yuqin originally thought that she would never see Bai Qingqing again, but she didn't expect to see her in the Prince Bei's mansion today. Chu Yuqin immediately came to Bai Qingqing, and Bai Qingqing said expressionlessly, Aunt Chu, I passed by Beijun, so I wanted to come and see you. Bai Qingqing's expression was very cold, but when Chu Yuqin heard these words, she was deeply moved. Bai Qingqing was a maid that Chu Yu took in back then. Chu Yu originally planned to make Bai Qingqing Lu Chen's maid, but after learning that Bai Qingqing had a talent for martial arts, Chu Yu temporarily gave up this idea. After Chu Yu passed away, Bai Qingqing was also taken away by the master who had said that she had a talent for martial arts. Bai Qingqing is only 3 or 4 years older than Lu Chen. When they were in the palace, because Chu Yu wanted her to be Lu Chen's maid, she and Lu Chen basically ate, lived, and slept together. After spending a long time together, in Chu Yuqin's eyes, Bai Qingqing was like her own sister. How could Chu Yuqin not be excited to see her long-lost sister again? At this moment, Chu Yuqin suddenly thought of something, so she turned to the soldier beside her and said, Go and tell the prince immediately that Bai Qingqing is here. Yes, Mrs. Chu. Although the soldier did not recognize the woman in front of him, judging from Chu Yuqin's excitement, this person must be very important to the prince. After the soldier finished speaking, he turned and entered the palace to inform Lu Chen. Chu Yuqin walked up to Bai Qingqing, took her hand, and asked with concern, Xiao Bai, where have you been these years? Bai Qingqing replied, I have been practicing in the mountains with my master. Chu Yuqin said, It must be very hard. Bai Qingqing said calmly, It's not hard. Chu Yuqin smiled slightly and continued, If Chen'er knew you were here, he would be very happy. After you left, Chen'er missed you every day and couldn't sleep for many nights. At the same time, inside the palace, Lu Chen was in the study checking the intelligence collected by the Jinyue when a soldier came to the door and knocked and said, Your Majesty, Madame Chu asked me to tell you that a woman named Bai Qingqing has come to the palace. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. This name is so old that he almost forgot it. However, He still remembered the maid who kept him warm in bed every night when he went to bed as a child. Bai Qingqing? Could it be the maid my mother prepared for me? Lu Chun still had a deep impression of Bai Qingqing, but he was not very familiar with her name. But he also knew that her surname was Bai. He still remembered that the maidservant always had an icy face without any expression. He thought that this little girl was very interesting at that time. She was not afraid of him, the prince, at all. When he had nothing to do, he always tried to find ways to make the maid laugh. Sometimes he even teased her in bed, but unfortunately, even though she had been by his side for so many years, he had never succeeded in making her laugh. Later, he heard his mother say that Bai Qingqing seemed to be born without emotions. Only then did he understand why this icy girl always had no expression on her face. It is not surprising that a woman without any emotions has no expression on her face. After all, she doesn't even know how to express her joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Lu Chun thought for a moment, then said to himself, I remember that she seemed to be following some master to practice. Why did she come to Beijun? Lu Chun then got up from his chair, opened the door, and asked, Where is she now? The soldier replied, Your Majesty, Madame Chu, and that woman are still at the gate of the palace. After the soldier finished speaking, Lu Chun went straight to the gate of the palace without saying anything. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the palace, he saw a woman who was as cold and beautiful as a snow lotus on an iceberg. The woman's body seemed to emanate a special aura that made people afraid to approach her, as if they could feel the chill as soon as they got close to her. Bai Qingqing has changed a lot compared to when she was a child. She has become more beautiful, with a curvy figure and a cold face, which makes Lu Chun want to conquer her. Lu Chun then used the system to identify it. Name, Bai Qingqing. Identity, Deputy Commander of the Great Xia Shadow Guard. 20 years old, Grandmaster level, has been sent by Emperor Xia to lurk beside Chu Yu since he was a child. This time he came to Beijun. He also obeyed Emperor Xia's orders. Emperor Xia believed that there were people from Xianyue Palace around the King of Bei, and he wanted to know what Xianyue Palace wanted to do with the King of Bei. So he sent Bai Qingqing to monitor the King of Bei. Rating 95. Favorability 0. Need to use Dragon and Phoenix Tea to restore her emotions. Seeing Bai Qingqing's introduction, Lu Chun was stunned. Bai Qingqing is actually his father's person? So, when my mother got into trouble back then, maybe I, as her father, put a lot of effort into it? He had always thought that Bai Qingqing was just an emotionless bed-warming maid, but he didn't expect her identity to be so deeply hidden. If the system of having many children and good fortune had not been activated, he probably wouldn't have known that Bai Qingqing was someone close to Emperor Xia, let alone that she was the deputy commander of the Shadow Guard. The Shadow Guards are a very important force around Emperor Xia. Being able to become the deputy commander of the Shadow Guards is enough to show how powerful Bai Qingqing is. But no matter who Bai Qingqing is or what her identity is, as long as her score is over 90 and she comes to the palace, she is Lu Chun's woman. Lu Chun thought to himself that his father was quite kind-hearted. He knew that he couldn't find many women with a score above 90 in Beijun, so he specially sent one to him, and she was a woman at the Grandmaster level. Chu Yuqin, who was talking to Bai Qingqing at this time, suddenly found that Bai Qingqing was staring at her back. She realized something, so she turned her head and saw that it was Lu Chun. She immediately said to Lu Chun, Chen'er, do you recognize her? She is Xiao Bai, the little maid who grew up with you. Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chun smiled and said, Of course I recognized it. Lu Chun then came to Bai Qingqing and said, Xiao Bai, we haven't seen each other for many years. I have missed you all these years. I can't sleep well without you. Chapter 82. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the tea. Although Lu Chun is a prince, he grew up with Bai Qingqing and has the soul of a time traveler, so he rarely shows off his identity as a prince in front of Bai Qingqing. When Lu Chun was a child, he liked to tease Bai Qingqing with words, mainly to see if she would show a panicked expression. However, after a few years, he did not see any change in Bai Qingqing's expression. When Bai Qingqing heard Lu Chun's words at this moment, she was still as unmoved as she was when she was a child. She didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and there was no panic on her face. Seeing this scene, Lu Chun thought to himself, she is indeed a ruthless woman. At this time, Bai Qingqing took the initiative to bow to Lu Chun and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. Although Lu Chun did not show off his status as a prince in front of her, he was a prince and the king of the north after all, so she still had to pay her respects to him when she met him. Lu Chun immediately held Bai Qingqing's arm, smiled, and looked in her eyes and said, Xiaobai, you are so distant now. Why are you still bowing in front of me? Seeing Lu Chun staring at by Qingqing, Chu Yuqin suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart. She couldn't help but think, could it be that Chen'er also had that kind of feeling towards Xiaobai? Thinking of this, Chu Yuqin quickly stopped herself from thinking any further. She didn't know what happened to her today. When she saw Lu Chun talking to other women, she felt sad and always felt that Lu Chun was interested in them. Chu Yuqin tried to comfort herself in her heart that it would not be surprising even if Chen'er was interested in them. So why should she think so much about it? Lu Chun said to Bai Qingqing at this time, Xiaobai, come in quickly. I want to hear where you have been and what you have experienced in these years. Having said that, Lu Chun directly took Bai Qingqing's hand and walked towards the palace. Bai Qingqing did not resist and had no intention of breaking free. The two have been hugging each other since they were young, even sleeping together. Bai Qingqing has long been accustomed to close contact with Lu Chun, so she doesn't mind Lu Chun holding her hand at all. Soon they arrived at the main courtyard. Lu Chun immediately asked the maid to make a pot of dragon and phoenix tea, which he poured for Bai Qingqing personally. The system introduction mentioned that dragon and phoenix tea was needed to restore Bai Qingqing's emotions, although it was not known what Bai Qingqing's reaction would be after activating her emotions. But the main function of dragon and phoenix tea is to increase a woman's favorability towards him and make her dependent on him. So even if her emotions are restored, there should be no adverse reactions to her. After pouring the dragon and phoenix tea for Bai Qingqing, Lu Chun held Bai Qingqing's hand and said, Xiaobai, this is a tea unique to the palace. Drinking it can refresh your mind. Try it. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing didn't say anything. She just picked up the teacup and took a sip. After drinking it, Bai Qingqing found that the tea did have the effect of refreshing the mind, but because she had no emotions, she did not show any surprise. She then put down the teacup and said to Lu Chun expressionlessly, Thank you, Your Majesty, for the tea. Lu Chun smiled slightly, then asked, Where did you go to practice after you left the capital? Why didn't you come back to the capital to see me? Bai Qingqing said, I went to the depths of a mountain to practice. I don't know where that place is. She lied without blushing or beating her heart, and outsiders couldn't tell that she was lying. If Lu Chun didn't have the system, they might have really thought that she had gone to the depths of some mountain to practice. Lu Chun then continued to ask, Then you still want to go back? Bai Qingqing replied calmly, I'm not going back. I'm leaving now. After hearing Bai Qingqing's answer, Chu Yuqin at the side immediately suggested, Since you have already completed your apprenticeship, why don't you stay in the Northern Palace from now on and be with us? Bai Qingqing did not refuse and agreed straightforwardly. Okay. Her main mission in coming to the Northern Prince's mansion this time was to monitor the Northern Prince. Since Chu Yuqin asked her to stay, it would be convenient for her to monitor the Northern Prince's every move. Seeing that Bai Qingqing agreed, Chu Yuqin was immediately very happy. Unlike Chu Yuqin, Lu Chun knew that Bai Qingqing would stay on her own initiative, so he was not surprised at all when he heard that Bai Qingqing agreed to stay. What he was thinking now was that Bai Qingqing came to the Northern Palace at this time, and the barbarians were about to move south, so some secrets of the Northern Palace would inevitably be exposed to Bai Qingqing. For example, the Jinui and the howitzer that he will soon demonstrate to the soldiers. If Bai Qingqing reported these things to his father, it might cause some trouble for him. Therefore, the best way is to make Bai Qingqing completely his woman before she reports these things. Only in this way can he keep his secrets and prevent his little secrets from being known by his father. Thinking of this, Lu Chun smiled and said to Bai Qingqing, Xiaobai, this kind of tea is also helpful for improving your realm. You can drink more. Having said that, Lu Chun poured himself a cup of dragon and phoenix tea and drank it in one gulp. When Bai Qingqing heard Lu Chun say that the tea in front of her could help improve her realm, she instantly became interested. She originally thought that this tea was just for refreshing the mind, but she didn't expect it to have other functions. Bai Qingqing said at this time, Oh, okay. After she finished speaking, she picked up the teacup again and took another sip. After this sip, she found that the tea seemed to really help improve her realm, and the internal energy in her body circulated more smoothly. Bai Qingqing needed to gather intelligence, so she asked, My lord, do you have any more of this tea? Lu Chun replied, Yes, there are tea trees in my mansion. If you want to drink tea in the future, you can go and pick tea leaves to make tea. After listening to Lu Chun's answer, Bai Qingqing was already preparing to report this information. Tea that can improve one's realm is unheard of. As the deputy commander of the Shadow Guard, she will definitely tell Emperor Xia about this. In order to get more information, Bai Qingqing took the initiative to ask, "Your Majesty, I saw a woman with a plum blossom mark on her forehead in the city today. I wonder if you have seen her." Chen Wanrong felt Bai Qingqing's extraordinariness, and Bai Qingqing naturally also felt Chen Wanrong's extraordinariness. Both of them were masters, and they were very familiar with the aura released by the masters. Bai Qingqing suspected that the woman was the mysterious master in the northern palace that the outside world had been rumored to be, so she planned to focus on investigating the woman to see what kind of force was behind her. Hearing Bai Qingqing's question, Lu Chun did not hide anything at all. He said directly, "Are you talking about Miss Chun? There's a plum blossom mark on her forehead, and she happens to be in the palace right now. What do you want to see her about? I can ask her to come over right now." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Bai Qingqing thought to herself that the woman was indeed the mysterious master of the northern palace. Now that the target has been determined, the next task is simple. She just needs to figure out what the woman is doing in the northern palace. Just as Bai Qingqing was thinking this, her brain suddenly froze, and then a sharp pain came over her. The next moment, Bai Qingqing looked dazed and her body swayed. She felt as if countless images flashed through her mind, and some memories that did not belong to her poured into her mind. Seeing Bai Qingqing raising her hands to cover her head and her body unstable, Lu Chun quickly supported Bai Qingqing. Xiao Bai, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 83 Bai Qingqing's Emotional Resurrection. After being stabilized by Lu Chun, Bai Qingqing wanted to quickly circulate her power to check if there was anything wrong with her body. But at this moment, Bai Qingqing suddenly discovered that all the power in her body had disappeared completely. She's like a normal person now. Although she didn't know what happened, Bai Qingqing knew it must be related to Lu Chun. Maybe it's because there was something wrong with the cup of tea just now. But she couldn't figure it out. When she was drinking tea just now, she checked the cup of tea and didn't find any medicinal ingredients in it. Why did I still get infected? Gradually, Bai Qingqing's vision became more and more blurred, and she seemed to have entered a strange world. In Sufeng City of Daxia, there is a Bai mansion. The male owner of the Bai mansion married a beautiful wife. Originally, the relationship between the male owner of the Bai mansion and his wife had always been harmonious. Until one day, the mistress of the Bai mansion suddenly discovered that the master of the Bai mansion had an affair with a maid, and the maid was even pregnant. From that day on, a rift arose between the mistress and the master of the Bai mansion. Although life went on as usual, the mistress of the Bai mansion tried many times to execute the maid and prevent her child from being born. But under the protection of the male master, the maid still gave birth to the child. However, the child has suffered all kinds of unfair treatment since the day he was born. The child's mother, the maid, originally thought that she would be honored by having a son, but in the end she gave birth to a daughter. This made her very angry. She had tried many times to kill the child with her own hands, but because of the male owner, she did not succeed. Later, the girl grew up gradually. The children of the mistress of the Bai mansion all despised her and even called her a bastard. They often beat her and wanted her to die. Since she could remember, her body was covered with wounds. The male owner of the Bai mansion also quarreled with the female owner many times because of this girl, which led to various problems in the Bai mansion. The male owner, who had always protected her, began to hate her more and often yelled at her. In this way, the girl was despised by everyone in the Bai mansion, and even her own mother completely ignored her when she was 5 years old. One day, a mysterious man came to Bai mansion. The mysterious man took out a packet of medicine and told the little girl that as long as she put the medicine into the well, she would be completely free. The little girl didn't know whether she was bewitched or controlled by something, but she didn't hesitate at all and put the medicine given to her by the mysterious man into the well that night. When she woke up the next day, hundreds of people in the Bai mansion had died. Later, the little girl was taken to a mysterious place by a mysterious man, where she was taught all kinds of murder knowledge day and night. Gradually, she became more and more indifferent, and her previous memories became more and more vague. Soon, she forgot all the suffering she had suffered in the past. One day, the mysterious man who took her away from the Bai mansion appeared in front of her again and gave her a task, asking her to pretend to be a little beggar on the road that a nobleman had to pass. The little girl at that time had become a tool that only knew how to kill people, and she obeyed the orders of the mysterious man without hesitation. Later, she was brought to the palace by the nobleman, who planned to make her a maidservant of a certain prince. Everyone in the palace was very kind to her, especially the prince. Although the prince always liked to tease her, he never used his status as a prince to bully her in front of her. She once doubted whether she would live in this warm environment forever, until one day a mysterious man gave her an order to find a special thing in the place where the noble lived. Only then did she realize that she was just a tool. The girl soon turned into a cold tool again until her mission was completed and she finally left the palace, after which she carried out various killing missions. Later, she became the deputy commander of Daxia's shadow guard. That person is Bai Qingqing. At this moment, Bai Qingqing's mind kept replaying the scenes of her and Lu Chen's life in the palace. Especially the scene where Lu Chen held her to sleep every night and told her various stories made her feel as if it was happening right now. Seeing those scenes flashing by, Bai Qingqing suddenly felt as if she could hear her own heartbeat. Plop, plop. Once, twice. It's becoming increasingly clear. Her cheeks, which had always been cold, now had a blush on them. At this time, Chu Yuqin's voice came to her ears. Xiao Bai, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with your training? Hold on, I'll help you recover. At this moment, Bai Qingqing felt a warm current entering her body, and the memories that were originally madly input into her mind gradually stopped. Bai Qingqing has already understood that those memories are not other people's memories, but her own memories. It's just that she didn't want to recall those memories, so those memories were gradually sealed in her mind and forgotten. This had nothing to do with the tea she had just drunk. Of course, she thought so. Seeing that Bai Qingqing had stabilized herself, Lu Chen immediately let go of Bai Qingqing. Soon, Bai Qingqing felt that her skills had returned. With Chu Yuqin's internal strength conditioning, Bai Qingqing quickly returned to normal. She opened her eyes, looked at Chu Yuqin and said, "Aunt Chu, I'm fine. Thank you." After hearing what Bai Qingqing said, Chu Yuqin stopped transferring her internal energy. Then she asked seriously, "Xiao Bai, what happened to your body? Why did I feel that you suddenly lost your internal energy just now?" Bai Qingqing herself didn't know what was going on, so she had to make an excuse and said, "Something went wrong with my martial arts training recently, so I just need to take a night's rest." Chu Yuqin immediately said, "Then you should go and rest now. Your health is more important." As soon as Chu Yuqin finished speaking, Lu Chen said, "Xiao Bai, I'll have someone arrange a room for you right away." Then Lu Chen turned around and asked the maid in the yard to prepare the room immediately. Looking at Lu Chen's back, for some reason, Bai Qingqing suddenly felt her mind becoming fuzzy again. He was like a star in the dark, allowing her to see a glimmer of light in the endless darkness. At this time, Lu Chen was still asking the maid to arrange a room for Bai Qingqing when a system prompt suddenly rang in his ears, and then a text interface appeared in front of Lu Chen. Bai Qingqing's emotions are revived, and her favorability is 100. Seeing this prompt, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Bai Qingqing's emotions had just revived, and her favorability towards me instantly soared to 100. Lu Chen quickly came to his senses. He turned his head to look at Bai Qingqing and found that Bai Qingqing was staring at him. There seemed to be something extra in her eyes. As for what was extra, Lu Chen couldn't say. Although she still looked cold, her eyes seemed to radiate a gentle light. Chapter 84. Zhou Yuyu is in trouble. Lu Chen quickly asked the maids to arrange the room and asked them to help Bai Qingqing take a bath and rest. Just when Lu Chen was thinking about communicating with Bai Qingqing tonight, Chu Yuqin suddenly found Lu Chen. At this time, Lu Chen was sitting in the study, still recalling Bai Qingqing's peerless and cold face in his mind. Boom, boom, boom. After hearing the knock on the door, Lu Chen came back to his senses and immediately said, "The door is open. Come in." The next moment, Chu Yuqin pushed the door open and entered. Chu Yuqin was wearing a green cloud dress today. Her plump body was tightly pressed against the dress, highlighting her curvy figure. She had her hair tied in a bun and looked like a mature woman who was already married. Of course, she was indeed married. After seeing that it was her, Lu Chen asked with a smile, "Aunt Chu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Chu Yuqin asked directly. "Chen'er, Xiao Bai suddenly lost his power today. Does it have anything to do with you?" She often suddenly lost her powers in front of Lu Chen, so she wanted to ask if it was caused by Lu Chen. If it was caused by Lu Chen, then it didn't matter. If Bai Qingqing had a health problem, she would have to pay close attention to it, which is why she came to ask Lu Chen. Lu Chen did not hide it and said directly, "Well, it's because of me. I remember I told you that any woman who loves me will lose her power after touching my body." When Chu Yuqin heard Lu Chen's answer, a strange expression appeared on her face. Of course, she still remembered that. but she thought at first that the little rascal was joking with her. Chu Yuqin felt extremely conflicted when she thought that only a woman who loved him would lose her power after coming into contact with him. So, she also has that kind of feeling towards Chen'er. How could she develop romantic feelings for him? This was absolutely not possible. Chu Yuqin quickly stopped herself from thinking any further. Then she changed the subject and said, Chen'er, I remember you have magic that can heal people's bodies. Did you use magic to help Xiao Bai today, to see what's wrong with her body? Lu Chen replied, I have checked it. It's nothing serious. She just had a little problem with her training. I have already helped her adjust it. I will help her adjust it again later. It should be fine. Chu Yuqin breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that something really went wrong with her practice. She thought Bai Qingqing had an incurable disease and wanted to be with them until the last moment of her life. So she came to the Prince of Bei's mansion. Chu Yuqin murmured, I'm glad you're okay. At this point, Chu Yuqin glanced at the information on the desk and then asked, Chen'er, what are the current movements of the barbarians? Lu Chen replied, not yet, but this also gives us a chance to make arrangements. You and Zixuan can go south the day after tomorrow. Chu Yuqin reminded, Yu is about to give birth. It may not be a good thing for her to travel at this time. Hearing Chu Yuqin's reminder, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. How could he have forgotten this? This is indeed a problem. Zhou Yuyu's belly is already very big, and she definitely can't withstand the fatigue of traveling. Do we have to let Zhou Yuyu stay in Yinqing as well? Although they have a high chance of defeating the barbarians, Yinqing will be the front line of the war at that time, and Lu Chen does not want to leave himself with any worries. If Zhou Yuyu stayed in Yinqing, what if the barbarian masters found out and they didn't follow the moral code and came to capture her? Although this possibility is relatively small, it is not impossible. After all, anything can happen on the battlefield. Just as Lu Chen was thinking about what to do, a maid's voice suddenly came from outside. My lord, this is bad. Something terrible has happened. Hearing the maid's panicked voice, Chu Yuqin immediately turned around and opened the door of the study. The maid then entered the study and said breathlessly, Prince, Madame Xiaozhou, something happened. Hearing this, Lu Chen's face darkened, and he immediately stood up and asked, what's going on? The maid said quickly, Mrs. Xiaozhou had a stomachache while she was resting in the pavilion just now, and then blood flowed all over the floor. Mrs. de Zhou quickly asked me to come find you. Hearing the maid's words, Lu Chen realized that Zhou Yuyu might be in danger of her life. So he didn't ask any more questions and walked straight towards the yard where Zhou Yuyu was. Chu Yuqin also hurriedly followed behind him, ready to go over and see if there was any way she could help. After a while, the whole palace was in chaos. Seeing the maids running around, Lin Wanyun, who was sitting in the pavilion in the east courtyard, became curious. She immediately grabbed a maid and asked, Little girl, has something happened in the palace? Why do you look so flustered? The maid replied immediately, Mrs. Xiaozhou's water broke. Let's go to the north courtyard to help. Hearing this, Lin Wanyun was stunned for a moment. Mrs. Xiaozhou? Of course, she didn't know who Madame Xiaozhou was. After all, Xiaozhou and Zhou were the different names used by the servants in the palace to address Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao. However, after hearing the maids calling her Madame, Lin Wanyun guessed that something must have happened to one of the northern king's concubines. Lin Wanyun stopped trying to stop the maid in front of her and said, I see. Go and do your thing. After the maid bowed slightly, she immediately walked around Lin Wanyun and headed for the north courtyard. At this time, Lin Wanyun came to the pavilion and said to Chen Wanrong, Palace Master, I think this is a good opportunity. If you can help the northern king save his concubine's life, he will be very grateful to you. If Chen Wanrong wants to plant love poison in Lu Chen, she must first make Lu Chen fall in love with her. Only in this way can the love poison be successfully planted. Otherwise, even if the love poison was used, it would be difficult to completely control Lu Chen. Chen Wanrong pondered for a moment, then said with a cold face, Aunt Lin, ask the maid to tell the northern king that I can save his wife. If you need help, you can tell me. Seeing that Chen Wanrong agreed, Lin Wanyun turned and walked to the entrance of the courtyard, then grabbed a maid who was heading towards the north courtyard and asked her to give a message to Lu Chen. When they heard that someone could save Madame Zhou, the maids in the palace naturally did not dare to delay and hurriedly trotted all the way to the north courtyard. Lin Wanyun returned to the yard at this time and sat down in the pavilion. Palace Master, what should we do next? Should we follow the northern king's wives and concubines south? They originally thought that they could implement their plan easily, but now it seems that their plan will have to be postponed for some time. No one expected the barbarians to move south at this time, and no one expected that the king of the north would actually fight a decisive battle with the barbarians in Yinqing. Chen Wanrong did not answer immediately. She looked towards the north courtyard. After a while, she spoke. We have waited for so many years. We don't need to waste a little time. If he dies in battle, we will go to the capital to find other princes to cooperate with. The throne is a great temptation for any prince. Chen Wanrong believes that there will be princes who will agree to cooperate with their Xianyu palace. However, compared to those princes, the king of the north is the most suitable candidate. After all, the king of the north is not in the capital, so it is more convenient for Xianyu palace to do things. But if they really have no choice, they can only cooperate with other princes. Chapter 85: The Birth of the Third Child. Northern Palace. North Courtyard. Zhou Yuyu's room. The midwife and maid were coming and going, very busy. The midwife kept wiping Zhou Yuyu's body with hot water, trying every way to help Zhou Yuyu stop the bleeding. Obviously, Zhou Yuyu's condition was not just as simple as her water breaking. If the bleeding cannot be stopped, it will be a question whether she can survive. 2 lives lost for 1 corpse is too common in this era. The atmosphere in the room was very depressing. Zhou Yuyu was in excruciating pain, and her consciousness gradually became blurred. At this moment, a maid suddenly said, "The prince is coming! The prince is coming!" Hearing this, the people in the room quickly made way for Lu Chun. Some of the maids in the palace knew that Lu Chun was proficient in magic. In the eyes of the midwives and maids, as long as the king of the north arrived as soon as possible, there would be no problem in saving the master. When Zhou Yuyu heard the maid say that the prince had arrived, her originally hazy consciousness became a little clearer. Lu Chun walked a few steps to Zhou Yuyu's bedside, held Zhou Yuyu's hand, and then immediately used the rejuvenating hand to treat Zhou Yuyu. At this time, Zhou Yuyu's face was covered in sweat, and his face was pale without a trace of blood, just like the face of a dead person. Zhou Yuyu said weakly, "Your Majesty, Yuyu may not be able to survive. You must let the child survive. From now on." Having said this, Zhou Yuyu suddenly stopped and did not continue. Zhou Yuyu was stunned because she felt her body suddenly became relaxed, and the pain in her body seemed to disappear. Seeing the green light emanating from Lu Chun's hand, Zhou Yuyu instantly understood that this must be Lu Chun using magic to treat himself. Lu Chun looked into Zhou Yuyu's eyes at this time and asked with a smile, "What happened next?" Zhou Yuyu smiled slightly and then said, "Yuyu will give birth to more children for the prince in the future." As soon as Zhou Yuyu finished speaking, she heard the midwife say, "The bleeding has stopped. Prepare to deliver the baby." Originally, Zhou Yuyu's baby was going to be born for some time, but there was no way. The amniotic fluid broke, and in this situation, the only option was to let the baby be born early. This instantly solved a problem that Lu Chun had been struggling with before. Lu Chun was previously worried that Zhou Yuyu's belly was already so big that it couldn't withstand the travel, and he was not with them when they went south. If something happened, both she and the baby in her belly would probably be in trouble. Now that the baby is born early, he can use his rejuvenation hand to treat Zhou Yuyu in advance so that Zhou Yuyu can recover as soon as possible. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about Zhou Yuyu getting into trouble on the road. At this time, a maid hurried into the room. The maid saw that Lu Chun was treating Zhou Yuyu, so she did not disturb Lu Chun directly. Instead, she came to Chu Yuqin and whispered in her ear, "Madam Chu, the guests in the east courtyard said that they can treat Madam Zhou. If you need anything, you can find them." Chu Yuqin whispered, "Well, I understand." Having said that, Chu Yuqin glanced at Lu Chun and Zhou Yuyu, who was lying on the bed and had recovered. She thought to herself that everything would be fine without having to ask the palace master of Xianyu Palace for help. After all, Lu Chun is a person who knows magic. No matter how powerful the palace master of Xianyu Palace is, he can't be better at healing than someone who knows magic. After a while, the sound of a baby crying was heard from the room. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a child. Rewards include 50,000 black cavalrymen, 2 master-level generals, and 500,000 people. The midwife excitedly said to Lu Chun, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, it's a boy." Having said that, the midwife came to Lu Chun holding the child. Because he was born prematurely, his condition was very unstable. In this era, there were no modern medical care conditions, and the probability of death for premature babies was very high. The midwife knew that Lu Chen was skilled in magical arts, so she brought the child to her and asked Lu Chen to treat him. Lu Chen said to the midwife, "Put the baby on the bed." "Yes, your highness." The midwife then bent down and placed the crying baby next to Zhou Yuyu. Thanks to the rejuvenation treatment, Zhou Yuyu is now fine. She turned her head to look at her child, and her originally tender face also exuded the radiance of motherhood. Lu Chen then raised his other hand, placed it on the baby's body, and treated the baby at the same time. Gradually, the baby stopped crying and just raised his little hands and feet and gestured in the air. At this time, Chu Yuqin's gaze fell on Lu Chen's face. Seeing Lu Chen's pale face, the smile on Chu Yuqin's face disappeared instantly. She immediately came to Lu Chen's side and asked with concern, "Chen'er, are you okay?" The treatment of the rejuvenation hand consumes spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy in this world is very weak. Lu Chen consumed a lot of spiritual energy when he treated Zhou Yuyu. The spiritual energy in his body could not be replenished for a while, which made Lu Chen's body become extremely tired. Lu Chen also felt this. Every time he treated someone, he would feel extremely tired. The main reason is that his realm is not high enough, and the spiritual power stored in his body is too little. Only when he reaches the Grandmaster realm can his journey of cultivation truly begin. After hearing Chu Yuqin's concerned voice, Lu Chen whispered, "I'm fine." Zhou Yu also noticed that Lu Chen was not in good condition. She guessed that Lu Chen must be trying to treat her, so his face was so pale. So she quickly said, "My lord, I'm fine now. You don't need to use magic to treat me." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits." A trace of worry appeared on Zhou Yuyu's face, but she didn't say anything more. After a while, Lu Chen felt that Zhou Yuyu's body had basically recovered to its pre-pregnancy state, so he stopped supplying her with spiritual power. As soon as the treatment was over, Lu Chen's body was shaking and he looked like he was about to fall. Chu Yuqin quickly supported Lu Chen from behind. "Chen'er, how are you?" Lu Chen instantly felt warmth and softness on the back of his head, and a faint fragrance slipped into his nostrils. At this time, all the women in the room came to Lu Chen and looked at him worriedly. After Lu Chen leaned in Chu Yuqin's arms for a while, he said, "I'll be fine after a rest. You don't have to worry." Seeing Lu Chen say this, Mu Zixuan and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Chu Yuqin held Lu Chen's head and cleaned the hair on his cheeks while saying, "Chen'er, let's give the child a name." Lu Chen glanced at the baby on the bed, thought for a moment, and then said, "Let's call him Lu Changshen." This baby was born prematurely, and although he received his own treatment, his physical condition was not better than that of his previous two children. Lu Chen didn't expect him to accomplish anything great. He just hoped that he could live a good life. Chapter 86, The Survivors of Dayu. North Palace, East Courtyard. Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyin sat in the pavilion for an hour, but no maid or servant from a northern prince's mansion came to ask them to treat the northern prince's concubine. This made them both feel a little puzzled. The breaking of the amniotic fluid is extremely dangerous, and in this day and age, it is very common for 2 lives to be lost. The king of the north didn't even let the 2 of them go over and help. Both of them are from Xianyu Palace, and one of them is the palace master of Xianyu Palace. There is no problem in saving a woman whose water broke. Does the king of the north not believe them? At this time, Lin Wanyin found that the maid who had gone to the north courtyard to help had returned. She immediately stood up from the stone bench, walked up to the maid, and asked, "Little girl, how is your young Madame Zhou?" The maid knew that there were some things she couldn't say, so she simply replied, "Mrs. Xiao Zhou is out of danger and has successfully given birth to a child for the prince." Lin Wanyin was a little surprised to hear the maid's answer. It seems that there are still experts in the palace. Lin Wanyin then turned back to the pavilion and said, "Palace master, it seems that we only have a chance after the barbarians retreat." The opportunity that Lin Wanyin was referring to was naturally the opportunity to show up in front of the king of the north. If Chen Wanrong wants to seduce Lu Chen to develop feelings for her, she has to show up in front of him more often. When they first came to Beijun, they thought that it would be easy to take down the lecherous king of Bei. After all, Chen Wanrong was one of the most beautiful women in Daxia, and she was also on the list of most beautiful women. The lecherous man was not confused when he saw Chen Wanrong. But after they talked with Lu Chen, they thought that it might not be so easy to seduce the king of the north simply with beauty. Even though the king of the north is lustful, he still has brains. He might find out that they have other intentions towards him. Therefore, if they want to get close to the king of the north, they cannot just seduce him with their beauty, but also have to demonstrate their other values. It would be best if the king of the north could fall in love with their palace master without anyone knowing. If you want the king of the north to develop feelings for Chen, you will need to spend a certain amount of time cultivating them. But now that the barbarians are about to move south, there's not much time. Now it seems that we can only wait until the war is over. However, whether the king of the north can survive in the end is probably still a big question. Thinking of this, Chen was a little absent-minded. She thought of the time when Daxia attacked Qin state. Her father asked his wife and daughter to leave the capital first, and then fought a decisive battle with Daxia's army in the capital, and finally died on the city wall. Although she was still young at that time, she still remembers what happened clearly. Unexpectedly, just a few years later, she encountered a similar scene again, but the one who was fighting against the foreign invasion was no longer her father, but the son of the enemy who killed her father. Chen always felt that this scene was somewhat ironic. After Lu Chan stayed in Zhou Yu's room with her and the child for a while, he went to his study. The reward just now made him very concerned. Entering the study, Lu Chun immediately asked the system, where are the 50,000 black cavalry now? The barbarians are about to move south. Lu Chun has been thinking about how to defeat the 300,000 cavalry of the barbarians. However, no matter how he deduces it on the map, he finds that it is a very difficult task to defeat the 300,000 cavalry of the barbarians. Although he had powerful weapons, such as the 122mm howitzer, the barbarian cavalry was highly mobile, and once they ran away, his own people could not catch up with them. There are only 30,000 soldiers in Beijun, and among them, there are only a few thousand cavalry, and these cavalry have not been trained much. If the barbarian army was frightened by the howitzers and fled, it would be unrealistic to ask the few soldiers in Beijun to pursue them or to encircle and block the barbarian cavalry. But now it's different. Now he has 50,000 cavalrymen who can ambush behind the Wanning River Valley. As long as the barbarian cavalry enters the Wanning River Valley, they will be able to surround all 300,000 cavalrymen. If the barbarian cavalry wanted to escape, their 50,000 cavalry could pursue them. When he thought of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but praise the system in his heart. The system was really powerful. Whatever he needed, he got it. At this time, the system prompts, currently, 50,000 black cavalry are located at the foot of Yinan Mountain in the northeast of Beijun. They have received your call for action. Seeing this prompt, Lu Chan was stunned for a moment. He knew that the subordinates he obtained through the system all had implanted identities in this world. That is, they were the natives of this world. When he heard that his 50,000 black cavalry were in the northeast of Beijun, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the implanted identities of his 50,000 black cavalrymen in this world are barbarian soldiers? After all, there are only barbarians in the north. Lu Chen then asked, System, are the black cavalry and 500,000 people I obtained all barbarians? The implanted identities of the 50,000 black cavalrymen and 500,000 people obtained by the host are the survivors of Dayu. They fled to the north to avoid the war 500 years ago and settled down in a certain mountain. Now, their sacrifices follow the will of heaven and recognize the king of the north as the son of heaven. They will follow the king of the north and unify the world. This implanted identity is not unacceptable. After all, Dayu had been destroyed for more than 500 years, and Dayu was established on the basis of Dayu. It can be said that the people of Dayu now are all the former people of Dayu. Lu Chan continued to ask, if we issue a call for action now, how long will it take for the black cavalry to arrive? The fastest time is half a month. Lu Chan said to himself, half a month, that's enough. Northland, Yana Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there is a continuous group of buildings. The types of these buildings are very similar to those in Daxia. It looks like this place is in Daxia. But this place does not belong to Daxia, nor to any country or dynasty. This is Dayu City. At this time, the streets of Dayu City were bustling with people coming and going, and the city looked very prosperous. But at this moment, the pedestrians on the street suddenly stopped, as if their bodies were frozen. The moving carriage also stopped instantly. Everyone raised their heads and looked toward the south. At the same time, the mansion of the lord of Dayu City. An old man looked at the tortoiseshell in front of him with burning eyes and said to two strong men in black armor not far away, the destiny is in the south. The Emperor of Man has appeared in the world, and it is time for us to enter the world. Then the two strong men gathered the black cavalry and rushed to the northern county of Daxia. Night. After Chu Yuqin had dinner, she began to patrol the inner courtyard. Although there were many lanterns in the palace at night, the light from the lanterns was not bright, and the courtyard still seemed rather dark. Suddenly, Chu Yuqin saw a dark shadow slipping into the yard where Bai Qingqing was. Chu Yuqin frowned, kicked her legs lightly, jumped directly onto the courtyard wall, and then quickly followed. The other party was acting sneaky, and you could tell at first glance that he was not a good person. Chapter 87: The Dark Shadow That Enters Bai Qingqing's Room. Chu Yuqin was a little curious about who dared to break into the inner courtyard of the northern prince's mansion so late at night. The people who came to assassinate Lu Qian in the past have lost their bodies now. In this situation, they still dare to lurk in the Beiwang mansion and make small moves. After Chu Yuqin entered the yard where Bai Qingqing was, she immediately hid behind the rockery, wanting to see what the Black Shadow was planning to do. At this moment, the Black Shadow quickly opened the door of Bai Qingqing's room and slipped straight in. Because the light from the lantern was too dim, Chu Yuqin couldn't see clearly what the man looked like. Chu Yuqin couldn't help but wonder why this person would go to Bai Qingqing's room. Could it be possible that he was going to do something to Bai Qingqing? Bai Qingqing is a warrior after all, but she roughly sensed Bai Qingqing's internal strength during the day and knew that Bai Qingqing might already be a 9th-rank warrior and might even be stronger than her. If this assassin were to cause trouble for Bai Qingqing, wouldn't that be courting death? Besides, Bai Qingqing had just arrived at the palace. So how could it be possible that an assassin would come to cause trouble for her today? Or did the assassin go to the wrong room? He was planning to go to Lu Qian's room, but he thought Bai Qingqing's room was Lu Qian's room. Just as Chu Yuqin was thinking this, candlelight lit up in a room. However, there was no sound of fighting in the house. Chu Yuqin was slightly stunned. What's going on? Why didn't Bai Qingqing attack the assassin? Could it be that he and Bai Qingqing are in cahoots? No, it should be said that Bai Qingqing and that person are in cahoots. Bai Qingqing had been gone for so many years, and she suddenly came to see them today and said she wasn't leaving. This seemed a bit suspicious. Chu Yuqin has always been sensitive about Lu Qian's safety. Even though Wongqini came to Lu Qian to develop a relationship every time, she would still be on guard against Wongqini. Chu Yuqin approached the room cautiously, intending to see what was going on inside. At the same time, in the room, after Lu Qian lit the candle, he looked at Bai Qingqing, who was meditating on the bed. Bai Qingqing was a little confused when she saw Lu Qian coming to see her so late, so she asked, "What does the prince want from me?" Lu Qian smiled and replied, "Can I come to see you if I'm fine?" As Lu Qian spoke, he walked over to the bed and sat down. His movements were very skillful, as if he had no idea that he was sitting on the bed of an unmarried woman. Lu Qian suddenly came so close to her that Bai Qingqing's heart suddenly twitched. For some reason, she suddenly had a very strange feeling. Lu Qian asked at this time, "Xiao Bai, do you still remember the scene when I often held you and told you stories when you were a child?" When Lu Qian suddenly mentioned this, Bai Qingqing became even more confused. King Bei came to her room late at night just to tell her this? Bai Qingqing replied expressionlessly, "I remember." Lu Qian reached out his hand at this time, directly holding Bai Qingqing's jade hand, and continued, "Then you should still remember what I said, that you will be my woman when you grow up." After hearing Lu Qian's words, Bai Qingqing finally reacted. She finally understood why the King of the North came to her room so late at night. When she was working as a bed warmer for the King of the North in the palace, the King of the North was not a content person. Moreover, the intelligence collected by the Shadow Guards in recent times also mentioned that the King of the North is a very lustful man. He stayed up late at night and ran into her room, a man and a woman alone. What else could they be about? However, Bai Qingqing did not react too violently. She looked like a wooden person, and she did not stop Lu from touching her. Bai Qingqing said expressionlessly at this time, "I am the prince's maidservant. If the prince wants my body, he can do so at any time." Seeing Bai Qingqing's cold and expressionless face, Lu Qian became even more agitated. The more Bai Qingqing looked indifferent, the more Lu Qian wanted to see her begging for mercy later, which aroused Lu Qian's inner desire to conquer. However, Lu Qian did not get to the point immediately. Bai Qingqing's emotions had just revived. Besides, she had been hugging and cuddling with me since she was a child, so she was used to being touched by me. That was why she didn't know how to resist at all. So he planned to tell Bai Qingqing's identity directly, so that Bai Qingqing would know that he already knew her true identity. When her identity is exposed, Qingqing will definitely behave differently. Lu Chan didn't believe that she would be able to remain so calm later. Then Lu Chan raised his hands and placed them on Qingqing's shoulders, then slowly put her on the bed, and then he lay on her soft body, just looking at her. Qingqing also looked into Lu Chen's eyes, and she still did not resist. Lu Chan then raised her arms above her head, held her wrists with one hand, and whispered in her ear, "Deputy Commander Bai, is it worth sacrificing your own innocence to complete the mission assigned to you by my father?" Hearing Lu Chen's whisper in her ear, Qingqing's pupils suddenly contracted. She didn't expect that Lu Chen had already known her identity. With the recovery of her emotions, Qingqing has developed more emotions, such as tension and panic. She is no longer the fearless killing tool she used to be. Qingqing couldn't believe it. She had just arrived in Beijun, so how did the king of Bei discover her identity? Moreover, didn't the intelligence collected by the Shadow Guard say that the king of the north was just a useless prince? Combined with her understanding of the king of the north when he was a child, the king of the north should indeed be just a lustful man. But the northern king on his body could reveal his identity in one sentence? Although she was a little nervous, Qingqing quickly calmed down as she was the deputy commander of the Shadow Guard who had seen big scenes. She then said in a cold tone, "My lord, what do you mean by this? I don't understand." Lu Chen's hands restlessly reached into Qingqing's clothes, and then he said while messing around, "Xiao Bai, it seems that you have indeed grown a lot in these years." Having said that, he blew a breath in Qingqing's ear, and Qingqing suddenly felt her heart twitch again. Then, a strange feeling surged into her body, and for a moment her body became a little hot. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Qingqing was stunned again. Her emotions had just revived, and she experienced this kind of physical throbbing for the first time. She didn't know how to respond. But she also understood that this must be related to Lu Chan. Qingqing twisted her body slightly, trying to break free from Lu Chan. But her body had been fixed by Lu Chan, and she couldn't move at all. Seeing Qingqing start to struggle, Lu Chan knew that his words had worked. He continued to whisper in Qingqing's ear, "Xiao Bai, my father asked you to come to Beijun. He probably wanted to see if there are any people from Xinhua Palace around me, right?" Seeing that Lu Chan even told her about his mission, Qingqing suddenly came to her senses. It was obvious that the king of the north knew more than she thought. This caused trouble. She didn't expect that as soon as she arrived at the northern prince's mansion, her identity and mission were revealed by the northern prince. Chapter 88, I Am the Prince's Maid. Although her secrets had been directly revealed by Lu Chan, Qingqing still said stubbornly, "Your Majesty, I came to Beijun on my own. It has nothing to do with your Majesty. I don't know why your Majesty thinks so." Qingqing really couldn't understand how the king of the north could know her identity and mission. Even if the northern prince's palace had a well-developed intelligence network and had spies in the capital, the northern prince could at best only find out that he was a shadow guard, and there was absolutely no way he would know that he was the deputy commander of the Shadow Guard. Even the commander-in-chief of the Shadow Guards didn't know that he was the deputy commander-in-chief of the Shadow Guards. But the king of the north found out that he was the deputy commander-in-chief of the Shadow Guards. Moreover, when Emperor Xia gave her the order, he did so in front of her. The order did not pass through the hands or mouth of anyone else, so the possibility of it being leaked was not high. Could it be that something went wrong with Emperor Xia? National Master. The figure of Situ, Su instantly appeared in Qingqing's mind. Su was also there on the day Emperor Xia gave her the order. Therefore, the only person who could have leaked her identity and mission was most likely the Imperial Master Su. However, the Imperial Master Su was a close confidant of Emperor Xia, and he had no reason to disclose his own affairs. Did Su betray? Seeing that Qingqing was still denying, Lu Chan just smiled slightly, and then continued to say in her ear, "You must be curious about how I know all this." Hearing this, Qingqing immediately struggled slightly. She really wanted to know how Lu Chan knew that. However, Lu Chan whispered in her ear at this time, "Because your heart and mine are connected, I can hear your inner thoughts." Hearing this, Qingqing knew that Lu Chan was teasing her. She felt that her mission had failed, and there was no need to stay in the northern palace any longer. Then she prepared to use her internal force to push Lu Chan away. She didn't dare to use her skills just now, mainly because she was worried that Lu Chan was an ordinary person and she might accidentally hurt him. But now that she has been exposed and must leave the northern prince's palace, She no longer cares about these things. If I didn't push Lu Chen away, I might not be able to leave later. Just when Bai Qingqing was about to use her power, she was stunned. The power in her body disappeared. What's going on? This situation happened to her once during the day. She thought that something went wrong when she was practicing martial arts. So she became obsessed and caused her skills to disappear temporarily. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the power in her body disappeared again. Was this really something that went wrong when she was practicing martial arts? Or is all this related to the Northern King on my body? Bai Qingqing continued to look at Lu Chen, trying to see something in his eyes. Unfortunately, she only saw Lu Chen's desire for her, and nothing else. Bai Qingqing then said, "My lord, I feel a little unwell today, so I can only serve you another day." Bai Qingqing's tone was still cold, and her expression was indifferent, as if she didn't care at all even if she couldn't break free from Lu Chen. One of Lu Chen's claws was still stroking her body, and Lu Chen then said, "Xiao Bai, you will follow me from now on." Hearing this, Bai Qingqing immediately said, "I am the prince's maidservant." Lu Chen smiled, and then said, "Xiao Bai, you know that's not what I meant." At this moment, Bai Qingqing's heart twitched violently for the third time. For a moment, a blush appeared on her cold and beautiful cheeks, and it looked like a red flower blooming on an iceberg. Bai Qingqing also realized that something was wrong with her body. She tried to use her skills again, but there was still no response. Bai Qingqing has basically confirmed that this is related to Lu Chen. When she was in the pavilion during the day, she felt the internal strength disappearing, and at that time, she was so close to Lu Chen. This kind of situation had never occurred to her on her way to Beijun, and there wasn't even a sign. But after entering the Beiwang mansion and coming into contact with the Beiwang, her powers disappeared. In addition, Lu Chen already knew her identity, so there seemed to be no other explanation for all this except that it was related to Lu Chen. What now? After losing her powers, she is no different from an ordinary person. The only difference may be that she is stronger than the average lady. But Bai Qingqing tried to use her body's original strength to push Lu Chen away. After all, she was a killer. Even if she had no internal power, her general strength was much greater than that of ordinary people. But just as she tried to exert force with her arms, she found that not only had her strength disappeared, but she couldn't even use the strength in her whole body. Bai Qingqing now understood that she had been completely controlled by Lu Chen, and there was no way she could escape. Then she simply accepted her fate and just lay straight on the bed, waiting for Lu Chen to do something. Her identity was revealed. Even her martial arts skills were sealed, and she couldn't use any strength at all. What else could she do? She could only satisfy Lu Chen's desire and become his maid. Anyway, she has been hugging Lu Chen since she was a child. Although they are not actually husband and wife, her innocence has long been given to Lu Chen. In this era, for an unmarried woman, even holding a man's hand was a matter that would destroy her reputation. How could she, a maid who often warmed Lu Chen's bed, have any innocence? Bai Qingqing's mind quickly flashed through the scenes that happened in her childhood. She was destined to a tragic fate from the moment she was born, and everything that happened now was only natural. She is a tool in herself. Whether she becomes a tool for Emperor Xia to rule, or a tool for King Bei to vent his anger, there seems to be no difference. After all, they're all tools. Seeing Bai Qingqing looking to the side, just lying there without moving, with an expression as if she would let you do whatever you want, Lu Chen was a little confused. He has already revealed her identity. Although she has a 100% favorable impression of him, she should still resist. Are you just going to accept your fate like that? Lu Chen then continued, "Xiao Bai, although I can't change your past, I can change your future. Quit the shadow guard and be my woman, okay?" Bai Qingqing still didn't react, and she looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. What else could she say? She was already being pinned down by Lu Chen. There were only a few layers of clothes between their skin, so Lu Chen could take action at any time. Seeing Bai Qingqing like this, Lu Chen thought to himself, Bai Qingqing's emotions have been revived. She can't still be a person who is indifferent to matters between men and women, right? Thinking of this, Lu Chen looked up at Bai Qingqing, then slowly lowered his head towards her pink lips. Bai Qingqing didn't dodge, and Lu Chen just approached her. Lu Chen simply didn't care anymore. Since he had already done it, he might as well continue. Then Lu Chen began to kiss Bai Qingqing. At the same time, Chu Yuqin at the door was looking at what was happening inside the room through a small hole with her eyes wide open. Chapter 89, Obtaining New Skills. Although the candlelight in the room was dim, Chu Yuqin could still clearly see the faces of the two people in the room and what they were doing. Chu Yuqin quickly activated her skills and quickly calmed herself down. Then a melancholy emotion arose in her heart. Bai Qingqing only came to the palace during the day, but the bad guy Lu Chun sneaked in her bed at night and wanted to have sex with her. Although Chu Yu originally planned to let Bai Qingqing be Lu Chen's maid. After all, she had just traveled to Beijun, so she should at least let her have a rest first. How could you let someone sleep with you that very night? She just thought that some assassin had entered the palace, but it turned out to be this bad guy again. Chu Yuqin sighed and didn't plan to continue reading. She then turned around and walked away from the door. Bai Qingqing was originally Lu Chen's maid. Chu Yuqin didn't intend to interfere too much with what Lu Chun wanted to do to Bai Qingqing. Even if there is a child, it doesn't matter. When the time comes, we can find a family for Bai Qingqing, find a godfather and godmother, and then marry her to the Beiwang mansion as a concubine. After Chu Yuqin left, Lu Chun and Bai Qingqing continued to kiss. Bai Qingqing originally thought that it didn't matter. After all, Lu Chun had touched her since she was a child, so she wouldn't feel anything no matter what Lu Chun did to her body. However, she soon discovered that something was wrong. The kiss between the two actually made her body become extremely restless, and it seemed as if a warm current was flowing through her body. This was the first time she had experienced this feeling in all her years since she was a child. Bai Qingqing had no idea what was going on. In fact, when she was in the palace, the female officials in the palace also taught her some knowledge about matters between men and women. After all, she was originally trained as Lu Chen's maid. But because her emotions had been closed at that time, she would not feel anything even if Lu Chun hugged her and her skin touched Lu Chen's. But now it's different. Her emotions have awakened. In addition, her emotions have been closed for more than 10 years, and her inner feelings suddenly burst out as if they had found an outlet. Lu Chun did not continue to restrain Bai Qingqing's hands, and he used both of his hands for the right purpose. On the contrary, after Lu Chun released Bai Qingqing's hands, she didn't know where to put them. In the end, she couldn't help but put them on Lu Chen's neck, hug Lu Chen's neck, and kiss Lu Chun. After a while, Bai Qingqing realized that something was wrong. Her clothes had disappeared without her knowing. But at this moment, Lu Chun slowly raised his head and slightly parted his lips with hers. Lu Chun looked at Bai Qingqing, whose face was rosy but still maintained a cool expression. He couldn't help but raise his hand and gently stroke her smooth and white cheek. Lu Chun suddenly stopped kissing Bai Qingqing, but she felt a little uncomfortable. Her arms were still around Lu Chen's neck. Lu Chun said in a teasing tone at this time, "Xiao Bai, it seems that you have also become a bad person over the years." Hearing this, Bai Qingqing suddenly felt ashamed and embarrassed for a moment. For some reason, she didn't dare look at Lu Chun and, subconsciously, turned her gaze to the side. Seeing this cool, shy, and arrogant lady under him, Lu Chun couldn't stand it anymore. He must make this cold woman become different today. Thinking of this, Lu Chun leaned over again and blocked Bai Qingqing's lips once again. Bai Qingqing still thought that Lu Chun was just kissing her, and she subconsciously responded to Lu Chen's kiss as she did before. However, Bai Qingqing soon realized that Lu Chun did more than just kiss her. As a low voice came out of Bai Qingqing's throat, the candlelight in the room began to flicker. The host and Bai Qingqing developed feelings once, and the experience value of refining Qi Ju increases by 40. The experience value of rejuvenation hand increases by 40, and the experience value of dragon and phoenix Yin and Yang Sutra increases by 20. The dragon and phoenix Yin and Yang Sutra is unlocked successfully. The host and Bai Qingqing develop feelings and gain emotional crit. The experience value of Qi refining skill increases by 80. The experience value of rejuvenation hand increases by 80. The experience value of dragon and phoenix Yin and Yang Sutra increases by 40. And the dragon and phoenix Yin and Yang Sutra is cultivated to the first level. Although a bunch of system prompt appeared in front of Lu Chun had no intention of paying attention to them at this time. He just wanted to make this cold and arrogant lady in front of him completely his own. But at this time, Lu Chun also discovered a strange feeling. He found that there was a warm current flowing in the bodies of both of them. It's like the two of them form a closed circuit. Although Lu Chun had not yet read the Dragon and Phoenix Yin Yang Sutra he had just obtained, Lu Chun had basically guessed the function of this technique. This should be a technique for practicing with women, similar to the Ha Huan Gong used by those evil sects. However, the Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang Sutra is different from the Ha Huan Gong. The dragon and phoenix yin and yang sutra will not cause any harm to the other party. At this time, Bai Qingqing, whose consciousness was blurred, regained a little clarity in her eyes, and she also felt the power flowing in her body. Originally, her skills had disappeared, but unexpectedly they came back at this time, and another kind of strange internal force appeared in her body, which was a kind of internal force she had never come into contact with before. It was obvious that this inner force was transferred to her by Lu Chun, and the method of transfer was to cultivate feelings with her. Just when Bai Qingqing wanted to push Lu Chun away by recovering her strength, she found that she was unable to do anything. It's not that she doesn't have the strength, but that she has developed a deep dependence in her heart. Bai Qingqing understood instantly that she would have to be the concubine of the evil Prince Lu Chun for the rest of her life. At this time, Lu Chun also noticed that Bai Qingqing's eyes had some complicated emotions. He smiled and said, "Xiao Bai, call me master." Bai Qingqing ignored Lu Chun. She turned her head again and looked away. Seeing Bai Qingqing indifferent, Lu Chun sighed inwardly. It seemed that he still did not satisfy her, so he could only continue to cultivate their relationship. Fortunately, with the help of the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Classic, Bai Qingqing finally chose to surrender. "Xiao Bai, you really don't want to call me master?" "Master, master. The title of master is not suitable for you. Call me brother." Good brother." The next morning, after a night of chatting and having a heart-to-heart talk with Bai Qingqing had completely surrendered. When Lu Chun got up, he glanced around him and found that Bai Qingqing was also looking at him. Their eyes met. For a moment, a blush appeared on Bai Qingqing's cold face again. Bai Qingqing then turned her head and returned to her cold look from yesterday. Lu Chun then hugged Bai Qingqing and whispered in her ear, "Xiao Bai, are you really not going to be mine?" Bai Qingqing turned her back to Lu Chun and said in an emotionless tone, "I am the prince's maidservant." Bai Qingqing had already said this yesterday, but Lu Chun also heard it. Although it was the same words, the meaning was different when Bai Qingqing said it again. Chapter 90 New Information. Bai Qingqing knew that she had no choice but to betray Emperor Xia. Her identity had been discovered by Lu Chun, and her body was also under his control. At this moment, she had no choice but to surrender to Lu Chun. Moreover, she has completely accepted Lu Chun in her heart. In her opinion, there is no difference between being Emperor Xia's tool and being Lu Chun's tool. She had no sense of belonging to the Shadow Guard to begin with, and now she was controlled by Lu Chun, so it was normal for her to become Lu Chun's person. It's just that she is not used to being Lu Chun's woman. Before the feelings are rekindled, she wouldn't feel anything even if Lu Chun hugged and kissed her. But now it's different. When her skin touches Lu Chun's, she feels restless and hot, and a feeling arises in her heart that she cannot understand. Especially the feeling she had last night. She couldn't understand it at all. She didn't know why she seemed like a different person. Not only did she scream in front of Lu Chun, she even called Lu Chun master, good brother, good husband, and so on. She even suspected that there was another soul inside her body. Everything that happened yesterday had nothing to do with her and was caused by that soul. At this time, Lu Chun no longer worried about Bai Qingqing's verbal submission. Her heart already belonged to him anyway. At this time, Lu Chun hugged Bai Qingqing's delicate body, turned over, climbed on her soft body, and looked down at her cold face. At this time, Bai Qingqing had the strange feeling she had last night again. She wanted to use her internal energy to stop her body from continuing to be restless, but she soon discovered that her internal energy had disappeared again. Bai Qingqing finally understood that as long as she came into contact with Lu Chun's body, her power would disappear. However, there are exceptions. When she and Lu Chun develop feelings, her skills will return again, because at that time the internal force in her body and Lu Chun's internal force will form a circle, circulating continuously in the bodies of both of them. If it were just the current situation, she would not be able to use her power. Seeing the shy look of the ice beauty, Lu Chun suddenly became playful and started to do mischief again. Bai Qingqing's delicate body became hotter and hotter. She bit her teeth lightly and frowned slightly. The more Lu Chun looked at her, the more he wanted to bully her. At this time, Bai Qingqing took the initiative to say, "Prince, you should get up." Lu Chun chuckled and said, "How dare you? A maidservant? Teach me how to do things? I think I need to teach you a lesson so that you can understand the rules of the palace." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chun leaned down. Bai Qingqing wanted to turn her head away, but Lu Chun simply raised his hand, pinched her delicate chin, and immediately kissed her. At the same time, the inner courtyard of the palace. After Chu Yuqin got up early in the morning, she began her day's patrol. At this time, a maid came to Chu Yuqin. "Mrs. Chu, something terrible has happened." Seeing the maid's panic, Chu Yuqin frowned and immediately asked, "What happened?" The maid said quickly, "Commander Qin came to discuss something with the prince, but I searched all the ladies' rooms and couldn't find the prince. It seems that the prince disappeared." Generally speaking, Lu Chan would come out of his wives' and concubines' rooms every morning, or he would get up early and go to the study. But today, the maid first went to the study to check, and then went to Mu Zixuan's yard, but didn't find Lu Chan. The maid thought Lu Chan was missing, so she hurried to find Chu Yuqin. Hearing the maid's words, Chu Yuqin curled her lips. She naturally knew where Lu Chan had gone. That bad guy sneaked out to steal something last night. Chu Yuqin then said to the maid, "I know where he is. Don't panic. I'll go find him. You can go do your thing." Seeing Chu Yuqin said so, the maid breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, Madam Chu." Then Chu Yuqin came to the yard where Bai Qingqing was. She first glanced at Bai Qingqing's door and thought to herself, "It's so late. Chen'er should be getting up soon, right?" Thinking of this, Chu Yuqin came to the door of Bai Qingqing's room, intending to remind Lu Chan that Qin Yushan was looking for him. But at this moment, Bai Qingqing's rhythmic voice was heard from the room. When Chu Yuqin heard this sound, she knew what had happened. But at this time, Chu Yuqin felt very surprised. What surprised her was not that Lu Chan ate Bai Qingqing, but that Bai Qingqing would behave like this. Bai Qingqing grew up in the palace when she was young. Over the years, Chu Yuqin had never seen Bai Qingqing have any other expression. Even after Bai Qingqing fell to the ground, she didn't scream or cry. Later, a master said that she was a person without emotions. But such an emotionless person now made such a sound in front of Lu Chan. Is she really emotionless? Or does it mean that even if you don't have any emotions when doing that kind of thing, you will still feel it? Just as Chu Yuqin was thinking this, after Bai Qingqing's loud voice, Lu Chen's voice suddenly came from the room. "Aunt Chu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Now Lu Chen's perception has become very strong, and he can easily sense when there is someone at the door. He actually discovered Chu Yuqin peeking at the door last night, but Lu Chen didn't care at all. Lu Chen also knew that Chu Yuqin had peeked more than once or twice. Many times he and Wongqini were swinging on the swings of the yard. If Chu Yuqin saw them while on patrol, she would sneak a peek at them. And every time, Chu Yuqin would watch for a while and would not leave immediately. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin at the door was stunned for a moment. And then she remembered that Lu Chen is no longer the same person he used to be, and she didn't know what level he has reached. Plus, he was practicing immortal techniques, which were definitely different from ordinary techniques, so it was normal for him to be able to sense people outside the room. However, when Chu Yuqin thought about being caught eavesdropping by Lu Chen, her cheeks felt hot. Chu Yuqin then coughed and said, "Chen'er, Commander Qin said he has something to talk to you about. He has gone to your study to wait for you." Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately said, "Oh, okay, I understand. I'll be there right away." At this point, Lu Chen got up from the bed, then gently stroked Bai Qingqing's cheek and said with a smile, "Xiao Bai, it seems that you have completely integrated into your role as a maid." Bai Qingqing lay on the bed with shame on her face, motionless. She really couldn't understand why she had become like this and felt that way. Is she that kind of woman? Or has he been completely enslaved by Lu Chen? Not only his body, but also his soul. Lu Chen then stood up and put on his clothes. As he put on his clothes, he said, "I'll come see you again in the evening. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You lie down and have a good rest." After putting on his clothes, Lu Chen left the room. Seeing Lu Chen's leaving back, Bai Qingqing's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Lu Chen didn't even have breakfast and went straight to the study. At this time, Qin Yushan was already waiting for Lu Chen in the study. When Qin Yushan saw Lu Chen coming, he immediately bowed and said, "Your Highness." Lu Chen said, nodded and asked, "Commander Qin, is there any new information?" Qin Yushan came to see him early in the morning. There must be something important, otherwise he would not come to see him so early. Everyone knew that he was a man who liked to sleep in with his wives and concubines, so they usually didn't come to disturb him too early. Qin Yushan replied, "Your Highness, there was a letter from the capital saying that Commander Liang had found out that the 8th Prince was colluding with the barbarians. The 8th Prince smuggled a lot of salt and iron to the barbarian Heavenly Wolf King through the caravan. The 300,000 barbarian troops heading south this time are probably related to the 8th prince and the Jiangnan family. Having said that, Qin Yushan took out a letter of information that had just arrived this morning from his sleeve. Lu Chun took the information from Qin Yushan's hand, then opened it and looked at it carefully. Lu Chen's face gradually turned ugly. He didn't expect that the 8th prince Lu Shuyun, this heartless guy, not only assassinated his brother, but now he is actually engaging in treasonous activities. Chapter 91, Family Letter. After reading the intelligence sent by the Jinui, Lu Chen's face turned completely dark. In a fit of rage, he tore up the intelligence in his hand. It's fine that you've tried to assassinate me 3 times, but now you've even dared to collude with the barbarians, hoping to use their power to seize the throne. This guy is really a beast. He has no bottom line at all. Seeing Lu Chun so angry, Qin Yushan on the side said cautiously, "Prince, what should we do now? Do you want us to spread the news that the 8th prince is colluding with the barbarians?" After hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chun calmed down. He did not answer immediately, but fell in a deep thought. If the news that Lu Shuyun colluded with the barbarians were to get out, it would definitely be a blow to Lu Shuyun, but without conclusive evidence, there is no way to convict Lu Shuyun. Moreover, Lu Shuyun's crime of treason was not something that a vassal king like himself could convict. That depends on the court's opinion, and mainly on his father's opinion. His father said that Lu Shuyun was guilty of treason, so Lu Shuyun was guilty of treason. If his father said that Lu Shuyun was not guilty, then Lu Shuyun would probably be fine. But then again, Lu Shuyun's maternal family is the Wong family, and what his father is going to do next is to clean up the aristocratic families. If his father knew that Lu Shuyun and the Jiangnan aristocratic families were colluding with the barbarians, he might use this as an excuse to take action against them, right? Thinking of this, Lu Chen asked, "Commander Qin, if my father knew that the 8th prince and the noble families colluded with the barbarians to go south, what do you think my father would do?" Qin Yushan was stunned when he heard this question. After all, this involves the emperor, so Qin Yushan can't make any random guesses. Lu Chen added at this time, "Just say it." Seeing Lu Chen say this, Qin Yushan said, "Your Majesty, in my opinion, His Majesty will be very angry after hearing this news, but he will not take action against the 8th prince and the Jiangnan family immediately. After all, the barbarian army of 300,000 will soon march south. If the family is cleared out at this time, it will be very disadvantageous to Daxia." Lu Chen thought about it and felt that what Qin Yushan said made some sense. If the news was released at this time that the 8th prince was colluding with the barbarian army, it might make the conflict between Emperor Xia and the aristocratic families public. By then, others will simply stop acting, and the entire Daxia will be in chaos, which is not what Lu Chen wants to see. However, we can't just let it go like this. He had long been annoyed with this guy Lu Shuyun, who had sent the Blood Moon Tower to assassinate him time and again, and now he was committing such a treasonous act. We can't let this traitor live so freely. He must pay a price. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said, "Pass on my order and have Commander Liang find a way to assassinate the 8th prince. It doesn't have to be successful, but try to eliminate all the important people around the 8th prince." Lu Chen did this on the one hand to give the 8th prince a warning, and on the other hand, it was also a revenge against him. Of course, it would be best if we could get rid of the traitor Lu Shuyun directly. However, Lu Chen did not think that Liang Zong and the Jinui in the capital could get rid of a prince in the capital, not to mention that Lu Shuyun had the super family, the Wong family, behind him. The Wong family will definitely send many experts to protect Lu Shuyun, so it is a question whether Liang Zong and others can hurt Lu Shuyun. But no matter whether it can succeed or not, Lu Shuyun must not be allowed to act so recklessly and rampantly in the capital, which is simply lawless. In order to seize the throne, he actually took the initiative to collude with foreign enemies, completely disregarding the lives of the people of Beijun. Although Beijun was already the fief of him as the king of the north, in name, it was still the Beijun of Daxia. If Lu Shuyun succeeds in winning the throne in the future, Beijun will be the place he rules. However, this guy sold out Beijun just to win the throne. Lu Chun also knew that his decision to assassinate Lu Shuyun was somewhat emotional, and doing so might even expose the whereabouts of the Jinui. But if he didn't do something, he really couldn't get rid of this anger. Qin Yushan also saw what Lu Chun was thinking. He also knew that Lu Chun must be very angry now, so he suggested, "Your Majesty, Although the news that the 8th prince colluded with the barbarians should not be spread for the time being, you can reveal some information to His Majesty. His Majesty will definitely mobilize the Shadow Guards to investigate. If they find out that the 8th prince is colluding with the barbarians, even if he doesn't punish the 8th prince now, he will use the evidence to punish the 8th prince and the Jiangnan family after the barbarian southward movement is over. Originally, Emperor Xia was thinking of finding an excuse to take action against the aristocratic families, but the Jiangnan aristocratic families went to collude with the barbarians. Isn't this handing the knife to Emperor Xia? As for sacrificing the 8th prince, it was nothing to Emperor Xia. The 8th prince was the spokesperson for the Jiangnan family, and Emperor Xia had never intended to choose him as the crown prince. The royal family is ruthless. Emperor Xia didn't even care about the 8th prince's assassination of the northern king. So how could he care about sacrificing the 8th prince? He had many sons, so the death of one or two would not be a loss to him. Moreover, as a master, Emperor Xia was still young and strong, and he could have children very quickly. After hearing Qin Yushan's suggestion, Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then said, "I will write a memorial to my father right away." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Qin Yushan hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely not possible." Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Didn't you suggest that I reveal something to my father? If I don't write a memorial, how can I reveal to my father the news about the collusion between the barbarians and the 8th prince?" Qin Yushan said, "Your Majesty, what I mean is that this matter cannot be passed to Your Majesty through a memorial. If Your Majesty writes a memorial, it will be a political matter. After Your Majesty knows about it, he will probably discuss it with the ministers. Moreover, before the memorial is passed to Your Majesty, the contents may be known by others. If the prince wanted His Majesty to know about this, he should have written a letter home. Only a letter home can be delivered to His Majesty in the first place. In Daxia, all memorials submitted by local governments needed to be reviewed by people below them, and some memorials never reached the hands of Emperor Xia. If Lu Chen was writing a memorial, once it was discovered by the 8th prince's men, it would definitely be stopped, there is no doubt about it. But if it is a family letter, it will be different. If it is written in the name of the 9th prince, it will be delivered directly to Emperor Xia. Hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen was stunned. Letter from home? A prince who has been in theft writes a letter to the emperor? Has there ever been such an abstract thing in Daxia? He seemed to have never heard of the prince who went to a vassal state to write letters to the emperor. Going to a vassal state meant that he would be a minister from now on, and the father-son relationship would be weakened. Would it be a bit too much to write letters at this time? After Lu Chen pondered for a moment, he felt that what Qin Yushan said actually made some sense. If I submit the memorial myself, it is very likely that it will not reach the hands of Emperor Xia. But letters from home were different. He didn't believe that anyone would even intercept his own letters. Although it was a bit abstract for a vassal prince to write a letter to the emperor, he was not without the qualifications to do so. After all, even though he was a vassal prince, he was still the son of Emperor Xia. Chapter 92. Why not let Xiaobai stay and take care of me? Lu Chen finally accepted Qin Yushan's suggestion and wrote a letter directly to Emperor Xia. He first complained to Emperor Xia in a letter about how bad the environment in Beijun was, and then pretended to ask for help in the letter, hoping that Emperor Xia would send an army as soon as possible to help him resist the barbarians. When the letter was almost over, Lu Chen mentioned that he had recently accidentally discovered that many iron tools that were only found in Daxia appeared on the grassland. Finally, Lu Chen pretended to be very aggrieved and complained in the letter, saying that the 8th prince's caravans had frequently appeared in Beijun recently, and relying on the 8th prince's support, they often did not pay tolls. He hoped that Emperor Xia could punish the 8th prince and let him stop being so arrogant. It would be best if he could make up for the tolls of the caravans under his control. The image displayed in Lu Chen's letters is that of a coward who is afraid of death. This is similar to the image he has always displayed as a pleasure-seeking, unlearned person. Moreover, he had not directly stated in this family letter that the salt and iron of the barbarians came from the 8th prince, but he believed that Emperor Xia would be able to see what he was talking about. After all, his father, the emperor, is a seasoned veteran. It is impossible that he could not even see this hint. After writing the letter home, Lu Chen planned to ask Qin Yushan to send someone to deliver it to the capital as soon as possible. But at this time, Qin Yushan said again, "Your Majesty, you can't just send a letter home. You also need to write an urgent war report on the barbarian movements and send it to the capital. It just so happens that our people have discovered that the northern Xian King's soldiers have gathered at the Sirius King's royal court. There is absolutely no problem using the red silk messenger to get this information. Lu Chan was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Is it so troublesome?" Chu Yuqin said, "If we just send a letter home, it won't be delivered to His Majesty right away. But if we take advantage of the opportunity of the red silk messenger to deliver the battle report, the messenger can directly deliver the letter and the battle report to His Majesty at the same time." Although Lu Chan was writing a family letter, it still had to go through some procedures before it could be delivered to the emperor. It is not easy for anything to enter the palace, but it is different for emergency war reports. In Daxia, the battle reports from Hongling messenger must be delivered to the emperor as soon as possible. No one is allowed to stop it. Even if the emperor is still sleeping, he must be woken up. Lu Chen also understood what Chu Yuqin meant. He then wrote a battle report and hoped that the court would send troops as soon as possible. After finishing both items, Chu Yuqin immediately arranged for the Hongling messenger to deliver Lu Chen's family letter and battle report to the capital. At this time, Lu Chen was sitting in the study, looking at the map on the table, and fell into silence. After the letter is delivered to the capital, his father will most likely ask Bai Qingqing, the deputy commander of the Shadow Guard, to investigate the affairs of the northern county barbarians. By that time, he can take advantage of it and ask Bai Qingqing to submit some evidence of the 8th Prince's collusion with the barbarians. Of course, it is not easy to collect evidence that the 8th Prince and the noble families are colluding with the barbarians. After all, the evidence is all with the barbarians. Therefore, the most important thing they have to do now is to defeat the barbarians. Only in this way can they obtain evidence from the barbarians that Lu Shuyun is colluding with them. At that time, the evidence will become an excuse for Emperor Xia to deal with the aristocratic families. As for what will happen to the 8th Prince and the aristocratic family in the end, Lu Chun doesn't care at all. These guys were unkind and unjust first, so don't blame him. Just as Lu Chan was staring at the map in a daze, there was a knock on the door. Lu Chan came back to his senses and said, "The door is open. Come in." The next moment, Chu Yuqin pushed the door and entered the study. Seeing Chu Yuqin's graceful figure, the seriousness on Lu Chen's face disappeared, and he asked with a smile, "Aunt Chu, do you have something to talk to me about?" Chu Yuqin said, "Chen'er, are you planning to have those people from the palace go south to Anping City this time? You have to keep some people around to take care of you, right?" Hearing this, Lu Chan thought for a moment, and then said, "Why not let Xiaobai stay and take care of me?" When Chu Yuqin heard Lu Chen mentioned Bai Qingqing, she looked at Lu Chen dimly, and she knew that Lu Chen would choose Bai Qingqing. First of all, Bai Qingqing has certain strength, and Bai Qingqing has just come to the palace. Although Lu Chen and Bai Qingqing have known each other since childhood, they have been separated for so many years after all, so it feels a bit fresh for Lu Chen. And Bai Qingqing has become even more cool and beautiful now. Lu Chen must like her body very much. Chu Yuqin then asked, "Is she the only one? Are you not going to keep that vixen from Baihua Tower by your side?" Hearing this, Lu Chen was silent for a moment. Chu Yuqin continued, "The 3rd assassination attempt at the Blood Moon Tower has already failed. I'm afraid the 8th Prince has also noticed Wongqini's abnormality. In my opinion, there is no need for her to stay in the 100 Flowers Tower any longer. Why not just arrange for her to be your slave girl and serve you in the palace every day? Besides, she is quite strong and might be able to protect you at a critical moment." Chu Yuqin thought to herself that Wongqini was at least a 9th rank warrior. If she stayed close to Lu Chen, she could serve as a meat shield if Lu Chen was in danger. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "No need. Let her go with you to Anping City." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin confirmed, "Are you really going to leave Xiaobai alone?" Lu Chen nodded and said with a smile, "Xiaobai alone is enough. Besides, I'm also worried that if I'm not in Anping City, that beast in the capital will send people to cause trouble for you. Wongqini is a half-step master, and with her, Zixuan and the others' safety will be more guaranteed." Chu Yuqin was a little surprised to hear Lu Chen's words. Wongqini is actually already a half-step master. Wouldn't that be the same as my own realm? Whenever she thought of this, Chu Yuqin always felt a little unhappy. She had always felt uncomfortable seeing that vixen. Lu Chen's wives and concubines all respected him, except for that vixen, who always came up to her and said things like, "Your Highness is so powerful, and Your Highness can make people fly." It seemed that in the eyes of that vixen, she and she were both Lu Chen's women, so she spoke so unscrupulously in front of her. If it weren't for Lu Chen's sake, she would have attacked Wongqini long ago. After Chu Yuqin came back to her senses, she sighed and said, Chen'er, I won't ask you any more questions about what you want to do, but I still want to remind you that if you really encounter danger and can't resist the barbarians' attack, you should flee south. The situation in the capital is quite unstable now. Your Majesty will not send too many soldiers north. You can only rely on yourself. Even if you fail to defend Beijun, the people of Daxia will not laugh at you. At least you took the initiative to fight the barbarians. Lu Chen's image in the hearts of the common people has fallen to the bottom. Even if he really abandoned Beijun and ran away, the people of Daxia would not find it strange. On the contrary, the fact that Lu Chen fought a decisive battle with the barbarians in Yinqing would make the common people think that the king of the north still has some backbone, and his image in the hearts of the common people could rebound. Hearing Chu Yuqin's reminder, Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said, Aunt Chu, don't worry, I still cherish my life. If I really can't defeat the barbarians, I know what to do. Seeing Lu Chen say this, Chu Yuqin didn't say anything more. She turned around and said, Okay, I'll go on patrol first. You go ahead. After she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin turned around and left the study. 2 days later, at the gate of the palace, the palace's convoy heading south was ready. Lu Chen stood at the gate of the palace and said goodbye to his wives and concubines one by one. Chapter 93, Farewell. Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao lay in Nan Luchen's arms, sobbing, and Zhou Yuyu's eyes were red from crying. Zhou Xiaoxiao wiped her tears and said, Your Majesty, if you can't stop the barbarians, you must go south. Zhou Yuyu hugged Lu Chen's waist and laid her head on his chest. Oh, Prince, I will wait for your good news in Anping City. At this time, Mu Zixuan, who was standing aside, also looked into Lu Chen's eyes and said, My lord, I am leaving now. You must take good care of yourself. Hearing what the three of them said, Lu Chen said with a smile, Don't worry, the war will be over soon, no more than half a year at most. When they heard that they would not be able to see Lu Chen until half a year later, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu cried even harder. Even Mu Zixuan's eyes turned slightly red, and she looked like she was about to cry. Lu Chen comforted them. Okay, my babies, stop crying. As soon as the war is over, I will send someone to pick you up. While Lu Chen was comforting his wives and concubines, Chu Yuqin did not stand beside him and say anything more. She had already told Lu Chen everything she needed to say. She also believed that Lu Chen knew what he was going to do. Chu Yuqin came to Bai Qingqing and said to her, Xiao Bai, you will only be with Chen'er for the next few months. Chen'er's safety is in your hands. Chu Yuqin said that only Bai Qingqing was with Lu Chen, so she was naturally referring to Lu Chen's woman. It was impossible that no one was left in the palace, as most of the servants and maids were still left behind. After all, Lu Chen still lives in the palace. It is impossible to let all the maids and servants leave the palace. If those maids and servants leave, who will take care of Lu Chen? After hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Bai Qingqing said, softly and didn't say much. To be honest, Bai Qingqing didn't expect that Lu Chen would only keep her as a woman by his side, which made Bai Qingqing feel more worried. When Bai Qingqing thought of the scene of Lu Chen doing that kind of thing with her, she felt a little panicked. When Lu Chen's wives and concubines are gone, she will be the only woman left. Doesn't she have to cultivate feelings with Lu Chen every day? Even though she was a powerful master, Bai Qingqing's slender legs trembled slightly when she thought of Lu Chen's ferocity. At this time, Wongqini came to Lu Chen and was about to leave Lu Chen. As the person who suffered the most from Lu Chen on weekdays, Wongqini also felt very reluctant. She looked into Lu Chen's eyes and asked, My lord, are you really not going to let me stay with you? Lu Chen said, No need. Although you are my slave girl, you are also my woman, and I don't want to see my woman get hurt. Hearing this, Wongqini suddenly felt extremely warm in her heart. She had always thought that Lu Chen was just using her as a tool to vent his emotions, but she didn't expect that Lu Chen still cared about her in his heart. At this time, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and then said, By the way, from today on, you will withdraw from Yinyu Pavilion and no longer need to lurk. Hearing this, Wongqini was stunned for a moment. She had actually always wanted to prove her worth by lurking in Yinyu Pavilion. As long as the 8th prince wants to cause trouble for Lu Chen, She will be able to obtain information in advance, and her value will be reflected. Lu Chun continued. After coming to Beijun, I was assassinated twice by the Blood Moon Tower, but you were fine both times. No matter how stupid Lu Shuyun is, he can see that you betrayed me. After hearing what Lu Chun said, Wongqini thought about it and felt that there was some truth in it. However, if she no longer lurks as an undercover agent, how can she prove her worth? Does she really have to stay by Lu Chen's side every day and be Lu Chen's scabbard? Seeing that Wongqini looked a little disappointed, Lu Chen continued. After the war with the barbarians is over, I will arrange a job suitable for you. Hearing this, Wongqini's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, My lord, is what you said true? Although I don't know what kind of work Lu Chen will assign to me, it's better than being idle. Lu Chen nodded and said, yeah. Although he had not yet thought of arranging any work for Wongqini, he had no intention of leaving Wongqini idle. It was easy for him to lose control of himself in front of a charming woman like Wongqini. Although the women around him were all very beautiful, the one who could drive him crazy was Wongqini. After all, she was a slave girl. When Lu Chun thought that Wongqini was a slave girl, he always wanted to kill her. This kind of woman is not suitable to stay by his side all the time. If Wongqini deceives his feelings, how can the other wives and concubines around him bear children for him? At the same time, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun, who were in the distance, stood quietly, watching Lu Chun and his wives and concubines say goodbye one by one. This scene surprised both of them. They all said that Lu Chun was a dissolute prince, but they didn't expect that Lu Chen's wives and concubines had such deep feelings for him. Sure enough, the intelligence about the king of the north that they collected in Xianyue Palace was all false. Not a single piece of information describing the king of the north matched the king of the north. Of course, Chen Wanrong did not think that there was something wrong with the intelligence from their Xianyue Palace. Instead, she believed that the king of the north was hiding very deeply and was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, there wouldn't be rumors in the outside world that the king of the north is a waste. Lin Wanyun sighed and said beside Chen Wanrong at this time, I hope the king of the north can successfully resist the barbarians from going south and survive. After all, Lu Chun is the son of her good friend. Lin Wanyun sincerely hopes that he can survive. This has nothing to do with her position. As for using Lu Chen's blood to create the dragon-subduing curse, that's a story for later. Lin Wanyun glanced at Chen Wanrong at this time. Chen Wanrong was quietly looking at Lu Chun, who was saying goodbye to his wives and concubines not far away. This scene reminded her of the time when her father sent them away from the imperial city of Qin State. They were also reluctant to leave at that time. When she returned to the Qin Kingdom's imperial capital, everything had changed. Her father and the royal family had all turned into dry bones. At this time, Chen Wanrong was vaguely thinking of giving up using Lu Chun to create the Fulong curse. She didn't want to ruin this beautiful picture. After everyone said goodbye to Lu Chun said, okay, let's set off and try to get to Amping City as soon as possible. After Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao got on the carriage, they kept saying at the window, My lord, please take care of yourself. My lord, I will wait for your news. Lu Chun did not cry like his wives and concubines. He smiled and waved goodbye to them. Watching the convoy going away, Lu Chun suddenly felt relieved. Now that all his important people had left, he could prepare for a decisive battle with the barbarians. Then Lu Chun turned around and returned to the palace. This time, Mu Zixuan and his group's convoy heading south was very large. Not only was there a convoy from the royal palace, but there was also a convoy from the Mu Palace and even some civilians. For their safety, Lu Chun specially asked Mu Xingping to lead a group of Jinyue to escort them south and also arranged several ninth-grade warriors. Safety is definitely not a problem. When the people of Beijun saw such a large convoy heading south, they knew that something big must have happened in Beijun. In the next few days, rumors circulated in Beijun that the barbarians were about to move south. In order to save his life, the king of Bei simply abandoned the people of Beijun and ran away. Chapter 94. Didn't they say that the northern king had already escaped? Lu Chun, who was in the palace, had naturally heard about the rumors in Beijun. It was impossible for there to be no rumors when the common people saw such a large convoy of vehicles from the palace heading south. Lu Chun did not pay too much attention to the rumors. He had already started preparing to defend against the barbarians. A few days later, In order to get the people in the north of Beijun to cooperate in the policy of clearing the countryside and relocating the population, the northern palace directly issued a notice, telling the people that the barbarians would soon gather 300,000 cavalrymen to march south to capture Beijun and establish a country in Beijun. As soon as the announcement came out, it caused an uproar in less than half a month. Not only did the people of Beijun know about this, but the entire Daxia and even other countries surrounding Daxia knew that the barbarians were about to move south. Originally, when the northern palace's convoy was heading south, the common people had already heard the rumor that the barbarians were heading south. Now that the northern palace had directly issued a notice, it proved that the barbarians were indeed heading south. Some common people thought that even their king had escaped, and they would die if they stayed in Beijun, so they fled to the south. Of course, there are also some ordinary people who are unwilling to leave the place where they have lived for generations. In order to get the common people to cooperate with the policy of scorching the walls and clearing the fields, the northern palace soon issued another decree that all the common people who cooperated with the policy of scorching the walls and clearing the fields would be exempted from agricultural taxes for 2 years when they returned to their original land after the war. Lu Chun originally intended to use the policy of exempting agricultural taxes to promote the planting of new crops, but there was no other way as some people in the north refused to leave, so he had to withdraw this policy ahead of time. If under this circumstance, the people still refuse to leave, Lu Chun will not intend care. He is now busy training new troops and cannot focus all his attention on clearing the countryside. Early morning, after Lu Chun got up, he glanced at the icy beauty in his arms. It just so happened that Bai Qingqing was also watching him. Bai Qingqing always woke up before him. Seeing Lu Chun staring at her, a blush appeared on Bai Qingqing's cold face, and she immediately turned her head to look away. After Lu Chun's wives and concubines left, Lu Chun came to her bed every night. Her body and mind completely belonged to Lu Chun, but she still didn't dare to look directly into Lu Chun's eyes. Seeing the shy look of the beautiful Bai Qingqing, Lu Chun smiled slightly. After these days of exploration, he has understood how to use the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Sutra. The function of the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Sutra is to accelerate one's own cultivation and increase the speed at which one absorbs spiritual energy. It can also allow the female to embark on the path of cultivation. In other words, the Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang Classic is a dual cultivation method. Lu Chun planned to bring Mu Zixuan and the others back after the war with the barbarians was over and practice the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Sutra with them. Although it is unlikely to become an immortal in this world with thin spiritual energy, it is still possible to let them live longer or maintain their youth and beauty. At this time, Lu Chun got up from the bed. He didn't plan to say good morning to Bai Qingqing today because he had important things to do. After getting up, Lu Chun had a simple meal and rode his horse to the new army camp. When the people of Yinqing saw Lu Chun riding a horse, they were extremely shocked and started talking about it. Didn't they say that the northern king had already escaped? Yes, I saw with my own eyes the carriage of the princess and her companions heading south. Then why is the northern king still in Yinqing? Could this be the northern king's substitute? How could it be a substitute? I have seen the king of the north several times. This is the king of the north himself. It seems that the northern king only sent his wives and concubines to seek refuge in the south, and he himself did not escape. I didn't expect the northern king to be so courageous. Listening to the discussions of the common people, Lu Chun did not care too much. He rode his horse to the new army camp on purpose to let the common people of Yinqing know that he had not left Yinqing yet. Soon, Lu Chun arrived at the new army camp. The new army camp was located outside the city. In order to facilitate the artillery testing, Lu Chun specially ordered people to build the new army camp at a place far away from Yinqing. After Lu Chun arrived at the new army camp, several important generals, including Mu Changtian, immediately came to Lu Chun's front and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Chun nodded slightly, then asked, "Have all the new soldiers been recruited?" Mu Changtian replied, "Your Highness, we have recruited all of them. There are exactly 10,000 people." As soon as Mu Changtian finished speaking, Li Feng said, "Your Majesty, I heard that the court has issued an order to expand the army in Beijun. Now Beijun can have a maximum of 150,000 soldiers. Why don't we take the opportunity to recruit more soldiers?" When they reported the situation of the barbarians moving south to the court immediately issued an order to the northern palace to expand the army. However, after so much time had passed, Lu Chun did not continue to recruit soldiers, and he did not seem to have any intention of continuing to recruit soldiers, which made Li Feng and others feel a little confused. It is an easy task to get the court to issue an order to expand the army. Everyone knows that Emperor Xia has been weakening the power of the vassal kings. It is already good enough for Beijun to have an army of 100,000. If the situation in Daxia had not been turbulent and the army could not be easily mobilized, Emperor Xia would not have agreed to issue an order to expand the army to Beijun. This military expansion order is an opportunity for Beijun and the Northern King to quickly enhance their strength. But the King of the North did not take action immediately. Although the population of Beijun is sparse, it is not a big problem to recruit 150,000 soldiers. Moreover, they're about to go to war with the barbarians. If they can recruit another 100,000 new soldiers in a short period of time, their hope of defeating the barbarians will be greater. After hearing Li Feng's question, Lu Chun smiled faintly. It's not the quantity of soldiers that matters, but their quality. Even if you recruit another 100,000 new soldiers now, can you train them in a short period of time? If they were on the battlefield, I'm afraid the barbarian cavalry would scatter them in one charge. Don't even mention the new recruits. Even the Imperial army is often dispersed by the barbarian cavalry when facing them. Don't you think so, General Mu? Having said that, Lu Chun's gaze fell on Mu Changtian. Now is the time to discuss official business. So Lu Chun did not call Mu Changtian father-in-law, but directly called him General Mo. The reason why Lu Chun looked at him and said this was because Mu Changtian had fought with the barbarians many times and he had experience. Hearing Lu Chun's words, Mu Changtian said, "Your Highness is right. If we let the new recruits fight the barbarians head-on, there's a high probability that the barbarian cavalry will be wiped out in one charge." At this point, Mu Changtian changed the subject and said, "But Your Majesty, these new recruits don't necessarily have to fight the barbarian soldiers head-on. They can still defend the city. They were originally on the defensive side, so there was no need for them to rush up and fight the barbarian cavalry. Soldiers were also needed to defend the city. Even if these recruits were not as strong as the cavalry, they could still play a big role in defending the city. So Mu Changtian prefers to recruit more soldiers." Lu Chun said at this time, "I understand what you mean, but don't worry, since the court has issued an order to expand the army, I will naturally expand the army, but not now. And in a few days, I will give you a surprise." Hearing this, Mu Changtian and the others looked at each other, all very curious about what the surprise Lu Chun was talking about. Lu Chun continued at this time, "By the way, have you finished digging the cave that I asked you to dig?" Li Feng replied, "Your Highness, it has been dug." Lu Chun immediately said, "Take me there." Then Li Feng and his team brought Lu Chun to the cave of the artillery battalion. Seeing the cave in front of him, Li Feng really wanted to ask Lu Chun why he asked them to dig the cave, but in the end Li Feng held back. Since the King of the North asked them to dig the cave, it must be useful. I guess the King of the North will tell them what the cave is used for later. Lu Chun did not hesitate and walked directly into the cave, saying as he walked, "You all wait outside. No one is allowed to come in without my order." Hearing Lu Chun's words, everyone stopped immediately. After Lu Chun entered the cave, he directly opened the system backpack and took out a 122mm towed howitzer from it. Then Lu Chun glanced at the data of the howitzer. Caliber 122mm, range 18,000 meters, initial velocity 690 meters/second, projectile weight 33.4 kilograms, total weight 3,400 kilograms, fragmentation grenade, killing radius 15 to 30 meters. Chapter 95, Gun Test. After reading the data of the 122mm howitzer, Lu Chun's mouth corners slightly raised. With such a powerful weapon, the barbarian cavalry is nothing. Unfortunately, there were too few shells, only 1,000. There are 200 howitzers, but only 1,000 shells. The system is really stingy. Although 1,000 shells may seem like a lot, a howitzer only has 5 shells. Not only that, when he was training the new army, he also wanted to let the soldiers see how the shells were fired. Teaching the soldiers to use the 122mm howitzer would waste some shells, and by the time they reached the battlefield, there would not be enough shells left. At this time, Lu Chun said to the people outside, "Okay, come in." Hearing Lu Chun's voice coming from the depths of the cave, Mu Changtian and others immediately went in. After everyone entered the cave, they were stunned when they saw the howitzer in front of them. What is this? Was there anything like this in the cave before? Unlike Mu Changtian and Mu Jingwu, Li Feng and others had seen Lu Chun take out weapons out of thin air, so they were not too surprised by the howitzer that suddenly appeared in the cave. However, Li Feng and the others were still extremely excited. They found that the shape of this howitzer was very similar to the mysterious weapon that Lu Chun had in his hands before, except that it was a little bigger. In the eyes of Li Feng and his friends, the howitzer in the cave was just an enlarged version of the Barrett in Lu Chen's hand. They thought that the mysterious weapon in Lu Chen's hand could kill a master. So wouldn't this weapon be able to kill even a Grand Master? Mu Changtian looked at the howitzer in front of him carefully at this time, and then asked, "Your Majesty, what is this?" Lu Chun said calmly, "Howitzer, let the soldiers pull it out. I will show you the power of this weapon." After hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone was stunned at first, but soon several soldiers surrounded them and immediately pushed the howitzer outside. Although I don't know what kind of weapon this thing is, I can tell from its weight and the metal material it is made of that it must be extraordinary. Mu Changtian and the others no longer worried about how this weapon appeared in the cave. They just want to know what power this weapon had. If they guessed correctly, Lu Chun specially recruited 10,000 soldiers to form an artillery battalion just to let these soldiers use this mysterious weapon. With the push of the soldiers, the howitzer was soon pushed out. When the soldiers saw this mysterious weapon in front of them, they all started talking about it. "What is this? It should be some kind of siege weapon, right? It has wheels, so it should be a siege vehicle. Why did the prince ask them to push the siege vehicle to this place? I don't think it's a siege vehicle. Look at this thing. It seems to be made of all metal. If it's a siege vehicle, it would be too heavy." Lu Chun ignored the soldiers' discussion. He said to Mu Jingwu beside him, "Captain Mu, gather the new troops immediately. I want to demonstrate to the soldiers how to use this weapon." "Yes, Your Majesty." Mu Jingwu quickly gathered the 10,000 soldiers, and then they pushed the howitzers to an open area. After placing the howitzer, Lu Chun took out the instruction manual of the howitzer from the system space and simply adjusted the position according to the plain firing table of the howitzer. Then he said to the people behind him, "Everyone cover your ears." Hearing this, the soldier immediately covered his ears with his hands without any hesitation. The next moment, there was a deafening sound and the ground around them shook. Even though they had blocked their ears, they could still hear the loud noise. Immediately afterwards, the shells fired by the howitzer exploded in the woods in the distance, instantly creating a huge pit. The dirt flew several meters high, and some of the surrounding trees were directly blown off. Seeing this scene, Mu Changtian and others were stunned. Everyone had a stunned look on their faces. They had never seen such a terrifying weapon. However, the ground would shake when it was launched, and the object launched could actually instantly create a hole about 5 meters in the ground. If the object just launched had landed among their crowd, I don't know how many of them would have died. Mu Changtian and others couldn't help but wonder, could this be the mysterious weapon that the prince mentioned? If we have such weapons, or if we can produce more of these mysterious weapons, then why would we be afraid of the barbarians? Not to mention the barbarians, even unifying the world is not a problem. Mu Changtian and his son Mu Jingwu looked at each other, and both sides could see the astonishment in their eyes. They had originally speculated whether the king of the north had intentionally gone to Beijun to lie dormant, mainly to accumulate strength and prepare for the future unification of the world. Now that the northern king has taken out such a terrifying weapon, it can be basically confirmed that their guess is correct. With such a weapon, are they still afraid that they cannot unify the world? What kind of city gate can withstand the missile launch from this weapon? No matter how strong the city gate is, it will probably be blown down in one go. Even a master-level warrior would be blown into dozens of pieces if hit by the thing just launched. So this is the Northern King's trump card. At this time, Lu Chun turned his head and looked at the people behind him who were shocked and speechless. "General Mu, what do you think of my mysterious weapon? Can it withstand the 300,000 barbarian cavalry?" Hearing this, Mu Changtian recovered from his shock and said immediately, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for owning this divine weapon. Your Majesty will unify the world in no time." Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. When did he say he wanted to unify the world? Mu Changtian then continued to ask, "Prince, how many of these siege vehicles do you have?" Mu Changtian didn't know what this thing was called, so he could only temporarily call it a siege vehicle. After all, it did have some similarities with a siege vehicle, such as both having wheels. Lu Chun did not correct Mu Changtian's name. He replied, I have 100 howitzers and about 800 shells. Lu Chen did not disclose the full number of howitzers and shells he had. This time, in the battle with the barbarians, not so many shells or howitzers would be needed. At most 100 would be enough to deploy. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Mu Changtian said, Your Majesty, are the shells you're talking about the ones that were just fired? Lu Chen said, Yes, the howitzer in front of us is just a launching device. The real effect is still the shell, just now. Having said that, Lu Chen squatted down, opened the wooden box containing the howitzer shells, and then took out a shell from it. After seeing the cannonball in Lu Chen's hand, everyone fell into deep thought. It seems that Daxia does not have the technology to manufacture this kind of artillery shells. Where did the Northern King get this horrific weapon? Mu Jingwu then asked, Your Majesty, can we make this kind of shell? Lu Chen replied, Not yet, but it won't be long before we can create similar weapons. After hearing what Lu Chen said, everyone was suddenly extremely excited. If they could mass-produce this kind of horrific weapon, who will be Beijun's opponent in the future? Chapter 96 The Prince Isn't Immortal? Lu Chen's artillery test gave the soldiers great confidence. In their opinion, with such a terrifying weapon, there was no need to fear the barbarian cavalry. At this time, Mu Changtian and others also understood why Lu Chen planned to lead the barbarian cavalry into the Wanning River Valley from the beginning. Only by gathering all the barbarian cavalry together can this powerful weapon play its greatest role. When the time comes, we will bombard the Wanning River Valley from the mountains on both sides, and those barbarian cavalry will not be able to fight back at all. Lu Chen put down the shells in his hand at this time, and then said to Mu Jingwu, Captain Mu, from now on, the artillery battalion will be handed over to you and Su Wei. Hearing that Lu Chen actually gave him such an important weapon to manage, Mu Jingwu was extremely excited for a moment. He immediately said to Lu Chen, Your Majesty, I will definitely live up to your expectations. I will let the soldiers of the artillery battalion get familiar with how to operate this thing as soon as possible. Lu Chen then handed the howitzer operation manual in his hand to Mu Jingwu. This is the instruction manual for the howitzer. I will give you about 50 training shells. You should arrange it and try to make every soldier in the artillery battalion understand how to operate this thing before the barbarian cavalry arrives. Mu Jingwu said, Yes, Your Majesty. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Jingwu took the howitzer's instruction manual from Lu Chen and started reading it. Lu Chen thought to himself that there must be a certain threshold for using a howitzer, but as long as the soldiers are familiar with the operation of the howitzer, even if the soldiers cannot understand the firing table. Thinking of this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then turned to Li Feng and said, General Li, transfer a group of archers from your military camp to the artillery camp. From now on, the main operation of the howitzers will be handed over to the archers. Lu Chen just changed his mind and realized that not being able to understand the shooting table is indeed a big problem for the soldiers. However, archers know how to adjust the angle when shooting arrows. If the howitzer is handed over to them, even if they cannot understand the shooting table, they will know how to adjust the shooting angle. As for the new recruits, let them handle logistics, such as carrying and loading artillery shells. Li Feng said, Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Chen continued, General Li, go and gather the archers now. I am in the artillery camp today. If you have any questions about the howitzers, you can ask me. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Feng quickly turned around, then rode out of the artillery battalion on horseback and went to another military camp to mobilize archers. For the next whole day, Lu Chen stayed in the artillery battalion with the soldiers. Lu Chen also discovered that it was exactly as he thought. Archers could understand the shooting angle of the howitzer more easily than ordinary soldiers. In just one afternoon, the archers brought by Li Feng basically understood how to shoot. Some archers could even understand the shooting table in Lu Chen's hand. This made Lu Chen breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the ancients were not as stupid as he imagined. At first, he was worried that the soldiers would not know how to use the howitzers because they could not understand the firing table. Now it seems that he was overthinking it. They just didn't know the principles of the howitzer, but they were able to learn how to use it quickly. In the evening, Lu Chen asked several soldiers who learned quickly to operate the howitzer themselves, and the result made him very satisfied. Although the soldier did not let the shell fall to the designated location, deviating by a few meters, the killing range of his howitzer was 15 to 30 meters. Once the barbarian cavalry entered the Wanning River Valley, it was no exaggeration to say that they could hit them with their eyes closed, so this little error was nothing. After the soldiers finished the test shooting, Lu Chun rode his horse back to the palace. At this time, Mu Chantian and others were standing on the mountain, looking at the big pits left by the test firing of howitzers in the distance, and they remained silent for a long time. After a while, Mu Chantian finally asked, "General Li, where did the prince get this mysterious weapon? You have been following the prince since he came to Beijun, so you should know something about it, right?" Li Feng said, "I don't know either." Mu Chantian smiled and said, "General Li, I am no longer Duke Mu. We are equals now. You don't have to call me your subordinate all the time." If the prince knew about this, I'm afraid he would think too much. When Li Feng was in the Huban army, he was indeed Mu Chantian's subordinate, but now he is no longer in the capital, and Mu Chantian is no longer the Duke of Mu. Li Feng has been valued by Lu Chun. If he still considers himself as Mu Chantian's subordinate, wouldn't he be suspected of forming cliques? Mu Chantian does have some political awareness. Kings don't want their subordinates to get too close to them. If subordinates get too close to them, it will make the king feel a sense of crisis. Li Feng instantly understood what Mu Chantian meant, and he immediately changed his words and said, "I understand, General Mu." At this point, Li Feng continued, "I don't know where the prince's weapons came from, but I once saw the prince take out a mysterious weapon out of thin air. That weapon is similar to a howitzer, but smaller, can be held in the hand, and can also shoot things similar to cannonballs. The prince once used that weapon to kill a 9th-rank warrior directly. I heard that the Blood Moon Tower's Grandmaster was also killed instantly by that weapon last time." After hearing what Li Feng said, Mu Chantian and Mu Jingwu fell silent. Instantly kill 9th-grade warriors and masters. Are the mysterious weapons in the Northern King's hands so terrifying? Mu Chantian suddenly thought of something at this time, so he asked, "Wait, you just said that the king of the north took out a weapon out of thin air?" Li Feng said, "Yes. This." Mu Chantian and his son Mu Jingwu looked at each other. Mu Jingwu said, "Dad, could it be that the prince is an immortal?" Mu Jingwu did not say the word people because the news was too explosive. Mu Chantian said directly, "I don't know if it is an immortal, but I am sure that there is absolutely no such weapon in this world." Li Feng said at this time, "In fact, there have been rumors in the military camp that the prince is an immortal. Some people also say that the prince is blessed by the gods and is the son of destiny. Those weapons were given to the prince by the gods." Hearing Li Feng's words, Mu Chantian frowned slightly. This is not a good thing for the prince. Now Emperor Xia is still alive, and he is still young and strong. As a result, some people say that King Bei is the son of destiny. If King Bei is the son of destiny, then what is Emperor Xia? However, it is not wrong to say that the king of the north is the son of destiny. If he didn't have any immortal affinity, he wouldn't be able to come up with such a terrifying, mysterious weapon. Mu Chantian looked at Mu Jingwu and said, "Jingwu, the prince has entrusted such an important weapon to you. This shows how much the Mu family values us. You must not disappoint the prince." Mu Jingwu said, "Don't worry, I will make sure that the soldiers of the artillery battalion fully learn how to use the howitzers before the barbarians arrive." After hearing Mu Jingwu's answer, Mu Chantian left the artillery battalion with peace of mind. In their hearts, they all tacitly accepted that Lu Chun was an immortal or had a connection with immortality. Chapter 97: The Eighth Prince was assassinated. Half a month passed in a flash. In the capital, the eighth prince's residence, his study. Lu Shuyun looked at the information tightly in his hand, his teeth clenched tightly, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. In the past, he would throw things when he was angry, but the information he received today made him so angry that he even forgot to smash things. He was so angry that his body was shaking and cold sweat began to appear on his face. He never imagined that the owner of the Blood Moon Tower would bring so many 9th-rank warriors to personally assassinate a useless prince, but they all failed. The owner of the Blood Moon Tower is a true master. Even if there is a mysterious master in the Northern Palace, it will be no problem for the owner of the Blood Moon Tower to hold him back. Of course, what made Lu Shuyun even more angry was Wang Qingxi's betrayal. Wang Qingxi, an assassin who was raised by the Wang family since childhood, has now rebelled and defected to the Northern Palace. Lu Shuyun tore the intelligence in his hand into pieces. He sneered and said, "Good, good, good, very good. No wonder the Northern Palace was able to avoid the assassination of the Blood Moon Tower every time. It turns out that there is a traitor. My dear brother, You are really capable. You actually managed to turn the assassin that the Wong family has trained since childhood against the Wong family. I really underestimated you." Just when Lu Shuyin couldn't find a way to vent his anger, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from outside. Then, a servant rushed in a panic and said, "Your Highness, something terrible has happened." Lu Shuyin was furious and was about to kill the servant to vent his anger when he heard the servant say, "Your Highness, run away. There are some masked assassins outside, and our people can't stop them at all." Hearing this, Lu Shuyin was stunned. Masked assassin? Who dares to assassinate a prince in the capital? At this time, Lu Shuyin didn't think about Lu Chen at all. After all, Lu Chen was far away in Beijun, and there was only a mysterious master by his side. It was impossible for him to send that mysterious master to the capital to assassinate him. The first thing Lu Shuyin thought of was the other princes who were participating in the fight for the throne. As long as he died, they would have one less competitor. Only, is there really any prince who would dare to assassinate a prince in the capital? If this were to be discovered, not only would he lose his qualification to succeed the throne, he might even be driven out of the capital and become a fiefdom. But now is not the time to think about these things. The other party has already broken in, and he must find a quiet place to hide. Fortunately, there were some underground passages in his mansion, so escape was no problem at all. Lu Shuyin was not worried about his death at all. Lu Shuyin then entered the underground passage of the palace and used it to escape. In the end, although the masked assassins broke into the 8th prince's mansion and killed his men and some of his retainers, they did not find any trace of the 8th prince. Of course, the original target of these assassins was not the 8th prince. By the time the Imperial Guard arrived, all the masked assassins had left. The news of the 8th prince's assassination quickly spread throughout the capital. Since Emperor Xia ascended the throne, such a terrible incident has rarely occurred, except for the last time when the remnants of the Chun state entered the palace to assassinate Emperor Xia. A prince was assassinated by a group of masked assassins while staying in his own residence. When Emperor Xia heard about this, he was extremely angry. Since he ascended the throne, few people dared to cause trouble in the imperial city. The last time the remnants of the Chun state entered the palace, they were mainly looking for something and were accidentally discovered by the guards. Emperor Xia just exaggerated and said that he was assassinated and then used this to exile the Mu Guogong family. It was not a real assassination, but this time it's different. This time, the assassins broke into the 8th prince's mansion from the main gate with great fanfare, killing anyone they met and directly massacred the 8th prince's mansion. This shows that the assassin has become lawless and does not take the imperial power into consideration at all. How could Emperor Xia not be angry when such a thing happened under the emperor's feet? Emperor Xia issued an order that evening, asking the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guards to immediately capture the assassins and not to let any of them go. The next morning, Xianzheng Hall. Early in the morning, the officials came to the Xianzheng Hall and waited. They had all heard about what happened last night, and people were all very shocked. No one had expected that there would be an assassin so bold as to send people to massacre the 8th prince's mansion. You should know that there is a Grand Master and several experts in the 8th prince's mansion. At this time, Lu Shuyin dragged his exhausted body into the Xianzheng Hall. At this time, Lu Shuyun's face was pale, completely bloodless, and he looked as if he had lost his soul. When the ministers saw Lu Shuyin himself appear, they immediately surrounded him. "Your Highness, are you okay? Your Highness, are you injured? Your Highness, those thieves are really hateful. They actually dared to trespass into your mansion. I believe that your Majesty will not let them go." Listening to the officials' caring voices, Lu Shuyin said nothing. Although he escaped from the mansion yesterday and was not injured, what happened last night did scare him. He only found out this morning that all the retainers in his mansion, as well as the master sent by the Wong family to protect him, had been killed. Not only that, almost everyone in the palace died except him and a few servants who escaped. At first, Lu Shuyin thought that the masters in his mansion would have no problem stopping the assassins. He entered the underground passage of the mansion just as a precaution to prevent any assassin from finding him directly. But he didn't expect that the assassin's purpose was not only to kill him as a prince, but also his followers were the targets of the assassin. Just then, the eunuch's voice was heard in the hall. "Your Majesty has arrived." The officials hurried back to where they were standing, saluted and said, "Long live His Majesty." At this time, Emperor Xia stood in front of the dragon throne. He did not sit down, but looked down at the officials below. There seemed to be a strong murderous intent in Emperor Xia's eyes. It seemed that what happened last night really made him very angry. At this time, Lu Shuyun knelt on the ground and said loudly, "Father, please make a decision for me. In such a big mansion, only 4 people survived." After Lu Shuyun finished speaking, Emperor Xia still did not speak. His eyes swept over the princes in the hall. Being stared at by Emperor Xia with murderous eyes, the princes all felt tremendous pressure and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Although they were not responsible for this incident, now is the critical moment in the fight for the throne, and they're the most suspected. After all, once the 8th prince dies, they will lose one of their most powerful competitors. But they're not fools. How could they do such a thing as massacring the prince's residence right under the emperor's feet? If this were to be discovered, being driven out to become a fiefdom would be a minor matter. However, if their father got angry and directly demoted them to commoners, that would be disastrous. Several princes were very depressed. Who was the idiot who actually did such a thing at this time? Could it be that Lu Shuyun directed and acted this out himself? Chapter 98. Letter from the King of the North. The atmosphere in the Xianjing Hall was extremely depressing, and the ministers did not dare to breathe. With such a thing happening under the feet of the world, Emperor Xia must be extremely angry now. They dare not show up and provoke Emperor Xia at this time. After a long while, Emperor Xia finally spoke. "This is the 2nd time such a terrible incident has occurred in the capital since I ascended the throne. This is a contempt for the imperial power and a provocation to me." At this point, Emperor Xia's gaze fell on the commander of the Imperial Guards. "Li Ming, have you caught all the assassins from last night?" Upon hearing this, Li Ming, the commander of the Imperial Guards, knelt on the ground and said quickly, "Your Majesty, when I arrived at the 8th prince's residence yesterday, the assassins had already fled." Li Ming was sweating profusely, fearing that Emperor Xia would get angry and have him dragged out and beheaded. Hearing Li Ming's words, Emperor Xia said coldly, "Last time you let the remnants of the Chun kingdom sneak into the palace, and I didn't punish you. This time, a terrible incident like a bloodbath in the prince's mansion happened in the imperial city, and you didn't even see the shadow of the assassin. What's the point of having you as the commander of the Imperial Guards? From now on, Li Ming will be relieved of all his duties and exiled to the frontier." Hearing Emperor Xia's words, Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief, then kowtowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." Although he lost his job, at least he saved his life, so Li Ming still felt fortunate. At this time, Emperor Xia continued, "This case will be handed over to the Ministry of Justice for investigation. I need a satisfactory answer within 3 days." As soon as these words were spoken, the officials of the Ministry of Justice trembled in fear. They can't or dare to investigate such things. The assassins massacred the 8th prince's mansion directly. Even a master of the 8th prince's mansion was killed. This shows that at least one of the assassins last night was a master. Anyone who can send a master and dare to massacre a prince's residence with great fanfare must have a powerful force behind him. It is even possible that it was the work of another prince. If they really find out that it was done by another prince, it will be absolutely a hot potato for the Ministry of Justice. In Daxia, the Ministry of Justice has no way to deal with it and is not qualified to try the crimes of the princes. Although they knew this was a hot potato, the officials of the Ministry of Justice did not dare to refuse. Emperor Xia was angry at the moment, and if they dared to say anything at this time, they would probably lose their heads. At this time, Emperor Xia said to Lu Shuyun, "Prince Qi, get up. I will take care of this matter for you." Lu Shuyun said quickly, "I, your son, thank you, father." Emperor Xia did not say anything more about this matter. Although this matter was very bad, the assassin had not been caught yet, and there was no information about him at all. It was too early to discuss how to deal with the assassin. They had other things to discuss today. So Emperor Xia looked at the Minister of Revenue and said, "Minister Wang, I heard that you have been holding up the food and fodder for the army heading to Beijun. Is this true?" Wang Hai, the Minister of Finance, said quickly, "Your Majesty, it is not that I want to hold back the army's food and fodder, but the Ministry of Finance is in serious deficit and cannot raise so much silver in a short period of time." Emperor Xia said coldly, "You mean if we can't raise the money, the court won't have to send troops to Beijun to resist the barbarians?" Wang Hai, could it be that you are colluding with the barbarians and want them to march straight into the capital, so as to deliberately delay the departure of the army? Hearing what Emperor Xia said, Wang Hai's face turned pale instantly. It was true that their Wang family had colluded with the barbarians, but he did not expect Emperor Xia to say it directly. Although it sounded like Emperor Xia was testing them, Wang Hai always felt that Emperor Xia seemed to know something. Wang Hai immediately knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, I am already doing my best to prepare food and fodder for the army." Emperor Xia said coldly, "If the army still cannot march north within 3 days, you will no longer be the Minister of Finance." Just as Emperor Xia was about to continue speaking, a voice suddenly came from the entrance of the hall. "Urgent news from the north." The next moment, a red silk messenger rushed into the hall. After seeing the Hongling messenger, the faces of the ministers in the hall turned very ugly. Using the red silk messenger at this time, does that mean that the barbarians have begun to move south? The Imperial army here is still worried about food and fodder, and the barbarian cavalry in the north has already moved south. How can they defend the northern county? Do I really have to rely on that useless prince? Forget it. I'm afraid that the useless prince will flee back to the capital before the barbarian cavalry reaches Yanqing. At this time, the messenger Hongling said, "The barbarian king of Beijun has led 100,000 cavalrymen to meet at the court of the barbarian king of Tianlang, and is about to march south. This is the battle report from the northern king. In addition, the northern king sent a letter home to your majesty." Hearing this, everyone in the hall was stunned. Letter from home? A prince who has been in theft writes a letter to the emperor? It doesn't seem impossible. Although the northern king has gone out to be a thief, he is the emperor's son after all, and they have a father-son relationship. However, since the founding of Daxia, it seems that no vassal kings have ever written letters to the emperor, but only submitted memorials to the emperor. The eunuch beside Emperor Xia did not hesitate and immediately came to the Hongling messenger, picked up the battle report and the family letter, and presented them to Emperor Xia. After Emperor Xia received the battle report and the family letter, he first took a look at the battle report. There was nothing wrong with the writing of the report, and the king of the north also talked about the arrangements for Beijun in it. However, what puzzled Emperor Xia was that Lu Chun actually planned to clear the countryside and move all the civilians north of Yanqing to the south of Yanqing. Then he would lead his army and the 300,000 barbarian troops to fight a decisive battle in Yanqing. Emperor Xia frowned. Who came up with this strategy? He didn't think his useless son had the courage to do so. Not to mention whether the strategy was effective or not, it would take a lot of courage to do so. There are only 30,000 or at most 50,000 soldiers in Yanqing at present. It may not be easy for Yanqing alone to stop the barbarian cavalry. Moreover, this would also lead to Yanqing being besieged by the barbarian army. How could he not know what kind of character his son had? Emperor Xia did not quite believe that Lu Chun would put himself in danger. After reading the battle report, Emperor Xia then opened Lu Chun's letter home. As soon as he saw the beginning of the family letter, Emperor Xia snorted coldly. He wondered how Lu Chun suddenly became so decisive. It turned out that he wanted him to send troops to Beijun for support as soon as possible. Seeing Lu Chun's cowardly look in the letter home, crying for his father, Emperor Xia wanted to tear up the letter immediately, but he finally resisted the urge to continue reading. When he saw the back part, his face darkened instantly, especially when he saw the last line of text. Emperor Xia frowned immediately. In fact, he had known for a long time that the barbarians' migration southward must be related to the aristocratic families. This was something he could guess without any investigation, but he did not know who was colluding with the barbarians. The Daxia-style weapons that Lu Chun mentioned in his letter home only confirmed his guess. What really made Emperor Xia frown was that Lu Chun mentioned the 8th prince in the letter. Chapter 99. It seems that there is an expert around His Royal Highness the 9th prince. Seeing that the expression on Emperor Xia's face was becoming increasingly ugly, the ministers in the hall were very curious about what the king of the north had written in his letter home that made Emperor Xia look so angry. The bloodbath at the 8th prince's mansion didn't make Emperor Xia angry, right? After reading the contents of the family letter, Emperor Xia simply flicked his sleeves, said the words "dismiss court" indifferently, and left the hall. The ministers in the hall were all confused and didn't know what was going on. Are you going to adjourn the court now? Emperor Xia hasn't mentioned the war report from the north yet, and this time he did not ask anyone to go to his study to discuss military affairs. This made the ministers even more curious about the northern king's letters. What on earth was written in the letter that could have made Emperor Xia so angry that he left the palace immediately? After a while, Imperial Garden. When Emperor Xia arrived at the Imperial Garden, he directly handed the battle report and Lu Chen's letter to the Imperial Master Situ Su. Situ Su glanced at the battle report, then carefully read Lu Chen's letter home, and the expression on his face suddenly became serious. After a long while, Situ Su finally spoke up. Your Majesty, it seems that this battle report is not as important as this family letter. It is obvious that the King of the North wrote this battle report in order to send this letter home. So he asked the messenger Hong Ling to deliver it. Although the content of the family letter seemed that the King of the North was just a coward who wanted the court to send troops to help him resist the barbarians, the two most critical points in the family letter were written out in full by the King of the North. The first point is that the barbarians appeared with weapons and equipment of the Great Xia style, and the second point is that the caravan of the 8th Prince appeared in Beijun. The discovery of Daxia's weapons in the north proves that there must be people in Daxia collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country. Although Beijun is so poor, the caravan under the name of the 8th Prince went to Beijun to do business. This proves that there might be something wrong with the 8th Prince. This letter from a northern king almost made it clear that the 8th Prince was a traitor. It is obvious that the King of the North's purpose is not as simple as just complaining in his letter home. After hearing Situ Su's words, Emperor Xia put his hands behind his back and looked at the lotus pond in silence for a moment. I don't think Xiaojiu can have such thoughts. When Lu Chun was in the capital, he always gave people the impression that he was uneducated and only knew how to enjoy himself. Even after arriving in Beijun, he still did not do his work and spent his days indulging in debauchery in his mansion. Emperor Xia didn't think that Lu Chun had suddenly come to his senses and actually knew to use this method to remind him that there were people in the court who were traitors to the enemy. Of course, this family letter may indeed have such an effect, but this letter was definitely not written by Lu Chun, or this letter was written under the guidance of someone else. Situ Su sighed and said, Your Majesty, it seems that there is an expert around His Royal Highness the 9th Prince. From the fact that His Highness is able to gain insight into the barbarian king's court, it can be seen that His Highness the 9th Prince must have an intelligence organization at his disposal. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 9th Prince to control every move of the barbarians. Emperor Xia fell into deep thought again. What Situ Su said was correct. Lu Chun was able to know in advance that 300,000 barbarian troops were heading south, and he also knew that there were people in Daxia who were collaborating with the enemy and selling out their country. He even knew that the king of Beixian was leading 100,000 cavalrymen to join the king of Sirius. This proved that Lu Chun was in control of an organization whose intelligence gathering capabilities were no weaker than those of Shadow Guards. This made Emperor Xia feel a little threatened. Lu Chun, this uneducated and useless son, actually controls an intelligence organization with such strong intelligence gathering capabilities? What does he want to do? What does he dare to do? This made Emperor Xia wonder if Lu Chun had been hiding his abilities all along when he was in the capital. But judging from his performance, he doesn't seem to be the kind of person who would hide his shortcomings. He has lived in the capital for so many years and has always lived under surveillance. His behavior habits don't seem like he is acting at all. This made Emperor Xia even more suspicious whether there was some force behind Lu Chun that intended to use Lu Chun to achieve some ulterior motives, especially Xinyu Palace. Emperor Xia has always been bothered by Lu Chen's identity as the son of God. At this moment, the Shadow Guard commander appeared behind Emperor Xia. Your Majesty, Commander Bai has a secret report. Hearing this, Emperor Xia immediately turned around, took the secret letter from the Shadow Guard commander, and opened it. After reading Bai Qingqing's secret letter, the expression on Emperor Xia's face became even uglier. As he thought, Xinyu Palace really sent people to Beijun, and it was the palace master of Xinyu Palace who went to Beijun in person. But, according to the secret report, it seems that Xinyu Palace did not provide any assistance to Bei Wang Mansion, and the palace master of Xinyu Palace has already gone south with Lu Chen's wives and concubines. There is no one around Lu Chun now. This made Emperor Xia feel a little puzzled. If Xinyu Palace was not behind Lu Chun, then were there other forces behind him? He didn't believe that Lu Chun alone could form an intelligence organization that could reach into the barbarian royal court. That's a bit strange. Emperor Xia did not doubt Bai Qingqing. He just thought that Bai Qingqing might not have found out the real secret of the Northern Palace yet, or had not come into contact with the people behind Lu Chun. Then Emperor Xia said to the Shadow Guard commander, Tell Commander Bai to find a way to get into Xiaojiu's bed. I need more information about Xiaojiu. Also, have her hurry up and investigate whether the caravan under Xiao Ba's command in Beijun really had any contact with the barbarians. The Shadow Guard commander immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Go down. I'll take my leave." After the Shadow Guard commander left, Situ Su asked, "Your Majesty, let's not talk about the ninth prince's affairs first. Are you going to deal with the eighth prince's affairs?" Emperor Xia said calmly, "I don't think he could have done this alone. There must be some aristocratic family behind this. Once the matter in Beijun is resolved and the Shadow Guard has collected enough evidence, it will be time to deal with those parasites." Northland, the court of the serious king. An old man covered in animal skins and with wrinkled skin was drinking and chatting happily in front of the serious king, Xiao Hongba. At this time, Xiao Hongba said to the slave beside him, "Go call the princess." The slave immediately stood up and left the king's tent. At this time, Xiao Wenyao was on a piece of grassland highland, looking towards the direction of Beijun. After a while, the slave that Xiao Hongba had been with came up behind Xiao Wenyao and said, "Your Highness, the king wants you to go to the royal tent." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao's face turned pale instantly. Of course, she knew why her father asked her to go to the king's tent. It was just to serve the king of Northern Xian and pour wine and bring water to him. Xiao Wenyao had seen the Northern Xian king a few days ago. Not to mention that he was ugly. The smell from his body made Xiao Wenyao want to vomit. Although they're all on the grassland, the tribesmen of their serious king are very clean, unlike the Northern Xian king who never takes a bath in his entire life. Xiao Wenyao immediately said, "I'm not going. Go back and tell my father that I'm not feeling well." Hearing this, the slave said quickly, "Princess, please don't embarrass me. If you don't go, the king will definitely kill me." Slaves have no status among the barbarians and can be killed at any time. Although Xiao Wenyao had some sympathy for the slaves, she still said, "I won't go." Having said that, Xiao Wenyao was ready to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, Xiao Hongba's two personal guards appeared in front of Xiao Wenyao. "Your Highness, the king asked us to take you to the royal tent." Xiao Hongba also guessed that Xiao Wenyao might not come, so he simply had someone take her there by force. Today is the day to make friends with the king of Northern Xian. I must let him see what his future queen will look like. Seeing the two burly men in animal skins in front of him, Xiao Wenyao knew that he couldn't escape, so he had to say, "I know." Xiao Wenyao then followed him to the king's tent. After entering the king's tent, Xiao Wenyao saw the old thing that made her feel sick. At this time, Xiao Hongba said to the king of Northern Xian with a smile on his face, "King of Northern Xian, this is my daughter, your future princess." Hearing this, the king of Northern Xian looked at Xiao Wenyao with a smile. Seeing Xiao Wenyao's curvy body, the king of Northern Xian couldn't help swallowing. He had long heard that the daughter of the serious king was one of the most beautiful women on the grassland. When he saw her today, he found that she was indeed as beautiful as her reputation had said. She was much more beautiful than any of the women he had robbed from Daxia. Being stared at so directly by the king of Northern Xian, Xiao Wenyao suddenly felt like something was crawling on her body. At this time, Xiao Hongba looked at Xiao Wenyao and said, "Yao Yao, come here and pour wine for your future husband." Hearing Xiao Hongba's serious voice, Xiao Wenyao knew she had no way to refuse, and she was about to go to the king of Northern Xian to pour wine. But at this time, Xiao Wenyao's uncle Xiao Pengtian said, "Your Majesty, Yao Yao has not officially married the king of Northern Xian yet, so it's not appropriate to ask her to pour wine for him now. The princess once said that we should learn from Daxia, so we should also learn Daxia's etiquette. In Daxia, a woman cannot touch her future husband before she gets married." After hearing what Xiao Pengtian said, the king of Beijun was immediately unhappy, but Xiao Hongba did not get angry at this time. He smiled and said to the king of Beijun, "King of Beijun, I think what my subordinate said makes some sense. How about we wait until we take over Beijun and let Yao Yao pour you some wine?" Seeing Xiao Hongba said so, the king of Northern Xian had no choice but to say, "Well, when my princess marries me, I will definitely have a good drink with her." Having said that, the Northern Xian king stared at Xiao Wenyao's body with obscene eyes and licked his lips. Chapter 100, Who Made Me the Daughter of the Wolf King? After hearing what Xiao Hongba and the others said, Xiao Wenyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Xiao Hongba said coldly, "Yao Yao, you go out first." Xiao Hongba's tone was very cold, as if she was not Xiao Hongba's daughter. Xiao Wenyao walked out with a lonely look on her face. Although she did not pour wine for the king of Northern Xian today, if she continued to stay in the royal court, sooner or later she would become the king of Northern Xian's woman. And that day is almost here. As long as Beijun is conquered, I will marry that old man who never takes a bath in his life. Thinking of this, Xiao Wenyao felt extremely painful in his heart. Not long after Xiao Wenyao walked out of the king's tent, Xiao Pantian followed out. After seeing the distraught Xiao Wenyao, Xiao Pantian immediately walked up to her and asked with concern, "Yao Yao, are you okay?" Xiao Wenyao ignored Xiao Pantian and walked straight towards the grassland in the distance. Seeing Xiao Wenyao like this, Xiao Pantian sighed deeply, and then Xiao Pantian continued, "Yao Yao, uncle has done his best." Xiao Wenyao only spoke at this time, "Uncle, I don't blame you. After all, I am the daughter of the Heavenly Wolf King." The more Xiao Wenyao spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, and she began to cry. Seeing Xiao Wenyao crying so sadly, Xiao Pantian sighed. Although he had some status in the Serious King's tribe, he had no way to change Xiao Hongbao's mind. After all, the Serious King had the final say in this tribe. At this time, Xiao Wenyao, who was sobbing, suddenly thought of something and asked while crying, "Uncle, was my mother really killed by my father?" At first, when Xiao Wenyao heard Xiao Pantian say this, she was a little bit unconvinced. After all, her mother and her father seemed to be so in love before. How could her father kill her mother? But now seeing how her father treated her, completely disregarding his daughter's happiness for his own ambitions, Xiao Wenyao couldn't help but doubt whether her father really killed her mother in order to marry the princess. After hearing Xiao Wenyao's question, Xiao Pantian fell silent. Although he had talked about this matter with Xiao Wenyao before, he only said it in anger at that time. After all, he really couldn't stand Xiao Hongbao's behavior. However, he did suspect that his sister's death had a lot to do with Xiao Hongbao. But seeing Xiao Wenyao so sad, he didn't want to tell Xiao Wenyao more about his sister. After a moment of silence, Xiao Pantian said, "I just have a suspicion. Your mother was fine before and had no illness. It's impossible for her to die suddenly. So I suspect someone poisoned your mother. The person who most likely doesn't want your mother to live is your father, because he wants to marry a princess." Xiao Wenyao wiped her tears and asked, "Hasn't the princess already promised to marry him?" There's always been a custom in the Serious King tribe that when the previous Serious King dies, the queen of the previous Serious King, if she is still relatively young and fertile, must marry the next Serious King. Of course, the premise is that the next Serious King has no blood relationship. However, judging from the way the Serious King is produced in the Serious King tribe, in many cases the new Serious King has no blood relationship with the previous Serious King. The barbarians are different from Daxia. Daxia basically practices the system of primogeniture, while the kings of the barbarians need to be elected by the elders. Therefore, the children of the previous Serious King may not necessarily become the Serious King. Of course, under normal circumstances, the children of the previous Serious King will become the next Serious King, because when the barbarian elders are elected, the children of the previous Serious King have a great advantage. Xiao Hongbao is not the child of the previous Serious King, so in order to consolidate his throne, he needs to win over the princess as his political ally. To say that he was trying to win over was an exaggeration. According to Yilu Nanyue's current status in the Serious King's tribe, it should be said that he was trying to please him. He already had a princess at that time, so it was impossible for him to marry another one. According to custom, Yilu Nanyue could only be his woman at most. But Yilu Nanyue has such great power and such a high status in the Serious King's tribe. How could she just be his woman? Her status as a princess must be retained. There was only one way left, which was to depose Xiao Wenyao's mother. However, directly deposing her would cause dissatisfaction among some people, especially those from Xiao Wenyao's mother's lineage, including Xiao Pingtian. Since it is not possible to depose her directly, he might as well go all out and kill Xiao Wenyao's mother. In this way, Xiao Hongbao can marry another princess with a legitimate reason. Of course, this is just Xiao Pengtian's guess at the moment, and he has not obtained any relevant evidence. After hearing what Xiao Wenyao said, Xiao Pengtian sighed and then said, "Yao Yao, have you forgotten that the princess agreed to marry your father after your mother died?" After hearing what Xiao Pengtian said, Xiao Wenyao was completely stunned. After a while, Xiao Wenyao continued, "Uncle, could it be that the princess killed my mother?" Xiao Pengtian did not answer Xiao Wenyao's question immediately. Judging from the motive, Yilu Nanyue might have killed Xiao Wenyao's mother, because if Yelun Nanyue wanted to be a princess, the current princess would have to be deposed or die. Judging from the situation at the time, it was unlikely that he would be disabled, so the only option left was sudden death. However, Xiao Pengtian did not think that Yelun Nanyue needed to marry Xiao Hongba to maintain her status. She had already gained the support of the elders in the Serious King tribe. Even if Yelun Nanyue proposed not to marry the Serious King at that time, the elders would not say much. And given her contributions to the Serious King tribe, no one would say anything even if she didn't want to marry Xiao Hongba. Therefore, if Xiao Hongba wants to get Yelun Nanyue's support, he must depose Xiao Wenyao's mother from her position as princess. And if Yelun Nanyue wants to maintain her power in the Serious King tribe, she only needs to maintain good relations with those elders. In addition, she has a great influence in the tribe, so there is no need for her to marry Xiao Hongba. The most important thing is that it was Xiao Hongba who took the initiative to propose to marry Yelun Nanyue and make her his princess consort, which further confirmed Xiao Pengtian's guess. Seeing that Xiao Pengtian did not answer her question, Xiao Wenyao actually already knew the answer in her heart. The princess had been very kind to her since she was a child and treated her like her own daughter. She knew very well that the princess was not a vicious woman. Moreover, the relationship between my mother and the princess has always been very good. It is said that when the princess married into the Serious King's tribe, she was still a little girl who knew nothing, and my mother took care of the princess like a younger sister. A big part of the reason why the princess was able to quickly gain a foothold in the Serious King's tribe was because of her mother, so Xiao Wenyao couldn't believe that the princess would do something to kill her mother. If it was really done by the princess, Xiao Wenyao would have nothing to say. Anyway, there are only two people who are the most suspicious now. One is her father, and the other is the princess. Of course, her mother may have died suddenly of some disease. But none of this matters anymore. She was about to marry into the Northern Xian King's tribe. No matter who killed her mother, she would never know in her lifetime. And even if she knew, it wouldn't change anything. Her mother was already dead and could not be resurrected. Thinking of this, Xiao Wenyao couldn't help sobbing again. Seeing her crying so sadly, Xiao Pengtian felt very distressed. At this time, Xiao Pengtian suddenly thought of something and then whispered, "Yao Yao, Uncle has thought of a way to prevent you from marrying the king of Northern Xian, but I don't know if you are willing." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao stopped crying, and she immediately asked, "Uncle, what solution are you talking about?" Xiao Pengtian whispered in Xiao Wenyao's ear, "After your father conquers Beijun, you will quietly go to Daxia to live and never return to the grassland." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao was startled. Chapter 101 Wu Yuan. I was discovered. Xiao Wenyao felt that Xiao Pengtian's method of avoiding marrying the king of Northern Xian was indeed somewhat feasible. There's a big problem, though. That is, she grew up on the grassland and had never been to Daxia, nor lived in Daxia. If she went to Daxia alone, how would she survive? Although she is not a weak woman, her realm has reached the 6th level, and she has a certain ability to protect herself. But she is a barbarian after all, and is very different from the people of Daxia. Maybe after she goes to Daxia, she will soon be recognized as a barbarian. It may not be easy for her to live in Daxia by then. Seeing that Xiao Wenyao didn't say anything, Xiao Pengtian continued, "As long as you get to Beijun, it will be much easier to enter Daxia. Then you can follow Wu Yuan and his caravan to escape to Daxia. But when you arrive in Daxia, you must change your behavior and tone of voice. You can't let people recognize that you are from the grassland, otherwise they will think you are a spy from the barbarians." In fact, Xiao Pengtian was also worried that Xiao Wenyao would not be able to survive after going to Xia. Although Xiao Wenyao has lived on the grassland since she was a child, her life is not much worse than those young ladies from Daxia families. Moreover, she had a lot of slaves, and they helped her do everything. When she goes to Daxia, she will definitely not be treated as well as she is now. Not only did she not receive such treatment, she also had to worry all the time about her identity being discovered by the people of Daxia. Maybe once she went to Daxia, she would have to hide here and there. Of course, if she was really determined not to marry the king of Northern Xian, then her only option was to escape to Daxia. Now it depends on what Xiao Wenyao chooses. At this time, Xiao Pengtian looked at Xiao Wenyao and asked, "Yao Yao, you still have about a month to think about it. If you have made up your mind, you can tell me, and I will find a way to help you arrange it. But you have to think clearly. Once you choose to go to Daxia, there is no turning back." Xiao Pengtian knew in his heart that if he helped Xiao Wenyao escape to Daxia, he would definitely be taking a huge risk. If Xiao Hongbao knew about this, he would most likely be punished or even killed. After all, Xiao Hongbao will have to give an explanation to the king of Northern Xian at that time. However, Xiao Pengtian did not want to see his sister's daughter marry an old man. He also knew what kind of person the king of Northern Xian was. If Xiao Wenyao was allowed to marry the king of Northern Xian, she would probably live a life worse than death. After hearing what Xiao Pengtian said, Xiao Wenyao gritted her teeth and said, "Uncle, it won't take a month. I have made up my mind. I want to go to Daxia. If I marry the king of Northern Xian, I might as well die." There was a bit more determination in Xiao Wenyao's eyes. Although she didn't know what difficulties she would face after going to Xia, Xiao Wenyao believed that no matter how many difficulties she encountered, it would always be better than marrying that old man who never took a bath and ate people. After hearing what Xiao Wenyao said, Xiao Pengtian sighed again. "Okay, I'll find a way to arrange it and have someone take you to Daxia when the time comes." Xiao Wenyao did not ask Xiao Pengtian if he had any way to get her to Xia. She believed that her uncle must have the ability to do so. After all, he was a general of the barbarians, and he could definitely do this. Half an hour later, Wu Yuan's caravan was unloading goods. At this time, Xiao Pengtian appeared behind Wu Yuan. "Wu Yuan, come with me. I have something to talk to you about." When Wu Yuan heard someone calling him, he stopped what he was doing and looked back. Wu Yuan was confused when he found out that the person looking for him was Xiao Pengtian. Why would Xiao Pengtian look for him for no reason? It seems like they have nothing in common, right? Wu Yuan then asked, "General Xiao, what do you want to talk to me about?" Xiao Pengtian glanced at the people who were unloading the goods and then said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Pengtian turned and walked toward the high grassland slope. Out of curiosity, Wu Yuan quickly followed. Soon the two of them arrived at the high slope. Seeing that there was no one around, Wu Yuan asked again, "General Xiao, is there anything you need that you would like me to bring to you?" At this time, Xiao Pengtian turned his head and looked at Wu Yuan and said coldly, "Wu Yuan, I have discovered your affairs." Wu Yuan was startled when he heard Xiao Pengtian's sudden words, but there was no change on his face. Wu Yuan couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Xiao Pengtian had discovered that he was passing information to the Northern Palace? If that was the case, shouldn't Xiao Pengtian just kill me directly? Why did he bring me here? Wu Yuan said without changing his expression, "General Xiao, what are you talking about?" Xiao Pengtian sneered and then said, "So calm? It seems that you really think that what you did is flawless." Wu Yuan continued, "General Xiao, I don't understand what you were saying." Xiao Pengtian said directly, "Wu Yuan, you didn't think that no one would find out that you hid the silver, did you?" Hearing this, Wu Yuan frowned. Hiding silver? He did not hide the silver. When he passed on information, he often put the information in a box filled with silver and then buried the box in a fixed place, waiting for their people to come and take it. If Xiao Pengtian discovered that I had hidden the silver, he might have discovered that I was passing information to the outside world. Of course, Xiao Pengtian might have just discovered the box and did not find out that he was passing on the information, because there are secret compartments inside the boxes containing the information. The reason why he put silver in the box was to make anyone who accidentally found the box focus on the silver and ignore the secret compartment inside the box. In order to test how much Xiao Pengtian knew, Wu Yuan's face suddenly changed, and then he showed an expression of disbelief. "You? How did you know?" Seeing Wu Yuan's face change drastically and his body trembling, Xiao Pengtian snorted coldly and said, "The night before yesterday, when I was patrolling, I found you sneaking out of the royal court with a box in your arms and ran to the bottom of this hillside and buried a box. I was curious about what was inside the box, but when I opened it, it was full of silver. It seems that you embezzled a lot of the money that the princess gave you to run the caravan." Wu Yuan knelt down with a plop and said quickly, "General Xiao, please don't tell the princess about this. I can give you all the silver I embezzled." Seeing that Wu Yuan was shocked by him, Xiao Pengtian said calmly, "I don't need your money either. As long as you can do one thing for me, I will not only not tell the princess about your embezzlement of the silver, but also return the box of silver I found to you." Wu Yuan said quickly, "General Xiao, is there anything you need me to do? As long as you don't tell the princess about my embezzlement of money, I will be willing to work like a cow or a horse for you." Xiao Pengtian said, "I need you to bring someone to Daxiao in a month. As long as you can do this, I will give you 100,000 taels." Xiao Pengtian certainly doesn't have 100,000 taels now, but that may not be the case after he conquers Beijun. However, he also has no intention of really giving Wu Yuan 100,000 taels. This kind of thing would definitely require killing to silence the witness after the fact. Wu Yuan asked curiously, "Who?" Xiao Pengtian said, "You will know in a month." Wu Yuan immediately said, "I will definitely take care of your matter, General." Xiao Pengtian glanced at Wu Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "Your silver is still buried under the hillside. I didn't move it. It is said that you Daxia people are greedy for money. I have seen it." Wu Yuan was about to say something when he saw Xiao Pengtian turn around and walk down the hillside, saying as he walked, "Be less greedy in the future." Wu Yuan quickly said, Yes, I will definitely change my ways." After Xiao Pengtian left, Wu Yuan immediately went to the place where he buried the silver, then opened the box and took a look. Fortunately, the secret letter was still there, the secret compartment had not been opened, and the several layers of seals on the secret letter were intact. Wu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he would no longer be able to use this method to transmit information in the future. Chapter 102: The Barbarians Are Coming. The atmosphere in Beijun is becoming increasingly depressing, and the dark clouds of war are already looming over Beijun. After the Northern Palace issued a notice to clear the countryside, the people of Daxia had a new understanding of the Northern King. People did not expect that the Northern King actually planned to lead 30,000 soldiers to fight a decisive battle with the 300,000 cavalry of the barbarians in Yanqing. The once ignorant, lustful, and incompetent king of the north suddenly stood up, which made the people of Daxia feel incredible, especially the officials of the court. People can't help but wonder if the king of the north is really prepared to die, fighting for Beijun. That's 300,000 cavalrymen. How could 30,000 people possibly stop it? Could it be that the ignorant, lustful, and incompetent king of the north actually has a lot of backbone? Although he lives a life of debauchery and pleasure, is he actually a good prince? At the same time, the matter of the 8th prince's assassination was instantly suppressed by the Northern King's declaration of life and death. It seemed that in people's eyes, it no longer mattered who assassinated the 8th prince. What the people of Daxia want to know most now is whether the king of the north can hold off the 300,000-strong barbarian army and wait for the Imperial army to come north to support them. As for the battle for the throne in the capital, most ordinary people didn't care much about it. It could be said that Lu Qin's announcement directly focused everyone's attention on Beijun and on him personally. This was the first prince since the founding of Daxia who dared to lead 30,000 soldiers to fight a decisive battle with the barbarians, and he was also a prince who was once considered a waste. This made the 8th prince, Lu Shuyun, extremely angry. The king of the north had drawn all attention to Beijun, and almost no one cared about his situation anymore. His mansion was massacred, but people didn't care. The key point is that the Ministry of Justice has been investigating for such a long time, but there is no clue about the assassins, as if those assassins disappeared out of thin air. There are even rumors that he acted out all of this in order to get Emperor Xia to notice him. This is pure self-torture. Hearing these rumors, Lu Shuyun was furious. His mansion was slaughtered with blood, and even the master that the Wong family arranged for him to protect him was killed. Yet some people said that this was a self-torture tactic. Who would kill the master of his own faction as a trick of self-torture? A grandmaster is able to take on thousands of warriors. Only a mentally ill person would sacrifice a grandmaster to perform a self-torture trick. Xia Dynasty, the territory of Prince Qi. A large army wearing red armor was marching quickly towards Yanqing. Because of the delay in food and grass in the capital for so long, Lin Xiaoming finally led 70,000 elite troops of the imperial court to the north to resist the barbarians. He had ordered his soldiers to march at full speed in order to meet up with the king of the north before the barbarians reached Yanqing. There's 70,000 soldiers plus the tens of thousands of soldiers from Beijun. There are at least more than 100,000 soldiers in total. Although they were no match for the barbarians when they went out of the city to fight, they had no problem defending a few key cities. As long as they held on, they could buy time for the various vassal kings of Daxia to send out their troops, especially Prince Qi, who is closest to Beijun. If Prince Qi does not send out troops, the barbarians will be able to directly enter Prince Qi's fiefdom. So Prince Qi must be the first among all the vassal kings to send out troops. With Prince Qi's army, their chances of winning will be greater. Lin Xiaoming, riding on a horse, looked at the mountains in the distance that were getting lower and lower, and knew that they were not far from Beijun. Lin Xiaoming was a little worried, as he didn't know what the current situation in Beijun was. How the barbarians entered Beijun? How the Beiwang soldiers held the city? Has the Beiwang been frightened and fled? He didn't know any of this. Since leaving the capital, they have not received any information from Beijun, so he is worried now. If the northern king abandoned his people and fled south, and his soldiers failed to defend the city, and lost those key cities that defended against the barbarians from the south, there would be a pipe dream for their 70,000 soldiers to defend the northern county, especially Yinqing. Yinqing is located below the Wanning River Valley. If the barbarian cavalry wants to move south, they will most likely pass through the Wanning River Valley. If Yinqing was still there, and they defended Yinqing, the barbarian soldiers would not be able to move south for a while, and it would take time to take a detour. If Yinqing was lost, the barbarians would be able to march straight into King Qi's fiefdom. By that time, if Daxia did not gather hundreds of thousands of troops, it would have no way of driving the barbarians out of Beijun. Just as Lin Xiaoming was looking at Beijun worriedly, a soldier on horseback came up to Lin Xiaoming with a bamboo tube containing intelligence. General, intelligence from Beijun. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoming was stunned. He snatched the bamboo tube from the soldier's hand, took out the information inside, and read it carefully. After seeing the northern king withdraw all defenses north of Yinqing, Lin Xiaoming's face turned pale instantly. Is the king of the north crazy? They actually withdrew all the defenses north of Yinqing. Without those cities as buffers, the barbarian troops would head straight for Yinqing. How could the few soldiers in Yinqing possibly stop the 300,000-strong barbarian army? This is not the way to shrink the defense line. The barbarian cavalry's marching speed is much faster than theirs. If the barbarians had not had any obstruction, they would have directly attacked Yinqing. I'm afraid that when the Imperial army arrives at Yinqing, it will not be them who are guarding the city, but the barbarians. At this moment, Lin Xiaoming seemed to have seen the scene of the failure of the war in the north and his own disposal. Although he is the prime minister's son, he cannot shirk responsibility for the failure of the war. Even if it is not his responsibility, Emperor Xia will definitely find someone to take the blame. The king of the north is a prince and represents the face of the royal family. We cannot let the king of the north take the responsibility. In the end, the only person who could be held responsible would be himself, the general who led the troops north. Lin Xiaoming was very angry at this time. He really wanted to see Queen Bang Bang of the North give him 2 punches. However, when Lin Xiaoming saw the intelligence that the king of the North was leading the soldiers of Yinqing to fight the barbarians to the death, most of his resentment towards the king of the North disappeared instantly. He frowned and repeatedly scanned the information in front of him. Lin Xiaoming found it incredible that a useless prince suddenly had such an awakening. If the king of the North really fought to the death, perhaps he could still be saved by the time they arrived in Yinqing. If the northern king's will is not firm and the morale of the army is shaken, the northern king will either die or be captured by the barbarians. After a while, Lin Xiaoming came back to his senses and shouted, "Speed up the march. We must meet up with the northern king before the barbarians reach Yinqing." North County, Yinqing, Northern Palace. Lu Chun was in the study room, carefully looking at the information about Yelu Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao sent by Wu Yuan. Lu Chun was most interested in Yelu Nanyue's information. Yelu Nanyue was a woman who could have such a high status in the Serious King's tribe, and could also make the Serious King listen to her so much. It could be seen that she was indeed extraordinary and not an ordinary woman. At this moment, a soldier's voice suddenly rang out from the door of the study. "My lord, something terrible has happened." Hearing Mu Changtian's urgent voice, Lu Chun immediately said, "Come in." The soldier pushed the door open and entered. Before Lu Chun could ask, the soldier took the initiative to speak. "Your Majesty, a cavalry from Wanning River Valley is rapidly approaching Yinqing. They are suspected to be the vanguard cavalry of the barbarians." Chapter 103 Black Cavalry. After hearing the soldier's words, Lu Chun did not react much. At this time, Lu Chun asked the system in his mind, "System, are my 50,000 black cavalry arriving soon?" Counting the days, his black cavalry should have arrived, so Lu Chun did not think that the cavalry the soldiers were talking about was the vanguard of the barbarians. The host's 50,000 black cavalry have arrived at the Wanning River Valley. In order to avoid misunderstandings with the Yinqing defenders, the black cavalry has stopped advancing. Please go and inspect them. After seeing the system's answer, Lu Chun thought to himself that it was indeed his black cavalry. Then he said to the soldiers, Immediately send an order to the three armies not to attack the cavalry in Wanning Valley. Everything will be decided after I arrive. Although they didn't know why Lu Qian gave this order, the soldiers immediately did as they were told. When Lu Qian's order reached the ears of generals such as Mu Changtian, they were very confused. They were all ready for battle, and even pulled out the howitzers from the artillery battalion, but the king of the north told them not to attack. Mu Changtian was originally the general of Daxia, so he was very familiar with the armor of Daxia's army. Mu Changtian knew very well that the cavalrymen in the Wanning River Valley were not Daxia's cavalrymen, as Daxia's cavalrymen did not have such soldiers covered in black armor. Not only were these cavalrymen wearing black armor, but their horses were also covered in black armor. Daxia had never created heavy cavalry, so such heavy cavalry were most likely barbarian troops. However, since the king of the north had already ordered them not to attack, the king of the north must have his own plans. Mu Changtian and his men had no choice but to guard the Wanning River Valley with their soldiers and did not take the initiative to attack. What surprised Mu Changtian and his men was that they did not take the initiative to attack, and the other side did not take the initiative to attack either. The cavalrymen in black armor stopped on a flat ground in the Wanning River Valley, as if waiting for something. This made Mu Changtian and the others suspect that the barbarian cavalry were waiting for the arrival of the main force, and Lu Qian asked them not to attack for the time being in order to allow the entire barbarian cavalry to enter the Wanning River Valley. Not long after, Lu Qian came to Mu Changtian and the others on horseback. When they saw Lu Qian coming, the generals immediately said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Qian nodded slightly. At this time, Mu Changtian said, "Your Majesty, that cavalry should be the barbarians' heavy cavalry. Shouldn't we attack them? If we let them break through, the consequences will be disastrous." The heavy cavalry charge was not something the Beijun infantry could stop. Hearing this, Lu Qian smiled and said, "General Mu, you worry too much. Those are not the barbarian cavalry, but my king's black cavalry." When these words were spoken, the generals present were stunned. The northern king's black cavalry? When did the northern king have such a large and heavily armed cavalry? Mu Changtian couldn't help but think, when the king of Bei first met him in Beijun, didn't he ask him to train a cavalry for Beijun? But it turns out that the king of Bei already has a cavalry in his hands. And they're not ordinary cavalry, but heavy cavalry. Just looking from a distance, I can roughly estimate that there are at least 50,000 heavily armored cavalry. Beijun is so poor, and the king of Bei has only been in Beijun for a short time. How could he possibly train a heavy cavalry? It would be impossible to train a cavalry without several months, not to mention making armor. It would be difficult to complete so many sets of armor for the cavalry without a year. But now these heavily armored cavalry are right in front of people. If these cavalry really belong to the Northern King, then it can only mean one thing, that the Northern King had already secretly built a heavily armored cavalry before he arrived in Beijun. Thinking of this, the generals admired Lu Qian's foresight even more, and at the same time, they also became more convinced that the King of the North had greater ambitions. How could a prince without ambition pretend to be a waste all the time and secretly train thousands of Jinyui and tens of thousands of heavy cavalry? The key point is that no official in the court knew about what the Northern King did. If the court knew that the Northern King was secretly building heavy cavalry, they would have probably determined that he was planning a rebellion long ago. Lu Qian ignored the shocked looks of Mu Changtian and the others, and walked straight towards the black cavalry. Seeing this scene, Mu Changtian and others couldn't help but become nervous. Although Lu Qian had said that this was his own heavy cavalry, Mu Changtian and others had never seen this army after all. They were still worried that this army would be unfavorable to Lu Qian. At this time, two strong men leading the black cavalry rode their horses and ran towards Lu Qian quickly. When they were almost in front of Lu Qian, the two strong men got off their horses. They half knelt down and saluted towards Lu Qian, saying, "We, the humble generals Wen Renlai and Xian Yuan Chun, pay our respects to His Majesty. May His Majesty live 1,000 years and 1,000,000 years." Seeing that the leader of the black cavalry actually saluted Lu Qian, Mu Changtian and others stood there in a daze. At this time, they remembered what Lu Qian said half a month ago, that he would give them a surprise in half a month. Is this the Northern King's surprise? Originally, they thought that although they had a powerful weapon like the howitzer, once it was used, the barbarian cavalry would inevitably be in chaos. If the barbarian cavalry chose to escape at that time, Their few soldiers in Beijun would not be able to stop them at all. But now it's different. Now with 50,000 heavily armored cavalry. If those barbarians want to escape, these 50,000 heavily armored cavalry can directly charge out from the rear of the Wanning Valley and cut off their retreat in an instant, making it impossible for them to escape from the Wanning Valley. Lu Chen glanced at the two people's information. Name, Wenren Lai. Identity, survivor of DU, commander of the Black Cavalry. Strength, Grandmaster level. Loyalty, 100. Name, Xinyuan Chun. Identity, survivor of DU, commander of the Black Cavalry. Strength, Grandmaster level. Loyalty, 100. Then Lu Chun got off his horse, held Xinyuan Chun with one hand, held Wenrenlia's shoulder with the other, and said, Generals, please stand up quickly. I've been waiting for you in Yinqing for a long time. At this time, Mu Chantian and others came behind Lu Chen. When Mu Chantian felt the aura release from Xinyuan Chun and Wenren Lai, he couldn't help but be shocked. There are two more masters. Does the Northern King already have so many masters under his command? Just from what he knew, plus these two, there were already 4 grandmasters. At this time, Mu Chantian didn't know that there was actually another grandmaster in the Northern Palace. If Mu Chantian knew that Lu Chen's maid was a master, he would be even more shocked. There are only a few grandmasters in the whole of Daxia. Now, with Mu Chantian and Liang Zong, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard who is still in the capital, Beijun already has 6 grandmasters. Some small countries may not have so many masters. Lu Chen smiled and said, with the help of the 2 generals, the barbarian cavalry will never return this time. Let's go back to the city. I will personally welcome the 2 generals. In order to prevent the heavy cavalry from attracting the attention of the people in the city and causing the news to leak out in advance, Lu Chen ordered the heavy cavalry to be stationed in a military camp prepared in advance outside the city. Afterwards, he only brought Wenren Lai, Xinyuan Chun, and several important generals into Yinqing. Of course, Lu Chen also took out good wine and meat to entertain the Black Cavalry. After all, they have come from afar and braved wind and rain, so it is only right that we treat them to a meal of good wine and food. Chapter 104, Barbarians Heading South. After Lu Chen entertained Xinyuan Chun, Wenren Lai, and other generals of the palace, he asked them about the survivors of Dayu. After the war, Lu Chen plans to move all the remnants of Dayu to Beijun. The construction of Beijun requires a large population. The current population of Beijun is not enough to support his plan to build Beijun. Although there were only 500,000 survivors of Dayu, after these 500,000 people moved into Beijun, they were a huge supplement to the population of Beijun. Beijun is vast and sparsely populated, with a lot of wasteland still vacant. Not to mention accommodating 500,000 people. Even adding another 3 million would not be a problem. At the welcoming banquet, listening to the discussion between Lu Chen and several Black Cavalry generals, Mu Chantian and the others finally understood why he had no idea that Lu Chen was training such a large cavalry. It turned out that these Black Cavalrymen were not in Beijun at all, but in a place farther north, a place that even had a population of 500,000. There are barbarians in the north, and the army of Daxia rarely enters the north. So few people know that there are still 500,000 survivors of Dayu in the north. Mu Chantian and others had to admire Lu Chen. Lu Chen not only found the 500,000 remnants of Dayu, but also subdued the 50,000 Black Cavalry. As expected, Lu Chen was blessed by the gods. The surrender of the remnants of Dayu made Mu Chantian and others more convinced that Lu Chen was the son of destiny. Now, the loyalty of generals and soldiers like Mu Chantian, who were not summoned by the system, to Lu Chen has basically reached 100%. The strength and ambition shown by the King of the North have indeed made them see the possibility of unifying the world. They believe that by following the King of the North, they will one day become his loyal subjects. After the reception banquet, Lu Chen immediately brought the generals to his study and began to plan the war with the barbarians. A few days later, Beijun, Tingguang City. A large cavalry surrounded Tingguang City. Xiao Hongba, riding on horseback, was full of vigor and vitality. He looked at the dilapidated city in front of him and said, Beijun, the king is here. From now on, Beijun will be my kingdom. If you look from Tingguang City at this time, you will see dense cavalry not far away, stretching as far as the eye can see. But unfortunately, there is no one in Tingguang City now, and no one can see this magnificent scene. Tingguang City is the city in Beijun that is closest to the Northland, so it is the first city the barbarians want to attack. At present, Xiao Hongbao's 300,000 troops have not been divided and are all outside Tianguang City. Xiao Hongbao did not think that Tianguang City could stop the barbarian cavalry. He directly said to the soldiers beside him, "Immediately tell the Daxia defenders in Tianguang City that as long as they surrender, I will not only not kill them, but also let them join my army and share the glory and wealth with me in the future." Before sending out the troops, Yelu Nanyan reminded Xiao Hongbao not to always think about killing people, but to try his best to reduce the fear of the barbarians among the people in the north. The country they want to build in the future will be difficult to establish without the Daxia people. The barbarians have always been a nomadic people on the grassland and have no experience in building a country. The Daxia people in Beijun are very important to the barbarians, so the conflict between the Daxia people and the barbarians cannot be overly intensified. Of course, if the defenders of Beijun insist on resisting to the end, they must be bloodily suppressed. At this time, the barbarian soldiers rode their horses to the foot of Tianguang City and shouted directly to the city defenders to leave the city and surrender. However, the soldiers shouted for a long time with all their might, but they did not receive any response from the defenders in Tianguang City, and they did not even see any soldiers from Tianguang City show up. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hongbao couldn't help but think, could it be that the soldiers of Tianguang City were planning to wait for their army to get closer and then suddenly appear and attack them? In the past, when the barbarian soldiers went south to rob food and women, the Daxia defenders liked to do this. They pretended that there was no one in the city, and as soon as the barbarian soldiers approached, they would shoot arrows frantically, which often caught the barbarian soldiers off guard. Xiao Hongbao then sent a few more soldiers to the foot of Tianguang City to make announcements, and this time the soldiers were closer to Tianguang City, less than 20 meters away from the city gate. But still no one responded, and it seemed that Tianguang City really had no defenders. Xiao Hongbao frowned. He didn't think that the Daxia people had directly abandoned Tianguang City. In his opinion, the soldiers of Tianguang City were hiding, waiting for the barbarian army to approach and then suddenly attack them. Thinking of this, Xiao Hongbao couldn't help but become extremely angry. These Daxia people are really the kind of people who refuse to accept a toast and then drink the wine for punishment. Since they insist on defending the city and refuse to leave and surrender, the only way waiting for them is death. Then Xiao Hongbao picked up the huge axe and said to Tianguang City, "Attack." The next moment, a dozen soldiers holding horns blew them, and the sound of the horns echoed throughout the grassland. After a while, the soldiers in charge of the siege used siege vehicles to break open the gate of Tianguang City. In order to occupy Beijun, the Serious King tribe made sufficient preparations this time. It was not just that they brought 300,000 cavalrymen, they also had siege equipment ready. This time the goal was not to steal food or women, but to capture cities and plunder land, so siege equipment was a must. Seeing that the barbarian soldiers easily broke down the gate of Tianguang City, Xiao Hongbao felt extremely confused, and even the attacking barbarian soldiers were stunned. It would take a siege vehicle dozens of times to break open an ordinary city gate, but the gate of Tianguang City was broken open in an instant. How is this possible? Could it be that the soldiers of Tianguang City intend to wait for the barbarian cavalry to enter the city and then fight them to the death? After thinking of this possibility, the barbarian soldiers cautiously rushed directly into Tianguang City. Xiao Hongbao rode on a horse, standing in the army, quietly waiting for news from Tianguang City. After a while, Xiao Pengtian rode out of Tianguang City on a horse and came directly in front of Xiao Hongbao. "My lord, there is no one left in Tianguang City." Not only were there no Daxia defenders, but even no Daxia civilians were found. Hearing this, Xiao Hongbao was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "Haha, I understand. It must be that the little brat of the northern king heard that I was coming. So he was scared and fled from the northern county, and took the common people with him." Xiao Pantan reminded him at this time, "Your Majesty, the princess asked us to capture as many Daxia people as possible when we capture Beijun this time. If all the Daxia people run away, we will have no coolies to work for us after we establish our country." After hearing what Xiao Pengtian said, the smile on Xiao Hongbao's face froze instantly. How could he have forgotten about this? Then Xiao Hongbao said, "Xiao Pengtian, you take 100,000 soldiers to Chuqing in Beijun immediately. Mandy, you take 50,000 soldiers to Huangcheng immediately." Xiao Pengtian and another barbarian general immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, the barbarians divided into 3 groups and continued to advance southward. However, they soon discovered that as they continued to move south, they did not see any daxia defenders in Beijun and almost no ordinary people. Even if they captured some civilians, they were the elderly, the weak, and the sick who were unwilling to leave Beijun. This made Xiao Hongba very unhappy. This time he went south to attack Beijun. What he wanted was not only the land of Beijun, he also wanted the people of Beijun. As a result, all the people ran away. Even if they occupied Beijun, they didn't know how to manage the entire Beijun. Chapter 105, Xiao Pengtian's Intuition. The barbarians have no fixed residence all year round. They live a pastoral life by following the water and grass. Now they're asked to find a place to settle down, build a country, and farm. How can they get used to it? Therefore, the people of daxia are of vital importance. Yelunanyue's idea is to ease the relationship between the people of daxia and the barbarians, and then let the barbarians integrate into the farming culture of daxia. As a result, when the people of daxia heard that the barbarians were coming, they all ran away. So what was the point of the barbarians occupying the Beijun area? Without the people of daxia, are we going to ask these people who have been grazing all year round to farm? They have no experience on how to cultivate the land well. If they cannot integrate into the farming culture, even if they occupy the land of Beijun, they will still have to go south to plunder in the future. However, plundering to the south would directly conflict with the core interests of daxia. The princes and aristocratic families who originally cooperated with the barbarians would inevitably unite and send a large army to the north. By that time, it would be hard to say whether the barbarians could defend the northern county. The barbarians are good at cavalry and have high mobility. They are fine at attacking a city, but they have no experience in defending it. This is very disadvantageous for them. At this time, Xiao Hongba was riding on a horse, standing on a high slope of the grassland, looking in the direction of Yinqing. After a while, a cavalry group was seen approaching their main force in the distance. It's Xiao Pengtian and the others who are back. Xiao Hongba quickly turned his head to look at the army led by Xiao Pengtian. Xiao Pengtian came in front of Xiao Hongba at this time with a serious expression. Your Majesty, the cities we visited are all deserted. Most of the people of daxia have already migrated to the south. We have captured several daxia civilians. According to them, the northern king issued an order a long time ago to have all the civilians move to the south. He will lead 30,000 soldiers from the northern command to fight us to the death in Yinqing. Hearing this, Xiao Hongba was stunned for a moment. Then he asked in disbelief, the northern king wants to fight us to the death in Yinqing? Although Xiao Hongba had never seen the king of the north, he had heard about what kind of person he was from the caravan of the Xia. The king of the north was a useless prince who was uneducated, greedy for pleasure. After the king of the north came to Beijun, he spent his days in debauchery in the palace and never cared about Beijun. Moreover, the king of the north seems to be only 17 years old this year. Although 17 years old is considered an adult in this era, most 17-year-old boys are still children in the eyes of others. The king of the north is no exception in Xiao Hongba's eyes. In his opinion, the king of the north is just a little brat. He always thought that as long as the king of the north heard the news that he was heading south, the little boy would be scared and run away. Now, Xiao Pengtian actually told him that the king of the north not only did not escape, but was waiting in Yinqing to fight him to the death. This loser actually dares to challenge me to a fight to the death? To the barbarian cavalry, 30,000 soldiers were nothing but a group of 2-legged sheep with weapons. Xiao Pengtian said at this time, My king, the common people we captured all said so. It is said that the court issued an order to the king of the north, asking him to defend the North County and not to escape. Of course, the common people did not know that the Imperial court had issued an order to the king of the north to defend the northern county to the death. These were all guessed by the common people themselves. After all, the king of the north gave people the impression of being a useless prince. He now suddenly said that he wanted to fight a decisive battle with the barbarians in Beijun. This was impossible no matter how you thought about it. So the common people thought that this was actually an order from the court, forcing the king of the north to stay in Yinqing. After hearing what Xiao Pengtian said, Xiao Hongba laughed and said, Ha, that's right. How could that little brat dare to confront my cavalry? Emperor Xia is planning to completely abandon this useless prince. Xiao Hongba accepted Xiao Pengtian's statement. He also felt that this was a death order from the Great Xia court to the king of the north not to retreat, so the king of the north had no choice but to stay in Yinqing. In order to occupy the entire Beijun in a short period of time, they must pass through the Wanning River Valley, and Yinqing is just below the Wanning River Valley, so they must capture Yinqing. Perhaps in Daxia's view, Yinqing has a better geographical location. By letting the northern king guard Yinqing, they can keep the barbarians to the north of Yinqing. In fact, this idea is not wrong. If it were in the past, the barbarians would most likely not attack Yinqing directly. Because in the past, the barbarians mainly went south to rob food and women. Other cities north of Yinqing could meet the needs of the barbarians. In addition, in the past they were mainly cavalry and had no siege equipment. It would be impossible to capture a city like Yinqing with tens of thousands of soldiers without several months. But this time it was different. This time they wanted to take over the entire North County, and they prepared siege equipment from the beginning. It is not difficult at all to capture Yinqing. Then Xiao Hongba said loudly, "Send the order immediately. Rush to Yinqing as quickly as possible. I want to capture the little brat of the Northern King. We can't let him get away." After hearing Xiao Hongba's words, the soldiers behind him immediately blew the horns. At this time, Xiao Pantian reminded, "Your Majesty, it is better to be careful. Yinqing only has 30,000 soldiers. How could the King of the North say that he would fight us to the death? In my opinion, we should first send a vanguard to investigate the situation and then let the main army move south." Xiao Pingtian always felt that something was wrong. There was something weird about this matter. If the King of the North really wanted to resist the barbarians from moving south, it would be impossible for him to withdraw all the defenses north of Yinqing. Although the cities north of Yinqing are not as strong as the walls of Yinqing, it will still take time for the barbarians to take over those cities. If the barbarians took the time to attack those cities, it would buy Yinqing enough time. In this way, some vassal kings in Daxia would have time to dispatch troops to the north to assist the northern king in resisting the barbarians. Although the court of Daxia did not dare to send troops at will at this time, it would inevitably ask the vassal kings to send troops, but the vassal kings were rather slow in sending troops. Logically speaking, the longer Beijun drags on, the greater the possibility that the king of Bei will be able to keep Beijun. Even if the king of the north knows nothing, the soldiers around him should at least understand the importance of the cities in the north, right? As a result, the northern king withdrew all the soldiers and civilians from those cities. This made Xiao Pengtian smell a conspiracy. Hearing what Xiao Pengtian said, Xiao Hongba laughed out loud, and then said, "Xiao Pengtian, you are too cautious. Do you know why the elders didn't choose you as the Wolf King? It's because you are too indecisive and don't do things decisively." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Hongba rode his horse directly towards Yinqing, leaving Xiao Pengtian alone there. Looking at Xiao Hongba's back, Xiao Pengtian just sighed. For some reason, he always felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. Chapter 106: The Barbarians arrive at Yinqing. The barbarians were rushing to Yinqing as fast as they could, and Daxia's 70,000 troops were also marching as fast as they could. It seemed as if both sides were racing against time. However, from the grassland to Yinqing, there's an endless plain. Even if Lin Xiaoming and his men are faster, they cannot catch up with the speed of the barbarian cavalry. Within a few days, the barbarian army of 300,000 had approached the Wanning Valley. Early in the morning, Lu Chen got up in the softness and warmth of Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing took the initiative to help Lu Chen put on his clothes. Now Bai Qingqing has changed from the cold and aloof queen to a cold and aloof young woman. She has completely assumed the role of a maid and takes care of Lu Chen's daily life with all her heart every day. As soon as Lu Chen put on his clothes and left the room, a female guard came to him in a hurry and said, "Your Majesty, there is an urgent report from the front that the barbarians have arrived at the Wanning Valley." Hearing this, Lu Chen was a little surprised and said, "So fast?" The arrival time of the barbarians was obviously much earlier than the information Lu Chen and his team had obtained, but it was not a big problem. After all, they were already prepared. When Lu Chen thought about the decisive battle with the barbarians, he suddenly felt the blood in his body boiling. Although he had killed people and seen scenes of killing, he had never seen what a real battlefield looked like. Lu Chen rushed to the city wall of Yinqing without even having breakfast. At this time, Mu Chantian had already led 30,000 soldiers and was ready for battle. Mu Xingping also led the artillery battalion to ambush on both sides of the Wanning River Valley. The Black Cavalry also started to move. Everything was waiting for the barbarian cavalry to enter the Wanning River Valley. At this time, the scout soldier in front came to Lu Chun and said, "Your Majesty, the barbarian army did not enter the Wanning River Valley immediately, but set up camp on the grassland outside the Wanning River Valley." Hearing this, the soldiers on the city wall suddenly became nervous. They couldn't help but wonder if the barbarian cavalry had discovered something or if their deployment had been leaked. If that's the case, then we're in trouble. At that time, not only would they be unable to defeat the barbarian cavalry, but the artillery battalions ambushed on both sides of the Wanning River Valley would be wiped out by the barbarian soldiers. If a powerful weapon like the howitzer falls into the hands of the barbarians, Yinchen will be destroyed in one attack and will have no ability to resist at all. Mu Chantian said at this time, "My lord, how about I lead the troops out of the city to lure the barbarians into the Wanning Valley?" After hearing Mu Chantian's proposal, Lu Chun did not respond immediately. He thought about it, and then asked the scout soldier, "When did the barbarian army arrive outside the Wanning River Valley?" The scouting soldier replied, "This morning." Hearing this, Lu Chun immediately said, "Immediately let the soldiers of the artillery battalion on both sides of the Wanning River Valley hide, and do not show their heads until the barbarian army enters the Wanning River Valley. Also, we don't need to rush. The barbarian soldiers only arrived this morning. They probably traveled all night and are now setting up camp to rest. Just let the soldiers on the front line to keep an eye on their movements. If the barbarians send soldiers to scout, let them enter the Wanning River Valley and ignore them." The scout soldier who reported immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty. I'll take my leave." After the soldiers left, Mu Chantian said again, "Your Majesty, the barbarians should be prepared to attack Yinching for a long time. Otherwise, they would not have camped outside the Wanning Valley, but would have chosen to enter the Wanning Valley directly." Lu Chun thought for a while and said, "It seems that Xiao Hongba is not a fool. He knows that Yinching is not easy to fight. If Xiao Hongba really believed that Yinching could be defeated in the first wave of attack, then why did they set up camp? They could have just taken a short rest and then sent the army directly into the Wanning Valley. After taking over Yinching, wouldn't it be better to rest in Yinching?" The barbarians set up camp outside the Wanning River Valley. On the one hand, it proved that the barbarians were prepared for the terrain of the Wanning River Valley. On the other hand, it showed that the barbarians did not think they could capture Yinching today. Just then, another reconnaissance soldier came back from the front line. "Your Majesty, the barbarians have sent out a cavalry reconnaissance unit. The cavalry has entered the Wanning River Valley and is heading straight for Yinching." Lu Chun asked, "How many people are there?" The soldier replied, "Only a few dozen people." Lu Chun thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry about it. Just keep monitoring." "Yes, Your Majesty." Outside the Wanning River Valley, Xiao Pengtian stood by the river. He looked at the terrain of the Wanning River Valley and felt a serious sense of crisis. Originally, Xiao Hongba planned to lead an army of 300,000 to rush directly into the Wanning River Valley and then attack Yinching and capture Yinching before noon. However, Xiao Pengtian tried to persuade them, saying that the soldiers had been traveling all night and were exhausted and needed to rest. Later, he brought up the princess and finally persuaded Xiao Hongba to stay. So they set up camp outside the Wanning River Valley to rest. Xiao Pengtian knew very well that Xiao Hongba was extremely dissatisfied with him. During the attack on Beijun in the south, he said many things that Xiao Hongba did not want to hear and even brought up the title of princess several times. In fact, Xiao Hongba's dissatisfaction with him has been going on for a long time. When they were still in the Serious King tribe, there was already a rift between Xiao Hongba and him because their strengths were relatively close, and Xiao Pengtian was Xiao Hongba's biggest rival in the competition for the throne of Serious King. However, with the mediation of the princess, the elders of the Serious King tribe finally gave the throne to Xiao Hongba. Although Xiao Hongba has become the Wolf King, he still feels uncomfortable because there is someone around him who always threatens his throne. Xiao Pengtian was not a fool. He could of course see that Xiao Hongba disliked him, but in order for the Serious King tribe to have no problems in attacking Beijun this time, he had to say a few words. Given the terrain of the Wanning River Valley, if their 300,000 troops rushed in directly, if they failed to capture Yinching, the Daxia army would outflank them from behind, and they would all be trapped in the Wanning River Valley. At this moment, a servant from Wu Yuan's caravan came up to Xiao Pengtian and asked, "General Xiao, do you have something to ask me?" This time they went south, taking Wu Yuan's caravan with them. After all, the looted treasures needed someone to transport them, so they could use Wu Yuan's caravan. Xiao Pengtian asked, Has your caravan learned about the Great Xia court's movements? For example, have they sent a large army to support Beijun? The servant of Wu Yuan's caravan immediately said, "Yes, General, the court has sent 70,000 troops to support the northern king." Hearing this, Xiao Pantian couldn't help but wonder, was I overthinking? Only 70,000 troops? These 70,000 troops are most likely helping the northern king to defend Yinqing. They will not take the initiative to attack, and are even less likely to outflank them from behind. If the barbarian cavalry charged, the 70,000-strong army would be dispersed in an instant. If they failed to encircle the enemy, the 70,000 soldiers would be sent to their deaths. At this moment, a barbarian soldier rode up to Xiao Pantian on horseback and said, "General, the king wants you to come over." Chapter 107, What is a howitzer? Ours is a catapult. After hearing Xiao Hongbao's order, Xiao Pantian quickly came to Xiao Hongbao's tent. At this time, Xiao Hongbao was already arranging how the barbarian generals should attack Yinqing. After Xiao Pantian entered the tent, he said, "My king, are you looking for me?" After seeing Xiao Pantian, Xiao Hongbao smiled instantly. And then he said with a smile, "Pantian, I just thought seriously about what you said to me before, and I think what you said makes sense. If we rush directly into the Wanning River Valley and Daxia soldiers appear in the rear, we will be trapped in the Wanning River Valley. So I have decided to give you a very important task. When evening comes, I will lead an army of 250,000 soldiers to attack Yinqing directly. You will take 50,000 soldiers to guard the rear and prevent the Daxia soldiers from attacking us from behind." At this point, Xiao Hongbao smiled and patted Xiao Pantian on the shoulder. "Pantian, this mission is very important. The safety of our rear is all in your hands." Hearing this, Xiao Pantian showed a fake smile on his face, and then he said, "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I will definitely keep an eye on the rear." Xiao Pantian is not a fool. How could he not see the purpose of Xiao Hongbao's arrangement? He already has a status second only to Xiao Hongbao in the Serious King's tribe. If he makes outstanding contributions in the attack on Yinqing this time, his achievements will surpass his master. Xiao Hongbao didn't think what he said made sense at all. It was clearly an excuse to make him stay in the rear and not participate in the siege, so that he would not be able to get any credit. Xiao Pantian didn't say much. He just stayed at the rear. He was worried that the Daxia soldiers would launch a sneak attack from the rear. Just then, a soldier entered the tent. "My king, the scouts we sent out have returned." Xiao Hongbao immediately said, "Let him in." As Xiao Hongbao finished speaking, another soldier entered the tent and said, "Your Majesty, we have already found out the situation ahead. The gates of Yinqing are tightly closed, and the soldiers of Yinqing have already set up catapults on the city walls." Hearing this, Xiao Hongbao smiled and said, "It seems that the Northern King is really waiting for me in Yinqing. Very good. I have heard that the Northern King likes beautiful women and has kept countless beauties in his mansion. After we conquer Yinqing, I will definitely enjoy myself and experience the happiness of the Northern King." Yelu Nanyue was not here, so Xiao Hongbao's true nature was exposed. He believed that no one would dare to tell Yelu Nanyue what he said and did. At the same time, Yinqing, on the city wall, Mu Changtian looked at the howitzers on the city wall and said with some concern, "Your Highness, if we put the howitzers out like this and the barbarian scouts see them, will they notice something?" Lu Chun smiled faintly and then said, "Howitzer? What howitzer? Ours is a catapult." The barbarian cavalry had never seen a howitzer, so how could they know that it was a howitzer? If the barbarian cavalry knew that there was such a powerful weapon as the howitzer, they would not dare to come to Yinqing now. Therefore, Lu Chun was not worried at all that the howitzer would be seen by the barbarian scouts. Before the howitzer came into play, the barbarians would most likely mistake it for a catapult. In fact, if viewed from a distance, the shape of the howitzer does look somewhat similar to a catapult. Of course, they are just similar in shape. Now, everything is ready, just waiting for the barbarian cavalry to fall into the trap. For the next day, Lu Chun stayed on the city wall, keeping a close eye on the movements of the barbarian army. As time passed, a day was about to end. The sun in the sky gradually touched the horizon. Large patches of fiery red sunset occupied the sky, and people's skin was bronzed by the reflected light of the sunset. At this moment, a scout came running towards the city gate on horseback, shouting as he rode, "The barbarian army enters the Wanning Valley. The barbarian army enters the Wanning Valley. The barbarian army enters the Wanning Valley." After hearing the scout's words, the soldiers on the city wall began to act quickly and entered combat status without waiting for Mu Changtian's orders. Soon the scout came to Lu Chun and said, "Your Majesty, the barbarian army has entered the Wanning River Valley. They are divided into two parts. There are about 250,000 troops in the front, and the remaining 50,000 troops seem to be on guard in the rear." Hearing this, Lu Chun frowned. He did not expect that the barbarians would split into two parts and enter the Wanning Valley. If the barbarians leave 50,000 to guard the rear, it will be difficult for their 50,000 black cavalry to complete the siege of the barbarian army later. At this time, Lu Chun asked, "Did the tens of thousands of troops behind the barbarians follow into the Wanning River Valley?" The soldier immediately replied, "They have come in, but they are keeping a certain distance from the barbarian army in front." After hearing what the soldier said, Lu Chun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we enter the Wanning Valley, it will be fine. He was afraid that the 300,000 strong barbarian army would leave some soldiers outside the Wanning River Valley. In that case, if the black cavalry wanted to block the barbarians' retreat, they would have to fight with those barbarian cavalry who remained outside the Wanning River Valley. By the time the black cavalry wiped out the cavalry outside the Wanning Valley, the barbarian army in front would probably have already withdrawn from the Wanning Valley. At that time, they would have no choice but to let the barbarian army leave. At this time, Lu Chun said, "Prepare for battle. Send instructions to the artillery battalion and tell the barbarian cavalry to fire after they are about to reach Yinqing." With Lu Chun's order, the defense of Yinqing and the encirclement and suppression of the barbarian army officially began. Under the leadership of Xiao Hongba, an army of 250,000 will soon arrive at the city of Yinqing. Although the people on the city wall of Yinqing had not yet seen the barbarian cavalry, they had already heard the rumbling sound of horse hooves. They even had an illusion that the earth was shaking. These are 300,000 barbarian cavalry. The soldiers on the city wall were extremely nervous. Even though they had howitzers, facing an army of 300,000 people was still a huge pressure. Including the black cavalry, there were only 90,000 soldiers in the North County. 90,000 versus 300,000, it's impossible to have no pressure. When Lu Chun heard the rumbling sound of horse hooves, he felt his heart beating wildly, as if the adrenaline in his body was being secreted crazily, making all the cells in his body active. As the sound of horse hooves grew louder and closer, the flags of the barbarian army gradually appeared in people's sight. Lu Chun stood on the city wall and quickly glanced at the generals in front of the barbarian army. Name, Xiao Hongba. Identity, Barbarian Wolf King. Strength, Grandmaster level. Loyalty, -100 hostile. Name, Mantai. Identity, General of the Barbarian Wolf King tribe. Strength, Grandmaster level. Loyalty, -100 hostile. Name, Fresh Armor. Identity, General of the Barbarian Northern Xian King tribe. Strength, Grandmaster level. Loyalty, -100 hostile. After reading the information of these three people, Lu Chun glanced at the information of other generals. In the end, there were only 3 Grandmasters, 5 half-step Grandmasters, and a dozen 9th-grade Masters among the more than 200,000 barbarian vanguard troops. Now Lu Chun doesn't know whether there are any Masters among the tens of thousands of troops behind him. If he didn't have the howitzer this time, with the strength of the barbarian army, Beijun would definitely not be able to be defended. With a lineup like this of the barbarians, not to mention capturing Beijun, they can even launch a war of annihilation against some small countries. Chapter 108 The War Begins. When Xiao Hongba saw the flag of the Northern Palace hanging on the wall of Beijun City, he suddenly became extremely excited. He shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Yinqing is right before our eyes. Warriors of the barbarians, follow me. Whoever can capture the Northern King will be rewarded with 10 beauties and 1,000 cattle and sheep." After hearing Xiao Hongba's words, the barbarian soldiers became excited instantly, and the marching speed of the barbarian army became faster. At the same time, when Xiao Pengtian saw that the barbarian soldiers in front of him were marching so fast all of a sudden, he instantly felt very uneasy. It's too quiet. Wanning Valley is so quiet. The silence is suffocating and depressing. Even if the Northern King really stayed in Yinqing, waiting for the barbarians' attack, it would not be the case that there would be no obstacles in the Wanning River Valley to stop the barbarian army. Xiao Pengtian had fought against the Daxiao army before and knew the situation of the Daxiao army. When the Daxiao army was defending the city, They would inevitably create some obstacles in front of the city to prevent the cavalry from advancing. In the past, when they went south to rob things, they only robbed some small cities. The soldiers in those small cities created obstacles to prevent the barbarian cavalry from advancing. But the defenders of Yinqing did not do that. Is this normal? It's definitely not normal. Xiao Pengtian was very suspicious whether the defenders of Yinqing were deliberately letting them approach Yinqing, or deliberately letting them enter the Wanning River Valley. Xiao Pengtian thought to himself, I hope I am overthinking it. If the defenders of Yinqing really let them enter the Wanning River Valley on purpose, then we will be in big trouble. At this moment, the barbarian army was almost approaching the city. The soldiers of Yinqing have made preparations, and the soldiers of the artillery battalion on both sides of the Wanning River Valley have also adjusted the angles of the howitzers. Now they're just waiting for Lu Chan to give orders. As the black mass of barbarian cavalry got closer, the rumbling sound of their horses' hooves became louder and louder. Under the influence of this sound, people's hearts couldn't help but beat faster. Lu Chun personally came to a howitzer, then adjusted the angle of the howitzer and aimed it at Xiao Hongba's position. Lu Chun had no intention of talking about martial ethics, nor did he plan to capture Xiao Hongba alive. Anyway, it would be best to kill him with artillery fire if possible. Xiao Hongba naturally also saw the howitzers on the city wall, but they didn't care about them, thinking that they were just catapults. For these master-level warriors, the catapults posed no threat at all, so they just rushed forward. Looking at the barbarian army getting closer and closer, Lu Chan felt that it was about time, so he pulled the bolt directly. The next moment, a 122mm grenade flew directly into the sky and then hit several important barbarian figures in front of Xiao Hongba and his group in a parabola. As a master-level warrior, Xiao Hongba naturally noticed the shell, but in his eyes it was just a stone. Just as Xiao Hongba was about to smash the stone with his axe, the barbarian General Xianjia next to Xiao Hongba kicked his legs and jumped directly from his horse to a height of more than 10 meters. Seeing this scene, Lu Chun was stunned. Is this the true strength of a grandmaster? He could jump so high just by relying on physical strength. But at this moment, Xianjia used a huge axe in his hand to chop at the howitzer shell. However, the next moment, the howitzer exploded. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the body of the Grandmaster-level barbarian General Xianjia was blown to pieces. As the howitzer exploded, countless soldiers in front of Xiao Hongba were killed or wounded instantly. Xiao Hongba and another barbarian master were also blown several meters away by the explosion. The originally excited barbarian army was instantly awakened by the explosion. They finally realized something was wrong. The barbarian army that was marching at a very fast speed suddenly stopped, and the entire army fell into chaos. Oh my god, what was that just now? Grandmaster. Could it be that Yinqing has a grandmaster? The king is injured. We want to avenge the king. Kill. The barbarian army, which was already in chaos, paused for a moment and then launched a charge directly, which Lu Chun did not expect. But this is not surprising. After all, it was just one shell, and they had not yet realized the horror of the howitzer. Lu Chun admired their courage very much, but sometimes being too reckless was not a good thing. Lu Chun then shouted, "Fire!" The next moment, the archers and artillerymen on the city wall launched an attack together. Countless arrows rained down from the sky. The howitzers also exploded in the barbarian army. After the grenades exploded, both the men and horses were killed. In addition, the Wanning River Valley was too narrow, so a large area was destroyed in one explosion. In a short period of time, countless barbarian soldiers were killed or wounded. At the same time, the artillery battalions ambushed on both sides of the Wanning River Valley did not attack immediately. They were waiting for Xiao Pengtian and his 50,000 soldiers to enter their firing range. At this time, Xiao Pengtian discovered that the barbarian army in front of him was suddenly in chaos, and he immediately understood what must have happened. Without even a frown, he turned around without hesitation and immediately said to the soldiers behind him, "Watch out for your back. Get ready to charge." Xiao Pengtian's reaction speed was extremely fast. He realized they were being surrounded before the black cavalry even came out. Seeing that Xiao Pengtian and his men were already alert, an artilleryman said to Mu Jingwu beside him, "Captain Mu, if we don't attack now, the artillery shells in Yinqing will be used up later. There are not many howitzers in Yinqing, and most of the howitzer shells are given to the artillery on both sides of the Wanning River Valley. Mu Jingwu glanced at Xiao Pengtian's 50,000 soldiers, then shouted, "All battalions, get ready. Fire!" At the command, dozens of artillery shells fell into the barbarian army. The barbarian cavalry's limbs and arms were blown all over the sky, and the soil on the ground also flew up to more than 10 meters high. Some barbarian cavalry were directly buried alive by the exploding soil. The explosion was not far from Xiao Pengtian and his men. After seeing the tragic situation of the army in front, the 50,000 barbarian soldiers behind Xiao Pengtian were so scared that they began to retreat. Wolf God, what kind of weapon is that? When did Daxia have such a terrifying weapon? General, we've been fooled. General, let's retreat. Seeing the barbarian soldiers flying all over the sky, Xiao Pengtian of course understood that they had been fooled. The most important thing now was to guard the retreat passage in the rear, so as to ensure that their barbarian cavalry could withdraw from the Wanning Valley. Otherwise, under the bombardment of Daxia's mysterious weapons, their 300,000 barbarian cavalry would probably have to die in the Wanning River Valley. Seeing that Xiao Pengtian was preparing to retreat with 50,000 troops, the artillerymen on both sides of the Wanning River Valley became anxious. That was an army of tens of thousands of barbarians. How could they let them get away? Then some artillerymen immediately adjusted the direction of the howitzers and opened fire on Xiao Pengtian's 50,000 troops. When a cannonball exploded in the crowd, Xiao Pengtian's 50,000-strong army fell into chaos in an instant. Seeing this scene, Xiao Pengtian knew that he had to retreat quickly. He immediately shouted, "Retreat! The whole army retreats." Then the messenger took out the horn and blew the retreat horn. Woohoo! Chapter 109. Follow me to charge. As the horn of retreat sounded in the Wanning River Valley, the barbarian soldiers in the front finally woke up. Then, before the seriously injured Xiao Hongba could give an order, the hundreds of thousands of barbarian troops in the vanguard also sounded the horn of retreat. In fact, Lu Qin's hundreds of artillery shells were simply not enough to kill all of the hundreds of thousands of barbarian troops. But it was the first time that the barbarian cavalry had seen such a horrific weapon, which magnified their inner fear. People are always most afraid of the unknown, and the barbarian soldiers have no idea how many of those explosive stones there are in Yinqing. Woo! Woo! The urgent sound of retreat horns echoed in the Wanning River Valley. The barbarian soldiers fled madly to the rear. The barbarian soldiers' initial formation was completely messed up. They were only concerned with escaping. Soon, a serious stampede occurred in the Wanning River Valley. Many barbarian cavalrymen were knocked to the ground and then trampled to death by the barbarian cavalry behind them. Seeing the barbarian soldiers in chaos, Lu Chun finally understood what it meant to be defeated like a landslide. If we really count the number of barbarian cavalry killed by howitzers, there are probably less than 10,000 soldiers. However, Lu Chun estimated that the number of soldiers trampled to death by their own people was almost 10,000. At this time, Mu Changtian, who was riding on a horse, was already becoming impatient. The soldiers in the city were ready to charge. Lu Chun immediately said, "Order the artillery battalion to fire all the shells, don't keep any." As the flag signals were conveyed, the artillery in the Wanning River Valley immediately bombarded the fleeing barbarian soldiers. Seeing the barbarian cavalry being blown all over the sky, even the soldiers in the artillery battalion couldn't help but gasp. Many of the people in the artillery battalion are archers, all of whom are veterans who have participated in the battle to defend the city against the barbarians in Beijun. But when had they ever seen such a scene? The once invincible barbarian cavalry was ruthlessly killed by the howitzers. The soldiers in the artillery battalion broke out in cold sweats at the thought of this horrific weapon being used against them in the future. The soldiers couldn't help but feel fortunate that they were born in Beijun, were soldiers of Beijun, and were soldiers of the Northern King. At the same time, the seriously injured Xiao Hongba stood up with the help of his men. His mind was still confused, and he hadn't figured out what was going on. All he knew was that suddenly a powerful force blew him away. Seeing that Xiao Hongba was not dead yet, Lu Chun immediately took out the Barrett from the space system, loaded it with bullets, and aimed at Xiao Hongba in the distance. At this time, Mu Changtian came down from the city wall and wanted Lu Chun to immediately order him to leave the city to pursue the barbarian cavalry. However, as soon as he came in front of Lu Chun, he found that Lu Chun had a long black stick in his hand, pointing it at Xiao Hongba in the distance. Before Mu Changtian could say anything, a gunshot rang out. Gang! Immediately afterwards, Xiao Hongba, who was still in a daze, was shot through the chest. After feeling the huge wound on his chest, Xiao Hongba lowered his head slightly and looked at it. His pupils contracted, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. Then Xiao Hongba slowly collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Seeing this scene, Mu Chantian was slightly stunned. He remembered what Li Feng had told him not long ago, that the king of the north possessed a mysterious weapon that could kill a master in an instant. The black stick in front of me is probably the mysterious weapon that Li Feng mentioned. The northern king's weapons are truly terrifying. Directly killing a master-level expert from a distance of 1,000 meters is something that even a grandmaster would find difficult to do. Of course, no matter how terrifying the weapons in the northern king's hands are, they are not as terrifying as the howitzers. Just now they saw with their own eyes how a cannonball blew a barbarian master into dozens of pieces. In terms of power, the howitzer is more powerful. After Lu Chun shot Xiao Hongba, he came to his senses and said to Mu Changtian beside him, "General Mu, the task of encircling and suppressing the barbarian cavalry is now handed over to you." Hearing this, Mu Changtian immediately said loudly, "Yes, Your Majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Changtian kicked his legs and jumped directly from the city wall and landed on his horse under the city wall. Mu Changtian waved his hand, threw his robe aside, and shouted, "Open the city gate!" As Mu Changtian's powerful voice rang out, the gate of Yinqing slowly opened. The next moment, Mu Changtian took the lead and rushed directly out of the city gate. "Soldiers, follow me and kill. Kill, kill, kill." The morale of the Yinqing soldiers was instantly boosted, and then the Yinqing defenders left the city wall and directly chased after the barbarian cavalry. At the same time, after countless soldiers of Xiao Pengtian's 50,000-man army were killed in the explosion, they finally managed to escape the artillery's range safely. Seeing that there were no more explosive rocks falling from the sky, the soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. But soon they discovered something was wrong again. Suddenly, the Wanning Valley became extremely quiet, even quieter than before. It was so quiet that they seemed to be able to hear their own heartbeats, as if even the sound of the retreat horn had disappeared. Xiao Pengtian frowned, feeling something was wrong. At this time, the soldier next to Xiao Pengtian suddenly said, "General, look!" Xiao Pengtian then looked into the distance. The huge setting sun was facing their direction, seemingly blocking the entire Wanning Valley. In the setting sun, a series of huge black figures gradually approached Xiao Pengtian and the others. Then the earth began to tremble. Only when the cavalry came closer did Xiao Pengtian and his men see them clearly. The soldiers of that army were wearing black armor, and even the horses were covered in thick armor. In the setting sun, they looked like an army straight out of hell. Xiao Pengtian's expression changed instantly. Heavy cavalry, and there are at least tens of thousands of people. How is this possible? Even the barbarians don't have so many heavily armored cavalry. It would take an unknown amount of time just to create a set of armor for heavy cavalry. And Daxia actually has such a huge army of heavily armed cavalry. If they were on the grassland, these heavy cavalry of Daxia would probably be unable to do anything to them. After all, their barbarian-like cavalry were more mobile and ran faster, while these heavy cavalry were relatively clumsy and might not be able to catch up with them. But it's different now. Now we are in the Wanning Valley. Tens of thousands of heavily armed cavalrymen standing in the Wanning River Valley were like a series of iron walls. Where are they running to? If they run towards Yinqing now, they will be blown to pieces. If they rush forward directly, they will be hacked to death by these heavily armored cavalry. Xiao Pengtian clenched the axe in his hand, his muscles swelled, and his armor was propped up. Finally, he made a decision. Xiao Pengtian raised the axe in his hand, pointed it towards the sun, and shouted with all his strength, "Barbarian warriors, charge with me!" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Pengtian rode his horse and headed straight for the black cavalry. The barbarian soldiers behind Xiao Pengtian also rushed towards the iron walls under the setting sun like a tide. Chapter 110. The Combat Power of the Black Cavalry. Under the setting sun, two fast-running cavalry formations on the flat ground of the Wanning River Valley were rushing towards each other with all their might. When the barbarian cavalry was about to approach the black cavalry led by one Renlai, the black cavalry immediately changed their formation into an offensive formation. Then Xiao Pengtian's cavalry rushed into the heavy cavalry's cavalry formation. The next moment, on the riverbank of the Wanning River Valley, there were the sounds of weapons colliding and the deafening sounds of fighting. Not far away, the 20,000 heavily armored cavalry led by Xin Yuanshun just stood there without taking any action. The Black Cavalry was divided into two parts. The first 30,000 were led by Wan Rinlai, responsible for charging, and the second 20,000 were led by Xin Yuanshun, responsible for blocking the Wanning River Valley and preventing any barbarian cavalry from rushing out. The Black Cavalry was very powerful. The barbarian cavalry who rushed into the Black Cavalry's formation were chopped off their horses one by one. The weapons used by the Black Cavalry were also extremely sharp. Any barbarian cavalry who were accidentally chopped by the Black Cavalry's swords were basically killed along with their horses. After 3/4 of an hour's charge, the Black Cavalry and the barbarian cavalry led by Xiao Pengtian were finally separated. When Xiao Pengtian broke out of the Black Cavalry's cavalry formation, he discovered that in the distance there was a group of Black Cavalry who were not taking any action and were looking at them coldly. Those Black Cavalrymen were like emotionless ghosts, an army of ghosts from the underworld. Xiao Pengtian glanced at the sparse barbarian soldiers behind him. Almost all of them were injured, and many of them had their arms chopped off. After one charge, they were left with less than 10,000 soldiers. Is this the heavy cavalry of Daxia? Xiao Pengtian never thought that Daxia's heavy cavalry would one day be able to crush the barbarian cavalry. They met a real match. Xiao Pengtian looked at the torn armor on his body. He simply took off the armor and threw it on the ground. In front of this cavalry, any armor is useless. Xiao Pengtian did not attack Xin Yuanshen's motionless Black Cavalry at this time. Instead, he turned around. Now they were surrounded, and even if they charged towards the setting sun, they could not escape. Xiao Pengtian already had a premonition of his own end in his heart. He would definitely die today. It is better to die on the battlefield than to charge at the immobile cavalry, try to escape, and end up dying an embarrassing death. Xiao Pengtian raised his axe with trembling hands and shouted again, "Reforge the glory of the wolf god, and charge with me. Kill!" With the remaining less than 10,000 barbarian cavalry, Xiao Pengtian once again rushed towards the Black Cavalry led by Wan Rinlai. A moment later, the two cavalry units met again on the Wanning River beach, and the sound of fighting once again echoed in the Wanning River Valley. The sun gradually set, leaving only half of it shining on the Wanning River Valley. The sounds of ping-pong became less and less frequent, and the sounds of fighting became less and less frequent. In the end, only one man and one horse rushed out of the Black Cavalry formation, dragging their wounded bodies. Xiao Pengtian faced the direction of the sun, looking at the cold-blooded Black Cavalryman in the distance. At this moment, blood was dripping from his head, and his eyes were blocked by the blood. The whole world turned red, the color of blood. Countless images flashed through Xiao Pengtian's mind. He recalled the memory of growing up with his elder sister without a father or mother. In the sunset, he saw the white snow. I saw cattle and sheep frozen to death, and yurts blown away by the strong wind. We also saw the scene where the barbarian army marched south to plunder the Daxia people, and the Daxia people knelt on the ground begging for mercy, but were still killed. Xiao Pengtian laughed loudly with his messy hair spread out, and then he said to himself, "Yao Yao, it seems that my uncle can't send you to Daxia." After he finished speaking, Xiao Pengtian raised his axe again, and with his last bit of strength, he shouted hoarsely, "Reforge the glory of the wolf god. Kill!" A man and a horse, against the backdrop of the setting sun. His figure became longer and fainter. Wan Rinlai raised his hand and made a gesture to stop the soldiers from moving out. Immediately afterwards, Wan Rinlai picked up the sledgehammer and ran straight towards Xiao Pengtian. Soon, the two met on a riverbank littered with corpses. Wan Rinlai took the lead and struck with a hammer. Xiao Pengtian was about to resist, but found that he had no strength left. Then his body was knocked away by the hammer, blood spurted out, and he completely lost consciousness. After seeing that the 50,000 cavalrymen in the rear had been cleared, Xin Yuanshen, who had not made any moves or said anything, said in an emotionless tone, "Keep moving forward." It seemed that to Xin Yuanshen, the battle just now seemed as if it had not happened at all. Wan Rinlai glanced at Xiao Pengtian on the ground, and then said to the soldier next to him, "Take him and hand him over to the prince." "Yes, general." The soldier immediately came to Xiao Pengtian, tied him up, and put him behind the horse. After a while, the fleeing barbarian cavalry encountered Wenrunlai and his black cavalry. The sky was already a little dark at this time. At first, the barbarian cavalry thought that the black cavalry in front were Xiao Pantian and his men guarding the rear. As a result, when the fleeing barbarian cavalry approached, they suddenly realized that there were actually tens of thousands of heavily armored cavalry. Wenrunlai and Xianyuan Chen did not hesitate at all. They led 50,000 heavily armored cavalry and began to advance towards Yinqing. Wherever they passed, there were corpses of barbarian cavalry. The barbarian cavalry had been frightened by the previous howitzers and had lost their will to fight. In addition, their king was dead and there was no one to command them, so the barbarian cavalry now had almost no combat effectiveness. The black cavalry advanced very quickly and soon entered the artillery battalion's firing range. However, by this time the artillery battalion had basically used up all its artillery shells, so they didn't have to worry about accidental injuries. Mu Jingwu stood on a large protruding rock, looking at the black cavalry advancing forward at the foot of the mountain, feeling horrified. Is this the combat effectiveness of heavy cavalry? Wherever he passed, there were corpses. The black cavalry kills the barbarians like killing chickens. If the Imperial court knew about these 50,000 black cavalrymen, Mu Jingwu believed that the Imperial court would definitely send troops north overnight and station hundreds of thousands of troops in Prince Chi's fiefdom. Mu Jingwu knew very well what heavy cavalry meant in this era. Mu Jingwu couldn't help but think that he didn't know when the prince would compete for that position. The sunset glow in the sky gradually dissipated, and a huge moon hung in the sky. The cold moonlight spread on the ground, allowing people to see clearly ahead even in the dark. Unfortunately, the barbarian army could not see the direction to return. The sound of fighting continued to echo in the Wanning River Valley. Even in Yinqing, the sound of fighting could be faintly heard. Those people who did not leave Yinqing hid in their rooms, listening to the sounds of fighting outside the city and staying awake all night. Chapter 1, 11-Year Achievements will go down in history. Lu Chun found that he had ultimately underestimated the cruelty of the war. Ever since Mu Changtian led his troops out of the city, he's been waiting on the city wall for Mu Changtian's return. But hour after hour passed, and Lu Chun could only hear the sounds of fighting coming from the Wanning River Valley, but did not see the return of Mu Changtian and the others. To be honest, Lu Chun couldn't help but start to worry at this time. Although the barbarian army of 300,000 had been dispersed and seemed to have lost its ability to fight, the barbarians were still barbarians after all. Under the pincer attack from the front and back of the Wanning River Valley, it is very likely that the barbarian army will become desperate and do whatever it wants. He was not worried about the black cavalry. What he was worried about were the tens of thousands of soldiers led by Mu Changtian. Most of these soldiers were infantry, and there were relatively few cavalry. Don't wait until all his tens of thousands of soldiers are wiped out. With worry, Lu Chun stood quietly on the city wall, looking towards the Wanning River Valley. After an unknown amount of time, the sky gradually brightened, and before I knew it, a whole night had passed. At this time, a soldier covered in blood rode back to the city wall. He dragged his tired body but still shouted excitedly, "Your Majesty, we won. We killed 200,000 barbarians and captured 100,000. Hearing this, Lu Chun shouted to the soldiers in the city without hesitation, "Open the city gate." Then, the soldier entered the city, came to Lu Chun and said, "Your Majesty, the battle is over. General Mo asked you to go and inspect the results." Lu Chun said, "You have worked hard. Go down and have a rest." For the prince for Beijun, it's not hard. It can be seen that the soldiers are still in a very excited state. This was the most beautiful battle ever fought in Daxia's history, and as participants in this war, how could they not be excited? At this time, Lu Chun came down from the city wall and then rode his horse directly to the Wanning River Valley. Along the way, Lu Chun saw countless corpses of barbarian soldiers, and occasionally among these corpses were the corpses of some northern county soldiers. Seeing the corpses all over the ground, even Lu Chun, who had killed people before, felt very uncomfortable. The blood on the ground had even dyed the soil red. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and flocks of crows were circling in the sky. Lu Chun's expression turned very serious. Is this war? Lu Chun continued to move forward towards the Wanning Valley. After a while, he found that the bodies of North County soldiers on the ground were increasing. As he expected, after Mu Changtian led his troops out of the city last night, The barbarian soldiers counterattacked the army led by Mu Changtian, otherwise there would not be so many corpses of Beijun soldiers. With a heavy heart, Lu Chun quickly arrived at where Mu Changtian and the others were. At this time, the army led by Mu Changtian and the Black Cavalry had already joined forces. The Black Cavalry surrounded the 100,000 barbarian soldiers. The barbarian soldiers squatted on the ground trembling, not daring to move. Almost all the barbarian generals have died, and among these 100,000 barbarian soldiers, not a single one has reached a realm higher than the 6th level. Lu Chun glanced at the Beijun soldiers behind Mu Changtian again. There were only less than 10,000 Beijun soldiers left behind Mu Changtian. Seeing this scene, Lu Chun frowned. He still underestimated the war. Originally, he thought that with the help of howitzers, Beijun would not suffer too many casualties. But even with the howitzers, nearly 20,000 Beijun soldiers were killed in the battle. An idea suddenly came to Lu Chen's mind. If he didn't let Mu Changtian go out of the city to chase these barbarian soldiers, then the more than 20,000 soldiers of Beijun would not have died. If he did not let the Black Cavalry block the barbarian army's retreat, the barbarian army would definitely flee directly from the Wanning River Valley. In this way, they would be able to defend Beijun without losing a single soldier. It was precisely because he wanted to devour the 300,000 barbarian troops that the casualties among the soldiers of Beijun were caused. Lu Chun also knew that by leaving behind these 300,000 troops, he had laid a great foundation for the future stable development of Beijun. For a long time in the future, the barbarians would not dare to move south again. Whether the sacrifice of Beijun soldiers is worth it depends on the future development of Beijun. At this time, Lu Chun took another look at Xianyuan Chun and his Black Cavalry. Fortunately, the number of the Black Cavalry did not seem to have decreased much. If all the Black Cavalry were killed in this war, Lu Chun felt that he would regret it to the core. At this time, Mu Changtian, Wen Renlai, and Xianyuan Chun saw Lu Chun coming and immediately rode over on horseback. Then they got off their horses, saluted, and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Chun nodded, "Get up." At this time, Mu Changtian said excitedly, "Your Majesty, this is the greatest victory the Great Xia Dynasty has ever achieved in the war against the barbarians. Your achievements will surely go down in history." Hearing Mu Changtian's words, Lu Chun was not very touched, nor did he show any happiness. Mu Changtian was a general. He had led his troops north to fight against the barbarian armies several times in the past. He was accustomed to the cruelty of war. So in Mu Changtian's eyes, the soldiers who died in Beijun were just numbers. What he saw was the victory of this war, so he was very excited. The same is true for the surviving soldiers from Beijun. What they saw was the victory of this war, and they were witnesses of this war, which was the most fruitful foreign war in the history of the Great Xia Dynasty. So they were all very excited, and there was no sadness on their faces, as if those dead soldiers did not exist at all. Seeing the soldiers so excited, Lu Chun did not want to discourage them because of his emotions. So he said, "The victory of this war is not the victory of me alone. It is the victory of all the soldiers in Beijun. You will be recorded in the history books with me. Immortal." As soon as these words were spoken, the morale of the soldiers was further boosted, and then the voices of the soldiers were heard in the Wanning River Valley. "Your Majesty is mighty. Your Majesty will surely unify the world and dominate the world." Hearing the soldiers' slogans, Lu Chun felt a little headache. No one knew when it started, but the generals and ordinary soldiers in Beijun all believed that his ambition was to unify the world. When did he say that he wanted to unify the world? Shouting about unifying the world at this time will only bring trouble to yourself. After all, your father is still alive, and he hasn't even said that he wants to unify the world, but you, a prince, jump out and say that you want to unify the world. Isn't this a clear sign of rebellion? However, Lu Chun did not correct their words. He did not want to undermine the morale of the soldiers at this time. At this time, Wen Renlai said to Lu Chun, "Your Majesty, we have captured a barbarian general." At this point, Wen Renlai said to the soldier behind him, "Bring it up." The next moment, a soldier came to Lu Chun leading a horse. At this time, a strong man with disheveled hair and bare chest was lying on the horse's back, looking like he was dead. Lu Chun immediately used the system to identify it. Name, Xiao Pantan. Identity, general of the barbarian Wolf King tribe, uncle of barbarian princess Xiao Wenyao, and captive of the Northern King. Strength, Grandmaster level, near death state. Loyalty, 0. Chapter 112. The Belated Arrival of the Imperial Army. After seeing Xiao Pengtian's information, Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there was indeed a grandmaster in the barbarian army. Thinking about it this way, the tens of thousands of people behind the barbarian army at that time were led by Xiao Pengtian. Seeing that Lu Chun didn't say anything, one Renlai asked, "Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with him? He is still alive, but he is seriously injured and has fallen into a coma." Lu Chun said, "Send someone to treat his wounds immediately and bring him back to life. When he wakes up, I have something to ask him." "Yes, Your Majesty." The soldiers then led Xiao Pengtian away on horseback for treatment. At this time, Mu Chantian glanced at the 100,000 barbarian captives squatting on the ground, and then whispered to Lu Chun, "Prince, how do you plan to deal with these captives? There are quite a lot of them. We don't have so much food and Yinching to feed them. Otherwise, all of them." Having said this, Mu Chantian hesitated and did not continue speaking. Lu Chun understood what Mu Chantian meant. Mu Chantian felt that these 100,000 barbarian captives were a burden and should all be killed. Hearing this, Lu Chun smiled and said, "If it weren't in Beijun, I would really like to bury all these people." From what Lu Chun said, it was clear that he had no intention of killing them. Mu Chantian continued, "Your Majesty, are you leaving them here to subdue them? This kind of thing is quite common. Even though the barbarians are a foreign race, there are still many barbarian soldiers in the army of the Great Xia Court." When Mu Chantian went north to fight against the barbarian army, he captured many barbarian soldiers. Eventually, after educating these barbarian soldiers, they let these barbarian soldiers lead them north to find the barbarian royal court. Although one side often massacres the other in racial conflicts, it is more of a deterrent and a way to conquer others. Population is very precious in this era, and people will not be killed casually unless they really cannot afford to support so many people. Lu Chun said, "After the war is over, I will need a large number of laborers to build Beijun for me. These 100,000 barbarian captives will just solve the labor shortage problem that I am worried about." Lu Chun has already obtained some it. He had long planned to build a new Beijun, but he was just gathering his strength before, so he had not taken any action. But after the war, he could no longer hide, and everyone knew that he had a very powerful army in his hands. Since it can no longer be hidden, there is nothing to hide. As Beijun is his fiefdom, it is time to build it up. As for the court's fight for the throne, Lu Chun had no intention of getting involved. As long as Daxia was not in chaos, he had no intention of returning to Daxia, and it was fine for him to stay in Beijun. Hearing what Lu Chun said, Mu Chantian reacted instantly and said, "Your Highness, this is a brilliant move. If these 100,000 barbarian soldiers can be educated, we will have another 100,000 slave soldiers. No one will dare to covet Beijun from now on." Mu Chantian's idea was obviously different from Lu Chun's. Lu Chun wanted to use these 100,000 barbarian slaves to build Beijun, while Mu Chantian thought that Lu Chun left these 100,000 barbarian soldiers because he saw the strong combat effectiveness of the barbarians and planned to use these 100,000 barbarian slave soldiers to deter other forces. Lu Chun now has 50,000 heavy cavalry, and he also has an order to expand the army. In the future, the number of soldiers in Beijun will soon reach 150,000. If we add the 100,000 slave soldiers of the barbarians, that would be 250,000 soldiers. With these 200,000 soldiers, not to mention fighting some small countries, even sending troops directly to attack the Great Xia Dynasty would have no problem. Of course, to win a war to annihilate a country, sometimes it's not just about the number of soldiers, but also the logistics. So Mu Chantian thought that Lu Chun was planning to continue to conserve his strength and wait for the opportunity. At this moment, Mu Chantian suddenly thought of something, so he immediately said to Lu Chun, "Prince, the war is over. If the court knew that you have tens of thousands of heavy cavalry, I am afraid that some people would have ideas about your wife and children. The most urgent thing is to immediately send someone to take the princess back to Beijun, or send someone to Anping City to guard it." Lu Chun immediately understood what Mu Chantian meant. In this era, heavy cavalry is not only a symbol of combat effectiveness, but also represents the strength of comprehensive strength, because it takes a lot of resources to build a heavy cavalry, and it also takes a lot of silver to maintain a heavy cavalry. There are less than 50,000 heavily armored cavalry in the entire Daxia, but there are so many heavily armored cavalry in Beijun alone. This will inevitably arouse the fear of the imperial court. By then, it is very likely that someone in the court would ask Emperor Xia to bring Lu Qin's princess or children to the capital as hostages to prevent Lu Qin from rebelling. Using the children of vassal kings as hostages was the most common practice of the imperial court. Emperor Xia would not have done this before because Lu Qin showed himself to be a waste, and there was no need to take Lu Qin's child as a hostage. It's different now. The Beijun soldiers led by Lu Qin not only killed 200,000 barbarian soldiers, but also captured 100,000 barbarian troops. This has almost reached the point where his achievements are surpassing his master. Even if Lu Qin is the son of Emperor Xia will be on guard. By then, Emperor Xia may take Lu Qin's wife, sons and daughters from Anping City to the capital as hostages before Lu Qin can react. Lu Qin then said to Xianyuan Chun, General Xianyuan, you will immediately lead 5,000 black cavalrymen and Captain Mu to the south to bring my princess and the others back to Yinqing. The people in Anping City didn't know that he had heavy cavalry, so they might be wary of Xianyuan Chen's identity. So Lu Qin planned to let Mu Jingwu go south with him to bring Mu Zixuan and the others back to prevent the imperial court from targeting his children. After hearing Lu Qin's order, Xianyuan Chun and Mu Jingwu immediately said, Yes, Your Majesty. Then the two men turned around and rode away on horseback. At the same time, Lin Xiaoming and his men have led an army of 70,000 and approached the Wanning Valley. In order to reach Yinqing before the barbarian army did, they traveled through wind and rain, marching all night with almost no rest. Now the soldiers began to fall asleep while walking. At this time, a soldier saw the city gate in the distance and immediately shouted, We're here. We've finally reached Yinqing. Lin Xiaoming's brows were furrowed at this time, and his expression was very serious. He did not relax just because he arrived in Yinqing. Because entering Yinqing is the most critical thing. No one knows whether Yinqing has been occupied by the barbarians at this time. Lin Xiaoming immediately shouted, Stay alert. Scouts, go explore the way. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of cavalrymen headed towards the south gate of Yinqing. In order to resist the barbarians, most of the soldiers in Yinqing went to the north gate, and now there are only a few soldiers at the south gate. When the soldiers guarding the south gate of Yinqing saw the imperial army coming, they were startled. The soldiers of Yinqing are not stupid. They know very well that some things of the northern king cannot be displayed. If the imperial court knew about it, there would be big trouble. The captain guarding the city gate immediately said to his soldiers, Quick, go and tell the prince that the imperial army is coming. The soldiers guarding the city rode on their horses without hesitation and headed for the north gate. Chapter 1:13 What? The war is over? Soon, Lin Xiaoming's scout cavalry arrived at the foot of Yinqing. One of the soldiers shouted loudly, We are the army sent by the court to support the northern king. Our general is Lin Xiaoming. Please ask the Yinqing defenders to open the city gate immediately. Let us in. Hearing this, the soldiers of Yinqing were very nervous. At this time, a captain guarding the city gate immediately said, The king of the north is resisting the barbarian army at the north gate. Please wait. We will go and report first. Hearing this, a soldier instantly became angry. What's the point of reporting? The barbarian army is here. Why don't you let us in? If something happens to the king of the north, can you gatekeepers take responsibility? The captain said again, Don't worry. This is a critical period. We need to confirm whether you are the imperial army. After hearing this, the scout had no choice but to follow the procedure and show them the official document so that the soldiers at the south gate could confirm their identities. Seeing that the soldiers of Yinqing seemed to be delaying time, Lin Xiaoming's face became increasingly unsightly. At this time, Lin Xiaoming's deputy, General Zhou Yu, said beside Lin Xiaoming, General, could it be that Yinqing has really been occupied by the barbarians? I feel that the soldiers guarding the city don't want us to go in. Zhou Yu is someone close to the 8th prince, so naturally he wanted to see the northern king being captured by the barbarians. If Yinqing was captured, Zhou Yu would not think that it was a loss for Daxia. After hearing Zhou Yu's words, Lin Xiaoming just looked at the city in front of him expressionlessly without saying a word. He could tell from Zhou Yu's tone that Zhou Yu seemed to want to see something happen to the king of the north. Lin Xiaoming was no fool. He knew Zhou Yu was the 8th prince's man when he left the capital. As a child of the prime minister's family, Lin Xiaoming is very familiar with the situation in the court. At this time, Zhou Yu continued, General, If Yinqing is really occupied by the barbarians, then we should retreat as soon as possible. If we wait for the barbarian army to catch up, I'm afraid all 70,000 of us will be destroyed." After hearing this, Lin Xiaoming said coldly, "Deputy General Zhou, you seem to want to see something happen to the King of the North?" Zhou Yu said quickly, "General, you misunderstood me. I just think that if Yinqing is lost, there's no need to defend Beijun anymore." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoming turned his head and glanced at Zhou Yu, then said seriously, "Today we give Beijun to the barbarians, and tomorrow we give King Qi's fief to the barbarians. Then the day after tomorrow we will give the entire daxia to the barbarians." Seeing that Lin Xiaoming was angry, Zhou Yu immediately shut up and didn't say anything more. Lin Xiaoming turned his head and looked at the city wall of Yinqing again. At this time, the flag of the Northern King was still hanging on the city wall. He guessed that Yinqing had not been lost yet. It was very likely that, as the soldiers defending the city said, the barbarian army was indeed in the Wanning River Valley. Now we just need to wait for the order from the King of the North. When the King of the North knows that the Imperial army has arrived, he will definitely let them enter Yinqing immediately to help Yinqing resist the barbarians. With these 70,000 people, there will probably be no problem in defending Yinqing. Lin Xiaoming tried his best to think positively. Now he could only think positively. If Yinqing was really occupied at this time, they would definitely not be able to retake Yinqing. In the end, they would most likely have to flee back to King Qi's fiefdom in a panic, and then return to the capital to accept punishment. About half an hour later, the gate of the South City was finally opened. Seeing the city gate open, Lin Xiaoming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was already prepared for battle. At this time, a soldier rode out of the city on horseback and shouted, "The war against the barbarians is over. The prince asked me to inform you to go to Wanning Valley as soon as possible to clean up the battlefield." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoming and other soldiers were stunned. What? Is the war over? How is this possible? Could it be that Yinqing has really been occupied by the barbarians? Is this a trap? The barbarians wanted to wait until 70,000 of them entered the city and then destroy them. Just as they were thinking this, Lin Xiaoming took the lead and ran straight towards the city gate. "Soldiers, follow me into the city." However, Lin Xiaoming had to go and verify in person whether Yinqing had been occupied by the barbarians, even if their 70,000 people were attacked by the barbarians at that time. The 70,000 of them originally came to Beijun to resist the barbarians. If they didn't even see the barbarians and they just ran away, does that make sense? Seeing Lin Xiaoming move, the soldiers also took action immediately, and the army followed Lin Xiaoming and slowly entered the city. However, all the soldiers were very vigilant. These 70,000 troops were elite soldiers who had been on the battlefield, so they were still cautious. After Lin Xiaoming entered the city, he found that there were still a few ordinary people on the streets. But most of the people were inside their rooms, with the door half open, peeking outside. The common people naturally knew that the barbarian army was attacking Yinqing, so they did not dare to go out. At this moment, a messenger shouted loudly, "Great victory in Beijun! Great victory in Yinqing!" The king of Bei led the soldiers of Beijun and killed 200,000 barbarian soldiers and captured 100,000 barbarian soldiers. Messengers kept shuttling back and forth in every street in the city, loudly announcing the outcome of the war. Soon, the Imperial army entering the city heard what the messenger shouted. When the Imperial court officers and soldiers heard the messenger saying that the Northern King had led the Northern County army to kill 200,000 soldiers and captured 100,000 barbarian soldiers, they were stunned. The first thing they thought of was that this was fake news. Most of the soldiers in the 70,000-strong army, led by Lin Xiaoming, had fought against the barbarians before, and they were well aware of the barbarians' combat effectiveness. Let alone an army of 300,000. If there were no cities, it would not be easy for them to defeat the barbarians with their 70,000 troops fighting against the barbarians' 50,000 troops. As a result, the messenger from Beijun said that the king of Bei led the Beijun army to defeat the 300,000-strong barbarian army. Not only were they defeated, but also 200,000 of the barbarian soldiers were killed and 100,000 of them were captured. This can be said to be a complete annihilation. Is it possible? What a joke. There are only a few soldiers in Beijun, let alone defeating the barbarian army. Even defending Beijun is already quite difficult. If they really had this strength, the Imperial court would not have sent 70,000 troops to support them. Lin Xiaoming was a little confused as to why the king of the north would let people spread this false news in the city. That doesn't sound true. Anyone with a little common sense knew that the northern king could not possibly defeat the barbarian army of 300,000. What's more, the false news spread by the northern king is too fake. If you say that you have repelled the barbarians' attack, I'm afraid the people will believe it. So what did you say about killing 200,000 barbarian troops and capturing 100,000 barbarian soldiers? Who can believe this? There is a reason behind everything. Lin Xiaoming now really wants to know what the king of the north wants to do. Then he said to the soldiers behind him, "Speed up the march and meet up with the northern king as soon as possible." About 3/4 of an hour later, Lin Xiaoming and the Imperial army of 70,000 finally arrived at the north gate of Yinqing. At this time, Lu Chan was standing on the city wall, looking to the north. A soldier from Beijun came up to Lin Xiaoming and said, "General Lin, the king of Bei is waiting for you on the city wall." Chapter 114, Let the Imperial army clear the battlefield. Seeing the Beijun soldier in front of him covered in blood, the blood on his armor had not yet dried, and there were knife marks all over his armor. It looked like he had just experienced a great battle. Lin Xiaoming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Beijun was really fighting the barbarians before they entered the city? Lin Xiaoming didn't think much about it. He jumped up and directly jumped onto the city wall of Beijun. As a result, as soon as Lin Xiaoming jumped onto the city wall, he saw the corpses of barbarians all over the ground in the distance outside the city wall, as well as countless huge pits. The deaths of some barbarian soldiers and horses were particularly horrific, with their limbs almost torn apart and their organs scattered all over the ground. The land outside the city was dyed red with blood. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiaoming was completely stunned. He even forgot to walk up to Lu Chan and salute. From this, we can see that a great battle did take place before the Imperial army entered the city. And judging from the large number of corpses left behind by the barbarians, they must have been repelled by the defenders of Beijun. Lin Xiaoming was extremely surprised. He really wanted to know why so many barbarian soldiers died, and it seemed that those barbarian soldiers died before they even got close to the city wall of Yinqing. Especially those big pits on the flat ground made Lin Xiaoming very puzzled. What were those pits used for? Of course, although he was surprised, Lin Xiaoming still didn't believe that what they had heard before, that the Beijun soldiers had killed 200,000 barbarian soldiers and captured 100,000 barbarian troops, was true. Lin Xiaoming took a deep breath, calmed himself down quickly, then looked up into the distance. At this time, a young man in golden armor was standing on the wall, looking into the distance. Lin Xiaoming had seen Lu Chen before, so he recognized him at a glance. However, for some reason, Lin Xiaoming always felt that Lu Chen's aura seemed to give people a very unusual feeling, and his entire temperament had changed greatly. When Lu Chen married the princess, he also attended Lu Chen's wedding banquet. At that time, Lu Chen did not have such temperament at all. Lin Xiaoming walked quickly towards Lu Chen. When he got close to Lu Chen, Lin Xiaoming suddenly understood why he felt that Lu Chen was different. It turned out that Lu Chen exuded the aura of a warrior, and he had a strong, murderous aura. Generally, a warrior would have to kill a lot of people to have such a strong, murderous aura. The king of the north is actually a warrior? How is this possible? Lin Xiaoming felt even more confused. The northern king he met in the capital was a complete waste, a man without any strength and not good at martial arts. How could he be a warrior? The key is that Lin Xiaoming feels that Lu Chen's strength is not weak. At least he has reached the level of a half-step grandmaster. Even Lin Xiaoming, the grandmaster, feels some pressure in front of Lu Chen. Lin Xiaoming immediately bowed and said, "Your Highness, I was unable to rush to Beijun in time. Please punish me, Your Highness." Lu Chen did not turn his head. His eyes were fixed on the north. At this time, he said lightly, "Punishment? No, General Lin, you came just in time. Last night's battle killed 200,000 barbarian soldiers. Now the entire Wanning River Valley is littered with the corpses of barbarian soldiers and horses, although Lu Chen also thought about asking the captured barbarian soldiers to carry the corpses and clean up the battlefield. But those barbarian soldiers had just been captured after all. Lu Chen was very worried that they would have other thoughts. So they were not asked to clean the battlefield, but the battlefield needed to be cleaned. If so many corpses of barbarian soldiers and horses were left in the Wanning River Valley, a plague would probably break out. What's more, there is a Wanning River in the Wanning Valley. With so many corpses on a riverside, the entire river is polluted. Where will Yinqing get water then? These corpses must be dealt with. Since the barbarian soldiers cannot be allowed to deal with them, Lu Xun is thinking of letting the soldiers of Beijun or mobilizing the common people to deal with them. He just sent people back to the city to announce the results of the battle because he wanted to mobilize the common people. But now that the Imperial court's 70,000 troops have arrived, the common people are no longer needed. It is just right for these 70,000 troops to clean up the battlefield. Now that I'm here, how can I just go back without doing anything? At this time, Lu Xun continued to say to Lin Xiuming, "General Lin, the task of cleaning up the battlefield is left to you." Hearing this, Lin Xiuming was stunned for a moment. Cleaning up the battlefield? Have the barbarians retreated? Lin Xiuming then asked, "Your Majesty, has the barbarian army retreated?" Hearing this question, Lu Xun just said calmly, "You will understand when you leave the city to clean up the battlefield." After hearing that the Imperial army was coming to Yinqing, Lu Xun returned with only a few people. Now the soldiers from Beijun are still cleaning up the battlefield outside Yinqing. When Lin Xiuming and the others go out later, they will know what the situation is outside. If we tell Lin Xiuming the result of this war now, I'm afraid he won't believe it. So let the Imperial army go out and see it for themselves. Lu Xun had just ordered the artillery battalion to withdraw all the howitzers. Now even if Lin Xiuming and the others went out, they would not see weapons like howitzers. As for the heavy cavalry, it wouldn't matter if Lin Xiuming and the others saw it. After all, Beijun had achieved such great results. There must be a reasonable explanation, otherwise it would make people more suspicious. Heavy cavalry is a good explanation. When Lin Xiuming and his men see the tens of thousands of heavily armored cavalrymen of Beijun, they will most likely think that Beijun's victory was due to these heavily armored cavalrymen. This would make it easier to hide the howitzers. As for whether the heavy cavalry would arouse the court's fear, that was inevitable. However, Lu Xun also knew that the Imperial court and his father had no intention of dealing with him, the Prince of Beijun. Emperor Xia's focus was still on cleansing up the court and the aristocratic families. It is unlikely that he would take action against the vassal kings until the aristocratic families were eliminated. Moreover, the Imperial court had just issued an order to expand the army. As a vassal king who could recruit a maximum of 150,000 soldiers, it would be no problem to raise a cavalry unit, right? The order to expand the army did not prohibit the formation of a cavalry unit. At this time, Li Feng came to the city wall. Li Feng was stunned for a moment when he saw that the general who came was Lin Xiuming. He thought to himself that it was a good thing that General Mu had just come back. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he was discovered by Lin Xiuming and others later. Li Feng bowed to Lu Xun and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Xun turned his head and looked at Li Feng and said, "General Li, next I'll trouble you to lead General Lin and the others to clean up the battlefield. I'm a little sleepy, so I will go back first." Li Feng immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then Lu Xun turned around and left. Looking at Lu Xun's departing back, Lin Xiuming was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Li Feng beside him and said, "General Li, has the barbarian army retreated?" Lin Xiuming still had some impression of Li Feng. After all, Li Feng used to be Mu Changtian's right-hand man in the Tiger Guards. Hearing Lin Xiuming's question, Li Feng smiled and said, "General Lin, it's not as simple as just being beaten back by us. When we leave the city later, you will know how much our Beijun soldiers have achieved under the leadership of the prince." Seeing that Li Feng was also keeping it a secret, Lin Xiuming frowned slightly. He was not only skeptical, but also wondered if Beijun had really achieved great results this time. Were they lucky enough to kill an important figure in the barbarian royal court? Chapter 115, The Shocked Imperial Army. At this time, Lin Xiuming still did not believe the battle results announced by the messenger in the city before. After all, that was an army of 300,000 barbarians. Not everyone can defeat the barbarian army of 300,000. Beijun simply does not have the ability to do so. He could only think that Beijun had achieved good results in defending against the barbarian attacks, such as being lucky enough to shoot and kill an important barbarian figure. Apart from this, he really couldn't imagine how fruitful results the tens of thousands of soldiers from Beijun could achieve. Li Feng did not explain too much to Lin Xiuming. He also knew that before seeing the corpses of the barbarian soldiers on the battlefield, Lin Xiuming and his men would not be able to believe the results achieved by the Beijun soldiers. Then Li Feng took Lin Xiuming and others out of the city. After the Imperial army left the city, they were shocked to see the corpses of the barbarians scattered all over the ground. The blood on the ground hadn't dried yet, which clearly showed that a fight had broken out last night. Beijun actually has such terrifying combat power. How is this done? The soldiers could hardly believe what they saw, especially when they saw the bodies of the barbarian soldiers and horses shattered into pieces. They were even more curious about what kind of weapons Beijun had used to be able to blow the bodies of people and horses into pieces. Most of these 70,000 people were experienced soldiers, but it was the first time for them to see such a bloody battlefield. This was bloodier and more tragic than any battle they had ever experienced. The armor on those barbarian soldiers seemed to be damaged by something. In the battles they had experienced before, at least the soldiers had relatively intact bodies, with at most some missing arms and legs. But the scene before him was quite different. The bodies of some of the barbarian soldiers could no longer be pieced together. They were completely destroyed by something and turned into minced meat. A question arose in the soldiers' minds. What exactly happened at the north gate of Yinqing last night? Not only the soldiers thought so, Lin Xiuming and Zhou Yu were also extremely shocked and were speculating about what happened last night. Lin Xiuming couldn't help it at this time, so he took the initiative to ask Li Feng, "General Li, why did the bodies of these barbarians become so broken?" Hearing this question, Li Feng said, "Oh, maybe they were hit by a rock." Hearing this, Lin Xiuming instantly knew that Li Feng was lying. How could a stone create a hole several meters wide? And how could it smash the barbarian soldiers into pieces? And some of the barbarian soldiers had bloody holes all over their bodies? Apparently, Beijun had used a mysterious weapon that they had never seen before. After all, Lin Xiuming is the commander of the Qilin army and has been on the battlefield. He is not a fool. Although he didn't know what kind of weapon Beijun used, Lin Xiuming knew very well that this weapon was definitely not a catapult, and was even more terrifying than a catapult. But when he climbed up the city wall just now, he did not find any large weapons on the wall that could produce such a killing effect. What does this mean? This means that during the half hour they waited at the south gate, Beijun had already moved away all the weapons they used last night, in order to avoid being discovered by the Imperial army. Lin Xiuming's expression turned somewhat serious. He had already understood that the Northern King was no longer the Northern King he had seen in the capital. From the warrior aura he saw on the King of the North just now, he could conclude that a great change had taken place in the King of the North. Similarly, a great change had also taken place in Beijun. Lin Xiuming suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. The Northern King in the past has been hiding himself. With this speculation, Lin Xiuming led the Imperial army to continue advancing northward towards the Wanning River Valley. At this time, the earth began to shake. The rumbling sound of horse hooves came from the distance. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow moved quickly towards Yinqing. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiuming thought that the barbarian army was coming, so he immediately said, "All troops on alert." However, just as Lin Xiuming finished speaking, Li Feng said, "General Lin, don't be nervous. They're the cavalry from Beijun." After hearing Li Feng's words, Lin Xiuming was stunned again. The cavalry of North County? Does Beijun also have such a large number of cavalry? When Lin Xiuming was lost in thought, his deputy General Zhou Yu immediately reminded him, "General, look, those are heavy cavalry." Hearing this, Lin Xiuming looked towards the dark mass of cavalry in front of him and was stunned. It turned out to be heavy cavalry, and it looks like there are at least 5,000 people. How is this possible? When did Beijun have so many heavily armored cavalry? It was already very good for a vassal king to be able to afford 3,000 light cavalry, but the Northern King actually had 5,000 heavily armored cavalry. Soon, the heavily armed cavalry led by Xianyuan Chun appeared in front of Li Feng and his men. Although Lu Chun asked Xianyuan Chun to lead the troops to Anping City immediately to pick up the princess and others, the soldiers were exhausted after just ending a war, so Xianyuan Chun just reorganized them a bit, and that's when he happened to meet Li Feng and others. Xianyuan Chun nodded to Li Feng, then bypassed the Imperial army and headed straight for Yinqing. Seeing the majestic heavy cavalry, the court soldiers felt their whole bodies trembling, and the sound of horse hooves seemed to resonate with their hearts. After the heavy cavalry led by Xianyuan Chun left, Lin Xiuming turned his head and looked at Li Feng and asked, "General Li, are these really the prince's cavalry? If I'm not mistaken, there are at least 5,000 heavy cavalry, right? How long has the prince been in Beijun? How could he have built so many armors in such a short time?" To build a heavy cavalry, not only do you need to build armor for the soldiers, but you also need to build armor for the horses they ride, and you also need to breed extremely good horses. Lin Xiaoming didn't believe that the king of the north could build a heavy cavalry of 5,000 people in such a short time, and the leader was a master-level general. Not to mention whether the northern palace and northern county have so much money, there is not enough time. Unless the king of the north had already secretly ordered the creation of such a cavalry. What is the king of the north trying to do by secretly building such a heavy cavalry without telling Emperor Xia? This seems to be self-evident. At this time, Zhou Yu, who was standing next to Lin Xiaoming, couldn't help but smile. He really didn't expect that when he came to Beijun this time, he actually knew the secret of the king of the north. If the fact that the northern king secretly built 5,000 heavy cavalry were reported to the court, I'm afraid the northern king would be in big trouble this time. At this time, Li Feng smiled and replied, "There are more craftsmen in the palace, so the speed of making armor is faster. It's not surprising." Having said that, Li Feng led Lin Xiaoming and the others to continue moving forward. Lin Xiaoming also realized that Li Feng would not tell him anything about the northern king, so he stopped asking and followed Li Feng to continue heading north. Gradually, Lin Xiaoming and his men discovered more and more corpses of barbarian soldiers, and soon they saw the Wanning River dyed red with blood. At this time, the Wanning River was like the Yellow Springs River flowing out of the underworld. Seeing the corpses piled on the river beach, the soldiers couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. Before, they thought that the news about killing 200,000 barbarian soldiers announced by the messenger in the city was false. But after seeing the Wanning River dyed red with blood, they realized that there might be more bodies of barbarian soldiers in the upper reaches of the Wanning River Valley. Maybe the result of killing 200,000 barbarian soldiers is true. When the soldiers of the imperial court thought of the northern king leading the soldiers of northern county to kill 200,000 barbarian soldiers, they felt a chill down their spines. How many people are there in Beijun? Kill 200,000 barbarian soldiers. This means that the strength of the Beijun soldiers has reached the level of 8th or even 9th rank per capita. But is this possible? At this time, the earth began to tremble again. Black figures appeared again in the distance. Chapter 116, The Northern King is going to make a big fuss. Seeing the black figure in the distance, Lin Xiaoming frowned and shouted again, "All troops on alert." Those who just passed by were the Northern King's cavalry, but now they must not be the Northern King's cavalry. Therefore, Lin Xiaoming believed that this time it was most likely the barbarian army coming to seek revenge. However, just when the soldiers were ready to fight, as if they were facing a formidable enemy, Li Feng said, "General Lin, don't be nervous. These are also the prince's cavalry." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoming and Zhou Yu were startled. How is this possible? It was already incredible that Beijun, such a poor place, could support 5,000 heavy cavalry. Now Li Feng actually told them that the king of Bei had another cavalry. Just when Lin Xiaoming felt that his worldview was about to be overturned, the cavalry led by Wen Renlai had already arrived in front of them. This time, the cavalry formation led by Wen Renlai was even more shocking, because there were more than 5,000 cavalrymen. Seeing such a large and heavily armed cavalry, Lin Xiaoming, Zhou Yu, and the imperial court's 70,000 soldiers all stayed where they were. When this heavily armed cavalry force of tens of thousands of people approached, the imperial soldiers could not help but clench their weapons tightly. How powerful is the deterrent power of heavily armed cavalry? Let me put it this way. In the history of Daxia, there was once a record of 3,000 heavily armored cavalry defeating 100,000 peasant soldiers, and they were chasing and attacking others. The soldiers' fear of heavy cavalry was ingrained in their bones, especially on such flat ground. When defending a city, no matter how powerful the heavy cavalry is, it is difficult to play a role. But once two armies are facing each other, the situation is different. The heavy cavalry's charge at the infantry can quickly break through the infantry's phalanx. Once the infantry's phalanx is in chaos, their morale will plummet. When two armies fight, morale is very important, especially in hand-to-hand combat, where the brave will win. Lin Xiaoming stared in amazement at the 10,000 heavily armored cavalrymen in front of him. As a general, he could roughly estimate how many soldiers there were in a phalanx. Even though Li Feng did not tell him how many people there were in this heavy cavalry, Lin Xiaoming probably estimated in his heart that this heavy cavalry had at least 20,000 people. If the heavy cavalry that just left are included, Beijun already has nearly 30,000 heavy cavalry. This, How does Beijun support these 30,000 heavily armored cavalry? How much silver does this cost? Lin Xiaoming also knew that the northern palace sold soaps, perfumes, and other things, and he also knew that these businesses were profitable. But no matter how much money they made, it would be impossible to train such a large group of heavily armored cavalry so quickly, right? The entire Great Xia court has only 20,000 heavily armored cavalry. As a result, there were nearly 30,000 heavy cavalry in Beijun alone. Who would believe that the king of the north has no other thoughts? I'm afraid that as soon as the news of Beijun's affairs reached the court would station troops in Qi Wang's fiefdom overnight to prevent Bei Wang from going south, or take Bei Wang's wives, concubines, and children in Anping City to the capital overnight to monitor them as hostages. The northern king's heavy cavalry is much more deterrent than the barbarian army of 300,000. 300,000 barbarians went south, and at present, it seems that they would at most occupy Beijun. They might even have reached some agreement with some noble families or princes in private. They would not directly attack the core territory of Daxia. But if the northern king's tens of thousands of heavily armored cavalry march south, his target may not be just a county, but the entire Daxia. As the eighth prince, Zhou Yu felt cold sweat at this moment. He felt that he had come to a dangerous place today. He discovered the secret of the northern king today. Could he be unable to leave Beijun? At this time, the soldier next to Lin Xiaoming suddenly stammered, "General, look over there. There are so many barbarian soldiers." Lin Xiaoming quickly raised his head and looked into the distance. At this time, they found that the barbarian soldiers with their hands tied were escorted towards them in groups by the soldiers of Beijun. At a glance, there's almost no end in sight. At this time, people once again remembered the battle results reported by the messenger in Yinqing. Killed 200,000 barbarians. Captured 100,000 barbarian soldiers. Is it possible that? Is it true? Oh my god, what a result. Beijun is about to turn upside down. No, it should be said that the king of the north is going to make a big fuss. Since the founding of Daxia, there has never been such a result in any foreign war. When they destroyed the state of Chun, in the largest battle with the state of Chun, there were only 200,000 soldiers of the state of Chun, and the barbarians are not soldiers of the Chun state. The barbarians' fighting power is even more ferocious. In Daxia's wars against the barbarians were basically the attacking side, while Daxia was only the defending side, and Daxia suffered heavy losses every time. It was bad enough that they suffered heavy losses. But every time a war ended and Daxia was about to counterattack, the barbarians would just walk away with their troops, leaving Daxia's army no chance to counterattack. Now Beijun not only defeated the barbarian army of 300,000, but also captured 100,000 barbarian soldiers. Once this news gets back to the court, I'm afraid the situation in the capital will change. At this time, the 70,000 soldiers of the Imperial court did not dare to breathe, and they were all staring at the escorted barbarian captives. It took a full half hour for the 100,000 barbarian captives to walk past them. Of course, this was mainly because the northern county soldiers separated them when they were escorting them because they were afraid that they would cause trouble, which wasted some time. Seeing that the soldiers in front of them took half an hour to completely pass them, Lin Xiaoming and the 70,000 soldiers of the Imperial court had already realized that the battle results they had heard in the city before were true. As Daxia people, they should have felt happy. After all, this was the greatest victory ever achieved in the war against the barbarians. But from the general to the lieutenant, and then to the soldiers below, no one smiled. Just when Lin Xiaoming and the Imperial soldiers were still in a daze, the sound of hurried horse hooves was heard again in the distance. I saw another row of dark shadows approaching. Lin Xiaoming felt them all over. Tens of thousands of heavily armored cavalry again. Where do all these heavily armored cavalry from Beijun come from? What is the northern king going to do? Rebellion? According to Lin Xiaoming's rough estimate, Beijun has at least 50,000 heavy cavalry. With these 50,000 heavy cavalry, plus the 100,000 slave soldiers captured by Beijun, and some ordinary soldiers recruited by Beijun, Beijun will have the strength to attack any dynasty. At present, the maximum number of soldiers that any dynasty can mobilize is about 1 million, but this 1 million is quite inflated. The number of soldiers available for combat is definitely less than 1 million, and these soldiers in Beijun are all real, especially these barbarian slave soldiers, who were simply perfect cannon fodder. At this moment, only 3 words came to Lin Xiaoming's mind. Write a memorial. I have to write a report and submit it tonight. The power in Beijun is too large, and there's a risk of it getting out of control. The court must be informed of what is happening in Beijun as soon as possible. Of course, the court must also be informed of Beijun's battle results. Therefore, Lin Xiaoming would take the opportunity to convey the results of the battle and use the red silk messenger to report what happened in Beijun to the court. As for whether the Northern King will release their Hongling messenger back to the court, it is hard to say. The King of the North had always pretended to be a good-for-nothing in the past, but now that he has suddenly become so famous, he no longer pretends. What does this mean? This means that he has grown strong enough and no longer needs to pretend. Intercepting the red silk messenger from the Imperial court is a piece of cake. Lin Xiaoming even suspected that the King of the North would take advantage of this opportunity to cooperate with the Chu family and directly seize power and usurp the throne. Chapter 117. The cards revealed. After the soldiers from Beijun escorted the barbarians away from them, Li Feng said to Lin Xiaoming with a smile, "General Lin, let's keep moving forward. We will soon reach the battlefield where the fiercest fighting took place last night." After hearing Li Feng's voice, the dazed Lin Xiaoming came back to his senses. His mind was full of thoughts about writing memorials. Okay. At this point, Lin Xiaoming shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Keep moving forward." After hearing Lin Xiaoming's voice, the Imperial soldiers, whose minds were blank, came back to their senses. The scene that just happened still seemed so unreal in their eyes. They even suspected that they were still on the way to Beijun, and everything they had just seen was just a dream they had on the road because they were too tired from the march. In fact, Yinqing might have already been captured by the barbarians. Of course, they knew in their hearts that this was the reality. After a while, under the leadership of Li Feng, the Imperial court's 70,000 troops arrived at the place where Mu Changtian and the Black Cavalry had met last night, which was also the place where the most barbarian soldiers died. The entire river beach was covered with corpses of barbarian soldiers, and there was no end in sight. Seeing so many corpses of barbarian soldiers, even the Imperial soldiers who had been mentally prepared were stunned at this moment. Compared to the tragic corpses they had seen before, the bodies of the barbarian soldiers in this place were more complete and not so broken into pieces. However, the shock brought by this scene of corpses everywhere was no less than that of the bloody battlefield just now. The bodies of the barbarian soldiers had piled up, and the water of the Wanning River was dyed red, as if the entire river had turned into blood. 200,000 barbarian soldiers. The combat effectiveness of Beijun is too terrifying. Lin Xiaoming and the soldiers couldn't help but gasp. It has been a long time since Daxia has seen an army with such strong combat effectiveness. No, it should be said that Daxia has never had a vassal king with such strength. It is not known whether it is a good thing or a bad thing for Emperor Xia to send the King of the North to Beijun. At this time, Li Feng said to Lin Xiaoming, "General Lin, the task of cleaning up the battlefield is now left to you." The soldiers of Beijun fought bloody battles all night last night and are exhausted. They're no longer able to clean up the battlefield. After hearing Li Feng's words, Lin Xiaoming came back to his senses again. He immediately said, "Okay, General Li, you should go and have a rest. Leave the rest to us." Li Feng said, "Okay, thank you for your help." Lin Xiaoming said politely, "It's no trouble, this is what we should do." As soon as Lin Xiaoming finished speaking, Li Feng turned around on his horse and left the battlefield. Looking at Li Feng's departing back, Lin Xiaoming fell into deep thought. After a long time, Zhou Yu's voice finally rang out beside Lin Xiaoming. "General, how should we report the situation in Beijun?" The results of Beijun's battle were so horrific that even if they were reported, I'm afraid the Imperial court would not believe it. Lin Xiaoming pondered for a moment, then said, "Report the truth." Hearing this, Zhou Yu was stunned for a moment, then asked tentatively, "General, do you really want to report it truthfully?" Hearing Zhou Yu's question, Lin Xiaoming turned his head to look at Zhou Yu, and then asked seriously, "Why? Do you still want to take credit for it?" Zhou Yu quickly said, "General, that's not what I meant. I just think that if we report the truth, we might offend the King of the North." Zhou Yu thought to himself that he dared not be greedy for such military merit. If Beijun had merely repelled the barbarian attack, they might have been able to claim some military merit in their report, saying that their Imperial court's 70,000 troops had played such and such a role. But now it's different. Before their Imperial army arrived in Yinqing, the war between Beijun and the barbarians had already ended. Not only was it over, but it ended with North County's crushing victory. If they were to be greedy for such military merits and were investigated by their superiors, they would definitely be exiled or their entire family would be beheaded. Moreover, after seeing the tens of thousands of heavy cavalry in Beijun, who among them would dare to think of greedily obtaining military merit? The Northern King is obviously not an ordinary person. If anyone dares to covet his military achievements, he will probably kill them before the Imperial court investigates. Although Zhou Yu was the 8th prince's man, he no longer had any intention of making any moves after seeing the heavy cavalry of Beijun and the piles of corpses of barbarian soldiers on the battlefield. He also wanted to return to the capital alive. The power of the Northern Prince's palace is so terrifying. Who would dare to do anything under the Northern Prince's nose? After hearing Zhou Yu's words, Lin Xiuming thought for a moment and then said, "Don't worry about the Northern King for now. Let's send the Red Silk Messenger to deliver the battle report to the court at night. If the Northern King does not send anyone to intercept it, that would be the best. If he does, I will go to the Northern King's mansion in person and discuss with the Northern King how to report it to the court." Regardless of whether the Imperial court believes in Beijun's victory or not, once Beijun's affairs are reported to the Imperial court, the strength of the King of Bei will no longer be hidden. So Lin Xiuming is also worried that the King of Bei will intercept their Hongling messenger. Okay, let's stop talking about this. Order the soldiers to start cleaning up the battlefield. As soon as Lin Xiuming finished speaking, the Imperial court's 70,000 troops began to clean up the battlefield. Originally, these 70,000 soldiers were the elite of the Imperial court and experienced warriors, but now they have been reduced to being responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. However, most of the soldiers had no complaints. Compared to fighting the barbarian soldiers head-on, carrying their bodies was much easier and did not put their lives in danger. And after seeing the terrifying strength of Beijun, they were willing to clean up the battlefield for Beijun soldiers. In the evening, inside the tent, Lin Xiuming was lying on the table, writing a battle report when a eunuch in a red robe walked in. The eunuch was the military supervisor of the Imperial army. Like Lin Xiuming and the others, he was also shocked by the strength displayed by Beijun. At the same time, he was also worried about whether his battle report could be sent out of Beijun. Both the military supervisors and the generals in charge of the battles needed to write battle reports, and they were not allowed to communicate with each other. This was to prevent the generals leading the troops from falsely reporting their military achievements. Originally, Eunuch Wang did not need to come to find Lin Xiuming. After he finished writing the battle report, he could directly send the messenger Hong Ling to deliver the letter. However, when he thought about the fact that his battle report could not be delivered, Eunuch Wang still came to Lin Xiuming's tent. Seeing the military supervisor enter his tent, Lin Xiuming asked, "Eunuch Wang, what can I do for you?" Eunuch Wang asked with a worried look on his face, "General Lin, have you finished writing your battle report?" Lin Xiuming said, "I was writing it. Eunuch Wang came to see me. Could he be trying to collude with me to report the battle? This is unacceptable." Eunuch Wang said, "Oh, General Lin, it's already this late, and you still have the mind to joke. General Lin, you don't know what situation we are in now, do you? The Northern King did not even let us enter the city, but instead asked us to camp in the Wanning River Valley. This shows that he is on guard against us. It is even a question whether we can send out our battle report." Lin Xiuming said calmly, "What does Eunuch Wang mean?" Eunuch Wang said, "Our idea is to consult with the King of the North first to see what he says and what we can and cannot write. This way we will have a better idea." Lin Xiuming said, "Could it be that Eunuch Wang wants to hide the results of the battle in Beijun?" Eunuch Wang said, "It's not about whether we want to hide it or not. The key is whether the Northern King wants the court to know." Lin Xiuming continued to write the battle report, and as he wrote, he said, "Eunuch Wang, do you think the Northern King can hide such an amazing victory from the court? Even if we made a false report, the court will soon know what happened in Beijun. The King of the North is not a fool. He killed 200,000 barbarians and captured 100,000 barbarians. This news has spread throughout Yinqing. Soon, your Majesty's shadow guards will know about it, and what happened in Beijun will also reach your Majesty's ears. The Northern King will let the court know what should be known. We just need to write it down. If the Northern King really intercepts our battle report, we can go to the Northern King's palace to find him. It will be the same." After hearing what Lin Xiuming said, Eunuch Wang felt that there was some truth in it, and then he said, "Well, then we will listen to General Lin. General Lin, let us know when you send the battle report, and we will send the Red Silk Messenger later." Eunuch Wang wanted to first see whether Lin Xiuming's battle report could be sent out. If Lin Xiaoming's battle report had been sent out, he would send someone else to deliver it. If Lin Xiaoming's battle report was intercepted by the Northern Prince's mansion, he would immediately go to the Northern Prince to avoid offending him. When the night is quiet. Palace. Lu Chen had just finished taking a shower and was planning to go to Bai Qingqing's room to relax. At this time, a female guard came to Lu Chen. Your Majesty, Commander Qin has stopped the Imperial messenger Hong Ling. He asked his subordinates to ask you if you need to check their battle reports before letting them go. Lu Chen immediately said, no need. If I really did that and the court knew about it, I would be considered a traitor right away. The battle report from the Hong Ling messenger is one-on-one. That is, it is sent from the hands of the generals on the front line, and the first person to open and read it must be the emperor. If he, a vassal king, opened the battle report from the Hong Ling messenger to check it, and it was discovered, he would definitely be accused of being a traitor, without a doubt. Moreover, the victory achieved by Beijun was too great to be concealed from the imperial court. Lu Chen had no intention of concealing it, and just played it openly. There was no point in hiding it. With tens of thousands of heavily armored cavalry and 100,000 barbarian captives, is it necessary to be as timid as before? There is no need at all. Moreover, his father's focus was on the aristocratic families, so he had no intention of weakening the power of the vassal states. After hearing Lu Chen's words, the guard said, I understand what the prince means. I will ask Commander Qin to let the messenger Hong Ling leave. Having said that, the female guard immediately turned around and left the yard. A few days later, Anping City. After Mu Zixuan and his companions arrived in Anping City, they were always worried about the situation in Yinqing and often sent people from the palace to Yinqing to inquire about the news. Chu Yuqin was sitting in the yard at this time, feeling listless. She suddenly realized that without her Chen'er, she couldn't muster any energy at all. In the past, she always wanted to keep a distance from Lu Chen to avoid any accidental conflict, but when they really broke up, she felt very reluctant. Chu Yuqin sighed deeply. Alas, I don't know when I can see Chen'er again. At this time, a little maid entered the yard. Madam Chu, there's a girl outside looking for you. She said she is your sister. Chapter 118, you have indeed climbed onto the king of the north bed, right? After hearing the maid's words, Chu Yuqin, who was sitting on a stone bench, was slightly stunned, with a puzzled look on her face. Younger sister? Chu Yuqin reacted immediately. Qingli? Could it be that Qingli is here? Then she stood up from the stone bench and walked quickly towards the entrance of the mansion with light steps. When Chu Yuqin arrived at the door, she saw Chu Qingli, who was tall, wearing a green cloud dress and had a cold face, standing outside the door with a sword in her hand. Chu Yuqin asked curiously, Qingli, why are you here? Although Chu Qingli was raised by the Chu family like Chu Yuqin, the two were raised differently in the Chu family. Chu Yuqin was trained to be Chu Yu's personal maid since she was young, and when she grew up, she protected Chu Yu and became a tool to block swords for her. Chu Qingli's training direction is to be a family killer, a tool to do dirty work for the Chu family. Unlike Chu Yuqin has now completely left the Chu family. Even if she doesn't go back to the Chu family now, the Chu family will not say anything to her. But Chu Qingli is different. Logically speaking, Chu Qingli cannot leave the Chu family without a mission. Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment. Yes, Chu Qingli will not leave the Chu family without a mission. Does she have some mission? Chu Qingli's appearance here proves that Chu Qingli's mission is likely related to the Northern Palace. Just as Chu Yuqin was thinking about it, Chu Qingli asked expressionlessly,